Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 80 to Chapter 158. What's going on? Long Qing stabilized his body and shot out a divine sense in the direction of the ground, but it was futile. He did not find any clues. Master, what's going on? Long Qing asked Yi Yin helplessly. Don't worry, take your time. Yi Yin smiled and said calmly. Long Qing's cultivation was not high enough to see the silver coffin in the depths of the mysterious Yin spirit vein. Long Qing could only smile bitterly when his master refused to tell him. He suppressed his impatience and looked at the ancient hero spirit in front of him. In the air, the illusory cyan armored man suddenly turned into a cyan light and drilled into the ground, disappearing in an instant. He ran away? The big black cat was stunned when it saw its opponent suddenly disappear. It hurriedly sent out its divine sense to search the ground, but it was shocked to find that the guy had disappeared completely. This filled it with a sense of defeat. It wanted to kill the man in green armor in one go, but he escaped in the end. The big black cat quickly shrank its body, turned into a ray of black light, and landed at Yi Yin's feet. It knelt on the ground and cried, "Master, I didn't mean to let him escape." "I know, you can go back first." Yi Yin smiled faintly and waved his sleeve. The big black cat disappeared without a trace. So, this supreme demonic cat was also his master's pet. Realization dawned on Long Qing's face. He suddenly felt that he was very useless. Even his master's cat was so much more powerful than him. Yi Yin clasped his hands behind his back and remained unperturbed. His gaze pierced through the ages as he observed the changes occurring within the profound Yin spirit vein. At this moment, the ancient hero spirit had already entered the mysterious Yin spiritual vein and was rapidly approaching the silver coffin. The silver coffin released billowing gray smoke and attacked the ancient heroic spirit. The ancient hero spirit used some kind of secret technique to break through the gray smoke and plunge into the silver coffin. Then, the coffin began to tremble. "So you're not stupid." A furious roar came from the coffin. The body of the 10,000-year-old corpse demon that had been lying in the coffin trembled violently, as if a force had invaded its body. When Yi Yin saw this, he nodded silently. It turned out that the ancient heroic spirit had been hiding himself all this while. In fact, he had obtained a lot of memories. He had been pretending all along. In the beginning, he was willing to be ordered around by this 10,000-year-old corpse demon. He played tricks in the primordial ruins and successfully planted inner demons in the 5-colored dragon carp clansmen. All of this was planned by the 10,000-year corpse demon. In the end, this Sure Mo wanted to devour the ancient heroic spirit to help him reach the heavens mandate realm. A corpse demon at the fate state would be able to shake the world, look down on the world, and be almost immortal. However, the 10,000-year corpse demon had miscalculated. The ancient heroic spirit was good at scheming and had been pretending all along. Not even Yi Yin could see through his disguise. According to Yi Yin's calculations, the 10,000-year corpse demon should be about to be born. Once it was born, it would be able to reach the fate state by devouring the ancient heroic spirit as a pawn. Yi Yin heaved a sigh. That ancient heroic spirit was also a wise man who had been able to endure the 10,000-year corpse demon for such a long time. However, it was still too difficult to defeat the 10,000-year corpse demon. After all, that guy had been scheming all along. He had chosen a place when he was alive and buried himself in the mysterious lunar spirit vein before he died. Even though his soul had been destroyed. However, if that body could be successfully turned into a corpse demon, he would be able to recover some of his memories from his previous life. That way, he would be able to live in that world in a disguised way. In a way, the 10,000-year corpse demon and the ancient heroic spirit were both people who had died in the past. The two of them were neither human nor ghost. They had been competing with each other for so many years, and it was time for the answer to be revealed. Buzz, the silver sarcophagus was trembling violently. The two forces inside the 10,000-year corpse demon were colliding violently, both were trying to take control of the corpse. A layer of green air appeared on the corpse demon's body. It seemed that the ancient heroic spirit had gained the upper hand. The next moment, the green air disappeared and was replaced by a layer of gray air. Just like that, the cycle continued for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The grayish-white chi finally defeated the green chi and took back control of the body. Phew, the corpse demon suddenly opened his eyes and blew a gust of wind, blowing away the lid of the silver sarcophagus. Then, he sat up and completely devoured the ancient heroic spirit's energy. His strength began to soar. The spiritual chi in the mysterious lunar spirit vein surged and was absorbed into his body. Fate state, open. The corpse demon became stronger and stronger. The corpse demon shouted and the silver sarcophagus exploded. He instantly entered the fate state from the peak of Nirvana realm level 10, all the spiritual chi in the mysterious lunar spirit vein was absorbed by him. The corpse demon stood on the ground and looked around with a crazy smile on his face. He was wearing a grayish-white robe and was extremely tall. His skin was greenish-black and his eyes were blood-red. He looked extremely strange. His fingernails were white and long, shining with a silver luster. His hair was disheveled and there was a ferocious look on his face. Li Guding, I was almost possessed by you. You're really patient. When Shiremo said this, he looked above his head with a fanatical look in his eyes. He murmured, I've been raising these colorful dragon carps for a long time. If I eat them all, my cultivation will be improved again. As he spoke, the corpse demon shook his body, turned into a gray mist, and rushed to the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the square, a gray mist rushed out from the cracks. The mist reformed into a tall corpse demon in the air. Long Qing stared at all of this with his mouth agape. He could tell that the old man with green skin and red eyes was a corpse demon. The corpse demon's cultivation was too high. He had reached the fate state. Long Qing had been living in the underwater ruins for decades, but he had never known that there was a fate state corpse demon hiding under the surface. Long Qing was horrified. Previously, he had thought that the primordial ruins were very safe. However, he did not expect that the primordial heroic spirits would cause trouble first. Then, there was a 10,000-year-old corpse demon buried deep underground. That place was too creepy. If it weren't for the master's sudden appearance, the entire colorful dragon carp family would have been buried there. The corpse demon glanced at Long Qing and didn't care at all. Then, he looked at the dozens of colorful dragon carps on the square. Those people were the closest to him. The 5-colored dragon carp clansmen were full of vigor and the sweet smell of their blood and chi made him want to devour them. As for the dragon carp at the second level of the nirvana state, it would be his as well. He would eat those colorful dragon carps at the celestial bridge state first and then the one at the second level of the nirvana state. As for Yi Yun who was beside him, he completely ignored him. Maybe it was because it had lain in the coffin for too long. The newly born consciousness of the 10,000-year-old corpse demon was vastly different from that of its previous self. Therefore, when it looked at Yi Yun, it only judged the latter's level based on his aura. In the corpse demon's eyes, Yi Yun didn't have any level, so the corpse demon ignored him. Yi Yun smiled casually. The corpse demon's consciousness had been reborn from a corpse, it was far different from that of a normal human being. Most of the time, he relied on his instincts to drive his body. Shiremo looked down at his lower body. A group of colorful dragon carps were kneeling in the square. They were covered in a thin layer of ice, which made them look fresh and sweet. The corpse demon licked its lips. The colorful dragon carps had been raised for such a long time. Not only had they provided the embryos for the ancient hero spirit to raise the arcanine seeds, but they hadn't lost much of their blood. At the moment, they were about to become great nourishment for the corpse demon. At the very least, they could help him reach the second level of the fate state. The corpse demon reached out one hand, ready to grab a colorful dragon carp and eat it. All of a sudden, his hand stopped in midair. Shiremo's eyes widened. He found a mysterious big black horse floating in front of him without him noticing. Kid, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? The big black horse licked its lips, showing its white teeth. It seemed to be smiling brightly. It sniffed with its nose and then scolded, "Damn it, you smell too bad." The big black cat that was lying on the carriage in the distance heard the familiar words. It straightened its neck and laughed. "Yes, yes. Uncle Ma has spoken. Hurry up and wash yourself." The big black horse laughed. It was as if he recalled the scene in the White Fog Valley where he had flung the big black cat into the pool with a single hoof. Yi Yin smiled. The big black horse loved cleanliness. The big black horse found the stench of the 10,000-year-old corpse demon unbearable. "You're courting death." Although the 10,000-year corpse demon was not very bright, he could still hear the mockery in the big black horse's tone. He reached out and grabbed the big black horse. The long nails on his hands emitted a sharp luster. At this moment, they were like supreme divine weapons. "You're too weak." The big black horse sneered and spat out a bolt of blue lightning. This bolt of lightning landed on the hands of the 10,000-year-old corpse demon at lightning speed. Rumble, half of the 10,000-year corpse demon's arm exploded. He immediately turned pale with fright and retreated, his body trembling uncontrollably. The blue lightning just now had actually made him feel an unimaginable will of destruction. It was as if he was facing the heavenly tribulation at this moment. Chi, the big black horse opened its mouth and shot out another bolt of blue lightning. The 10,000-year corpse devil turned around and ran. However, there was no way he could escape from the blue lightning. This bolt of blue lightning was even more ferocious than the previous one. It landed on the body of the 10,000-year corpse demon and exploded. In an instant, there was nothing left of the corpse demon. What was the cultivation rank of the big black horse? Wasn't it too strong? Longqing was shocked. The big black cat had already given him a huge shock. The big black horse in front of him was even more shocking. A corpse demon at the fate state had an unimaginably tough body. However, the two bolts of lightning that the big black horse spat out had blown the corpse demon into pieces. That was how high the big black horse's cultivation rank was. The big black horse wagged its tail and turned into a black blur. It returned to the carriage and tied the reins to its body. "Uncle Ma, thank you. You can turn a corpse demon into ashes by opening your mouth." The big black cat clasped its hands together and said in a flattering tone. "Stop flattering me." The big black horse pouted and looked indifferent. It was just a corpse demon at the fate state. It was like an ant in front of the big black horse. It could easily crush it. On this continent. Apart from the mirror of eternity, which couldn't be easily crushed, the big black horse could do anything. Yiyan waved his hand. The thin layer of ice on the members of the colorful dragon carp family disappeared. Those people were completely awake. What happened? They looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't seem to know what had just happened. The young man behind Longqing, Little Six, ran over and told them about the two soul-stirring battles. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed greatly, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Who would have thought that while he was in a daze, he actually circled the gates of hell twice and almost lost his life? The young man brought his clansmen before Yi Yun and knelt on the ground. "Thank you for saving our lives, Master." They were so moved that they burst into tears. Yi Yun gently waved his hand and lifted the members of the colorful dragon carp family up with a wave of magic power. "You don't have to stay in this place anymore. Clean up and gather here." Yi Yun looked at Longqing and said casually. "Yes, Master." Longqing nodded respectfully and waved his hand at his clansmen. Everyone immediately disappeared. After half a cup of tea's time, everyone once again gathered at the same place. Yi Yun looked at them and said slowly. "You are the descendants of the colorful dragon carp in the dragon lake of the Shenlong sect. The Shenlong sect will be rebuilt and so will the dragon lake. So now, speaking of which..." Yi Yun took out a small white bottle and said with a smile, "This place is a world of its own. There is a vast ocean. You can rest here for the time being." "Thank you, Master." Hearing that the master wanted them to acknowledge their ancestors and return to the Dragon Lake, Longqing couldn't help but burst into tears and sob. Seeing that the old patriarch was crying, the other clansmen of the colorful dragon carp also covered their faces and cried. Phew, Yi Yin raised the small bottle and created a suction force. Immediately, all the colorful dragon carps were sucked in. After he put away the bottle, he looked at the ruins in the water and gently blew. In an instant, the huge ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect completely turned into particles and disappeared. Above rebirth, Yi Yin had mastered countless sacred art techniques. After 100,000 years of signing in, the rewards of cultivation techniques were piled up in one warehouse after another. Yi Yin had only learned a drop in the bucket. After he came out of the ruins of the Xianxia sect of the Kamikaze dynasty, he sat in the carriage all the way, constantly cultivating and comprehending. His current cultivation was only one step away from the 10th level of the true God realm. Yi Yin appeared on the carriage. He looked at the somewhat pitiful big black cat, who was covered in injuries and lying on the carriage. His brows relaxed. The big black cat smiled embarrassedly. Although he wanted to get the master's reward, he didn't dare to say it. "Kitten, you did well this time." Yi Yin raised his hand and a black cloth bag fell in front of the big black cat. He lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. The big black cat looked excited and used its trembling claws to hold up the black cloth bag. He opened it carefully. "This is?" When the big black cat saw the contents of the cloth bag, its eyes rolled back and it fainted from excitement. Kamikaze Dynasty, Ancient Elephant Kingdom. Beside a fast-flowing river. On an ancient road, a black horse carriage was slowly moving. Luoli and Jun Maxiao were sitting near the front of the carriage. Their eldest senior sister, Suwani, was absorbing Zhu Cheng's blood essence in the carriage. "Ancestor, I estimate that we will be able to leave Ancient Elephant Kingdom in less than 3 days. Jun Maxiao was holding a map in his hand and observing the geography of the surrounding mountains and rivers. This map was obtained from the storage rings of the Umatsu sect disciples. The map was very complete and covered the mountains and rivers of the Kamikaze dynasty. Yi Yin nodded gently with his eyes still closed. Ever since they left Kanglan River, Yi Yin had been comprehending a supreme divine technique and was now close to the realm of greater success. His cultivation had also leaped into the 10th level of the true God realm. The next step. He would break through to the Divine Lord realm. Yi Yin did not deliberately cultivate, but even so, he was still improving at a terrifying speed. The carriage moved slowly. Whoosh whoosh. There were people flying on their swords constantly, drawing streaks of light in the sky. In the beginning, Jun Maxiao and Luoli did not think much of it, but later, they realized that more and more people were rushing in a certain direction. "Senior sister, could it be that some treasure has appeared in front?" Jun Maxiao turned to look at Luoli and asked. "It's possible. Otherwise, why would so many people rush over?" Luoli smiled. "You two should go and take a look too." The ancestor's voice suddenly came from the carriage. Yi Yin had already seen everything that happened in front. A trace of pain and regret flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Thank you, ancestor." Jun Maxiao and Luoli quickly got up and bade farewell to the ancestor. They soared into the sky and flew southeast on their swords. The black horse carriage slowly moved along the river bank. Yi Yin exhaled softly. Some things, 100,000 years had passed, and now that it had suddenly appeared in front of him, he still felt very uncomfortable. He slowly walked out of the carriage and sat beside the big black cat. He quietly stared at the river and fell into a daze. As the river surged, his vision became increasingly hazy. Yi Yin seemed to have returned to 100,000 years ago. "Little junior brother, look, there are so many people gathered in the distance." The two of them were flying in the air. Luoli looked into the distance and saw a huge cliff in the distance. Many people had already gathered at the bottom of the cliff. "Seems like there really is a treasure here." Jun Maxiao became excited. Since the old ancestor had asked them to come here to gain experience, it should also be to let them fight for the treasures. Although the treasures weren't necessarily good, the more the better. They were going to rebuild the Xianxia sect in the future, so naturally they had to hoard more resources for future use. "The two of you, are you also heading towards the Sword Kingstone?" A voice suddenly came from the side. Luoli turned her head and saw a red-robed young man. "You can say that," Luoli nodded, but she felt a little guilty. "This Sword Kingstone, what was it?" Jun Maxiao saw his senior sister's embarrassment and looked at the young man, asking, "Brother, we're from another place and are not familiar with this place. May I ask what this Sword Kingstone is?" "So you're from another place?" The young man's face revealed a look of understanding and said with a smile, "The Sword Kingstone was left by 2 life and death realm experts in ancient times. It was filled with supreme sword intent. It is said that once you comprehend the profound principles, your swordsmanship cultivation will be greatly improved. If you're lucky, you can even obtain a peerless sword art." So it's a sword mark left by a life and death realm expert. Jun Maxiao nodded, disappointment flashing in his eyes. He thought that some treasure would appear in front of him. It turned out not to be. However, these two sword marks were incredible. If he could comprehend them, he might accidentally obtain a peerless sword art. With this thought, Jun Maxiao was a little tempted. This sword king stone appears in the world once every 10 years. This time, the two of you are just in time. The young man touched his glabella and laughed again. Then our luck is really good. Jun Maxiao scratched his head and looked at the young man, cupping his fist and said, "Thank you for the explanation." "You're welcome, we are all on the same path. My name is Li Xiaobai, may I know your names?" Li Xiaobai looked at the young man and woman in front of him, cupped his fist and spoke very politely. The reason why he was so polite was because the two youths in front of him had a cultivation level higher than him. He was at the 10th level of primary sea realm, while the young man and woman were already at the soul sculpting realm. Since leaving the Azure Wave River, Yi Yin suppressed Luo Li and Jun Maxiao's cultivation to the soul sculpting realm. The experiential learning had to continue. Especially in the Kamikaze dynasty, the two of them would face stronger opponents. Therefore, it was temporarily not suitable for them to travel in the world with the Celestial Bridge realm. "This one is Jun Maxiao, Luo Li." Jun Maxiao and Luo Li also introduced themselves. After all, no one in the Kamikaze dynasty knew them, and with the ancestor standing behind them, it didn't matter if they introduced themselves. After the three of them got to know each other, they traveled together and soon arrived near the cliff. In the middle of the cliff, there were two sword marks that crossed each other. From top to bottom, it actually spanned across the entire cliff. Such a powerful sword intent. Jun Maxiao looked at the two giant sword marks and his pupils suddenly shrank. The two sword marks were a few hundred feet away from him, but he could already feel the two shocking sword intents shooting over from a distance. When they landed on his body, it gave him an irresistible pressure. "Quickly land, we can't fly in front, otherwise, we will be killed by the powerful sword intent." Li Xiaobai quickly pulled Jun Maxiao and landed on the ground. Luo Li followed behind the two of them and also landed on the ground. On the opposite side of the Sword King Stone, there was a huge flat ground where thousands of people had gathered. These people were either standing or sitting, staring at the two sword marks in front of them with different postures. The three of them came a little late and the front seats were all occupied, so they could only stand at the back. This flat ground is called Enlightenment Plaza. For tens of thousands of years, countless people have successfully comprehended the supreme sword Tao here and became famous great cultivators. Li Xiaobai pointed at the flat ground under his feet and said with a smile. "Haha, then I hope we also have some gains." Jun Maxiao laughed and said. Luo Li looked around and found that all the cultivators on the Enlightenment Plaza were mostly concentrated in the soul sculpting realm and primary sea realm. There was not a single celestial bridge realm expert. She couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. Li Xiaobai glanced at Luo Li and explained with a smile, "The Sword King Stone has been passed down since ancient times. It has been too long since then and the power of the two sword marks is getting weaker. For celestial bridge realm experts, there is almost no reference value. Therefore, for hundreds of years, no celestial bridge realm experts participated. So that is the case." "Thank you seniorly for explaining." Luo Li let out a slight smile. There was a piercing sound. At this moment, dozens of sword lights suddenly flew over from a distance and landed on the ground. The radiance dissipated and dozens of black-robed youths appeared. After these youths appeared, everyone at the side consciously opened up a path. The leading youth snorted and looked at everyone with contempt. He took the lead and walked to the front of the Enlightenment Plaza. "That kid is rather arrogant." Jun Maxiao looked at the youth's back and squinted his eyes before letting out a grunt. Everyone was queuing at the back and that youth was actually playing with privileges. Firstly, there were a lot of people and secondly, that youth's cultivation was at the 10th level of the soul sculpting realm. Among the thousands of people in the plaza, his cultivation was considered top-notch. After all, this place didn't have any spiritual bridge realm experts. After hearing Jun Maxiao's words, Li Xiaobai looked ahead and smiled bitterly. This is an unwritten rule in the Enlightenment Plaza. Whoever is stronger can comprehend the Tao in front. That guy is the Shaoyang sword sect's prodigy disciple, Lin Yi. He is extremely powerful and normal people wouldn't dare to provoke him. Jun Maxiao frowned and sneered. Didn't the Kamikaze dynasty have 3 major sects? Could it be that the disciples of the 3 major sects don't dare to provoke them? The 3 major sects won't come. Li Xiaobai smiled and shook his head. Their own inheritances are extremely powerful and they came here a few thousand years ago. But after the sword mark on the Sword King rock faded, they never came again. Why is that? Don't the 3 major sects have primary sea realm and soul sculpting realm disciples? Jun Maxiao raised his brows and asked. Li Xiaobai smiled and explained, after all, the 3 major sects are concerned about the reputation of the major sections. They wouldn't send out disciples to compete with those second and third-rate sects and factions for this Tao comprehension opportunity. I see. Jun Maxiao nodded silently. 3 major sects, he had already exchanged moves with the Umatsu sect's prodigy disciple. His opponent was indeed very strong, but it wasn't to the extent of being ridiculously strong. At the very least, he and Senior Luo Li could execute the Dragon Rebel art and kill his opponent. Jun Maxiao glanced at Luo Li. Luo Li's eyes revealed a trace of madness as she chuckled and said, Junior, let's rush in too. Alright, Senior, I have the same intention too. Jun Maxiao's eyes revealed a trace of dominance. From the Guyu dynasty to the Kamikaze dynasty, this pair of apprentice sister and apprentice brother had always cooperated very well. At this moment, their hearts were connected. What are you doing? Don't tell me you also want to rush over and snatch a spot? Li Xiaobai was dumbfounded. These 2 fellows only had the cultivation of first level of soul sculpting realm. Wouldn't rushing forward be courting death? Jun Maxiao patted Li Xiaobai's shoulder, then smiled mysteriously and strode forward. Make way. Jun Maxiao pulled out the limitless chaos sword from his back and walked at the front. When he saw someone blocking his path, he gently patted him with his sword. Those individuals standing at the back were all at the primary sea realm. Therefore, when he used the body of his sword to lightly slap the other party could not block it at all and was directly slapped back. Jun Maxiao's sword was like the wind. Along the way, countless people were sent flying by his divine sword. Luo Li followed behind, holding a sword in her hand and looking around vigilantly. If someone dared to make a move against Jun Maxiao, then she would not hesitate to use her sword. The 2 people's chi presence was like a rainbow, and quickly broke through the crowd and quickly rushed forward. Li Xiaobai's eyes were wide open, looking at this scene in shock. He could not believe it. His heart suddenly moved, and quickly took advantage of the crowd that had not closed in, and quickly ran over. These 2 outsider boys and girls, their strength was not ordinary. It just so happened that he was acquainted with the 2 of them, so he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The closer one was to the Sword King stone, the more astonishing the sword intent emitted from the sword mark, and the better the effect of comprehension. Therefore, in the entire Enlightenment Plaza, those who sat at the front were often the strongest or the strongest group of people. The entire crowd was in an uproar. At the beginning, Jun Maxiao and Luo Li were able to quickly rush forward. After all, they had the cultivation of soul sculpting realm, and those primary sea realm cultivators did not dare to provoke them. But halfway through, they began to encounter some soul sculpting realm cultivators. When these cultivators saw that the 2's cultivation levels were not high, and they were extremely unfamiliar, they did not have any scruples and began to fight. How could these soul sculpting realm cultivators, who were at the first, second, and third levels of the soul sculpting realm, be placed in their eyes? Swish swish, the 2 of them unleashed their swordsmanship. Waves of sword light rained down on the opposite side, instantly killing those people and causing them to be thrown off their feet. Many people saw that the 2 youths were rampaging and were extremely powerful, and for a moment, no one dared to provoke them. After a moment, Jun Maxiao quickly killed his way to the front. At the front of the Enlightenment Plaza, it was already divided into hundreds of regions, and there were about 100 factions. Of course, there were some cultivators who came alone, but because of their high cultivation, no one dared to provoke them. Luo Li and Jun Maxiao went straight to the Shaoyang Sword Sect's region. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. They did not expect that this pair of youths would actually make a move on the Shaoyang Sword Sect. The others had different expressions, as they watched from the sidelines. After all, this pair of youths did not touch their territory. Moreover, the other party only had 2 people, as such they did not need much space. Make way. We want this place. Jun Maxiao squeezed his way to the front, and pointed his sword at the Heaven's Pride level youth from the Xiaoyang sword sect. His eyebrows rose, his eyes were overbearing, and his expression was extremely arrogant, as if he was specially tailored to the previous behavior of this Heaven's Pride level disciple from the Xiaoyang sword sect. At this time, Li Xiaobai ran over from the back, and stood behind Jun Maxiao, and whispered, "Brother, they have a lot of people, let's just forget about it, let's find a weaker one." Jun Maxiao shook his head coldly. He felt that the Xiaoyang sword sect's bullying behavior was extremely unpleasant to the eyes, as such he wanted to take this opportunity to clean them up, and also to find a good position for himself. The group of people from the Xiaoyang sword sect suddenly rushed forward, as they all surrounded Jun Maxiao with their swords pointed at him. The youth looked at Jun Maxiao, and coldly said, "Looking at the 2 of you, you should be from outside, haven't you heard of our Xiaoyang sword sect's name?" "Never heard of it." Jun Maxiao shook his head indifferently, as he pointed his sword at the youth, and spoke in a disdainful tone, "This place, we want it. If you are not convinced, then let's have a real fight." Lin Yi was both angry and amused at the same time. He did not think that in the Kamikaze dynasty, there would be people who dared to be so rude to their Xiaoyang sword sect. Especially when it was just 2 guys at the first level of soul sculpting realm. "Good, then I will accompany you to play." Lin Yi slowly walked forward with his sword, while his body exuded a powerful aura of the 10th level of soul sculpting realm. All the people on the side, on seeing that a big fight was about to break out, suddenly stretched their necks to look over. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. This unfamiliar pair of young man and woman unexpectedly wanted to challenge the top Heaven's Pride disciples of the Kamikaze dynasty's Xiaoyang sword sect. It was truly a case of a newborn calf not being afraid of a tiger. Although the Xiaoyang sword sect could not be compared to the 3 major academies, but it was still one of the top academies. Lin Yi, in the soul sculpting realm Heaven's Pride list, was also one of the top 20 characters. In addition, he also suppressed the foreign youth by 9 small realms. It could be said that he had taken advantage of the right time, the right place, the right people and other various advantages. For a while, the onlookers were talking about it, almost no one was optimistic about Jun Maxiao. These 2 outsiders are really stupid, 1st level of soul sculpting realm and they want to challenge the 10th level of soul sculpting realm? Their heads are really broken. Xiaoyang sword sect's Lin Yi is one of the top 20 Heaven's Prides in the soul sculpting list. He has few opponents in the same realm, not to mention the gap of 9 small realms. That outsider youngster is definitely going to lose. There were many discussions all around, but no one was optimistic about Jun Maxiao's chances. Even Li Xiaobai, who was behind Lord Grimm, had his mouth tightly shut. He didn't know what to say. The Xiaoyang sword sect was just too strong. He did not think that Jun Maxiao's move was wise. If he failed, then he might end up being ridiculed by everyone. Jun Maxiao slowly took 2 steps forward, pointed his sword at Lin Yi, and spoke with an indifferent smile, "Come on, let me see your level." Lin Yi also came forward, with ridicule in his eyes, as if he was looking at a fool. He did not say a word, and swung his sword towards Jun Maxiao's direction. This sword was as fast as lightning, and the people with weak cultivations were almost unable to see this sword light clearly. Jun Maxiao's reaction was very fast, and his body suddenly disappeared from his place. The next moment, he appeared a few feet away, and launched the Divine Dragon Sword technique. A huge golden dragon phantom appeared behind him. This made Jun Maxiao look very imposing. However, it was met with ridicule from the people around him. This sword technique looks very scary, but unfortunately it is useless. It definitely can't beat Xiaoyang sword sect's Lin Yi. Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yi, on seeing that his sword did not manage to stab Jun Maxiao, looked slightly surprised. It seems that this guy in front of him was definitely not an ordinary 1st level of soul sculpting realm cultivator. He actually had some foundation. Whoosh, his whole body instantly ignited with a layer of raging flames, as he displayed the Xiaoyang sword sect's Xiaoyang Burning Heaven sword technique. This sword technique was a fire-attributed sword technique. Once it was displayed, the surrounding 100 meters would be surrounded by raging flames, and its power was extremely formidable. An endless stream of sword light filled the void, and in an instant, the surroundings were covered in raging flames. Jun Maxiao slashed apart the flame with his sword and strode over. At this moment, he was like a supreme god of death. Several divine dragons emerged from the sword and rushed towards Lin Yi. This guy is so strong. Lin Yi was shocked. To be able to break apart the Xiaoyang Burning Heaven sword with a single strike, it seemed that the other party's true combat strength was actually not weaker than his. 3,000 Burning Heavens! Lin Yi angrily roared and used the most powerful move of the Xiaoyang Burning Heaven sword. In an instant, 3,000 blazing sword lights collided with the mystical dragons. When the two collided, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The aftermath of the battle was mixed with sparks as it spread out in all directions, scaring the nearby cultivators into hastily defending themselves. The sword light and the dragon disappeared at the same time. When Jun Maxiao saw this, a cold sneer appeared on his face. This Xiaoyang sword sex Lin Yi still had some ability, but unfortunately, he was still not his match. Thinking of this, Jun Maxiao stepped on the flames like a god bathing in fire. With a slash of his sword, hundreds of divine dragon phantoms flew out. Roar! These divine dragons roared ferociously and rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi panicked when he saw how powerful this sword was. At this moment, he had no choice but to use the most powerful sword move again in a hurry. But this time, he was not so lucky. His sword move was instantly shattered by those divine dragons. The divine dragons roared and rushed towards Lin Yi ferociously. At this moment, the fellow disciples standing behind Lin Yi raised their swords at the same time and blocked those divine dragons. What? Do you want to come at me together? With his hands behind his back, Jun Maxiao looked at these disciples of the Xiaoyang sword sect and ridiculed them. Lin Yi was not injured, but his face changed between green and red. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he led his junior brothers in another direction. One of the weaker sects saw Lin Yi and the others walking over and hurriedly made way for them. Lin Yi nodded and led his fellow disciples to settle down here. They all sat on the ground with ugly expressions. I didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. His sword skills are profound and his battle strength is amazing. When the spectators saw that Jun Maxiao had won, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and were shocked. Little junior brother, well done. Luo Li chuckled as she sheathed the sword in her hand. Brother Jun, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Li Xiaobai took a deep breath and recovered from the state of shock. Jun Maxiao patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay." In the interior of the Sword King Stone Cliff, there was a mysterious space. This space was blocked by an array formation, so the people outside could not see inside, but the people inside could see outside. A man wearing a silver mask stood at the entrance of the space with his hands behind his back and looked at the battle below indifferently. Beside him stood a few men wearing bronze masks. On the Enlightenment Square, the disturbance just now quickly subsided. Although some people were watching the battle, more people were quietly comprehending the 2 sword scars on the Sword King Stone. After all, the 2 sword scars could only appear for a limited time each time. 3 days. If they couldn't gain anything in 3 days, they would have to wait for another 10 years. A young man in a green robe sat at the front of the Enlightenment Square. Suddenly, a golden lotus appeared above his head. This lotus was made up of tiny sword auras, which hovered and floated above his head. It was extremely mysterious. Many people next to him suddenly showed envious eyes. This was a sword lotus. From ancient times to the present, there had been a supreme genius who had comprehended 9 sword lotuses from the Sword King Stone. Later, that person became a fate state expert in one fell swoop. What is that lotus? Jun Maxiao was about to comprehend it when he saw the golden sword lotus above the young man's head. He looked at Li Xiaobai and asked. That's a sword lotus. The highest one can comprehend is 9. Li Xiaobai explained with a smile. Then, he sat down cross-legged, looked at the 2 sword scars in front of him, and slowly closed his eyes. Jun Maxiao nodded. He also sat down cross-legged, stared at the Sword King Stone, and began to comprehend it. Luo Li did the same. Although her eyes were closed, the 2 sword scars seemed to be growing in her heart, blooming with infinite light and emitting billowing sword intent. If one's sword heart wasn't strong enough, it would be difficult to persist. This sword intent seems a bit familiar. At this moment, Luo Li and Jun Maxiao had the same feeling in their hearts at the same time. Although it was somewhat familiar, it was also strange. In particular, the sword intent emitted by the other sword scar was extremely strange. Just as they closed their eyes and comprehended it for less than half an hour, a golden sword lotus appeared above Luo Li and Jun Maxiao's heads. These two foreign youths are truly incredible. It has only been such a short period of time and they have already comprehended a sword lotus. On the Perception Plaza, those primary sea realm cultivators from a distance were watching as a golden sword lotus appeared above Jun Maxiao and Luo Li's heads. Their eyes were filled with envy. The Sword King Stone only had 3 days to comprehend. Even if one could only comprehend one sword lotus, it would be immensely beneficial to one's sword Dao cultivation in the future. Following the exclamations of the primary sea realm cultivators, there were constantly golden sword lotuses appearing above the heads of the people at the front of the Perception Plaza. The first 3 sword lotuses weren't too difficult and cultivators with a certain level of talent would be able to comprehend them. From the 4th sword lotus onwards, it was getting increasingly difficult. Most of the Divine Bridge realm prodigies that occupied the front row of the Perception Plaza would be able to comprehend 2 or 3 sword lotuses. If they could comprehend 4 or more, their future sword Dao breakthroughs would be extremely shocking. 20 hours later, 3 golden sword lotuses appeared above Jun Maxiao and Luo Li's heads. At this moment, among the 200 to 300 individuals at the front row, there were less than 5 individuals who could comprehend 3 golden sword lotuses. The Xiaoyang sword sex Lin Yi opened one of his eyes and swept a cold glance at Jun Maxiao. When he saw that the 2 of them also had 3 sword lotuses like him, he couldn't help but sneer. Senior Lin, do your best. You are our Xiaoyang sword sex most outstanding prodigy disciple. You will definitely be able to comprehend 6 golden lotuses. A youth at the side smiled and cheered for Lin Yi. Lin Yi closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. For the past few hundred years, those who could comprehend 6 golden sword lotuses on the Sword King Stone would be ranked first. After all, the 2 sword scars on the Sword King Stone had been passed down since ancient times and their power had weakened greatly. Therefore, Lin Yi's goal was to comprehend 6 golden sword lotuses. Another 10 hours passed. At this moment, the surroundings were in silence. Dawn had yet to arrive and the entire place was plunged into darkness. But there were some cultivators who took out luminous pearls and placed them in front of them to emit radiance. Whoosh, a 4th sword lotus suddenly appeared above Lin Yi's head. He opened his eyes again and looked in Jun Maxiao's direction. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. What, that fellow had actually comprehended the 5th sword lotus? Lin Yi found it hard to believe. Originally, they had been progressing at the same speed, but unexpectedly, in just 10 hours, Jun Maxiao had already comprehended the 5th sword lotus. And he was only at the 4th flower. Lin Yi swept his gaze over the others and discovered that there were about 10 people who had comprehended 5 golden lotuses. This caused him to feel immense pressure in his heart. He closed his eyes again and immersed himself in the state of comprehending the sword intent. Another few hours passed. Lin Yi had comprehended the 5th golden sword lotus. He opened his eyes and looked at Jun Maxiao. In that instant, his breathing quickened. He was shocked once again. Jun Maxiao had already comprehended 7 golden sword lotuses. F***ck, Lin Yi was so angry that he wanted to curse. How could this foreign kid have such amazing talent? His comprehension speed was too fast, wasn't it? In the past few hundred years, there had never been anyone who had comprehended 7 golden sword lotuses. When he looked at the girl beside Jun Maxiao, his eyes almost popped out. He saw that there were also 7 golden sword lotuses floating above the beautiful girl's head. The 2 of them were exactly the same, advancing side by side and comprehending at the same speed. Lin Yi glanced at the others again. None of them had comprehended 6 golden sword lotuses. This made him extremely angry. He didn't expect that all the limelight would be stolen by these 2 outsiders. At this moment, the 7th golden sword lotus above Jun Maxiao and Luo Li's heads had just appeared. But many cultivators had seen it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. It had been 500 years. In the Kamikaze dynasty, there had never been anyone who had comprehended 7 golden sword lotuses. And now, only 1.5 days had passed. Perhaps, these two youths could continue to break through. Many of the weaker primary sea realm cultivators looked at the two youths with eyes that were filled with anticipation. But there were some divine bridge realm cultivators in the front row who were looking at Jun Maxiao and Luoli with eyes filled with jealousy and anger. They were jealous of the duo because they were a pair of foreign youths and they had stolen the limelight from all the sects in the Kamikaze dynasty. At this moment, Jun Maxiao opened his eyes and looked around. He noticed that apart from his senior sister Luoli and himself, the others only had 5 golden sword lotuses at most. He couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. At the start, when he was at the first 3 lotus, his speed was the same as everyone else. Jun Maxiao was filled with nervousness as he was afraid that he would be left behind. But now, he and his senior sister had already left the others far behind. Li Xiaobai, who was seated beside him, also opened his eyes and looked at Jun Maxiao with a shocked expression. He said blankly, "You are all so strong. The sword mark on the Sword King stone has weakened, but you are still able to comprehend 7 golden sword lotuses. Truly incredible. Brother Li, you are not bad either," Jun Maxiao laughed. Li Xiaobai had 4 golden sword lotuses above his head. He was considered to be in the lead among the primary sea realm cultivators. "Junior brother, don't be distracted. Let's continue to comprehend." At this moment, Luoli closed her eyes and transmitted a message to Jun Maxiao. "Yes, senior sister." Jun Maxiao had a stern expression and immediately closed his eyes to continue comprehending the sword intent. A few hours later. The sky was already bright as the sun rose in the east. The golden sunlight landed on every cultivator on the Perception Plaza. Look! That pair of outsider youngsters actually comprehended the 8th golden sword lotus. A cultivator with sharp eyes saw the 8th golden sword lotus above Luoli and Jun Maxiao's heads. Buzz, this caused a huge uproar among the crowd. Everyone started to discuss and looked at Jun Maxiao and Luoli with envious and jealous expressions. Right now, some of the cultivators had already given up on comprehending the Sword King stone. It was going to be the 3rd day soon. They had already reached the limit of comprehension. No matter how diligent they wouldn't be able to comprehend another sword lotus. Such bastards. Are these two still humans? Lin Yi opened his eyes and looked at Jun Maxiao while gritting his teeth. He was still at the 5th golden lotus and was still a long way from the 6th. He didn't even know if he could break through. Lin Yi glanced at the people beside him and found that apart from Luoli and Jun Maxiao, no one else had comprehended the 6th golden sword lotus. What a freak! At this moment, Lin Yi had no choice but to admit defeat. That pair of outsiders were far more talented in sword principle than he was. It hadn't even been 3 days. From the looks of it, these two people had a chance to break the record of 9 sword lotuses. In the secret space of the Sword King stone cliff. "Master, those 2 youngsters are so strong." A young man wearing a bronze mask exclaimed as he glanced outside. "These 2 youngsters have unparalleled talent in sword Dao. Maybe they have a chance to break through to the 9th sword lotus." The man wearing a silver mask revealed a faint smile in his eyes. At this moment, he had made up his mind to take these 2 youngsters under his command no matter what. Beside the surging river, a black carriage was parked there. Yi Yun was still sitting in the carriage, staring at the river in a daze. He suddenly felt something and looked in a certain direction. How can 8 sword lotuses be enough? At least 9. If you can get 10, that would be even better. Yi Yun smiled slightly. Among the 2 sword scars, one of them was his sword scar. As disciples of the Shenlong sect, Luoli and Jun Maxiao naturally had a natural advantage in comprehending Yi Yun's sword Dao. The other of the 2 sword scars was also based on Yi Yun's. It was as if one was an emperor and the other was a concubine. It's been 100,000 years. The world has changed a lot. Some people are no longer around from the antiquity times, but there are still some traces left in the world. Yi Yun sighed softly. His eyes were full of desolation. The Great Tao was a solitary path. At this moment, no one could understand the loneliness in Yi Yun's heart. Perhaps only by constantly cultivating and becoming stronger could he relieve this loneliness. He gently closed his eyes. At noon on the third day, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, two golden sword lotuses once again appeared above the heads of Jun Ma Xiao and Luo Li. It can't be? What kind of monsters are these two guys? How could they comprehend the ninth golden sword lotus at the same time? It's incredible. The power of the two sword scars has declined greatly in the past 500 years. It's hard to imagine that these two foreign boys and girls could still comprehend the ninth golden sword lotus. How good would it be if they were cultivators of the Kamikaze dynasty? In an instant, the entire Enlightenment Square was like a pot of boiling water. Everyone was in an uproar. It had been a full 100,000 years since the antiquity times. The number of people who could comprehend the ninth sword lotus could be counted on one hand. But now, these two young men and women, who came from nowhere, had done it at the same time. Their talent in the way of the sword was simply too terrifying. He was simply a monster. Lin Yi of the Shaoyang sword sect paled when he saw the 9 golden sword lotuses above Jun Ma Xiao's head. He muttered to himself, what the f***ck? Is he even human? At this moment, he finally admitted his defeat. He was still a little bit away from the 6th golden sword lotus, but Jun Ma Xiao had already comprehended the 9th sword lotus. This was the difference between them. The prodigies in the front row of the Enlightenment Square all shook their heads and sighed. In front of Jun Ma Xiao and Luo Li, they didn't have any sense of existence. This was because none of them had comprehended 6 sword lotuses. There were so many of them, but they were completely outclassed by Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao. Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao seemed to have fallen into some kind of mystical state. The two of them still had their eyes closed as they tried to comprehend the 2 sword scars on the Sword King stone. The 9 golden sword lotuses above their heads rotated gently, emitting a golden radiance, giving off an exceptionally sacred feeling. They're still trying to comprehend. Oh my god, what are they trying to do? 9 sword lotuses is already the limit. Countless people widened their eyes as they stared at the 2 figures in front of them. Li Xiaobai also stopped trying to comprehend at this moment. He already felt that he had reached the end. But when he saw the backs of Jun Ma Xiao and Luo Li, his breathing quickened as he fell into a huge shock. It could be seen that the two of them were still in a state of enlightenment. Could it be that they could continue to break through, but in the past 100,000 years, no one had ever broken through to the 10th golden sword lotus? Li Xiaobai was very excited. He held his breath and quietly waited for a miracle to happen. At this moment, in the mysterious space inside the Sword King stone cliff, the man wearing the silver mask was so excited that his entire body trembled slightly. It had been a full 10,000 years. Now, 2 monsters with 9 sword lotuses had appeared again. As the guardian of the Sword King stone, he had guarded it for a full 1,000 years, hoping that another monster with 9 sword lotuses would appear. These guardians had been passed down from generation to generation since ancient times, and had been passed down for 100,000 years. However, as the sword mark on the Sword King stone continued to weaken over the past few thousand years, the guardians also felt the danger. Maybe in another 100 years, the sword mark on the Sword King stone would disappear. As guardians, there was nothing for them to protect. Therefore, this time, the guardian decided to find an inheritor among those who were comprehending the Sword King stone. In the future, that inheritor would inherit the Sword King Palace that had been established by the guardians. The Sword King Palace didn't belong to the Kamikaze dynasty. It was just a hidden underground force with a small number of people. There were only dozens of them. However, as the first master of the Sword King Palace, he had reached the peak of the 10th level of the Fate State. Such a level. He would be a big shot even in the Plow dynasty. Time passed slowly. At this moment, everyone in the Enlightenment Square was watching Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao, looking forward to their next performance. In the evening, Zhang Zian was still in the room. The 2 sword marks on the Sword King stone suddenly glowed brightly, illuminating an area with a radius of thousands of kilometers. This astonishing phenomenon immediately stunned everyone. The Sword King stone was glowing brightly, illuminating a radius of 3,000 kilometers. Everyone narrowed their eyes and stared at the Sword King stone. Then, an amazing scene appeared. 2 people showed up in the dazzling light. One of them was a man in a white robe with his back to everyone. He had an extraordinary temperament, as if he were a supreme god, standing at the top of the sky and looking down at all the people in the world. Next to him, there was a beautiful woman standing there. Even though it was only her back, one glance was enough to tell that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Ancestor. That's our ancestor. The man wearing a silver mask in the cliff's base suddenly knelt on the ground in excitement, tears flowing out of his eyes. That peerlessly beautiful woman was the ancestor of the Guardian's bloodline. It was this ancestor who told them to guard the Sword King stone forever until the sword marks disappeared one day. Only then would the task be completed. Generation after generation of guardians abided by the old ancestor's teachings and silently guarded the Sword King stone, never leaving it for the rest of their lives. The disciples wearing bronze masks saw their master suddenly kneeling on the ground and crying. They were all shocked and also knelt behind. What is this? Could it be that this is the life and death expert who left 2 sword marks on the Sword King stone? These ancient powerful experts are too strong. The 2 sword marks they left behind have been passed down for 100,000 years. On the Enlightenment Square, all the cultivators stood up in shock and stared blankly at the 2 supreme figures. At this moment, they seemed to have turned into statues. At this moment, Jun Maxiao and Luo Li's heads flashed again, and 10 golden sword lotuses appeared. 10 sword lotuses, they broke the record of all the cultivators who had comprehended the Sword King stone for 100,000 years. Am I seeing things? There's actually a 10th sword lotus? On the Enlightenment Square. All the cultivators widened their eyes and looked at the 2 figures in front of them in shock. 10 golden sword lotuses floated above each of their heads. Each golden sword lotus emitted an astonishing amount of sword energy. I must be hallucinating. It's been 100,000 years since the ancient times and no one has ever been able to comprehend the 10th golden sword lotus. Some cultivators shook their heads and rubbed their eyes desperately. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. 9 was already the limit. How could there be 10 now? Oh my god, Brother Jun is not only a monster, he's simply a god among monsters. Li Xiaobai screamed. He suddenly saw the 10th golden sword lotus and his expression changed greatly. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. He was the closest to Jun Maxiao and Luo Li, less than 3 meters away, so he could clearly feel the astonishing sword chi emitted by the 10th golden sword lotus. It was far more than the previous 9. This was too inconceivable, too shocking. The entire Enlightenment Square was in an uproar for a while before everyone tacitly quieted down. Everyone stared blankly at the 10 golden sword lotuses spinning above Luo Li and Jun Maxiao's heads. For a moment, they still couldn't believe that all this was real. At this moment, Luo Li and Jun Maxiao also woke up from their state of comprehension. In an instant, the 2 saw the Sword King stone shining brightly. They also saw the 2 supreme figures on the Sword King stone, who were like divine kings of the 9 heavens. Luo Li's eyes widened. Suddenly, her heart failed to live up to her expectations and started thumping. Why did the imposing figure in front of her look so much like the ancestor? It was too similar. Luo Li was in a daze and almost couldn't help but shout. Senior sister, you see, is that person the ancestor? Jun Maxiao stammered. I feel like, Luo Li also stammered and nodded heavily. The 2 people's voices had just faded. The 2 figures on the Sword King stone suddenly turned into 2 bright lights and fell into the bodies of Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. In an instant, the light that shone for 3,000 miles dissipated. As for the 2 sword scars on the Sword King stone, they had lost all of their power and could no longer emit the slightest bit of sword intent. The 2 rays of light projected into the body and turned into an incomparably violent sword intent, like a river rushing through the body. It resonated with the sword heart in the body. Bang! The 2 people's bodies shook almost at the same time, and they instantly entered the soul sculpting 2nd level. Senior sister, we broke through again. Jun Maxiao said yes. At this moment, Luo Li, Luo Li, Luo, whoosh, the 10 golden Luo. The 2 of them felt an extremely profound sword technique suddenly appear in their minds. This is the 9 heavens lotus technique. Jun Maxiao, with a shocked face, softly read out the name of this sword technique. This sword technique, by itself, was extremely powerful, but when combined with 2 swords, it would erupt with an unimaginable power. Jun Maxiao and Luo Li stood up at the same time. At this moment, the enlightenment was completely over. Alas! The two people looked in the direction of the Sword King Stone and found that the two sword scars no longer had any sword intent. They could not help but look sad, and sighed softly. The remaining sword intent of the Sword King Stone was completely divided between the two of them. Elder brother Jun, congratulations! Li Xiaobai ran over, with a face full of smiles, cupped his fists and said. You're too polite. Jun Maxiao said with a smile. At this time, he found that the surroundings were silent, and all the cultivators were staring at him with a strange look in their eyes. It felt as if he had taken their most beloved thing. Jun Maxiao smiled and did not take it to heart. After all, the sword intent of the Sword King Stone had been completely absorbed by him and his senior sister. The two of them were the biggest beneficiaries, and he could understand the feelings of the others. The sword intent of the Sword King Stone has been completely absorbed by the two of you. What will the other cultivators of the Kamikaze dynasty do in the future? A cultivator looked at Jun Maxiao angrily. That's right. Another cultivator chimed in indignantly. With someone taking the lead to criticize, it triggered a group effect. Everyone was furious, and their expressions were impassioned. They all criticized Jun Maxiao and Luo Li. After all, these two people came from outside, but they had snatched away the opportunities of the Kamikaze dynasty. Whoosh, suddenly, a huge pressure descended from the sky, immediately making it difficult for all the cultivators on the Enlightenment Square to breathe, and it was difficult for them to open their mouths. On the cliff of the Sword King Stone, a ray of light suddenly flashed, and then a simple bronze door appeared. The bronze door slowly opened. A middle-aged man wearing a white mask slowly walked in the void. He had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were like the stars in the universe, constantly changing. An indescribably terrifying aura was emitted from his body. He's a great cultivator of the Fate State. In an instant, the expression of one of the young geniuses from the super sex turned ugly. He came out of the Sword King Stone, and he's wearing a silver mask. Is he the guardian of the Sword King Stone? Another older cultivator said in a trembling voice. It wasn't a secret that the Sword King Stone had a guardian, but it had rarely appeared since ancient times. Only when some ignorant sects wanted to take the Sword King Stone away would the guardian appear and scare away all covetous people. Legend had it that the guardian of the Sword King Stone was comparable to the grand elders of the three major sects of the Kamikaze dynasty. However, they did not expect that the guardian had reached the 10th level of the Fate State, far surpassing the grand elders of the three major sections. After all, it was said that the grand elders of the three major sects had not really crossed the Fate State. The guardian with the silver mask lowered his head and looked in the direction of the Tao Enlightenment Square. He said calmly, "You all have peerless talents and reproduced the 10 golden sword lotuses, thereby obtaining the inheritance of the Sword King Stone. Now, are you all willing to join the Sword King Palace and pass down this sword technique?" Although his voice was calm, it was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked. A great cultivator of the Fate State was invincible. "I'm sorry, Senior Guardian, but Senior Sister and I will not join any sect." Jun Maxiao shook his head with an apologetic look. He was rejected. The Guardian obviously did not expect that. He had already emitted the aura of the 10th level of the Fate State. Could it be that the two youths below could not see it? In the entire Kamikaze dynasty, the three major sects were just ants in his eyes. However, he had been abiding by his ancestors' teachings and guarding the Sword King Stone for a long time, so very few people in the world knew about him. Seeing Jun Maxiao's merciless rejection, everyone in the Enlightenment Square showed a gloating expression. They dared to offend a great cultivator of the Fate State. These two foreign youths were really arrogant. Young people, you are still young and have a promising future. Don't you want to think about it carefully? The silver-masked guardian stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were deep, as if there were stars in them. All of a sudden, his body exuded boundless sword intent. The sword intent was so bright that it looked like a beam of light soaring into the sky. At this moment, he had completely released the powerful sword intent of a powerhouse at the peak of the 10th level of the Fate Realm. The white sword intent soared into the sky. In the air, the dark clouds within a radius of 10,000 miles were shattered. The momentum was mighty and extremely shocking. Everyone in the Enlightenment Square broke out in a cold sweat at this time, as if their throats would be cut by the sword intent at any time. These two outsiders really don't know what's good for them. They made us suffer here. They are really inhumane. The cultivators of the Kamikaze dynasty in the Enlightenment Square were so angry that they cursed in their hearts. This powerful guardian founded the Sword King Palace and was a great cultivator at the 10th level of the Fate Realm. How good would it be to join them? Such a great opportunity could not be found even if one searched for it with a lantern. Many people wanted to curse these two young people as fools. However, they were suppressed by the sword intent in the sky. No one could move or even open their mouths. They could only curse in their hearts. Senior Guardian, we won't think about it. We won't join any sect. Jun Maxiao cupped his fists and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Ha ha ha, the Guardian suddenly laughed. His voice rumbled, causing the entire earth to tremble. Little girl, are you willing? His voice was extremely soft, and he tried to make himself look like an amiable elder. Since the young man was so stubborn, he hoped that the young girl would be frightened by his momentum and join the Sword King Palace he founded. As far as he knew, girls were generally timid. Senior Guardian, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I won't join any sect either. Luoli smiled faintly. She was the current sect master of the Shenlong sect. How could she join another sect? She would not join even if she was killed. Luoli was used to licking blood on the blade, and the last thing she was afraid of was being threatened. Luoli was so angry that the Guardian's face turned ashen. His body trembled slightly and he could no longer speak. Who would have thought that his painstaking efforts would all go to waste? These two foreign youths were really stubborn. They didn't fall for his carrot and stick tactics at all. Was he, a great cultivator at the peak of the 10th level of the Fate Realm, not qualified to be their master? He sighed softly. The sword intent behind his back was instantly retracted into his body. On the Enlightenment Square, everyone suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies disappear, and they hurriedly gasped for breath. Senior Guardian, these two fellows don't know what's good for them. Senior, please take back the Sword King Stone inheritance from them. This is the opportunity of our Kamikaze dynasty. How can it be taken away by outsiders? Senior, please take back the inheritance. In an instant, everyone in the Enlightenment Square knelt on the ground. Li Xiaobai also knelt on the ground. At this moment, Li Xiaobai's heart was also complicated. However, after all, he knew Luoli and Jun Maxiao, so he couldn't be thick-skinned and say something like that. He was very puzzled in his heart. Why did these two fellows miss such a good opportunity? Li Xiaobai really had a feeling of disappointment in his heart. Senior sister, Jun Maxiao looked at Luoli with a wry smile on his face. He didn't expect things to develop like this in the end. The 10 sword lotuses had already entered their bodies, and the peerless sword technique had also taken root in their minds. How could they take it back, unless they killed the two of them? Don't be afraid. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Luoli's eyes were firm as she looked at the Guardian in the sky. She also wanted to see what the Guardian was going to do. I'll ask again. Are you really not going to join my Sword King Palace? The Guardian was unwilling to give up and asked again. Senior, we appreciate your kindness, but we won't join any sect. Luoli and Jun Maxiao said almost at the same time. Okay. The Guardian's face was filled with despair. He stretched out a trembling hand and slowly dropped it. In the air. One of his hands turned into a huge hand of supernatural power. It fell from the sky and covered the sun. The momentum was amazing, as if the end of the world had come. When the others on the Dao Comprehension Square saw this scene, they were all shocked to the point that they sat on the ground. An expert at the 10th level of the Fate State was too horrifying. The horrifying palm slowly descended upon Lin Fan. It wasn't fast. It was still giving the boy and girl a chance to regret. However, Luoli and Jun Maxiao were still standing straight and looking at the sky with bright eyes. There was no fear on their faces. They saw that the boy and girl were not going to join the Sword King Palace even if they had to die. Humph. A trace of anger appeared in the Guardian's eyes. He pressed his hand down, ready to completely destroy the boy and girl. Suddenly, the guardian's face changed. The giant hand formed from magic power stopped moving in midair. A white figure appeared on the enlightenment square without anyone noticing. Greetings, ancestor. Luoli and Jun Maxiao were delighted to see Yi Yun. They quickly knelt on the ground. Get up. You did well. You didn't let me down, Yi Yun smiled calmly. A surge of supernatural power swept out and lifted the two up. Luoli and Lord Grimm had comprehended 10 golden sword lotuses. That was 100,000 years ago. Yi Yun had planned this on the cliff. 9 wasn't the limit. 10 was the limit. After comprehending 10 golden sword lotuses, one could activate the sword technique in the 2 sword scars. This sword technique wasn't created by Yi Yun alone. It was created by him and his former confidant. The two of them had a sudden inspiration and created it together. Who are you? The guardian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the young man in white on the enlightenment square. He couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Although his palm contained 10% of his strength, it was definitely not something that an ordinary person could take. However, this young man in white whose cultivation he couldn't see through had easily taken it. Could it be that this young man's cultivation was higher than his? But how was that possible? Not to mention the Kamikaze dynasty, there weren't many people whose cultivation was higher than his even in the Plow Empire. Yi Tian raised his head and glanced at the guardian with an indifferent expression. He took a step forward and arrived in the void, standing in front of the protector. You. How many generations of guardians have you been? Yi Yun looked at the 2 sword scars on the Sword King stone that no longer had any sword intent. His expression was calm, and his tone was bleak. Who are you, sir? The guardian did not answer Yi Yun's question. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and a shocking sword light suddenly burst out from the depths of his eyes. He was ready to attack. The young man in white in front of him gave him a very fearful feeling, making him feel uneasy. Only by unsheathing his sword could he feel at ease. Yi Yun looked at the masked guy in front of him and said indifferently, "You don't deserve to know my name, how arrogant." The anger in the guardian's heart erupted like a volcano. Perhaps he could no longer endure this unknown threat, so he actually slashed down with his sword. This sword light seemed to be born from the vast galaxy. When the sword fell, the heavens shook. What a powerful sword! As expected of a great cultivator of the Fate realm. He's half a step into the life and death realm. At this time, countless cultivators on the Enlightenment Square looked up at the sky with disbelief on their faces. This astonishing sword light was suddenly fixed in midair. You've got guts. You actually dare to attack me. A cold voice suddenly resounded in the void. Yi Yun looked at the sword light that was fixed in midair with a faint sneer on his face. If it wasn't the descendant of an old friend, how could this protector still be alive? How is this possible? The guardian saw that his sword light was fixed in midair and could not stab down at all. He was almost scared out of his wits. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a possibility. The expert in front of him should be at least a life and death realm expert. Huff. Yi Yun gently blew a breath. When this breath landed on the dazzling and cold sword light, the sword light immediately turned into wisps of green smoke and dissipated. What a joke. Louis, your descendant actually attacked me. You didn't expect this, did you? Yi Yun walked toward the guardian step by step with his hands behind his back. You. How do you know the name of our ancestor? The guardian's face suddenly changed when he heard the name Louis. The name of the old ancestor was only known by generations of guardians. Other than that, no one else in the world knew. However, this white-clothed youth in front of him knew the name of the ancestor. How was this possible? The protector's heart was in turmoil. As he watched the white-robed young man walk towards him, he realized that his body had been imprisoned. He couldn't even move a finger. A guardian at the 10th level of the Fate State was defeated just like that? When the cultivators on the Enlightenment Square saw this, they were all scared out of their wits. Some people turned around and tried to escape. Yi Yun glanced down indifferently. Suddenly, everyone's bodies were restricted by a mysterious force. It was as if they had been immobilized. Everyone looked at the white-clothed youth in the sky in shock. It was hard to imagine what kind of shocking level this person's cultivation had reached. Yi Yun walked in front of the guardian, raised his hand, and slapped the guardian's face. The silver mask suddenly shattered, revealing an old face. Now, this old face was filled with fear, and there was an indescribable despair in the depths of his eyes. "Who are you?" the guardian said with difficulty. "Yi Yun." Yi Yun softly spat out 2 words. "Yi Yun?" The guardian frowned and softly muttered this name. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. His face suddenly twisted and he said in a trembling voice, How is this possible? How can you still be alive?" His tone changed at the end. Because this name was also passed down among the guardians. Yi Yun and Lu Yi. They were the creators of the 2 sword marks on the Sword King stone. So far, only the guardians passed down from generation to generation knew the names of these 2 people. "It seems that you remember," Yi Yun smiled calmly. "This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The ancestor has been dead for almost 100,000 years. How can you still be alive?" The guardian had a mental breakdown and talked to himself crazily. It was hard for him to imagine that the white-robed young man in front of him was the sect master of the Eternal Level Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago, known as the #1 Eternal Realm expert in the Tsungnan continent. But how did he survive? Not to mention an Eternal Realm expert, even a legendary True God Realm expert could not live for 100,000 years. "Nothing is impossible." Yi Yun smiled indifferently and suddenly pointed in the air with his finger. In front of him, a beautiful woman in red appeared. "This is the ancestor." After the guardian saw the woman's appearance, he was shocked and his knees suddenly went soft and he wanted to kneel on the ground. However, he was restrained and couldn't even lift a finger. Suddenly, Yi Yun withdrew his magic power. The image of the woman also disappeared. When he drew this portrait, he had already isolated everything. Only he and the guardian could see all this. Perhaps it was sad to see things. Yi Yun's expression suddenly became sadder. He took a deep breath. After a few seconds, Yi Yun's expression once again became as calm as an ancient well. There was not the slightest ripple on his face. The sadness from before had long disappeared. Yi Yun had signed in for 100,000 years in this space. His Tao heart had long been incomparably strong. He looked at the guardian and said indifferently, "You can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. You should be suppressed for 500 years. After that, Yi Yun gently pointed. The guardian in front of him suddenly turned into a stone statue. Yi Yun slapped the stone statue into the mysterious space. When the stone statue entered, all the disciples of the Sword King Palace also turned into stone statues at this moment. Yi Yun gently pointed with his hand. The entire mountain range immediately sank into the ground with a rumble. He wrote a word. Seal. This big word shone with a sacred light. After falling to the ground, it completely disappeared. Seeing this young man in white who looked like a god, all the cultivators on the Enlightenment Square were so scared that their bodies turned cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. A cultivator at the 10th level of the Heaven's Mandate realm was easily suppressed like this, and he was suppressed for 500 years. This kind of suppression method was amazing. They had never heard of it before. "You people, you all deserve to die," Yi Yun looked at the thousands of cultivators below indifferently. In his eyes, these cultivators were like ants, insignificant. He let out a breath. The thousands of cultivators turned into wisps of green smoke and dissipated amidst their horrified expressions. Including Li Xiaobai. Similarly, in Yi Yun's heart, such cultivators were no different from ants. Below the True God realm, everyone was an ant. Yi Yun wouldn't let Li Xiaobai off just because he had met Jun Maxiao once. This Li Xiaobai took advantage of Jun Maxiao, so he wasn't a good person either. However, Yi Yun still gave the protector some leeway for the sake of his former confidant. He only suppressed the protector for 500 years. They watched as the huge mountain sank into the ground in the blink of an eye. Luo Li and Jun Maxiao couldn't help but think of the 18 levels of hell that suddenly gushed out from under the Divine Sword sect of the ancient Moon Dynasty. Both of them couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. When the old ancestor made a move, he had always been ruthless and would never leave behind any future troubles. Old ancestor, was the figure that appeared on the Sword King stone really you? Jun Maxiao stammered. Yi Yun nodded and suddenly disappeared into the void. Jun Maxiao and Luoli looked at each other, their eyes filled with indescribable shock. But at the same time, both of them had a question in their hearts. Who was that peerless beauty to the old ancestor? 1 month later, a black carriage slowly approached from the distance. Inside the carriage, Yiyin opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes felt as though there were countless stars in the universe that were being born and destroyed. Each and every world was undergoing an unimaginable cycle of destruction and rebirth. After leaving the Sword King Rock, Yiyin didn't let the big black horse hurry on with the journey. Instead, he gave Luoli and Jun Maxiao a chance to comprehend and improve. During this 1 month, his cultivation had been constantly climbing and had reached the peak state of 10th level True God realm. He was only a paper's breadth away from the Divine Lord realm. As long as Yiyin wanted to, he could break through to that realm at any time. But the breakthrough of this realm would cause a huge anomaly and cause unimaginable destruction. The entire Sunnan continent wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, Yiyin had been suppressing his cultivation realm and didn't choose to break through. Strange, this carriage doesn't have a coachman and there is a big black cat at the front. Could this big black cat be a coachman? This is truly strange. This must be an ownerless item. There were a few cultivators that passed by and were whispering around the black carriage. Get lost. The big black cat raised its head and cursed angrily. When those cultivators saw the big black cat suddenly speaking, they were shocked and nearly fell to the ground. Their cultivation levels weren't high and were only at the primary sea realm. After being scolded by the big black cat, their souls nearly left their bodies. These cultivators scrambled to escape from the black carriage. The surroundings instantly regained its peace. Little cat, you have quite a harvest for this 1 month. After eating the elixirs bestowed by the old master, you should be reaching the destiny realm soon, right? Uncle Ma, how can I be so fast? I am only at Nirvana realm level 10 now. The big black cat let out a bashful smile and extended its paw to lick it. It didn't expect for the old master to bestow it with a bag of Emperor-class soul elixirs. There were 1,000 of them in the bag. For the past month it had been eating 1 pill a day, and its cultivation had been increasing rapidly. This made the big black cat extremely happy. After thousands of years of cultivation, he had never felt so good from taking pills to level up. Eating an emperor-level spiritual soul pill as if it was a candy was something unimaginable in the past. Forget about emperor-level pills. Even if it was emperor-level pills, it had never eaten more than 2 or 3 emperor-level pills in its entire life. The big black cat felt more and more that it was wise. Sure enough, the more serious the injury, the greater the reward. This made it even more determined. The big black cat swore that if its master needed it to fight again, its injuries would be even worse. Perhaps, when the time came, the number of spiritual soul pills given to it by its master would be doubled. When the big black cat thought about how its cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds, and how it would eventually become a peerless monster at the Fate realm, surpassing its previous master, the big black cat was in a very good mood. The big black cat was now at Nirvana realm level 10. It wasn't far from the Fate realm. It had to be said that Emperor-level pills were truly terrifying. In the Plow Empire, if an Emperor-level pill appeared, it would be fought over. But now, it was eating them like candy. The big black cat felt that its life had become more and more comfortable ever since it started following its master. Nirvana realm level 10. Isn't that close to the Fate realm? The big black horse looked at it with disdain. Whoosh, a thick ponytail suddenly flew over and slapped the big black cat in the face. The ponytail seemed light, but when it landed on the big black cat's head, it was as heavy as a mountain, making it see stars. Uncle Ma, please spare my life. My little body isn't strong enough. The big black cat looked like it was about to cry as it held its 2 paws above its head. The big black horse chuckled and ignored it. Suddenly, it raised its head. A green thunderbolt streaked across the sky at an incomparably fast speed. The big black horse narrowed its eyes and saw that within the azure lightning was a large azure bird. So it's a Rize. The big black horse pouted and shook its head. That Rize's bloodline wasn't pure, and its cultivation was pitifully low. It was only at the peak of the 10th floor of Xianxia. Furthermore, it was injured and was running away in a hurry. After that, Rize disappeared. Several figures could be seen flying across the sky. They seemed to be chasing that demon beast. At that moment, the big black cat also looked up at the sky. When it saw that there were disciples from the Qitianjianzong sect and the Umatsu sect among those figures, it couldn't help but shout, "Old Master, it should be people from the three major sections. They are chasing that Rize, little cat, you really like to talk too much. Does Old Master not know all this?" The big black horse turned around and glared at the big black cat. A bolt of lightning shot out from its eyes and landed on the big black cat. Sizzle, the big black cat was almost roasted by this bolt of lightning. The black fur on his body had been charred. Yi Yan couldn't help but laugh. What a pair of buffoons! When the big black horse bullied the big black cat, it didn't hold back at all. Fortunately, the big black horse still showed some mercy. Otherwise, the big black cat would have been roasted. "Grandpa Ma, you're too ruthless. All my hair is going to be burned off." The big black cat wanted to cry but had no tears. Originally, its black fur was as smooth and shiny as silk. Now, a large part of it was burned off, revealing its brown skin. It was as ugly as it could get. Yi Yan suddenly walked out and looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on the big black cat and he couldn't help but smile. He flicked his finger and a drop of green liquid fell on the big black cat. "Awoo! Meow!" The big black cat immediately let out a satisfied cry. "Little cat, you are in heat. Can you bear with it?" the big black horse said in annoyance. The big black cat quickly shut its mouth, afraid that Uncle Ma would give it another bolt of lightning. After absorbing this drop of mysterious green liquid, the big black cat's body was filled with a boundless life force, and it quickly grew out a body of black fur. "Thank you, Master." The big black cat knelt on the ground and cried emotionally. It was both surprised and happy that it had regained its black fur. At this moment, two rays of light flew out of the carriage and landed on the ground. It was Luoli and Jun Maxiao. "Greetings, old ancestor." The two of them saw Yi Yan standing on the carriage and quickly bowed. Yi Yan looked at the two of them and smiled. Luoli and Jun Maxiao had cultivated diligently for a month and continuously nurtured the 10 golden sword lotuses. In addition, they had consumed the dragon tiger pill and their cultivation had increased by another level. Now, they had reached the 3rd floor of Xianxia Jing. Looking at the two cultivators who had once been in the Qi refinement realm and now were great cultivators in the celestial bridge realm, Yi Yan felt very relieved. Now, the 3 major sects of the Kamikaze dynasty and some first-rate sects have sent disciples to the Jilei mountain range to capture that Rize. "The two of you should go and gain experience as well," Yi Yan said indifferently. "Yes, old ancestor." Jun Maxiao and Luoli quickly agreed. "Oh right, I will be leaving the Xangnan continent for a period of time." Yi Yan looked at the two of them and suddenly said in an earth-shattering voice. "What?" The ancestor was leaving the Xangnan continent. Upon hearing the news, Luoli and Jun Maxiao turned pale with fright. At this moment, they felt like they had become orphans. It was as if the old ancestor wanted to leave them, no longer wanting them, no longer caring about them. Luoli burst into tears and said, "Ancestor, do you really not want us anymore?" Jun Maxiao, who had always been emotional, also wiped his tears and said, "Ancestor, am I too useless?" Seeing the two children crying so miserably, Yi Yan couldn't help but laugh. He just wanted to leave the Xangnan continent and find a suitable place to break through to the monarch god realm. How could he abandon these 3 little guys? No matter what, he had to cultivate the remaining 3 little guys in the Shenlong sect to the eternal realm before he could leave with peace of mind. "Master, you can't go. We can't live without you." The big black cat also cried bitterly. If the master left, its future cultivation resources would be cut off. The big black horse, who had always been calm, was also nervous. A layer of hazy mist gushed out of its eyes. It turned its head to look at Yi Yan and asked softly, "Master, can you take me with you?" Seeing that these people were thinking the wrong way, Yi Yan suddenly felt funny and shook his head gently. "I'm going to break through to the next realm. I'm afraid it will cause a terrible vision of heaven and earth, so I need to find a place," Yi Yan said his thoughts with a smile. Then, "Congratulations, Master, after all, the big black horse was an eternal realm great demon." It knew more and immediately laughed. The big black cat blinked. The master was already a god. Could it be? that he could continue to break through, it suddenly realized that it was ridiculously shallow. It didn't even know the next realm after the true God realm. Jun Maxiao and Luo Li looked at each other and quickly wiped away the tears in their eyes. The ancestor was too strong. He was going to break through to the next realm from the true God realm. Although they didn't know what the next realm was, they were happy for the ancestor's breakthrough. Yi Yan's expression was calm and he did not say anything more. His body suddenly disappeared from where he stood. No one knew where he went. So did the big black horse who had the highest cultivation level. Although they knew that the ancestor would come back, but the ancestor was suddenly not by their side. Jun Maxiao and Luo Li still couldn't accept it and were a little depressed. Eldest senior sister is still in seclusion. She shouldn't know about this yet, right? Jun Maxiao said in a low voice. At that time, senior sister hasn't come out? By then, senior sister hasn't secluded sect? Yes. Lord Grim nodded. I forgot to ask the ancestor. What kind of demonic beast is the Luois? I've never heard of it. Luo Li's beautiful little face suddenly showed a touch of annoyance. She had never heard of Rize. The ancestor asked them to go to the Thunder Accumulation mountain range to train. In addition to competing with the heaven's chosen disciples of the various sects, he might also want them to catch Rize. This is Rize, the big black horse gently exhaled and condensed into Rize's appearance in the air. It was a big cyan bird, somewhat similar to the blue luan, but its body was shining with amazing lightning, giving people a feeling of explosion. Especially its eyes, which were full of murderous intent, left a deep impression. So this is Rize, Jun Maxiao nodded, and then rose into the air with senior sister Luo Li, and flew in the direction of the Thunder Accumulation mountain range. The big black cat raised its paw, looked in the direction of the Thunder Accumulation mountain, and volunteered, Uncle Ma, why don't I go and protect the two young masters? You just watch the carriage. This time, master is not here, so he let me go out to exercise my muscles. The big black horse grinned, and the reins on its body suddenly fell. Then it took 2 steps forward, and changed into a middle-aged man in a black robe. Hey, Uncle Ma, what do you think of this appearance? Isn't it romantic and elegant? The big black horse grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth, and chuckled. Uncle Ma, you're really a dragon among men. Your temperament is unparalleled in the world. Except for Master, no one can surpass you. Seeing Uncle Ma turn into a human, the big black cat became hot-headed, and changed into a young man in black. He sat in the carriage, and gave the big black horse a thumbs up. Haha, you little cat, Uncle Ma likes to hear that. The big black horse laughed. Ever since it came out of Master's warehouse, it had been working hard to pull the carriage. Although it didn't complain, it always felt a little bored. This time, Master was not here, so it had to go out and exercise. First, it was to protect the two young masters. Second, it was to look for some natural treasures to fill its stomach. Third, it was to find a mare that liked it. It didn't mind leaving a little bloodline in this world, so that it wouldn't be laughed at by Sister Feng every time it went back. Little cat, look after the carriage. Uncle Ma is going. The big black horse laughed loudly, and left. The big black cat, who had turned into a young man in black, sat in the carriage, bored, and stared blankly at the sky. Master is already a true god, and he can still break through. What's the next realm? The big black cat muttered to itself. After thinking for a while, it suddenly felt a little bored, so it jumped down from the carriage, and wanted to drag the carriage away. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't move the carriage at all. Oh my god, this carriage is not ordinary. Master Cat can't even drag it. The big black cat looked depressed. When it thought of Uncle Ma dragging this carriage as fast as lightning through the void, it realized how terrifying Uncle Ma was. I can only wait here. In the end, the big black cat had no choice but to jump back into the carriage, sit cross-legged, and close its eyes to cultivate. A few figures flew through the air. Are you talking about that black carriage? Yes, Senior. There is a great demonic beast here that can speak. It seems like its cultivation level isn't low. If we can kill it, its demonic beast core will definitely be valuable. A few primary sea realm cultivators led an elder who was at the 10th level of the divine bridge realm and flew over from afar. They arrived beside the carriage. Where's the demonic cat that you were talking about? There is clearly only a black-clothed young man. The old man at the 10th stage of the celestial bridge realm said angrily as he looked at the cultivators beside him. These people insisted that there was an unmanned carriage and there was a demonic cat lying on top of it. The demonic cat's cultivation level wasn't low. When he arrived at this place, he saw the carriage. It was ordinary and there wasn't anything special about it. However, the demonic cat was nowhere to be seen. I remember that there was a big black horse in front of the carriage. Why is the horse gone? Could it have been stolen? One of the cultivators said with shock. Senior, perhaps we are late and someone beat us to it. Another primary sea realm youth said with a sullen face. Before the celestial bridge realm elder could get angry, at this moment, the black-clothed young man sitting on the black carriage suddenly opened his eyes and looked at everyone. The black-clothed young man who originally looked like an ordinary person. At this moment, he suddenly transformed into a black cat that was the size of a small mountain. Your grandpa cat is here. Nirvana realm great demon. Looking at the hill-like big black cat, the celestial bridge realm elder's vision blurred as he fainted from fright. As for the other young primary sea realm cultivators, they were already paralyzed from fright as they fell to the ground. No one would have imagined that the inconspicuous big black cat on the carriage was actually a Nirvana realm great demon. You greedy humans should pay the price for your greed. Today, your grandpa cat will represent the heavenly Tao and reincarnation to give you the ultimate judgment. The big black cat purposely put on a stern face. It gently blew out a breath that landed on those primary sea realm cultivators who were paralyzed on the ground, causing them to faint instantly. I want to learn how to blow out a breath like old master, but I still can't do it. The big black cat laughed helplessly and grabbed those people who fell on the ground, stuffing them into its mouth and eating them. After eating these people, Xianxia's eyes lit up. The big black cat returned to its human form and sat on the carriage with its eyes closed. It didn't mind if people continued to disturb it. The big black cat made up its mind that if anyone dared to touch old master's carriage, it wouldn't show any mercy and would eat them all. Above the accumulating thunder mountains, a middle-aged man in a black robe suddenly looked in a certain direction and scolded angrily, "You little cat, you don't have much ability, but you always like to pretend to be an elephant. Can you learn old master's ability to blow out a breath? Even I, your Uncle Ma, can't do it." His voice seemed to have a strange power that penetrated through the distant space and landed beside the big black cat's ears that were 1,000 miles away. "Uncle Ma, I won't dare to be like master in the future," the big black cat quickly begged for mercy. "Little cat, look after the carriage. This is your biggest mission." The black-robed middle-aged man laughed mischievously and swaggered into the accumulating thunder mountains. On the azure sea, there was a spatial fluctuation and a white-clothed figure suddenly appeared. We have already left the island in the Tsungnan continent." Yiyan looked around and chuckled softly. Just now, he continuously tore the void and crossed hundreds of millions of miles from the Kamikaze dynasty to the Tsungnan continent. He arrived at the sea region outside the Tsungnan continent. This sea region was tens of millions of miles away from the Tsungnan continent and was considered a rare place. From the Tsungnan continent, one could only reach the forbidden land of death by flying in any direction for tens of millions of kilometers. In the hearts of ordinary cultivators, the ocean surrounding the Tsungnan continent was boundless. Few cultivators could fly more than 10 million miles. It wasn't just because of distance. It was because the sea region's sea. Flying from above, it was easy to be attacked by the beasts. Tens of millions of miles away from the continent was Tsungnan island continent was continent, Tsungnan island continent. Kale Tsungnan realm was continent, Tsungnan CTU continent. That place was full of astral winds, lightning, and fire. Even an eternal realm cultivator couldn't survive for 7 days there. Yi Yun, as the top expert in the Tsungnan continent, also flew for 3 months with the help of the divine dragon's body, but he still couldn't find the end. However, he vaguely saw a continent on the other side with his divine ability. Splash, the azure sea water made a loud noise and splashed waves. A huge figure leaped out of the sea, opened its bloody mouth, and bit at Yi Yun. Yi Yan smiled faintly and flicked his finger. The huge sea monster turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. It was a sea monster at the 10th level of the Fate Realm. But for Yi Yan, it was just a snap of his fingers. He strolled leisurely and slowly flew in the air. Just now, he continuously tore the void and crossed hundreds of millions of miles. Yi Yan had consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, he had to restore his magic power first. Yi Yan took out a few pills, threw them into his mouth, and flew with the wind. He was now at the peak of the 10th level of the true immortal realm. Although he was already standing at the peak of the Xianxia continent's highest combat strength. But in fact, this kind of continuous tearing of the void and crossing hundreds of millions of miles was also a heavy burden on Yi Yan's body. Fortunately, he had the Zhu Long body, so he could withstand the pressure brought by the continuous tearing of the void. The true immortal realm is still a little weak. If one day I can advance to the Divine King realm, tearing the void and crossing hundreds of millions of miles will be as easy as drinking water and eating, Yi Yan smiled faintly. Above the true immortal realm was the Divine Lord realm, then the Divine Venerable realm, and then the Divine King realm. Yi Yan still had a long way to go to reach the Divine King realm. However, Yi Yan wasn't worried. 100,000 years of check-in had allowed him to obtain an unimaginable amount of resources. It would make his cultivation progress naturally without the slightest delay. After taking a few pills, Yi Yan quickly recovered his magic power. He tore the void again, several times in a row, and appeared thousands of miles away. Here we are again, looking at the familiar scene in front of him. Yi Yan was quite emotional. This separation had been 100,000 years. The Xianxia continent had changed over the past 100,000 years, but the barrier above the sea had not changed at all. Now in front of Yi Yan, there was a yellow barrier that connected the sea and the dome. Inside the yellow barrier, the roar of the wind was constantly coming out, and all kinds of lightning flashed from time to time. But strangely, outside this barrier, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. There was no change. But inside the barrier, it was as if the end of the world had come. Yi Yan was about to leave for this area with the astral wind when he suddenly saw two figures flying out of the barrier in a hurry. Yi Yan's pupils narrowed slightly. He couldn't help but smile when he found that they were two Eternal Realm cultivators. It had been a long time since he saw Eternal Realm cultivators, and he felt a little familiar with them. The two cultivators flew out of the astral wind area with their heads and faces covered in dust, with lingering fear on their faces. This heavenly path is not that easy to pass. Our cultivation is still too weak, an old man in a blue robe said with a sad face, shaking his head. Yes, from ancient times until now, few Eternal Realm cultivators have been able to pass through smoothly, the other old man in a red robe said with some emotion. Someone had passed through the barrier. Yi Yan suddenly felt a little incredulous. He took a step forward and came in front of the two in an instant. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Yi Yan cupped his fists and smiled faintly. Who are you? The two old men in the Eternal Realm were startled when they saw a young man in white suddenly appear. The young man in white suddenly appeared beside them like a ghost. If he had evil intentions and secretly killed them, they were afraid that they would not be able to escape death. After all, the two of them were Eternal Realm cultivators, but they did not find any trace of the young man in white, which showed that his cultivation was high. I'm an overseas itinerant cultivator, Yi Yan said with a smile. He stared at the two old men with bright eyes and asked, what's the heavenly path that the two of you were talking about? You don't know about the heavenly road? The two old men were shocked and looked at the young man in white in disbelief. The young man in white had deep facial features and an extraordinary temperament, like a banished immortal. There was an indescribable aura around him that prevented them from seeing his cultivation level. The two Eternal Realm experts thought that the young man might have some kind of secret method to hide his aura, so they couldn't see his cultivation level. They didn't treat Yi Yan as an ordinary cultivator, but as an Eternal Realm cultivator of the same level. Therefore, they didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. Excuse me, you haven't been cultivating in seclusion all this time, have you? The blue-robed old man asked with a smile. You could say that. Yi Yan smiled softly. Lying in the coffin for 100,000 years, could this be considered as seclusion? 100,000 years had passed, and the outside world had changed. Even Yi Yun didn't expect that there would be new changes in the Xianxia continent. There was an ancient road to heaven inside the barrier that hadn't changed for 10,000 years. What surprised him the most was that there were people who had walked out of the barrier and entered the new continent through the heavenly road. No wonder, the two eternal realm old men were enlightened at the same time. About 90,000 years ago, the sect master of the Ice Phoenix sect reached the peak of the 10th level of the eternal realm. She entered the astral wind area and found an extremely ancient road. Following this road, she could leave the Xianxia continent, the blue-robed old man explained. This road was named the Ancient Road to Heaven by the later generations. This road is much less dangerous. If your cultivation level is high enough, like the sect master of the Ice Phoenix sect, you can walk out of this road and enter the wider world outside. The other red-robed old man added. Yi Yun nodded solemnly. He did not expect that there would be an ancient road that had existed for a long time within the barrier. Yi Yun had never heard of such a thing 100,000 years ago. It seemed that this ancient road had existed for a very long time and had never been discovered. But because the astral wind area of the barrier was too large, no one could find this ancient road in a short time. Yi Yun had only explored it once. He only focused on vertical exploration and didn't explore horizontally, so naturally, he didn't find the so-called ancient road to heaven. Then according to what you said, the sect master of the Ice Phoenix sect was the first to walk out. May I know her name? Yi Yun asked with a smile. The Ice Phoenix sect was on par with the Divine Dragon sect of the past. They were both eternal level sections. The grudges between the two sects were endless. Of course, it was all because Yi Yun had taken liberties with the Ice Phoenix sect's holy maiden that caused the two sects to go to war several times. At that time, Yi Yun was the #1 bully in the Xianxia continent, but he had a lot of female friends. Otherwise, according to the sect master of the Ice Seal sect, she would have wanted to match Yi Yun with the holy maiden of the Ice Phoenix sect. But the matter was left unsettled in the end. No one knows the name of the sect master of the Ice Phoenix sect. Perhaps only the current sect master of the Ice Phoenix sect knows her name? The blue-robed old man shook his head. So that's how it is. Yi Yun was a little disappointed. He wanted to know if the person he knew had successfully passed through the ancient road to heaven and entered another world. It seemed that he would have to go to the Ice Phoenix sect to verify if there was a chance in the future. Then how many people have passed through the ancient road to heaven in the past tens of thousands of years? Yi Yun continued to ask. The ancient road to heaven is extremely dangerous. A total of 3 people have passed through the ancient road to heaven, the blue-robed old man sighed softly. Yes, it is said that countless eternal realm experts have tried to force their way through the ancient road to heaven in the past tens of thousands of years, but they all fell on the ancient road and never came back, the red-robed old man sighed. The blue-robed old man looked at Yi Yun and said with a wry smile, Fellow Taoist, the two of us overestimated ourselves. We tried, but after a few days, we had no choice but to return. Hearing this, Yi Yun nodded silently. Although there was an ancient road to heaven, not everyone could pass through it. In the past 100,000 years, a total of 3 people had passed through. The probability was frighteningly low. However, Yi Yun was now at the true God realm and was about to enter the Divine Lord realm. Passing through this ancient road was not difficult for him. Thank you for being honest with me, Yi Yun cupped his fists and smiled. Then, he turned around and stepped into the astral wind area. This person's cultivation is unfathomable. I wonder if he can pass through. The blue-robed old man looked at the disappearing white figure in the astral wind and said with a frown. Don't think about other people's matters for now. The red-robed old man waved his sleeve and said with a wry smile, We are badly injured. Let's find a place to heal. The blue-robed old man nodded. The two of them disappeared in an instant. Yi Yun walked in the raging astral wind. His body emitted a faint white light, making him look like a god who had descended to the mortal world. The raging astral wind blew on his body. It was as insignificant as a breeze, not even at the level of tickling. Occasionally, there would be a bolt of lightning falling. When it was 3 feet away from Yi Yun's head, it would completely explode. There was nothing here that could hurt Yi Yun. Yi Yun spread out his divine sense and searched for the ancient road to heaven. Although the astral wind had a huge suppressive effect on divine sense, Yi Yun's divine sense was extremely powerful and could extend out 100,000 miles. Yi Yin soon found the ancient road to heaven. He tore the void with both hands but was surprised to find that the void in this place was incomparably stable and difficult to tear. A little interesting, Yi Yin smiled and did not take it seriously. He did not continue to tear the void. Instead, he controlled his figure and quickly flew toward the ancient road to heaven. In a few breaths of time, Yi Yin arrived in front of the ancient road to heaven. The ancient road to heaven emitted a faint yellow light. Floating in the void, it emitted an indescribable ancient aura. Countless astral winds blew on the ancient road to heaven, but it was difficult to destroy the ancient road to heaven. What a big deal! Yi Yin could not help but be slightly shocked when he saw the ancient road to heaven. He nodded. This ancient heavenly path was actually formed by a divine-level formation. That was why it could withstand the raging astral winds. After standing silently in front of the ancient road to heaven for a while, Yi Yin turned and left. He was not in a hurry to go to that world. To Yi Yin, he did not lack cultivation resources, nor did he lack cultivation techniques. So no matter which world he was in, it made no difference to him. As for the three little guys in the Xianxia sect, he still had to continue nurturing them. Yi Yin stretched out a hand toward the void. A layer of red dragon chi burned on the surface of his body like a flame. At this moment, Yi Yin activated the power of Zhu Long's body and prepared to forcibly tear the void in the barrier. Rip, although the void was incomparably strong, Yi Yin still forcibly tore a hole in it. Yi Yin smiled indifferently. He stepped into the void passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Senior sister, the thunder chi in the accumulated thunder mountains is very concentrated. Two figures flew over rapidly from a distance and landed in the sky above the accumulated thunder mountains. They were Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao. That's right, the founder asked us to come here for training. I wonder where that Rize is hiding. Even the disciples of the three major sects are nowhere to be found. Luo Li looked at the accumulated thunder mountains from afar and saw layers of black clouds shrouding the top of the mountains. Thunderbolts were constantly rolling down. The thunderbolts were extremely concentrated and didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The deeper they went into the accumulated thunder mountains, the more concentrated the thunderbolts were. Senior sister, let's go in and take a look. Jun Ma Xiao took the lead and rushed into the accumulated thunder mountains. Luo Li followed closely behind. After entering the inner part of the accumulated thunder mountains, the duo realized that the air was filled with tiny thunderbolts. When they landed on the body, it actually had a body-tempering effect. The duo was pleasantly surprised. There was already such an effect in the outer part of the accumulated thunder mountains. Wouldn't the body-tempering effect be even better in the inner part? Not long after the duo entered, they saw a lot of cultivators. Luo Li took a glance and didn't see any disciples of the three major sections. They should be disciples of the other factions of the Kamikaze dynasty that came to the accumulated thunder mountains to train. There were disciples of the primary sea realm, soul sculpting realm, and celestial bridge realm. The appearance of Rowley and Lord Grimm had attracted the attention of a few cultivators. When they saw the pair of spirited and handsome youths flying across the sky, many of them revealed shocked expressions. The duo's cultivation had already reached the third floor of Xianxia Jing. To have such a cultivation level at such a young age, they were definitely considered elite prodigies of the Kamikaze dynasty. For a moment, everyone was guessing the duo's background. If there were any survivors from the Sword King Rock, they would naturally recognize Jun Ma Xiao and Luo Li. However, all the cultivators in that place were turned into green smoke by the ancestor. Not a single one of them managed to escape. So far, all the cultivators who had seen Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao were no longer in this world. The two of them did not stop and headed straight for the depths of the Jilei mountain range. Their goal was very clear. One was to find Rize, and the other was to exchange blows with the genius disciples of the three great sections. In particular, the disciples of the Xianxia sect could not be left alive. They had to be killed on sight. This was because their ancestor had already told them that the Xianxia sect was the mastermind behind the ancient Moon Dynasty's old sword saint. Thinking of the miserable conditions that the disciples of the Xianxia sect had suffered for so many years, their hearts were filled with monstrous hatred. This time, they would never let go of any disciple of the Xianxia sect. Junior brother, look, what's that? Luo Li, who was flying in the air, suddenly saw a small green tree growing on a cliff. There were 7 or 8 green fruits on the branches. Each fruit was the size of a fist and emitted tiny lightning bolts. Senior sister, I don't know either, Jun Maxiao scratched his head. Although his cultivation was very high now, his knowledge had not increased. I don't know either. It seems that we have to read more books in the future, Luoli also said with embarrassment. The 3 of them had been running around all year round and had always been on the run. They did not know much about all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. Therefore, Luoli decided in her heart that in the future, she would not only cultivate but also read more books to increase her knowledge. Otherwise, even if a spiritual herb or a spiritual fruit was in front of her, she would not be able to recognize it. The 2 of them quickly descended and landed on the side of the small tree. Jun Maxiao reached out and grabbed a green fruit. He put it to his nose and smelled it. He felt a strange fragrance. It seemed that it was not an ordinary fruit. Senior sister, this should be edible, right? Jun Maxiao asked with the green fruit in his hand. It should be, Luoli stammered. However, when she saw Jun Maxiao was about to put the fruit into his mouth, she immediately pulled Jun Maxiao's arm. Junior brother, don't eat these fruits. What if they are poisonous? Why don't you put them away first? Luoli said with a serious face. Okay, senior sister. Jun Maxiao nodded helplessly. When he was about to put the fruit away, he suddenly heard a loud roar in the distant sky. You 2 guys, get out of here. We saw this thunderberry tree a long time ago. 2 figures descended from the sky. They were 2 young men in their early 20s. Their auras were extremely powerful. One of them was at the 5th floor of Xianxia, and the other was at the 6th level of the Celestial Bridge realm. The 2 of them were wearing green robes. On their chests, there was a unique symbol of a green sun. Seeing this symbol, Luoli and Jun Maxiao's eyes suddenly turned red. The 2 people who came were actually disciples of the Xianxia sect. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Luoli and Jun Maxiao had a tacit understanding. They pulled out their swords at the same time and rushed directly toward the 2 people who came. Without saying a word, they launched a fierce attack. Whoosh, sword lights rained down like tidal waves. Each of the sword lights contained the shadow of a divine dragon, and they were filled with great power. In the blink of an eye, countless streaks of sword light enveloped the 2 disciples of the Xianxia sect like drifting rain. You 2 lunatics. Why are you fighting as soon as you see each other? The 2 disciples of the Xianxia sect had never dreamed that the young man and woman in front of them would be so fierce. Without saying a word, they pulled out their swords and attacked. The 2 people's swordsmanship was extremely sharp. With the shadow of a divine dragon on their backs, each attack was terrifyingly powerful. Even though the 2 of them had a higher cultivation than the young man and woman, they were still suppressed. They were almost powerless to fight back. The 2 of them retreated in midair. After a few moves, they were injured. You 2, do you know who we are? One of the young men used all his strength to block and shouted angrily. We are from the Xianxia sect. The other young man slashed out with his sword and announced his identity. In the entire Kamikaze dynasty, the Xianxia sect, as a major sect, was also a superpower. Except for the disciples of the other 2 major sects, almost no one dared to provoke them. When the 2 young men saw that Luoli and Jun Maxiao's robes were not from the Qitian Jianzong sect or the Umatsu sect, nor did they have any other special symbols, they wanted to scare the 2 of them away by revealing their identities. But their wishful thinking was wrong. Luoli and Jun Maxiao were killing the disciples of the Xianxia sect. Haha, I'm going to kill the Xianxia sect. Jun Maxiao laughed and looked even crazier. Swoosh, he slashed out with a huge sword light as thick as a bucket. One of the young men couldn't dodge in time and his arm was cut off. Ah! The young man screamed. Jun Maxiao didn't give him a chance. Seeing that the young man had no sword in his hand, he rushed over and attacked crazily. In a few breaths, the young man was killed by his sword. When the other young man saw that Jun Maxiao was so fierce, he didn't look like an ordinary cultivator from the 3rd floor of Xinxiaojing at all. He was so scared that he turned around and fled. Swish, Jun Maxiao used the Divine Dragon 9 transformations and immediately blocked his path. Luoli immediately followed up with a sword strike from behind. This sword strike pierced the young man's shoulder. He screamed and flew to the side. Chi, a shocking sword light that contained the shadow of a golden dragon, descended from the sky and landed on the young man's body, splitting him in two. Blood dripped down from the sky. The young man didn't even have time to scream before he was killed by Xianxia's sword. After killing the two disciples of the Xianxia sect, Luoli and Lord Grimm looked at each other. Both of them had excited expressions on their faces as their bodies faintly trembled. This was their first great victory since they entered the Jilei mountain range to take revenge on the Xianxia sect. Xianxia's eyes were moist. He said excitedly, "Senior sister, every time we kill a Xianxia sect disciple, I feel like I've taken revenge for my dead master." Yeah. Luoli nodded her head heavily as tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. The Xianxia sect was the mastermind behind the three of them, who killed their master step by step. Decades ago, their master and some other senior sisters and junior sisters were killed by the Xianxia sect one after another. It could be said that the hatred between the Xianlong sect and the Xianxia sect was so deep that it couldn't be resolved. The two of them returned to the side of the small green tree. Then, Lord Grimm picked the fruits from the tree and put them into his storage ring. The two continued on their way. Along the way, they searched for the Xianxia sect's disciples as well as various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, after flying for half an hour, they didn't see any Xianxia sect disciples. The two of them didn't see any disciples from the Xianxia sect. They didn't even see any disciples from the Heaven's Equal Sword sect or the demon-controlling sect. Xianxia happened to see several cultivators in front of him. They seemed to be looking for something on the ground. He quickly flew over and landed in front of them. "Fellow Taoists, have you seen any disciples of the three major sects?" Xianxia cupped his fists and asked. The group of cultivators glanced at Xianxia and found that this guy was only from the third floor of Shinqiaojing. They couldn't help but laugh. "You're just a rogue cultivator who doesn't belong to any sect. Why are you looking for the disciples of the three great sects? Don't they know that they have gone deep into the Jilei mountain range in search of that Reese?" A middle-aged cultivator from the fifth floor of Shinqiaojing sneered. "Haha." Another red-faced cultivator also mocked, "You're overestimating yourself. Kid, your cultivation is too low. In the depths of the Jilei mountain range ahead, there are thunderbolts everywhere. There are also endless demonic beasts of the thunder class. You'd better go back now." Ha ha ha. After the two of them finished speaking, it caused the others to roar with laughter. Xianxia's face immediately turned red. He didn't expect these people to be so rude. Luoli flew over from afar and landed beside Xianxia. "Oh, this little girl is quite pretty. Why don't you be my Taoist companion?" The red-faced cultivator laughed, his face full of obscenity. Luoli was so angry that her face turned livid. She never thought that these cultivators would be so immoral. "How dare you insult my senior sister? You're all going to die." Xianxia's eyes turned scarlet like a wild beast. He directly brandished his sword and attacked the other party. "Good boy, how dare you attack? Kill him." Seeing Xianxia coming at him aggressively, the red-faced cultivator didn't dare to be careless. With a roar, he drew his sword and met him head-on. The others also drew their swords and joined the battle. "You're all trash." Luoli shouted and attacked those cultivators. Sword light surged and the divine dragon roared. With their powerful fighting strength and unparalleled swordsmanship, the two people injured the other party. After 2 or 3 moves, almost all of these people fell to the ground and couldn't get up. "That's it, still so arrogant?" Lord Grimm's eyes were filled with disdain. Although these people's cultivation seemed to be high, they were far inferior to the two disciples of the Xianxia sect. He and his senior sister took down these people like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. "Young heroes, please spare our lives." Lying in a pool of blood, these cultivators begged for mercy when they saw Xianxia coming over with his sword with a murderous look on his face. How could Xianxia spare them? He stabbed each of them with his sword and took their storage rings. "Senior sister, let's go," Xianxia said with a smile after giving half of the storage rings to Luoli. Luoli nodded. The two of them continued to fly toward the depths of Jilei Mountain. At the same time, Standing in the high void of Jilei Mountain, the big black horse saw all this with a smile on its face. These two young masters had good fighting strength. If the disciples of the three sects didn't attack them, they would be no match for them at all. It sent out two small divine senses, which fell on Jun Maxiao and Luoli, and then swaggered toward the depths of Jilei Mountain. That place was full of thunder and lightning, which was its favorite place. And it also saw the three little guys hiding there to practice. The big black horse just wanted to go there and have a chat with them. After all, it was a great demon with thunder property. It was not easy to meet a few juniors. Naturally, it couldn't miss this opportunity. For the big black horse, who was in the eternal realm, its speed was simply incredible. With one step, it came to the deepest part of Jilei Mountain. Dark clouds covered the sky. Bolts of lightning as thick as water buckets fell from the sky, landing on the mountain range and being absorbed by the mountain range. Most of the lightning bolts landed in a valley. Because a large amount of thunderbolts had been absorbed in the valley, it formed a huge thunder pool. The thunder pool exuded an unimaginably terrifying aura. Even a great practitioner of the Fate realm dared not to set foot in it. This place is so comfortable. I can go in and take a bath. The big black horse was now a middle-aged man in a black robe. He stood in the air with his arms crossed, looking at the thunder pool below with shining eyes. He took off his clothes and fell from the air naked. Plop, he fell into the thunder pool, splashing a large amount of water. It's so comfortable. The big black horse kept turning over and swimming in all kinds of patterns. It was having a lot of fun. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away from the thunder pool, a big cyan bird was flying with difficulty. The closer it was to the thunder pool, the stronger the pressure. Even though it was a thunder-type demonic beast, it was too difficult to get close to the thunder pool in this place. I don't know if I can get close to the thunder pool. After all, that place is guarded by the three seniors, Reese thought to himself. Although it was also a thunder-type demonic beast, the thunder pool had always been occupied by the three seniors. A small demonic beast like it could only get close to the thunder pool once every 100 years. This was the rule set by the three saints of Jilei Mountain. Reese, I see it. It's in front. Hundreds of miles away, someone shouted excitedly. Immediately, dozens of figures quickly chased in the direction of Reese. These damn humans. Reese cursed and changed direction. It plunged into the dense forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Splash, the big black horse, in the form of a middle-aged man, wandered about in the lightning pool, causing a series of splashes. There were three huge figures cultivating in a palace at the bottom of the lightning pool. At this moment, they suddenly opened their eyes. Big brother, someone actually entered the lightning pool. A black figure stood up angrily. He looks like a human. In the Kamikaze dynasty, which human would dare to enter the exclusive lightning pool of the three saints of Jilei Mountain? Another figure also stood up, his anger soaring to the sky. Second brother, let's go. Let's go meet this human. The three figures immediately disappeared from the palace. The next moment, they appeared above the lightning pool. The three saints of Jilei Mountain looked at the naked middle-aged man who was cruising in the lightning pool. Their eyes were filled with anger. Where did this barbarian come from? How dare he cause trouble in the lightning pool of the Jilei Mountain? The three saints of Jilei Mountain roared angrily. Their voices rumbled and spread in all directions. In an instant, thunder and lightning raged between heaven and earth, rumbling and crashing down. Are you talking to Uncle Ma? The big black horse waved his hand and put on his clothes. Then, he grinned, showing his big white teeth, and looked at the three huge figures in front of him. Although the three monsters had revealed their true forms, they didn't transform. The one in the middle was an azure dragon, surrounded by lightning and emitting an aura of the first level of the Fate state. On the left was an azure bull, without a single strand of hair. Its muscles were shiny, and from time to time, lightning would emit from its body. This azure bull's cultivation was not low. It had reached the peak of Nirvana realm level 10. On the far right was an azure tiger with wings on its back. Lightning would shoot out from its wings from time to time. Its cultivation was also at Nirvana realm level 10. The big black horse was quite happy to see his own kind of monster. He kept smiling. Then, he slowly walked over through the void. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger and stronger. After just a few steps, his aura had already surpassed the Heaven's Mandate realm. This is a life and death, Senior? The three saints of Jile Mountain stared at the middle-aged man in front of them. They were so scared that their bodies started to tremble. This was actually a life and death realm senior. His cultivation was too strong. In front of this senior, they felt as insignificant as ants. Don't move. Line up and let Uncle Ma take a look at you. The big black horse put its hands behind its back and walked closer. Its aura was like dozens of mountains pressing down on the three saints of Jile Mountain, causing them to be unable to move. Yes, your little dragon is Lei Long. His cultivation is not bad, but his bloodline is too mixed. The big black horse pointed at the azure dragon and said. He then looked at the green bull on the left. He actually walked up and patted the green bull's sturdy muscles with his hand. He chuckled and said, your grandmama hasn't eaten kuei cow meat in a long time. Why don't you contribute a few pounds? When the green kuei ox heard this, it was so frightened that it almost fainted. Senior, please don't joke like this. The kuei ox didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And you? The big black horse teleported in front of Qinghu and said with a smile, the meat of your netherbolt thunder tiger isn't bad either. This grandmama hasn't eaten tiger meat for a long time. Why don't you cut off a few catties for this grandmama to eat with wine? Senior, if you want to eat tiger meat, I can find you something else. Please don't eat me. The thunder tiger also said in a trembling voice. In front of a life and death realm expert, how could the three saints of Jile Mountain dare to say no? Seeing that the three demonic beasts were scared to death, the big black horse laughed out loud and released a demonic aura. He hid it well before, so the three guys didn't recognize him. He was also a great monster. After he released his monster chi, the three saints of Jile Mountain widened their eyes and stared at the middle-aged black-robed man in front of them in disbelief. This was a life and death realm senior monster. Hee, now you understand, right? We're a family. How could I bully you juniors? The big black horse raised his head proudly and laughed. The reason he released his life and death realm aura was that he didn't want to scare the three guys to death if he released his eternal realm aura. After all, eternal realm experts were rare in the Tsangnan continent. Every single one of them was an illustrious figure. After laughing, he withdrew his aura, and the three saints of Jile Mountain suddenly relaxed. So you're a senior of the monster clan. The three saints of Jile Mountain turned into three humans and came over to greet the big black horse with smiles on their faces. DeLong, Ernyo, Sanhu, I was passing by and saw that the water in the thunder pool was good, so I came to take a bath. I also wanted to see you juniors, the big black horse said casually. Being given a nickname by the senior all of a sudden, third saint felt a bit of bitterness in his heart. But there was no other way. In the monster clan, the strong were respected. The life and death realm senior monster in front of them was far from being their match. It didn't matter if he gave them a nickname. They wouldn't die anyway. Senior, you came a long way. Don't be in a hurry to leave. We have to treat you well. DeLong came over, cupped his fists, and said with a smile. This was a life and death realm senior of the monster clan. They happened to have a lot of questions about cultivation that they wanted to ask. Usually, they couldn't find such an opportunity even if they had a lantern. Now that this life and death realm senior had taken the initiative to come to Jile Mountain, the three saints were really lucky. The big black horse nodded. He patted DeLong on the shoulder with a smile and said with a smile, you're worth teaching. Just as he finished speaking, the big black horse raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had seen something. DeLong immediately came over and asked, Senior, did something happen in our Jile Mountain? A Reese ran over. The big black horse smiled casually. So it's that little Reese. We know it, but it seems to be chased by the cultivators of the three major sections. Since Senior said so, shall we let it in? DeLong touched his nose and said. When did I say let it in? The big black horse glared and emitted a powerful aura again. At this moment, the three monster clan cultivators felt a weight on their shoulders, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. DeLong said with a sad face, Senior, what do you mean? Just don't let it enter the thunder pool. Let Laissez, that little bastard, be injured. Just let it run around Gile Mountain, the big black horse thought for a moment and said with a smile. If this Louise ran into the lightning pool and recovered from its injuries, how were his two little masters going to continue their training? He had to let the Laissez lure the disciples of the three major sects to wander around the mountains so that the two young masters could have a better chance of gaining experience. Seeing that Rize's breath was a little unstable, the big black horse grabbed a handful of thunder pool water and threw it over. The thunder pool water disappeared in an instant, as if it had teleported. The lightning pool is almost there. Rize looked at the lightning bolts that were as thick as buckets landing on a distant mountain peak. His eyes were burning with passion. He only wanted to reach the lightning pool. He believed that the three saints of Gile Mountain would not leave him in the lurch. After all, they were all demons. Furthermore, he had met them once before. He turned around to look at the cultivators of the three major sections. They were still hot on his tail. He was still a few hundred miles away from the lightning pool. The sky was filled with dark clouds and the density of the lightning bolts was extremely high. If he were to fly, he would be easily struck by the lightning bolts. Rize was a lightning-type demon. Although he was not afraid of lightning, he could not allow himself to be continuously struck by lightning bolts. Otherwise, he would not be able to take it. Poof! Before Rize could react, a ball of water suddenly came crashing down on him, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. Who the hell plotted against me? Rize cursed angrily. But in the next moment, he was shocked to find that his mouth had opened uncontrollably. Then, the green lightning water that had spilled all over the ground flowed into his mouth like a small stream. Then, he was forced to close his mouth again. Then, Rize could no longer open his mouth. It's over. The third sage master sent me the thunder water, but I was so rude. This is the punishment the third sage master gave me. Rize wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, he repeatedly used his wings to slap his mouth. After swallowing that huge ball of lightning water entered his body, it immediately exuded a strong vitality, causing his injuries to heal rapidly. Rize was instantly delighted. The three saints of Gile Mountain still remembered him as a junior. With this lightning water, even if he did not enter the lightning pool, he would still be able to deal with the disciples of the three major sects for a while. At this thought, Rize, who had kept his mouth shut, turned around, avoided the lightning bolts in the sky, and flew into a dense forest. At this time, the big black horse had already appeared in the Thunder Palace. In order to entertain the senior of the life and death realm, the three saints of Gile took out all the good things they had plundered over the years. All kinds of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as fine wine and delicacies, were placed on the table. The big black horse ate happily. Although he didn't like these things, he hadn't eaten anything during this period of time when he was pulling the carriage for his master. Therefore, even if he was eating something that he didn't like in the past, now that he was eating it, he was extremely happy. At this moment, an indescribable aura of terror suddenly came from an extremely distant place. The big black horse was shocked. He quickly stood up and walked to the center of the hall. He looked in a certain direction, and his eyes shone with divine light. My cultivation is still too weak. I can't sense places that are further away, the big black horse sighed. Earlier, he used a supreme technique to detect the terrifying aura in the distance. However, his cultivation was still insufficient, so he couldn't detect far enough. At this moment, when the big black horse used this technique, he inadvertently revealed his aura of the eternal realm. The three great demons in the hall were stunned. Senior, are you? The three great demons immediately knelt on the ground and cowed out in excitement. At this moment, they could tell that this senior of the demon clan in front of them was actually an eternal realm great demon. It was really hard to imagine. They had never thought that one day they would be able to drink and chat with an eternal realm great demon senior. Shoo, it's good that you know. The big black horse turned his head and looked at the three great demons kneeling on the ground. He grinned. Then he turned around and continued to stare in a certain direction in the distance. At the same time, almost all the Eternal Realm experts in the Tsangnan continent. At this moment, all of them felt an indescribable sense of terror coming from somewhere. Even the Eternal Realm experts who were cultivating in seclusion opened their eyes at this moment and stood up abruptly. Everyone turned to look in a certain direction. The aura coming from that direction was getting more and more terrifying. All the Eternal Realm experts felt their bodies trembling involuntarily. It was a kind of natural suppression. It was a kind of power that made them worship from the bottom of their souls. "Oh my God, what the hell is going on?" An Eternal Realm expert muttered to himself, trembling all over. "What the hell is happening inside the barrier?" Another Eternal Realm expert looked in a certain direction and said with fear and trepidation. And in a certain space, 2 elders, one in blue and one in red, were standing. Both of them were Eternal Realm experts. These 2 people were the 2 old men that Yi Yun had seen outside the astral wind barrier. "It seems to be coming from the barrier. Is the outside world going to invade our world?" The blue-robed elder said worriedly. "Absolutely not." The red-robed elder shook his head and said softly, "If the outside world wanted to invade, we would have done it long ago. Why wait until now?" Then could it be, a white-robed figure suddenly appeared in the blue-robed elder's mind. Could it be the white-robed youth? The white-robed youth was so mysterious that even the 2 of them could not see his cultivation. The 2 of them once thought that this person's cultivation was concealed by some kind of secret method. "I suspect that the youth is breaking through from the Eternal Realm to the True God Realm," the blue-robed elder spoke his mind. "What? You said he is an expert of the True God Realm?" The red-robed elder was also shocked. For hundreds of thousands of years, there had never been an expert of the True God Realm in the Xianxia continent. It seemed that this realm was only a legend. In other words, only by reaching the outside world through the barrier could one break through from the Eternal Realm to the True God Realm. When the 2 of them thought of this and recalled the youth's every move, they suddenly felt that this speculation was very likely. "I didn't expect to miss the opportunity to meet the True God Realm Senior." The 2 of them looked at each other and could not help but sigh. The terrifying aura in the distance was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the 2 Eternal Realm experts had to use their powerful cultivation to resist this powerful pressure. But strangely, this powerful and terrifying aura could only be sensed by the Eternal Realm experts. All the cultivators below the Eternal Realm were still calm and did not feel anything strange. Boom! At this moment, all the Eternal Realm experts suddenly felt that the entire Xianxia continent seemed to shake. Then, a more powerful and terrifying aura swept over. All the Eternal Realm experts could no longer stand and sat on the ground. "Someone has broken through to the True God Realm." An Eternal Realm old ancestor of a sect with a profound foundation suddenly thought of a possibility and exclaimed in surprise. "Someone has broken through to the True God Realm." More and more Eternal Realm cultivators were beginning to realize this. There was a True God Realm expert in the Xianxia continent. This simply broke the hundreds of thousands of years of practice in the cultivation world, in the distant Kamikaze dynasty. Deep under the Jilei mountain range, in the Jilei palace. The big black horse excitedly knelt on the ground and muttered to himself, "Master, congratulations on breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm." Master, this senior was already an Eternal Realm great demon. There was a master above him, and this master was actually in the Divine Lord realm. What realm was this? The 3 saints of Jilei Mountain looked at each other, their eyes wide open, unable to hide the stormy waves in their hearts. They had never heard of the Divine Lord realm. But when the 3 of them thought that this senior was in the Eternal Realm, wouldn't his master be at least in the True God Realm? The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. They quickly stood up, ran behind the big black horse, and knelt on the ground. The 3 great demons didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, the entire hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the space, and a young man in white walked out. The big black horse, who was muttering to himself, suddenly looked up with a face full of shock. Master had broken through to the Divine Lord realm. How long had it been? How could he come back so quickly? The Divine Lord realm was too terrifying. "Little horse, you're living a good life here." Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. "Master, little horse knows it's wrong." The big black horse rolled on the ground and immediately turned into a big black horse. This scene caused the 3 saints behind him to be dumbfounded. This immortal-like white-robed young man was the master of the Eternal Realm Senior Horse? Could he be a true god expert? The 3 of them secretly released their divine senses to probe, but found that they couldn't detect any cultivation of the person in front of them. Yi Yin raised his eyelids, and suddenly an invisible force entered the minds of the three. The three of them were in a trance, as if something was missing in their minds. At this moment, Yi Yin directly erased some of their memories. He didn't want these three little guys to know that he had broken through to the Divine Lord realm. Yi Yin patted the smooth back of the big black horse and smiled. Since you're here, you can relax here. You must be tired from pulling the carriage. We can also rest here for a while. Master, the big black horse knelt on the ground, so touched that it was about to cry. Yi Yin smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion, causing the void to ripple. The black horse carriage that was 1,000 miles away was captured by him and brought into the main hall. Who dares to steal my master's carriage? The big black cat, who had transformed into a black-robed youth, stood on top of the carriage with a vigilant expression. He looked around fiercely. When he saw the white-robed old master standing in the main hall with Uncle Ma standing beside him, he was stunned. The big black cat instantly transformed into a little black cat. It pounced over nimbly. Master, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. I thought someone had stolen the carriage. The big black cat didn't dare hug Yi Yin's leg. It just knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Its voice was mournful, as if it was about to cry. Yi Yin smiled. The big black cat was also a drama queen. He didn't say anything. Instead, he released a wave of mana and lifted the big black cat up. Little horse, little cat, in this place, you too can transform into human form. It's a good chance for you to interact with these demon cultivators. Yi Yin smiled. Suddenly, his body disappeared. Hearing Old Master's words, the big black horse and the big black cat were overjoyed. The two of them transformed into a black-robed middle-aged man and a black-robed youth. The big black cat ran to the big black horse's side and pointed at the three fellows. It laughed and asked, Uncle Ma, are these the three demons from Jilei Mountain? Yes. The big black horse patted the big black cat's shoulder and laughed. Your cultivation is similar. It's a good chance for you to interact with each other. As it spoke, the big black horse waved its hand. The three saints of Jilei Mountain hurried over. The three of them cupped their fists and smiled. You must be the nine-tailed cat, right? I've heard so much about you. You're welcome. The big black cat laughed and sized up the three of them. It immediately recognized them and cupped its fists to express its respect. In terms of bloodline, the three of them were slightly weaker than it, but their cultivation was similar. Especially that Lei Long, who was already at the first level of the fate state. This made the big black cat's heart burn with excitement. It couldn't wait to break through from the peak of Nirvana realm level 10 to the fate state at this moment. Above the lightning pool, Yi Yin appeared. He glanced at the lightning pool and a faint smile appeared on his face. The lightning pool's water wasn't of high quality, but it was just right. It would be great if the three disciples of the Shenlong sect could use it to refine their bodies. In particular, after absorbing Zhu Long's essence and blood, using the lightning pool's water to refine their bodies would greatly increase the speed of absorption. Yi Yin focused his mind and a ray of light fell in front of him. The light dissipated and Suwani appeared. She felt the change in spacetime and immediately opened her eyes from her cultivation state. She saw that she was sitting cross-legged in the air above a green lightning pool. Greetings, ancestor. Suwani hurriedly stood up and bowed to Yi Yin. Rumble, as soon as he finished his sentence, bolts of lightning as thick as buckets fell from the dense clouds. Yi Yin looked at those lightning bolts. Those lightning bolts as thick as buckets fell in other directions in an extremely obedient manner, avoiding Suwani and Yi Yin. Suwani looked up and saw the dense lightning bolts as thick as buckets falling from the sky. She couldn't help but be shocked. The lightning pool's water here is suitable for refining the body. At the same time, it can help you quickly refine Zhu Long's blood. For the next few days, you can refine it here, Yi Yin said lightly. He stretched out his hand and a white circle of light of 7 to 8 feet suddenly appeared above the lightning pool. This circle of light exuded an indescribable sacred aura and completely isolated a part of the lightning pool. The lightning bolts in the sky obediently went around the circle of light when they encountered it. Yes, ancestor. Suwani agreed. However, just as she was about to jump into the lightning pool to cultivate, she could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the lightning pool. After all, she was only at the 3rd level of the soul sculpting realm. Don't worry, I have set up an array in this area. The power of the lightning pool's water has been reduced by a lot. It is just right for your current cultivation, Yiyin said with a smile. That's great. Suwani cheered. Her body swayed, and in the next second, she fell into the lightning pool's water. The power of countless bolts of lightning surged into her body, causing her to feel limp, numb, and itchy. However, it did not cause her any harm. Suwani relaxed and closed her eyes. She continued to refine Zhu Long's blood that she had not yet finished refining. Take this drop as well. Yiyin flicked his finger, and a drop of Zhu Long's blood landed next to Suwani's mouth. She hurriedly opened her mouth and swallowed the drop of Zhu Long's blood. Zhu Long's blood transformed into an unimaginable surge of vitality that immediately surged through her body like a great river. The surging power of lightning and Zhu Long's blood converged together and washed over Suwani's body. This caused her refining speed to suddenly increase. So fast. Suwani was shocked. This refining speed was actually more than 3 times faster than before. Seeing that Suwani was following the routine step by step and everything was normal, Yiyin nodded. In fact, he also had a lightning pool in his warehouse. More than one, there were at least 10,000 of them. However, even the lowest quality lightning pool could not be used unless one's cultivation had reached the eternal realm. 100,000 years of check-ins. The rewards that Yiyin received were extraordinary. Not only did they surpass this world, but they also surpassed the myriad worlds. Not only the Emperor level, God level, Transcendent, there were also the Supreme level, Tao Ancestor level, Immortal level, Epic level. There were some items that he couldn't take out now. Once he took them out, this world might not be able to bear it. So for Yiyin, he didn't lack anything. Yiyin's gaze moved, penetrating the layers of earth veins and falling into the Jile Palace. At this moment, the big black cat and the big black horse had already transformed into their human forms and became the distinguished guests of the 3 saints of Jile Mountain. They were eating and drinking there, having a lot of fun. Yiyin smiled indifferently. He didn't pay attention to these 2 guys. After all, they were only 2 monster beasts. They were usually quite conscientious. During this period of time, he would let them relax. Yiyin looked into the distance again and saw Luoli and Jun Maxiao. The corners of his mouth curled up, and a smile appeared on his face. These 2 little guys were still walking through the Jile mountain range, looking for the disciples of the 3 major sections. Occasionally, they would encounter a heavenly treasure and would quickly dig it out and put it away. Seeing that everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, Yiyin was quite satisfied and prepared to cultivate. After all, he had just broken through to the Divine Lord realm and needed to stabilize his cultivation base. With a flash, Yiyin hid in the void above the thunder pool. Rumble, in the rolling dark clouds, thick bolts of lightning fell, but they only landed on the periphery of the thunder pool. Not a single bolt of lightning dared to land on the thunder pool. Since Yiyin broke through to the Divine Lord realm, his cultivation base had become even more terrifying. From the barrier hundreds of millions of miles away, he tore through the void and returned to the Kamikaze dynasty. It only took him a few breaths of time to arrive. This far exceeded the time he had taken before. After entering the Divine Lord realm, Yiyin's understanding of this world naturally deepened. Deep in the Jile mountain range, 2 figures were flying at an extremely low altitude in the dense forest. Thick clouds rolled and thunder and lightning flashed. Rumble, thick bolts of lightning constantly fell from the sky. The 2 figures were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, constantly dodging the lightning. "Senior sister, there is too much lightning here," Jun Maxiao shouted. "Yeah, we have to be more careful," Luoli said in a deep voice. They were now in the depths of Jile Mountain, where more and more lightning flashed. They couldn't fly at high altitudes now. That would attract even more lightning. He could only fly close to the ground. The 2 of them flew for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, but found nothing. Not only did they not see any cultivators, they did not even find any precious treasures. This made Jun Maxiao a little discouraged. "Senior sister, I don't know where the disciples of the 3 great sects went. Jun Maxiao angrily slapped a black tree beside him. What was strange was that even with his powerful physical body, he was still unable to break the tree. This tree is so hard. Jun Maxiao's face revealed a shocked expression. After being baptized by a large amount of lightning every day, the trees here are naturally different from the ordinary trees outside. Luo Li covered her mouth and smiled. Senior sister, are these trees all treasures? Why don't we cut some more and put them in the storage ring? Jun Maxiao had an idea. Okay. Luo Li's eyes suddenly lit up. The two of them had a special love for plundering all kinds of precious treasures. Especially when they realized that these trees might be treasures, they immediately prepared to take them. Jun Maxiao pulled out the limitless chaos sword and chopped at a big tree. This tree was very thick. It needed 3 or 4 people to wrap their arms around it. His sword strike was extremely powerful, but when it hit the tree, it actually did not cut it. A thin hole appeared on the trunk of the tree. A blue lightning shot out from the small hole and directly transmitted to Jun Maxiao's body through the limitless chaos sword. Lord Grimm's entire body suddenly trembled, and he almost fell over. Senior sister, there is lightning in this tree, Jun Maxiao said awkwardly. He raised his arm and found that it was numb and had no strength left. Luo Li walked over and looked at the small hole on the tree. She pulled out the revered golden dragon sword and gestured at the hole twice. She said, Junior brother, maybe there will be lightning only the first time. Now that this hole has been opened, there should be no more lightning the second time. Let me try. With that, Luo Li fiercely chopped at the hole. An even thicker lightning was transmitted through the revered golden dragon sword. This lightning was very powerful. Luo Li's body was numb and she could not hold the sword steadily. Senior sister, are you okay? Jun Maxiao hurried over to check on Luo Li. At this time, senior sister's face was pale and her lips were trembling. It seemed that the lightning was not light. Fortunately, it's not a big deal, Luo Li recovered and put away the revered golden dragon sword. Junior brother, it seems that these trees in Jilei Mountain are not fated to be with us. Luo Li's perfect little face showed a painful expression. It was as if she saw a mountain full of treasures and felt heartache because she could not take them. Alas! Jun Maxiao also sighed. The two of them calmed down and went on their way again. After climbing over a mountain, Xianxia and the others were all shocked. Finally, they saw the figures of several cultivators in a dense forest ahead. Junior brother, they are the people of the Qitian sect. Luo Li narrowed her eyes as she looked into the distance and spoke in a deep voice. The people of the Qitian sect are not good people. Senior sister, we can't let them go. Jun Maxiao drew his sword and showed a murderous look on his face. Luo Li nodded. The Qitian sect had fought with them several times, but it was the ancestor who came out to solve the problem. This time, the ancestor was not there. So it was up to the 2 disciples of the Shenlong sect to deal with the cultivators of the Qitian sect. The 2 of them quickly flew over. When they came closer, they found that the 3 or 4 disciples of the Qitian sect were surrounding a small cyan tree and discussing how to distribute the spiritual fruits. This small tree was similar to the thundercloud fruit tree they had encountered before, but it was more than half a meter taller. The branches were full of fruits, and there were many of them. Each cyan fruit was crystal clear and emitted a layer of lightning on the surface. They were bigger than the thundercloud fruits they had obtained before. Junior brothers, there are 4 of us. As the senior brother, I will take 3 more fruits. Don't fight. How about it? A young man with a mole between his eyebrows was bargaining with the 3 junior brothers next to him. Stop arguing. All the fruits on the thundercloud fruit tree belong to us. A faint voice sounded. Jun Maxiao and Luo Li strode out of the dense forest. The young man with the mole between his eyebrows raised his head. When he saw the cultivation of the young man and woman, he showed a mocking smile. He couldn't help but sneer. How arrogant. In the Kamikaze dynasty, even the disciples of the Umatsu sect and the Shinhing sect wouldn't dare to talk to the disciples of the Qitian sect like that. Haha. Senior brother, where did these 2 idiots come from? Their cultivation is only at the 3rd floor of Xinxiaojing, but they dare to fight for the thundercloud fruit that our Qitian sect wants. The three young men next to him laughed loudly. In the next moment, the laughter suddenly stopped. A tidal wave of sword light came from two directions. The four disciples of the Qitian Jianzong sect resisted only a few moves before they were killed by Luoli and Jun Maxiao. The long sword returned to its scabbard. The golden dragon disappeared in an instant. Jun Maxiao stood in the same place, looking at the four corpses with a sneer on his face. Among the four disciples of the Qitian Jianzong sect, the highest cultivation was only at the 6th stage of the Celestial Bridge realm, and the lowest was at the 2nd stage of the Celestial Bridge realm. How could they be a match for him and his senior sister? Jun Maxiao took the storage rings from the four and gave two to his senior sister. Then they continued on their way. They didn't know where Rize was, nor did they know where the talented disciples of the three sects were. The thunder-accumulating mountain range was vast and boundless. They could only go deeper and deeper to try their luck. Rumble, thick lightning bolts fell from the clouds one after another. The distribution of the lightning bolts became denser and denser. As they flew at a low altitude, they had to be careful to avoid these lightning bolts. These lightning bolts fell without any pattern. Sometimes they were sparse in a small area, but sometimes they were very dense in a small area. They were so dense that there were hundreds of lightning bolts in an area with a radius of 100 feet. Each lightning bolt was 1 foot thick. It was so powerful that it made people feel small in the face of the mighty power of heaven. Jun Maxiao and Luoli had to use the 9 divine dragon transformation technique to move forward awkwardly under the attack of the lightning bolts. Senior sister, I'm afraid that the disciples of the three sects are also having a hard time. After the two broke through a dense area, they breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Maxiao stood on top of a huge rock, looked around, and said softly, I don't know where those guys went. And Rize, Luoli said with annoyance. She leaped up and landed on the boulder as well. She looked into the distance, searching for clues. They were now in the depths of the thunder-accumulating mountain range. Ordinary cultivators rarely came to this place. Therefore, they didn't see anyone for a long time. A bolt of lightning suddenly flew out from the dense forest and stopped in midair. Rize looked at the young man and woman in front of him with a vicious look in his eyes. It turned out that they were two little cultivators who were left alone. Both of them had insignificant cultivation bases on the 3rd floor of Xianxia. Even though it was injured, it had no problem dealing with these two little cultivators. Rize's nose twitched from several hundred feet away. Soon, it smelled a special aura coming from the two young cultivators. These two puny cultivators actually have the bloodline of the divine dragon? Rize was shocked. Then, a greedy look appeared in its eyes. If it ate these two little cultivators, it would have an immeasurable effect on the recovery of its injuries and the growth of its cultivation. Rize's heart was filled with greed at this moment. It flapped its huge wings fiercely and turned into a bolt of lightning. It avoided the falling lightning and quickly flew toward the two little cultivators. Senior sister, the cultivators of the three big sects wouldn't have caught Rize and taken it away, right? Jun Maxiao looked into the distance and thought of a possibility. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It shouldn't be. Junior brother, the ancestor let us come here to gain experience. If the three big sects caught Rize and left, the ancestor should tell us immediately. Luoli shook her head and said. The ancestor has left. Can he still care about the things here? Jun Maxiao said with a wry smile. Junior brother, don't forget that there is still the big black horse. It is very powerful. If there is any problem, it will definitely tell us. It won't let us wander around like headless flies. Luoli rolled her eyes and then smiled slyly. The big black horse's cultivation was unfathomable. Now that the ancestor was no longer here, the big black horse would definitely secretly help them. After all, when they were in the Blood Cloth sect, it was the big black horse that escorted the two of them. As the two of them were talking, a gloomy laugh suddenly came from behind them. Haha, you don't have to look for it. I, Rize, am here. Jun Maxiao and Luoli heard the voice and turned back. They saw a large green bird standing on a tree branch, looking down at them from above. This big bird was huge and small lightning constantly jumped on its blue feathers. Its aura was also very strong and had reached the 10th floor of Xianxia. Rize, you really made us look for you. As soon as Jun Maxiao saw this big blue bird, Rize, he was so excited that he immediately pulled out his sword. The ancestor had asked them to gain experience and didn't say anything specific. However, he and his senior sister had already discussed and decided to catch this Rize. At this time, Luoli also pulled out her sword. This pair of senior sister and junior sister had a tacit understanding and attacked Rize at the same time. Chi. You two little cultivators of the third floor of Xinxiao Jing actually dare to fight with me. How funny. Rize was so angry that it looked up to the sky and roared. It didn't expect that these two little cultivators, who were not well known, would want to kill it as soon as they saw it. This didn't seem right. Wasn't it the one who came to hunt these two young people? Why was it the other way around? These two young people didn't look like they were from the three great sects. How could they be so arrogant? The more Rize thought about it, the angrier it became. It opened its mouth and suddenly shot out bolts of lightning. These bolts of lightning turned into wide thunder swords, which made crackling sounds and rushed fiercely toward the dazzling sword light released by Luoli and Jun Maxiao. Boom, the divine dragon sword light and the thunder sword collided with each other. After an earth-shattering sound, they disappeared at the same time. Rize was shocked. How could these two little guys have such powerful swordsmanship? Even the talented disciples of the three great sects couldn't have such powerful individual combat strength in this realm, could they? Swish, Rize flapped its wings and hovered in the air. It spat out thunder swords and crazily attacked downward. Although it was seriously injured before, its injuries were mostly healed after swallowing the thunder pool water. It could fight for a while. It had to eat this young man and woman. As long as it absorbed the divine dragon blood in their bodies, its injuries would be healed quickly. Maybe, it could even break through to the Nirvana realm. Facing Rize's attack, Luoli and Jun Maxiao easily dodged it. The two of them used the Divine Dragon 9 transformation technique and changed unpredictably. The sky was filled with shadows. In midair, they launched a fierce attack on Rize. Laze could not help but grumble in the face of such a fierce battle. He didn't expect that such a young pair of young people would be so difficult to deal with. They were even more powerful than the talented disciples of the three great sects. After a few rounds, Rize was ready to escape. It knew that if it didn't escape, its old injuries would relapse and it might be left here by these two little guys. Whoosh, Rize rolled its eyes and opened its mouth again. A large sea of thunder and lightning suddenly shot out and crazily rushed toward the two people. Senior sister, this is bad. This Rize? I'm afraid he's going to run. Jun Maxiao's eyes were very sharp. After suddenly discovering Rize's motive, he used the Divine Dragon 9 transformation. Streaks of divine dragon shadows passed through the lightning and pounced towards Rize. You want to run? How is that possible? If we let you run away, how are we going to explain it to the ancestor? Luoli sneered and her body suddenly turned illusory. A golden dragon shadow flashed. In an instant, she appeared in another direction. Luoli's aura changed and the huge golden dragon on her back disappeared. Swish swish swish, the revered golden dragon sword trembled, and golden lotus flowers appeared at the tip of the sword. These golden lotus flowers of various sizes filled the void and blocked all the escape routes for Rize in the blink of an eye. Rize's expression changed when he saw the golden lotus flowers. He found that those golden lotus flowers were actually formed by sword chi. He didn't dare to meet force with force. He could only turn around and attack Jun Maxiao. As long as he could defeat the young man in front of him, he could easily escape. But he didn't expect. Jun Maxiao shook the tip of his sword and golden lotus flowers of sword chi appeared. The golden lotus flowers of sword chi grew bigger and bigger. They rotated in every corner of the void and sealed the void. At this moment, Luoli and Jun Maxiao displayed the supreme sword technique that they had comprehended from the Sword King Stone. 9 Heavens Lotus Technique. This sword technique was created by Yi Yun and his confidant Lu Yi. It had both offense and defense and was used to trap and kill enemies. It was more useful than the Divine Dragon Sword technique. Now that Rize wanted to escape, Luoli and Jun Maxiao used the 9 Heavens Lotus technique to trap Rize. Otherwise, if this thunder-type bird demon beast wanted to escape, the two of them wouldn't be able to catch up with it. The golden sword lotuses were still spinning on their own, forming a three-dimensional net that kept tightening and pushing inwards. Reese couldn't dodge and could only spit out bolts of lightning to attack those golden lotus flowers. Chi, but those golden lotus flowers kept rotating and offset most of the lightning attacks. Some of the golden sword lotuses suddenly sped up under the control of the two of them and slammed into Leija's body. Boom boom, the sword lotus exploded. Reese let out a miserable cry. Its hard feathers were broken and its flesh was badly mangled. Blood flowed out of its wounds. It was also the first time that Luoli and Jun Maxiao used the dual sword combination. They worked together seamlessly. Golden sword lotuses filled the air, sealing every inch of space. Boom boom, both of them launched their attacks, inflicting heavy damage to Leija. Junior brother, if this goes on, Reese will be killed. Luoli looked at Leija's miserable appearance and suddenly said. That's right, senior sister. Should we spare its life? Jun Maxiao raised his eyebrows. After all, the ancestor only wanted them to gain experience and didn't mention the specific requirements. If they killed Reese, they wouldn't be able to explain it to the ancestor. Let's seriously injure it first. We just need to keep it alive. Luoli thought for a while and said. Okay. Jun Maxiao nodded. What, keep it alive? When Leija heard the conversation between the two, a ray of hope suddenly rose in his heart. It seemed that the two of them didn't want to kill it. Thinking of this, Reese hurriedly shouted, Sirs, please show mercy. As it spoke, it actually gave up all resistance and floated in the air, motionless. A few golden sword lotuses flew over unhurriedly, blasting away its green fur, blasting open a few wounds, causing blood to flow out again. Reese resisted the urge to move. It knew that if it didn't show a trace of kindness and fight for survival, it would probably die today. Luoli stopped and the tip of her sword trembled slightly. Those golden lotus flowers kept spinning in the void and didn't continue to attack. Jun Maxiao also controlled the golden lotus flowers and stopped attacking. Reese was pleasantly surprised when it saw this. It finally saved its life. It let out a long breath and a look of regret appeared in its eyes. If it didn't covet these two little cultivators, it wouldn't have put itself in danger. Who would have thought that these two young people with the bloodline of the divine dragon would have such terrifying strength when they were only on the 3rd floor of Shenzhenjing? We can spare your life, but if you run away, we won't be able to explain it to the ancestor. Luoli looked at Reese and said with a frown. I won't run away. Anyway, my life was given to me by the two of you. I'll do whatever you say. I won't disobey you in any way, Reese said hurriedly. At this moment, many of its feathers had been blasted away and its wounds were bloody. It was a ghastly sight and unimaginable pain was coming from it. Reese was enduring. In order to survive, it had no other choice. As long as those golden lotus flowers disappeared, it could escape. Reese could also see that the young man and woman were not as fast as it. They could only trap it by using this unexpected sword technique. Senior sister, we don't have a good way to control this kind of big demon, Jun Maxiao frowned and transmitted his voice. After listening to her junior brother's words, Luoli also felt a little helpless. The three of them, apart from having a certain level of attainment in the three major cultivation methods of the Shenlong sect, knew nothing about how to tame demon beasts. In Luoli's mind, the simplest way was to beat the demon beast half to death so that it would not take the opportunity to escape. A cultivation method's incantation suddenly appeared in Luoli's mind. At the same time, a mysterious green bracelet appeared on Luoli's wrist. Use this bracelet to keep it. From now on, Reese's life is in your hands, the ancestor's faint voice sounded in Luoli's mind. The ancestor was still here. Luoli was so surprised that she almost shouted. She hurriedly cupped her fists and bowed to the void, saying silently, Thank you, ancestor. Senior sister, has the ancestor broken through and returned? Jun Maxiao asked nervously. I don't know, Luoli shook her head and said with a smile, but the ancestor is always concerned about us juniors, at this point. Luoli's eyes were moist with tears rolling down. Jun Maxiao was also very excited. Luoli wiped her tears, raised the bracelet on her hand and began to operate the incantation. The green bracelet suddenly emitted a bright light. The light continued to rise and formed a green line, shooting toward the Reese. As soon as the Reese saw the green line, it instinctively had a great panic. When it was about to turn around and escape, the green line suddenly accelerated and fell on the Rize, taking it back into the bracelet. Senior sister, what's this? Jun Maxiao looked at the green bracelet curiously. The ancestor just gave it to me. He taught me an incantation. I put the Rize into the bracelet, Luoli said happily. At this moment, in her mind, the Rize had been completely controlled by her. It could be said that she could decide the life and death of the Rize with a thought. Wow, this bracelet is so good. In the future, we can collect a lot of evil beasts and let them guard the gate of our Shenlong sect or be the mounts of our disciples, Jun Maxiao muttered to himself. In the end, he suddenly slapped his thigh and said with a sad face, Senior sister, I also want to ask for a bracelet for the ancestor. Whoosh, a green light broke through the air and appeared. It was put on Jun Maxiao's wrist. Jun Maxiao took a closer look and was suddenly stunned. There was also a bracelet on his wrist that was exactly the same as his senior sister's. Thank you, old ancestor. Jun Maxiao's mournful little face suddenly revealed a happy expression. He happily raised his wrist and proudly said to Luoli, Senior sister, look, I have one too. You little rascal. Luoli laughed twice. Her little junior brother, although he was quite tall and strong. But in fact, he was only 13 or 14 years old. In essence, he still had the temperament of a teenager. So sometimes, it was inevitable that he would behave a little childishly. Luoli reckoned that the old ancestor had also seen this, so she gave Jun Maxiao a bracelet. It had to be said. The old ancestor had really given a lot of thought to these three juniors. Junior brother. This is great. In the future, not only can we collect all kinds of heaven and earth treasures, if we encounter suitable demon beasts, we can also collect them into the bracelet. Luoli said with a smile. Yes. Jun Maxiao also nodded and smiled. He recalled the chant in his mind, manipulated the bracelet, and found that the bracelet really lit up. He quickly stopped the chant. After all, there were no demon beasts for him to collect now. Luoli thought of something and said solemnly, we have to work hard to cultivate. Although this bracelet can theoretically collect all kinds of demon beasts, in fact, it has something to do with the cultivation of the owner of the bracelet. Jun Maxiao recalled the chant of the cultivation technique and nodded, yes, senior sister, if you want to collect demon beasts, you have to be able to defeat them, speaking of which. He suddenly scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. When I first saw the bracelet on senior sister's hand, I thought that any demon beast could be collected. Stop dreaming. Luoli said snappily, do you think that just by wearing a bracelet on your hand, you can collect a supreme demon beast like the big black horse? Haha, senior sister, I was too whimsical. Jun Maxiao laughed awkwardly. With a thought from Luoli, a green light shot out from the bracelet and wrapped around Rize. The green light disappeared, and Rize returned to his normal size. At this moment, Rize looked at the two young men in front of him, his eyes filled with horror. Especially the green wrist on the little girl's hand. He didn't know what kind of artifact it was, but it was easily taken away. After entering the mysterious space of the bracelet, Rize was shocked to find that his life was already under the control of the bracelet. As long as the owner of the bracelet willed it, it would immediately die without a burial ground. Rize greets master. Rize respectfully kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to Luoli. Get up. Luoli said indifferently. Rize stood up and cautiously stood on the ground. He didn't even dare to breathe. He finally understood now. These two young men and woman definitely had a great background, and they were definitely not the talents of the Kamikaze dynasty. Maybe, they were from the Lydian dynasty. He couldn't afford to offend them at all. Rize, we entered the Jile mountain mainly to find the disciples of the three big sects to practice. They have been chasing you. Do you know where they are now? Luoli said with a straight face. Master, I got rid of them for the time being. I know their approximate location. Rize said hurriedly. Then take us there quickly. Luoli's face lit up. They had been looking for the disciples of the three big sects for a long time, but they only found some scattered ordinary disciples who came to the Jile mountain to practice. They didn't find the main force. Rize kneeled on the ground and said respectfully, Master, please sit on my back, and I will take you to that place. Luoli and Jun Maxiao were stunned, and then their faces lit up with ecstasy. The Luais was a demonic beast that could fly, and its speed was not slow. Now that they had tamed it, they would have a mount to travel on. This was really a pleasant surprise. Luoli and Jun Maxiao moved their bodies and landed on Rize's back. Whoosh, Rize flapped his wings and immediately flew at a low altitude. In the process of flying, he had to constantly dodge the dense lightning falling from the dark clouds. However, after all, he was an evil beast of thunder and was extremely sensitive to lightning. Therefore, even if the lightning became denser and denser, he could basically predict it in advance and accurately dodge it. Luoli was amazed by his ability to subdue Jun Maxiao. Rize flew with great concentration. He didn't dare to let the lightning in the clouds fall on his back and hurt the two young masters. After all, his little life was in the hands of the little girl. And that young man was the little girl's junior brother. The two of them had a close relationship, so Rize didn't dare to have any mishaps. After flying for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, they ran into a group of young men in unique black robes from afar. They were the people of the Umatsu sect. Looking at these familiar robes, Luoli and Jun Maxiao showed a hint of seriousness in their eyes. These people of the Umatsu sect were extremely crazy when they fought. Last time, if they hadn't used the Dragon Rebel incantation, they really wouldn't have been able to defeat those cruel guys. But now, there were 20 heaven's chosen disciples of the Umatsu sect in front of them, which was more than twice the number of people they had faced at the Cloud Dream Mountain. Last time, there were only 8 people. Senior sister, our training opponents are finally strong enough, Jun Maxiao licked his lips. His eyes shone brightly, showing a strong desire to win. Yes. Luoli nodded. There were many disciples of the Umatsu sect in front of him. The highest cultivation level was at the 9th stage of the Celestial Bridge Realm, and the lowest was at the 4th stage of the Celestial Bridge Realm. This was far more than the people they had met at the Cloud Dream Mountain. However, after this period of cultivation, she and her junior brother's cultivation level had risen to the 3rd floor of Xianxia Jing. Naturally, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the 1st stage of the Celestial Bridge Realm. The sound of something breaking through the air sounded from afar. The heaven's chosen disciples of the Umatsu sect quickly flew out from the depths of the forest while avoiding the dense lightning. There's too much lightning in this lousy place. A disciple scolded with a straight face. Yes, it's really not easy to kill this Rize with our own hands. In this battle for the champion of the 3 sects, we'll see who's lucky enough to meet the injured Rize first. In front of the team, a black-faced young man at the 9th stage of the Celestial Bridge Realm frowned and said with a sigh. This time, the Rize was the final prey in this battle for the champion of the 3 sections. The sect that killed the Rize would be the winner in this battle for the champion of the 3 sects and would receive unimaginable rewards. After entering the thunder-accumulating mountain, the disciples of the 3 sects were in hot pursuit and didn't fall far behind. Later, for some unknown reason, the Rize seemed to have taken some medicine and his physique recovered by more than half. He sped up and disappeared into the depths of the thunder-accumulating mountain. The disciples of the 3 sects couldn't do anything. So they split into 3 groups to search for the Rize. The black-faced young man suddenly sensed something. He looked up and saw a big green bird flying quickly from afar. It's the Rize. He was instantly overjoyed. He quickly pulled out his sword and laughed. The Rize has appeared. Everyone, please follow me to kill this monster. Yes, senior brother. The disciples of the Umatsu sect shouted enthusiastically. They pulled out their swords with fanatical expressions and rushed out after the black-faced senior brother. This Luais. The 3 sects had been chasing after it for a few days. Some time ago, due to the 3 sects holding each other back, no one had succeeded in killing Xianxia. Therefore, the position of the leader had not been decided. After Rize escaped, the 3 sects had not been able to catch up with it. After entering the depths of Jilei Mountain, Rize took advantage of the natural advantage of thunder and lightning. It was like a fish in water, leaving the 3 sects far behind. Especially in the last half-day, Rize had disappeared without a trace. Therefore, the 3 sects began to separate and search for Rize. Whoever could find Rize first would be the leader. This was because the strength of the disciples sent by any of the sects this time was enough to kill Rize. The disciples of the Umatsu sect had only rushed out a few hundred feet. Suddenly, they found a boy and a girl standing on Rize's back. The boy and girl were very young. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old, and the boy was 13 or 14. Their cultivation was not low, having reached the third floor of Xianxia. Senior brother, this Rize is arrogant and unruly. How could these two boys subdue it? A tall and thin young man next to him said with a frown. Maybe it's a pet that these two boys have been raising for a long time? The black-faced young man's eyes were indifferent, and there was a hint of killing intent in them. He said coldly, there's nothing special about their robes. They should be robe practitioners. Just tell them to get lost. If they don't, just kill them. The eyes of the Umatsu sect's young men turned red at the mention of killing. They were the disciples of the devil's doctrine of the Umatsu sect. They were all extremely cruel and liked to kill. In the Umatsu sect, they were all lawless people. Whoosh, Rize flashed and soon arrived in front of him. The distance between the two sides was only 20 to 30 feet. Luoli controlled Rize to stop it in midair. She pulled out the revered golden dragon sword and pointed the tip of the sword at the Umatsu sect disciple. Her small face was like frost, and her eyes turned cold. You two brats, hurry up and hand over Rize and scram. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The tall and skinny young man roared loudly with an arrogant expression on his face. The people of the Umatsu sect are indeed arrogant. With a straight face, Jun Maxiao drew his sword and activated the divine dragon sword art. The image of a divine dragon appeared behind him. After the huge divine dragon's shadow appeared, his aura suddenly became stronger. Luoli gently shook her wrist, and a green light sucked Rize in. Rize was not needed in this battle. She and her junior brother should make full use of this opportunity to improve themselves. They should strive to improve from the third floor of Shenzhen to the fourth floor in the Jilei mountain range. If you're not convinced, let's fight. Luoli shouted coldly. Her body suddenly turned into a divine dragon's shadow and attacked first. Jun Maxiao did the same. The two of them had fought side by side for so many times that they had formed a strong tacit understanding. Damn it, how dare you be more arrogant than us? Kill them. Not expecting these two kids to be so arrogant, the black-faced young man was furious. His eyes were overflowing with bloodthirsty killing intent. He immediately raised his sword and manipulated a sword light to meet them. The other young men behind him also controlled the cold sword light and besieged Luoli and Jun Maxiao. In an instant, the whole forest was filled with sword chi. Bang, bang. The sword light surged out like a tide and collided with each other, making loud noises. Sizzle. Sizzle, countless strong sword lights hit the trees, cutting many of the trees, and the wounds on the trees reflected flashes of lightning. Whether it was Luoli, Jun Maxiao, or the disciples of the Umatsu sect, they had to avoid these lightning bolts in time. Rumble, bolts of lightning continued to fall from the clouds in the sky. These lightning bolts were as thick as buckets and had amazing power. This added a lot of variables to the battle between the two sides. If one's movement technique was not strong enough, he would be hit by these lightning bolts. Luoli and Jun Maxiao had great attainments in the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. The two of them could dodge these lightning attacks every time. However, the disciples of the Umatsu sect were not so lucky. There were often people who could not dodge in time and were hit by the lightning bolts. However, their physiques were extremely strong. Although they were hit by the lightning and their combat strength was affected, it did not cause any damage. The geniuses of the Umatsu sect also cooperated with each other very well. Even if someone was hit by the lightning and was temporarily incapacitated, someone would quickly fill the position. They created a time gap for their fellow sect members to recover. The two sides clashed fiercely in this chaotic state. The surging sword light collided incessantly, producing a series of loud rumbling sounds that spread in all directions. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the geniuses of the Umatsu sect were surprised to find that although the cultivation of this young man and woman was not high, their individual combat strength was terrifyingly high. They had so many people, but they could only suppress this young man and woman. They did not form a fatal situation. Kill! The black-faced young man suddenly roared. His eyes were bloodshot, the muscles all over his body swelled, and his blood chi surged. His aura suddenly became stronger, and his combat strength became even more terrifying. It had at least doubled. Seeing that their senior brother had used the devil god creation technique, the others also roared. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their blood chi burned as they also activated this technique. In such a short time, the 20 geniuses of the Uematsu sect had all entered a state of demonization. Their combat strength had at least doubled. The demonized crowd surrounded Luo Li and Jun Maxiao in the center and began a frenzied wave of attacks. The two of them instantly felt immense pressure. However, in order to pursue the effect of the training and to achieve a breakthrough under such pressure, Luo Li and Jun Maxiao did not use the Nine Heavens Lotus technique, which was both offensive and defensive. Whoosh whoosh, the two of them unleashed the 9 Divine Dragon Transformation technique to the maximum. Streaks of divine dragon shadows changed unpredictably. As they whistled, they constantly dodged all sorts of dangerous attacks. At this moment, the two of them were extremely suppressed. They had almost no strength left to fight back. The streaks of sword light were fierce and sharp. Almost every strike could take the lives of the two of them. At this moment, the pressure on the two of them was imaginable. The two of them also knew that the greater the pressure, the higher the efficiency of the dragon tiger pills in their bodies. The chances of a breakthrough would also be higher. The medicinal power of the dragon tiger pill that they had consumed earlier was rapidly digesting. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Another group of people flew over from afar. There were also 20 of them. They wore the same robes. They were actually disciples of the Xianxia sect. Senior brother, why are these lunatics fighting with a pair of youths? The crowd hid in the distance and observed the battle. After observing the battle for a few seconds, a burly youth asked a handsome senior brother beside him. Have you seen this pair of youths before? The handsome senior brother turned around and asked his junior brothers beside him in a low voice. No, we haven't seen them before. They don't look like geniuses from any major factions. The youths behind him all shook their heads. That's strange. The battle for the champion hasn't ended yet. Why are these lunatics fighting with a pair of unfamiliar rogue cultivators? The handsome youth had a puzzled expression. He stroked his chin. His starry eyes shone with the light of deduction. The 20 prodigy disciples of the Xianxia sect were too far away. Neither the demonized prodigy disciples of the Uematsu sect, nor Luo Li and Jun Maxiao noticed anything. After all, the battle had reached its climax. Everyone still had to deal with the lightning bolts falling from the sky and the trees. It could be said that the battle was extremely chaotic. The demonized cultivators' battle strength soared and their physiques were astonishing. Even when lightning struck them, their bodies only swayed a little before they continued to attack. In the void above the lightning pool, Yiyan slowly opened his eyes. He had been paying attention to this battle from beginning to end. After all, Yiyan also hoped that this experience would allow the two little fellows to achieve another breakthrough. The current chaotic battle had already put a lot of pressure on Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. Far more than any other battle before. Yiyan's eyes flashed and he could clearly see the depletion of the dragon tiger pills in Luo Li and Jun Maxiao's bodies. Suddenly, he bent his finger lightly. The 2 god-level dragon tiger pills instantly turned into 2 balls of medicinal energy and disappeared before Yiyan's eyes. In the next instant, the 2 balls of medicinal energy landed on top of Luo Li and Jun Maxiao's heads. At this moment, the two of them were using the 9 Divine Dragon Transformation technique to dodge the attacks of the Uematsu sect's prodigy disciples with difficulty. But unexpectedly, the medicinal energy of a powerful dragon tiger pill fell directly from above their heads. The medicinal energy flowed into their bodies through their Baihui acupoints. The two of them were instantly invigorated. The cloud of medicinal qi above their heads synchronized with their movements and did not affect their movement techniques. Yiyan continuously sent the medicinal energy downwards. It was neither too much nor too little. The continuous flow caused their bodies to be in an extremely tense state of absorption and conversion. Luo Li and Jun Maxiao were well aware that this was the work of their ancestor. Their confidence was boosted as they dodged wave after wave of attacks from the Uematsu sect disciples. After a full hour, these talented disciples of the Uematsu sect still couldn't kill Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. They didn't even hurt them. The chosen disciples of the Xianxia sect, who were watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but turn pale when they saw this. Wasn't this young man and woman a little too strong? On the third floor of Xianxia, he was able to hold on for so long in the face of 20 disciples of the Umatsu sect who had demonized. It was incredible that he was not injured at all. "Senior brother, should we help?" The burly young man squinted his eyes and asked. "Although our three great sects don't get along well, most of the time, we should unite against external enemies." The handsome young man put his hands behind his back and said in a low voice, "As far as I know, they can't stay demonized for more than 2 hours. Once they are demonized, their combat effectiveness will drop. At that time, I'm afraid that the young man and woman will fight back. Senior brother, let's go and help." The burly young man was about to rush over with his sword in hand, but he was stopped by the handsome young man. "Those demonized lunatics don't recognize anyone. We'd better stay away from them and attack them from a distance," the handsome young man said in a bad mood. Then, he took the lead and rushed forward. He stopped when he was about 50 feet away from the scene of the battle. He raised his hand and several sword lights attacked Luoli and Jun Maxiao. The other disciples of the Xianxia sect did the same. In an instant, dense sword lights swarmed over. For fear of hurting the Umatsu sect disciples, they didn't use too much strength. Each of them only waved 7 or 8 sword lights. Even so, there were still some sword lights that landed on the disciples of the demon-controlling sect. But at the same time, Luoli and Jun Maxiao were also in great danger. The two of them didn't expect that the people of the Xianxia sect would also attack at this moment. Luoli and Jun Maxiao had no choice but to display the 9 Heavens Lotus technique. Hiss, golden sword lotuses suddenly rose and filled the void, blocking the attacks one after another. This sword technique was originally a sword technique that combined 2 swords. Once 2 people displayed it at the same time, its power was enormous. Therefore, after this sword technique was displayed, Luoli and Jun Maxiao's situation suddenly became less passive. However, in the face of the attacks of 40 disciples of the 2 great sects, they could only defend temporarily. Above their heads, the 2 balls of medicinal qi were still being continuously injected into their bodies, transforming into surging transcendence energy, which was then squandered away again. This process repeated over and over again. Gradually, Jun Maxiao felt that the barrier in his body seemed to be loosening. He knew that under such immense pressure, the ancestor had replenished the medicinal strength of the dragon tiger pill in time. They were facing a breakthrough, the moment was about to arrive. What? How can they still hold on? What kind of sword technique is this? The handsome young man from the Xianxia sect suddenly stopped attacking and looked at the sword technique with a gloomy expression. The Xianxia sect was extremely accomplished in the way of the sword, but they had never seen such a powerful sword technique. The young man and woman were using their swords in unison, and golden sword lotuses appeared at the tips of their swords. These golden sword lotuses could both attack and defend, and they filled the void, preventing their attacks from penetrating. "Increase your attacks, we can't let this young man and woman walk out alive." The handsome young man's face was filled with envy and jealousy. He knew that these 2 young men were definitely monsters in the cultivation world. If they were allowed to walk out alive today, the disciples of the 3 great sects would have no chance of survival in the future. Therefore, they moved closer and increased their attacks. For a moment, sword light crisscrossed and fell like raindrops. The battle continued. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Bang! Jun Maxiao's body suddenly shook, and a loud bang came from within his body. At this moment, he broke through to the 4th stage of the celestial bridge stage. "Haha, I finally broke through." Jun Maxiao was extremely happy. At this moment, the transcendence energy in his body was many times stronger than before. With a shake of the tip of his sword, huge golden sword lotuses floated out. This made the power of their sword technique even greater. What? This guy actually broke through? All the disciples of the Xianxia sect couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. It was really hard to imagine how monstrous this young man was to be able to break through in this kind of battle. For a moment, they were even more determined to not let these 2 people live. As for the demonized Uematsu sect disciples, although they were muddle-headed, they also noticed Jun Maxiao's breakthrough. They became even crazier and rushed forward without any regard for their lives. They all began to attack Jun Maxiao. The pressure on Jun Maxiao suddenly increased. However, fortunately, this sword technique was a combination of two swords. With Senior Luo Li helping him withstand the pressure, he was able to hold on. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Bang, Luo Li's body shook, and a loud bang came from within her body. At this moment, she had also stepped into the fourth stage of the Celestial Bridge stage. Feeling that her body had become extremely powerful again, Luo Li's mind was agitated. She could not help but raise her head and let out a long howl. This long howl was like a dragon's roar. It echoed in the depths of Jilei Mountain. Whoosh, Luo Li shook the tip of her sword. In an instant, hundreds of golden sword lotuses appeared and sealed the surrounding void. Bastards, how did these two guys both break through? The handsome young man of the Qitian Jianzong sect was furious. He immediately rushed over with his sword. He could not leave any future trouble. Today, he had to kill these two teenagers no matter what, even if he had to pay a certain price, he could accept it. Seeing their senior brother take the lead, the other disciples of the Qitian Jianzong sect also followed. In an instant, these 20 people all surrounded Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. They used their sword techniques and launched a wave of crazy attacks. Rumble, at this moment, bolts of lightning constantly fell from the clouds in the sky. Chi-chi. The dense sword light attacks were reflected on the trees. Every hole in the trees also shot out bolts of lightning. In addition, there were golden sword lotuses all over the sky. There were also various kinds of sword light attacks from the Uematsu sect and the Qitian Jianzong sect. The battle scene fell into an extremely chaotic and spectacular scene. Luo Li and Jun Maxiao had just broken through and their fighting strength had soared. However, they still felt the pressure when the Qitian Jianzong sect directly joined the battle. However, the two sides only fought to a draw. The 40 people did not gain the upper hand against Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. After fighting for another 30 minutes, they did not hurt a single hair of the two people. At this moment, a feeling of horror rose in the hearts of all the people of the Qitian Jianzong sect. This young man and woman, were they still human? How could their body movements be so powerful, under the crazy bombardment of 40 people, as well as all kinds of chaotic lightning attacks? He was actually unscathed. What exactly was this movement skill that allowed one to transform into a divine dragon's shadow? How come I've never heard of it in the Kamikaze dynasty? Puff, a soft sound rang out. At this moment, the two clouds of medicinal qi above the two people's heads were suddenly exhausted and disappeared. When Yin saw this, he pondered for a few seconds before taking out a small bottle and pouring out 2 drops of mysterious blue liquid. Whoosh, with a light flick of his finger, they broke through the void and landed on top of Luo Li and Jun Maxiao in the blink of an eye. These 2 drops of blue liquid were very small, but when they appeared above their heads, they immediately became blue balls of light the size of a basin. They emitted an indescribably resplendent light as they floated above the two people's heads, constantly casting down rays of blue light. What the hell is this? Luo Li and Jun Maxiao were shocked. The blue light fell from above and enveloped the two people's bodies. Finally, it slowly drilled into their pores, bringing an unimaginably huge and exuberant vitality to their bodies. Senior sister, I seem to feel that I can still break through, Jun Maxiao said in a trembling voice. Yes, I have the same feeling. What kind of treasure did the ancestor give us? Luo Li was so excited that tears flowed out of her eyes. Seeing the two little guys so excited, Yi Yun smiled indifferently and closed his eyes to rest. For Yi Yun, this mysterious blue liquid was just a drop in the bucket. He had more powerful treasures that could improve cultivation than this mysterious blue liquid. However, the grade was too high and it was not convenient for these two little guys to use. One could not blindly rely on treasures of heaven and earth for cultivation, which would make one's battle strength unable to be fully improved. It could be said that Yi Yun had high hopes for these 3 little guys, so he did not use the treasures of heaven and earth, panaceas and elixirs in the warehouse to improve their cultivation. Bastards, why are there 2 blue balls of light above their heads? And their battle strength seems to be stronger than before. The handsome young man from the Qitian Jianzong sect's face was distorted and his eyes were burning with anger. These two guys were too monstrous and had endless tricks up their sleeves. If they did not kill them today, the 40 genius disciples of their two sects would all die here today. The demonized Umatsu sect disciple also felt that something was wrong at this moment. He even felt the threat of death approaching step by step. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to kill these two guys with all my strength. The handsome young man roared and leaped high, launching a final attack on Luoli and Jun Maxiao. Senior sister, they are going to risk their lives, Jun. Maxiao said with a frown. At this moment, he could not help but want to activate the Dragon Rebel incantation to increase his battle strength by 5 times and then kill everyone. However, when he thought of the ancestors' instructions, he forcefully suppressed this thought. It was better to avoid burning one's blood essence. As long as he and his senior sister held on for a while longer, that mysterious blue light would allow them to break through another small realm. As expected. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. Bang, bang. Their bodies shook almost at the same time, one in front and one behind. There was a rumbling sound in their bodies, and then their magic power surged like a great river and went straight to their meridians. At this moment, the two of them broke through another small realm and reached the 5th floor of Xianxia. They broke through 2 levels in one battle. Luoli and Jun Maxiao were extremely excited. They knew that this mysterious blue ball of light given to them by the ancestor was definitely the most powerful medicine in the world. Just as Luoli and Jun Maxiao broke through, the blue ball of light above their heads slowly disappeared. Its energy had been exhausted. How did they break through again? The handsome young man from the Qitian Jianzong sect was so angry that he kept roaring. His expression became more and more distorted, like an evil spirit. At this moment, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the forest in the distance. The handsome young man turned his head to look, and his face immediately lit up with joy. He quickly shouted, "Senior brothers and junior brothers of the Xianxia sect, come and help us. We can't hold on any longer." The 20 Heavens Pride disciples of the Xianxia sect who were rushing over from the distance suddenly saw the huge battle scene in front of them. They were all dumbfounded. 40 people besieged 2 people. Clouds and lightning fell crazily, and the trees constantly spat out lightning. The battle was extremely chaotic. And the young man and woman were actually suppressing the 40 people. Kill. Luoli and Jun Maxiao tacitly attacked fiercely at this moment. If the Xianxia sect disciples joined the battle, they were afraid that they would not be able to hold on any longer. The current plan was to strike first and gain the upper hand by killing the disciples of the Heavenly Equal Sword sect. As for the demonized Umatsu sect disciples, they were nothing to be afraid of. They had already held on for too long. It was about time for the devil god creation technique to end. At this critical moment, Luoli and Jun Maxiao actually abandoned the 9 Heavens Lotus technique and used the fierce and domineering Divine Dragon Sword technique again. Boom, boom. The sky was filled with the shadows of divine dragons mixed with endless sword light. Like Mercury, they attacked the Qitian Jianzong sect disciples. Now that the 2 of them were on the 5th floor of Xianxia, the Qitian Jianzong sect disciples could no longer hold on when they used this sword technique. In an instant, some disciples with low cultivation were killed by the sword. By the time the Xianxia sect disciples reacted and rushed to the front, more than a dozen of the 20 Heavens Pride disciples of the Qitian Jianzong sect had died. Only a few Heavens Pride disciples who were above the 8th stage of the Celestial Bridge realm were still alive. How can this pair of strange teenagers be so strong? When the 20 prodigious disciples of the Divine Hing sect arrived, they saw that more than 10 of the Heavens Equal Sword sect's prodigious disciples had already died. In the blink of an eye, the Qitian Jianzong sect was defeated like a landslide. They were completely defeated by the 2 teenagers from the 5th floor of Xianxia. The 3 sects are of the same breath and branch. Let's fight against the enemy together. A young cultivator from the 10th floor of Xinqiaojing, who was the leader of the Xianxia sect, was furious. He raised his sword and roared. He led his fellow disciples behind him to attack Luoli and Jun Maxiao. The sword light swept over like a hurricane. Seeing the disciples of the Xianxia sect charging over, the remaining few Qitian Jianzong sect disciples immediately became spirited. They counterattacked as if they had been injected with chicken blood. For a moment, there were more than 40 talented disciples of the 3 sections. They launched a fierce siege on Luoli and Jun Maxiao. Chi. The sword light was like a tide, like a mountain, and like thousands of stars exploding. Boom boom boom, bolts of lightning kept falling from the sky. Sizzle, the surrounding black trees also kept reflecting bolts of lightning at the same time. The scene was extremely chaotic. Whoosh whoosh, shadows of divine dragons kept shuttling back and forth in the chaotic situation. At this moment, Luoli and Jun Maxiao were once again under great pressure. These disciples of the Xianxia sect were all terrifyingly strong. They were even stronger than the Uematsu sect and the Qitianjianzong sect. In the Kamikaze dynasty, the Qitianjianzong sect ranked third, the Uematsu sect ranked second, and the Xianxia sect ranked first. The heavenly sons of the Xianxia sect were superior to the other two sects in terms of overall combat strength. The Xianxia sect was best at the 7-star sword technique. As long as there were more than 7 people in this sword technique, they could form a sword formation. Now, there were 20 people here. It was just enough to form 2 7-star sword formations. The prodigy disciples of the Uematsu sect also woke up one by one. The Uematsu sect disciples were enraged when they saw that the young man and woman were still alive and kicking. One by one, they took out a red bottle and swallowed the red liquid. This was the life-saving medicine for every genius disciple of the Uematsu sect. If the demonization failed to kill the enemy, then this life-saving medicine could instantly replenish their blood and qi, allowing their bodies to return to normal in a short period of time. However, he could no longer demonize because his body could not withstand it. Thank you for your help, senior and junior brothers. A young man from the Uematsu sect cupped his fists and shouted. Then, with a cold face, he continued to fight. Although they didn't demonize, their combat strength decreased. But in fact, in a sober state, they could cooperate with the prodigy disciples of the other two sects, which improved the combat strength of the 3 sects a lot. In the distance, Yiyan silently observed Jun Maxiao and Luoli. Even though he was being completely suppressed. Because they had killed more than a dozen disciples of the Qitianjianzong sect before. The 2 of them could hold on for the time being. Yiyan was relieved. Now, it was a competition of physical strength. As for the cultivators of the Shenlong sect, they had Zhu Long bloodline and had long physical strength. The longer they fought, the better it would be. Outside the Jilei mountain, 2 figures flew over. Their auras were strong. The lightning falling from the sky turned around and fell to other places when it was 3 meters away from them. They were 2 old men. One was wearing a golden Taoist robe, and the other was wearing a silver Taoist robe. One had golden eyes, and the other had silver eyes. Both of them were exuding a horrible aura. Their strength was so strong that they had reached the Fate realm. Is this the Jilei mountain? The silver-eyed old man looked into the distance, narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Yes, this is a very famous place in the Kamikaze dynasty. In the depths of the Jilei mountain, there is a thunder pool. The water of the thunder pool contains a great power of destruction and also a great power of rebirth. The golden-eyed old man said with a smile. Brother, I heard that the thunder pool also has an owner. There is a Jilei palace under the thunder pool. There are 3 monster kings, who are called the 3 saints of Jilei mountain. Let's go and pay them a visit first. The silver-eyed old man said with his hands behind his back. Okay. The golden-eyed old man nodded. The 2 of them suddenly sped up, turned into an incredible flowing light, and disappeared in an instant. In another place of the Jilei mountain, a black-haired old man was strolling in the air with 2 youths in tow. He didn't care about the thick lightning bolts falling from the sky at all. Above his head, a large black umbrella floated. The umbrella spun continuously, deflecting all of the lightning. The 2 young men next to him, a boy and a girl, were both 16 or 17 years old. Although they were young, they had reached the peak of the 10th floor of Shenzhenjing. The 3 of them were moving toward the depths of the Jilei mountain. After a few breaths, the golden-eyed old man and the silver-eyed old man arrived at the periphery of the thunder pool. There was a huge cave outside the thunder pool. 3 golden words were engraved on the bronze gate of the cave, Jilei Palace. This is the place. The silver-eyed old man smiled and shouted, Is this, the territory of the 3 saints of Jilei mountain? The three saints of Jilei Mountain were eating and drinking with the big black horse and the big black cat in the main hall. All of a sudden, they heard the noise outside. They immediately frowned. At this moment, they sensed that there were two great practitioners of the Fate realm outside. Gulp. Gulp, the big black horse was holding a wine jar and had just finished drinking. Suddenly, it saw the two guys outside and curled its lips indifferently. Two little monsters of the Fate realm were nothing in its eyes. "Senior, there are visitors outside. Let's go out and have a look." The three saints of Jilei Mountain stood up and cupped their fists to the big black horse. "Go." The big black horse didn't even raise its head. It said vaguely and continued drinking. "Uncle Ma, here's another jar of wine." The big black cat, who had turned into a young man, sat next to him. He quickly handed over a new jar of wine. After the big black horse took it, it raised its head and poured it into its mouth. The big black cat looked into the distance. When it saw the two old men, its eyes were filled with hatred. "Little cat, what's wrong?" Although the big black horse was drinking, how could the big black cat's every move be hidden from him? "Uncle Ma, the two monsters outside, one is a golden ring snake and the other is a silver ring snake. Their cultivation is very high. I used to have a grudge with them, but I didn't expect their cultivation to surpass mine now." The big black cat sighed and clenched its fists, making cracking sounds. "So they're your enemies? That's easy. Watch how I deal with them later." The big black horse put down the wine jar and grinned, revealing his big white teeth. His body shook slightly and his aura dropped from the life and death realm all the way to the peak of Nirvana realm level 10. It was exactly the same as the big black cat's cultivation. "Uncle Ma, what are you doing?" The big black cat's heart jumped and it asked in surprise. "Hee, you just have to wait for a good show. Watch how Grandpa Ma teases these two little snakes." The big black horse grinned. The big black cat also grinned. Uncle Ma was going to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was a powerful eternal realm great demon who could crush the two little snakes outside with one finger, but he had to do it. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, teasing the two little snakes before killing them. The big black cat was full of expectations. It also wanted to see how Uncle Ma would deal with those two guys. At this time, the three saints of Jilei Mountain appeared at the gate. Seeing the two unfamiliar old men in front of them, they cupped their fists and asked, "Friends, where are you from?" "We're from the Celestial Empire. I'm the Golden Eye Master of 10,000 Dragon Ridge, and he's Master the Silver Eye." The Golden Eye old man said proudly. What? They were the gold and silver holy masters of the Celestial Empire. The three saints of Jilei Mountain looked at each other and couldn't help but feel shocked. The Celestial Empire bordered the Kamikaze dynasty. If Jilei Mountain was the holy land of the demon clan of the Kamikaze dynasty, then 10,000 Dragon Ridge was the holy land of the demon clan of the Celestial Empire. As for the Golden Eye Master and Master the Silver Eye, the three of them had heard of the two great demons. These two guys were cultivators of the Fate realm. In terms of strength, they were stronger than the three saints of Jilei Mountain. I didn't know that the two holy masters had arrived. Please take a seat inside. Lei Long quickly cupped his fists and said very politely. Well. Thank you for your hospitality. The gold and silver holy venerates swaggered toward the palace. The three saints of Jilei Mountain followed closely behind. Kuei Ox and Thunder Tiger followed behind Lei Long. They looked at each other and showed a look of embarrassment. There was an Eternal Realm Great Demon Senior in the palace. Now there were two holy masters of the Celestial Empire. How should they get along with each other, after everyone walked into the main hall? Golden-eyed Holy Exalt and Silver-eyed Holy Exalt saw the two Nirvana Realm Great Demons sitting above. They were drinking from a jar of wine. They couldn't help but become angry. Aren't you the three saints of Jilei Mountain the owner of this palace? How can you let two guys of the Nirvana Realm sit on the main seats? Golden-eye Holy Sovereign asked coldly. This, Lei Long stuttered, not knowing how to explain. Naturally, he did not dare to reveal the details of that Eternal Realm Great Demon Senior. After all, his life was important. But, how could he explain this kind of thing? Bang, the big black cat threw the wine jar aside and looked at the Golden Eye Master and Master the Silver Eye with drunken eyes. He laughed and said, "Why do you two look so familiar?" Have we met before? You are, a nine-tailed spirit cat? The GoldenEye Master narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at the big black cat. When he found that it was just Nirvana Realm level 10, he couldn't help but sneer. You old cat, it's been almost 1,000 years and you still haven't broken through to the Fate Realm. What a waste. You're a disgrace to the nine-tailed spirit cat clan. Go to hell. Do you think you're invincible in the Fate Realm? The big black cat scolded lazily. It didn't seem to be angered by the GoldenEye Master's words. It grabbed a spirit fruit from the table, put it in its mouth, and chewed slowly. At this moment, the big black horse also put the wine jar on the table and looked at the two old men in gold and silver robes opposite it. He smiled and showed his white teeth. Lei Long saw the big black horse's expression and suddenly panicked. Lei Long was about to speak when the big black horse suddenly interrupted him. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. The big black horse snorted. Lei Long immediately shut up. Kuei Ox and Thunder Tiger didn't even dare to breathe. This was an Eternal Realm great demon. In the entire Sunnon continent, few people were his match. You two Nirvana Realm monsters, get down from there. That's not a place for you two. The GoldenEye Master shouted angrily. Is that so? The big black horse suddenly stood up and slowly walked down with his hands behind his back. He hooked his finger at the GoldenEye Master and smiled. I'm overestimating myself. Why don't we have a fight? When the big black cat saw Uncle Ma make his move and saw how arrogant he was, it couldn't help but laugh loudly in its heart. When it was in the Celestial Bridge Realm, it had made a feud with these two snake monsters. At that time, it was 2 against 1 and was no match for them. After being seriously injured, it ran away. After so many years, it couldn't take revenge. Unexpectedly, today, it came to the Jilei mountain range and saw these two old enemies, although it was no match for them. Uncle Ma was about to help it take revenge. In the void above the thunder pool, Yiyan saw the big black horse acting weak and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. The big black horse had a bad taste. Fortunately, it was hard-working and didn't talk much. Today, it could do whatever it wanted. At this time, Yiyan looked in another direction. A black-haired old man with a big black umbrella over his head and 2 teenagers were gradually approaching the scene of the battle between Jun Maxiao and Luoli. This is getting interesting, Yiyan smiled gently. The black-haired old man's cultivation was not low. He was a cultivator of the Fate Realm. The teenagers beside him were extremely talented. They were already half-step to Nirvana Realm experts at the age of 16 or 17. In the Jilei mountain range, the big black horse's arrogance successfully provoked the anger of the GoldenEye Master and Master the Silver Eye. Go to hell. Master the Silver Eye had a fiery temper and directly grabbed the big black horse. The big black horse also threw a punch without any fanciful moves. Bang, the fist and palm collided with a muffled sound. The two were evenly matched. Ouch, you have a lot of strength. The big black horse pretended to be in pain and shook his hand, grinning. What kind of monster are you? His physical body is pretty strong. Master the Silver Eye took 2 steps forward and looked up and down. His eyes flashed with silver light, but he couldn't see the origin of the big black horse. He took a deep breath and turned into a shadow, attacking the big black horse again. The big black horse raised its fist again and punched without any fanciful moves. Bang, another muffled sound. This time, Master the Silver Eye actually took 2 steps back, but the big black horse didn't move at all. The GoldenEye Master, who had been watching the battle, was shocked. What was the origin of this swarthy middle-aged man? Why was his body so strong? Come at me together, you two. Today, I'll play with you. The big black horse clenched his fists and cracked them, but there was a faint smile on his face. Seeing the black-robed man so arrogant, the GoldenEye Master and Master the Silver Eye couldn't help but roar and rush over. The 3 saints of Jilei Mountain next to them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This senior was already in the Eternal Realm, but he was still in the mood to tease 2 little monsters in the Fate Realm. He really liked to have fun. Bang! 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 Inside the palace, 3 figures were constantly intertwining and fiercely fighting with each other. Both sides were very strong, and the momentum of the battle was huge. shockwaves spread out in all directions. Freeze! Lei Long spread out his hands and quickly blocked all the shockwaves. He didn't want the palace to be destroyed like this. Big brother, both sides are people that we can't afford to offend. What should we do? Standing behind Lei Long, Kuei-ox looked panicked and sent a sound transmission. This sound transmission was divided into two parts and sent to Lei Long and Thunder Tiger at the same time. For thousands of years, the three saints of Jilei Mountain had never joined any forces. They had always been in seclusion, seeking the supreme great Tao, and almost never walked in the world. But they did not expect that this time, Jilei Mountain would provoke two powerful forces. One was an eternal realm great demon senior. The other two were the gold and silver holy masters from the Celestial Empire's 10,000 Dragon Ridge. Although these two saint venerables were slightly weaker, they were still big shots that they could not afford to offend. It was said that there was a revered dragon in the 10,000 Dragon Ridge, whose cultivation was even higher. He had stepped into the Fate Realm thousands of years ago. The situation in front of us is no longer something we can decide. Lei Long sighed and sent two sound transmissions. Two brothers, our Jilei Mountain is small, we can't afford to offend anyone. Kuei-ox sighed and said, Big brother, if this eternal realm great demon senior leaves our Jilei Mountain, what should we do when the revered dragon of the 10,000 Dragon Ridge comes to us in the future? There's no way, we can only tell the truth. Besides, we didn't participate in this matter, Lei Long said with a wry smile. After a few seconds of silence, he continued, this revered dragon and I are of the same origin and belong to the dragon clan. He should give me some face. Kuei-ox and Thunder Tiger heard their big brother Lei Long's words and their faces relaxed a little. Ha, you two guys are so powerful. I feel uncomfortable all over. Hurry up and use more strength. Maybe I will be defeated by you. The big black horse's face was full of panic and shouted while fighting. He did not have the demeanor of a senior at all. At the moment, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Although he did not attack much, he was screaming in pain. Instead, it was the gold and silver holy masters. Big brother, what is this guy? His body is too hard. Master the Silver Eye's face contorted slightly as he sent a telepathic message, spitting saliva as he fought. Even though he was able to sneak a punch on the black-robed man's body, it was as if he had hit the hardest magic treasure in the world. His fist bounced back, and his fist bones ached. Could it be a Blackstone demon? The Golden Eye Master gritted his teeth and guessed. He also suffered a lot. All kinds of attacks landed on that guy's body. In the end, his hands and feet were in terrible pain. On the surface, the two of them seemed to have the upper hand. But in reality, only the two of them knew how much they had suffered. That black-robed man simply had the body of a Vajra. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move him. Fortunately, this fellow's attack power was not strong. Otherwise, the two of them would not be able to stand here and communicate with each other. Hee hee. The big black cat watched the battle from afar with a sinister smile on its face. Uncle Ma was Uncle Ma. He would always be the big black cat's Uncle Ma, who was full of the demeanor of an expert. This attack seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in fact, it had the upper hand. The big black cat thought of Uncle Ma's bulging muscles. It estimated that even the most powerful imperial weapons in the world would not be able to pierce through them. Not to mention, the soft fists of these two Fate State snake demons. You too, can you use some strength? How can you be considered a Fate State monster with such little strength? You're a disgrace to the monster race. The big black horse bared its white teeth and punched out, colliding with the Golden Eye Master's fist. Boom, Golden Eye Holy Sovereign was sent flying by the recoil. Then, the Golden Eye Master kept shaking his hand and grimacing, as if in great pain. At this moment, Silver-Eyed Saint attacked from the back like a ghost. The big black horse did not advance, but instead retreated. It hit Master the Silver Eye's fist and sent Master the Silver Eye flying again. Master the Silver Eye's fist was cracked. He grimaced in pain and almost rolled on the ground. You pervert. What is your true form? The Silver-Eyed Holy Sovereign didn't attack anymore. He just stood there and cursed. The two Fate State monsters had thought that they could easily take care of this little monster of the Nirvana state. They did not expect that. After fighting for a while, they did not succeed. Kueox was more relaxed. He could not help but laugh out loud. However, he only managed to laugh once before he stopped abruptly and covered his mouth in time. However, his voice still reached the ears of the two Saint Venerables. The two holy sages suddenly felt embarrassed. They were so noble and powerful. But in front of the three saints of Jile Mountain, they could not take care of a nirvana state cultivator. It was really embarrassing. The Golden Eye Master glared at Kueox. He stretched out his hand and suddenly, two golden ring appeared in his hand. Master the Silver Eye also had two silver ring in his hand. Oh, you two little snakes are using your natal treasures? It seems that you care a lot about me, a little monster of the nirvana state. The big black horse said sarcastically. He reached his hand into his robe and said, I also need to find a natal item to fight with you. It's too disadvantageous to fight barehanded. Uncle Ma had a natal item? The big black cat straightened its neck and stared at Uncle Ma's hand without blinking. Yian saw the big black horse's action in the void above the thunder pool and could not help but laugh. How could the big black horse have a natal item? He reached his hand into his robe and pulled off a scale from his body. As an eternal realm great demon, the scales on his body were comparable to the sharpness of divine weapons. This little horse can easily crush those two little monsters with one finger. But he has to make such a big fuss. It seems that he has nothing better to do. Yian raised his eyebrows and smiled helplessly. There were so many terrifying monsters in his warehouse that he could not count them all. The big black horse was so lonely. One could only imagine how lonely the great demons in the warehouse would be. However, it was impossible for Yian to release them all. These terrifying monsters were lawless. Once they appeared in the world, it would be the end of the world for the entire Sungnon continent. I finally found it. The big black horse retracted his hand from his robe. A black light swirled around his hand and a black shield suddenly appeared. This black shield was shining with a pitch-black luster. The shield was densely covered with mysterious patterns, giving off an extremely simple and unadorned feeling. This shield is too strong. The big black cat swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It wanted to kneel in front of Uncle Ma and beg Uncle Ma to reward it with this shield. A shield? The gold and silver Saint Masters were stunned. They did not expect the black-faced man to still want to defend. Therefore, he took out a shield. However, what the two of them saw was different from what the big black cat saw. In their eyes, the black shield was ordinary. There was no light or pattern. It could not be more ordinary. Gulp. The three saints of Jile Mountain also swallowed their saliva, their eyes blazing. The shield shone with a black luster. It was mysterious and powerful. It exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. It was comparable to an emperor-level treasure. For this shield, the big black horse naturally used a camouflage technique. This camouflage technique only worked on outsiders. It didn't work on its own people. And the three saints of Jile Mountain had been eating and drinking well, so in the eyes of the big black horse, they were considered one of its own. Come on, let me see the strength of you Fate Realm monsters. The big black horse laughed, showing his white teeth, and shook the shield in his hand. He had a lot of scales on his body, but only one scale was the most precious. The others didn't matter. Anyway, if he tore off one, it could continue to grow. The shield in his hand was transformed from an ordinary scale. Against these Fate Realm monsters, this shield was enough to play with them for a while. Lei Long saw that the two sides were about to start a big battle, and that both sides were using magic treasures. His face suddenly turned ashen. He had no choice but to release his magic power to form a barrier around the hall. If he didn't do so, the impact from the collision of the magic treasures would probably destroy the entire hall. Kueox and Thunder Tiger also made a move, adding 2 more layers of barriers in addition to the barrier. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. As for whether they could block it or not, it all depended on the will of the heavens. The big black horse curled his lips. He deeply disdained the behavior of the 3 monsters of Jile Mountain. Master decided to stay in this place for a while. He would naturally eat and drink in this palace for a while. No matter what, he couldn't let this palace be damaged. Therefore, he had already used his magic to strengthen this palace. Not to mention Fate Realm cultivators, even Life and Death Realm cultivators couldn't break it. Seeing that the Gold and Silver Saints hadn't made a move yet, the big black horse urged, "What are you hesitating for? Why aren't you killing them? In any case, you are Fate Realm monsters. If you can't kill me, a Nirvana Realm monster, the 10,000 Dragon Ridge will be humiliated." With that, the big black horse raised its black shield and grinned, revealing its white teeth. His teeth were white and neat, emitting a jade-like luster. "You're courting death." The Golden Eye Master and Master the Silver Eye were successfully enraged by the black-robed man. They raised their golden ring and silver ring at the same time. The two of them slowly took a few steps forward, their bodies filled with monstrous killing intent and exuding the terrifying aura of Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators. A figure flashed. The two of them arrived in front of him in an instant. They raised the golden ring and the silver ring in their hands and smashed them down with all their might. Whoosh, the big black horse spun like a top, and the black shield surrounded him. The golden ring and the silver ring hit the shield. Boom, a huge force bounced the golden ring and the silver ring away. In an instant, the hands of the two of them were shaken to the point of pain. The golden ring and the silver ring almost flew out of their hands. The Golden Eye Master and Master the Silver Eye were shocked. These were the golden ring and the silver ring. They were the most powerful treasures they had refined in thousands of years. They didn't expect that the blow they had used all their physical strength to be unable to break through the black-robed man's defense. Humph. The Golden Eye Master's expression became serious. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a puff of thick black smoke. This was the deadly poison he had refined for many years. Even a Fate Realm cultivator would die instantly if they inhaled a wisp of it. At the same time, Master the Silver Eye's eyes flashed with a charming silver light. It was as if countless stars suddenly appeared around the big black horse and spun continuously. This was Master the Silver Eye's eye technique. The Celestial Eye. Once this eye technique was used, the opponent would be trapped in an illusory world of stars. At this moment, his big brother the Golden Eye Master had spat out the deadly poison. Even a Fate Realm cultivator would not be able to escape. The Supreme Eye technique combined with the deadly poison was impossible to guard against. Master the Silver Eye didn't believe that the guy could block it with a shield. These two shameless snake demons are using the same trick again. The big black cat, who was watching the battle from afar, was so angry that it gnashed its teeth. It had been defeated by these two's divine abilities all those years ago. Master the Silver Eye had used a strange eye technique to trap it in an illusion. When Golden Eye Holy Sovereign spat out the deadly poisonous fog, it had inhaled a mouthful of it and almost lost its old life. Fortunately, the nine-tailed spirit cat had 9 lives. It had used an ancient secret technique and sacrificed one of its lives to expel the poison from the poison and escape. After that battle, the big black cat had also suffered a great loss. It had not sought revenge on those two guys. Later, it had met its master. Haha, good one. The big black horse laughed excitedly and raised the shield in its hand. A mysterious light appeared on the shield. The light contained simple and unadorned patterns. The surrounding stars seemed to have been summoned and were all sucked in. What? He actually broke through my eye technique. Master the Silver Eye was shocked. In all these years, very few people had been able to break his eye technique. Beside him, Golden Eye Holy Sovereign was also shocked. The next moment, his eyes also lit up with a dazzling golden light. In that instant, the entire world seemed to have changed. They were surrounded by a boundless golden ocean. It was as if they had arrived at another strange time and space. The 3 saints of Gile Mountain were caught in this illusion without any warning. The magical barrier that the 3 of them had put up suddenly disappeared. The 3 of them were dazed and lost. Meow. The fur on the big black cat's body stood on end, and its 4 tails emitted 4 different colored lights, enveloping its entire body. From afar, it looked like a colorful ball of light. This golden ring snake's eye technique is so powerful. It's so much more powerful than the silver ring snake. The big black cat was shocked. The Golden Eye Master was quite pleased with himself as he looked at the reactions of the people around him. His golden eye technique rarely appeared in this world. Even in the Celestial Empire, there were no more than 3 people who knew about it. This eye technique was extremely powerful. He had once used his golden eye technique to fight with a Fate State level 10 cultivator for several hours before retreating unscathed. Child's play. What can this little eye technique do to Uncle Ma? The big black horse laughed, and the mysterious light on the shield lit up again. This time, it absorbed the illusion of the golden sea into the shield. How is this possible? The golden eye master's eyes widened. His heart was in turmoil. How could this dark-faced middle-aged man's shield be so powerful? It had broken 2 eye techniques in a row. The big black horse put the shield behind its back. It looked at the black poisonous fog around it. It opened its mouth and inhaled. All the poisonous fog was sucked clean by it. The taste is SOSO. The big black horse stuck out its blood-red tongue and licked its lips. Finally, it curled its lips in disdain. What? This guy, he actually swallowed all of the deadly poison fog and is still alive. The Golden Eye Master and Master the Silver Eye were shocked. At this moment, they finally realized that the guy in front of them was definitely a supreme great beast. He had swallowed the poisonous fog and was still alive. He was definitely a life and death realm great beast. Thinking of this, the Golden Eye Master and Master the Silver Eye were frightened. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat. The two looked at each other in horror. Instantly, they turned into 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver, and fled. You want to run? The big black horse grinned and threw out the black shield. Phew, the black shield turned into a black ray of light and intercepted the golden and silver rays of light in an instant. The shield released a quaint and strange light, which immediately caught the golden and silver rays of light. After a flash of light, the shield appeared in the big black horse's hand again. The big black horse raised the shield and laughed. You are 2 Fate State beasts. Uncle Ma hasn't had enough fun yet. How can you run away like that? The Golden Eye Master and Master the Silver Eye were sealed by a strange force and couldn't move at all. The 2 of them pulled long faces and regretted coming to the Jile Mountain. They were afraid that they would lose their lives there. Little cat, don't you want revenge? Just stab them to death. The big black horse grinned and threw the shield to the big black cat. Thank you, Uncle Ma, for helping me. The big black cat happily took the shield and saw that there were 2 small snakes, 1 gold and 1 silver, on the surface of the shield. They seemed to be attached to the shield and couldn't move at all. The big black cat thought of the past and gnashed his teeth in hatred. He suddenly stretched out his paw and slapped the shield. The Golden Eye Master and Master the Silver Eye on the shield seemed insignificant at the moment. They could only watch as the black paw slapped them. The 2 of them immediately closed their eyes. A huge force shook them, and the Golden Eye Master and the Golden Eye Master vomited blood. Little cat, look at you. You can't kill them. The big black horse curled his lips and waved his hand. The Golden Eye Master and the Golden Eye Master turned into 2 rays of light and fell into the big black horse's hands. They were forced to reveal their true forms, but they were suppressed by the big black horse's magic power. At the moment, they were only 3 feet long. Crack! The big black horse lifted the Golden Eye Master and put him into its mouth. It bit off half of his body, chewed a few times, and swallowed him. Blood flowed from his mouth as the Golden Eye Master died on the spot. The taste is average. It's a little poisonous. The big black horse commented as it ate. Kacha kacha. At this moment, the remaining half of the Golden Eye Master's body was also eaten by the big black horse like sausages. Master the Silver Eye fainted from fright. After finishing the Golden Eye Master, the big black horse started eating Master the Silver Eye. Kacha 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 sounds echoed in the hall. The 3 saints of Jile Mountain were dumbfounded. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Just like that, 2 Heaven's Mandate Realm monsters were eaten by the senior monster. This senior monster was so cruel, the more the 3 saints thought about it, the more scared they became. Fortunately, they had treated this senior monster well. Otherwise, they would have been eaten by him. Uncle Ma, leave me a piece. The big black cat rushed down like a black wind and hugged Master the Silver Eye, who still had a third of his body left. Hey, little cat, you're quite brave. How dare you eat such a poisonous snake? The big black horse glanced at it and smiled slyly. Uncle Ma, these two are my sworn enemies. I won't be satisfied if I don't eat them. With that said, the big black cat took a bite. It bit off a quarter of Master the Silver Eye's body. Kacha kacha, the big black cat also purposely made chewing sounds, gritted its teeth, and then swallowed it. I don't care if you're poisoned, the big black horse laughed and threw the rest of Master the Silver Eye's body to Lei Long de Long. I'll reward you with this one. If you can eat it, it will definitely help your cultivation. The big black horse said casually. Then, carrying the black shield, it went back to the stone table and sat down to drink. The big black cat kept using its magic to suppress the poison in Master the Silver Eye's body. Fortunately, it was half a step away from the fate state and had strong magic power. Coupled with its talent, it was able to suppress the poison in Master the Silver Eye's body. As long as it refined the poison slowly, it wouldn't be affected. Also, as long as it absorbed the essence of Master the Silver Eye's body, its cultivation would be improved rapidly. Sir, I don't dare to eat this. Lei Long was shocked. He looked at the bloody body and didn't dare to take it. Instead, he hurriedly took 2 steps back. Not to mention whether he would be poisoned. If the revered dragon of the 10,000 Dragon Ridge came looking for him, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not. Anyway, this will be my reward for being your guest for the past few days. The big black horse laughed and ignored him. It continued to drink. The 3 saints of Jilei Mountain wanted to cry but had no tears. Looking at the corpse of the silver ring snake in front of them, they didn't know what to do. The big black cat came over and looked at the shiny black shield on the table. It was almost drooling. It smiled and asked, Uncle Ma, can I see this treasure of yours? See what? Uncle Ma is in a good mood today. This shield is for you. The big black horse laughed. After swallowing the Golden Eye Master and Master the Silver Eye, it had already digested them. The life force it had gained allowed it to grow a new scale on its chest. Therefore, the big black horse didn't lose anything. In addition, it had always liked the big black cat. It didn't have any good weapons, so the big black horse decided to give the shield to the big black cat. Give it to me? Uncle Ma, you're not joking, right? The big black cat was so excited that it was about to cry. This treasure was extraordinary. Its functions were unpredictable. It could be used to attack and defend. It could even break such a powerful eye technique. It had dreamed of having such a treasure. It didn't expect Uncle Ma to be so generous as to give it to it. This made the big black cat wonder if it was dreaming. Slap, the big black cat slapped itself hard across the face. Haha, so I'm not dreaming. After slapping itself, the big black cat laughed. It hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the big black horse. Thank you, Uncle Ma, for giving me this treasure. I will never forget Uncle Ma's kindness. The big black cat spoke eloquently and with a serious expression. Go to hell. The next time you kneel to me, Uncle Ma will break your neck. The big black horse kicked the big black cat and sent it flying. It said angrily, you can only kneel to Master in the future. Do you hear me? Little cat. I hear you. I hear you. The big black cat wanted to cry but had no tears. It didn't expect to hit the horse's leg. Yian saw this and couldn't help but laugh. What a pair of buffoons. However, the big black horse did well this time. Not only did it take revenge for the little cat, it even gave it a shield to protect itself. It could be seen that these 2 beasts had been quarreling all this time, but their relationship had deepened. Should I give the little cat a treasure? Yiyan whispered to himself. He had countless treasures in his storage, but Yiyan thought that he still needed to observe the big black cat's performance for a while. After all, the shield that the big black horse gave him was already an incredible treasure. A man whose heart was not content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Some things came too easily, and people often didn't know how to cherish them. Yiyan thought of this and his eyes flashed. He looked in another direction. The black-haired old man of unknown origin had brought a young man and woman with him. They were approaching the scene of the battle. Master, who are these people? Why are they fighting so fiercely in such a bad place? An old man and two young men stood in the air with a big black umbrella floating above their heads. The big umbrella kept spinning all the lightning to the side. The young man looked at the battle in the distance with a solemn expression. He could not understand why so many people were besieging that young man and woman. What kind of deep hatred did they have? What surprised him was that the young man and woman could withstand the siege of so many people, even though their cultivation was not high. The current battle was extremely fierce, but the young man and woman withstood all the attacks and dragged the battle into a state of anxiety. The black-robed old man's eyes flickered and he said lightly, "The side with more people should be the three major sects of the Kamikaze dynasty, namely the Umatsu sect, the Shinhing sect, and the Chitian Jianzong sect. Judging from the age of these young men, they should be the genius disciples of these three sects. Bullying the few with more people. They really don't have any heroic spirit at all." The beautiful girl next to him said angrily. "That's hard to say. Maybe this young genius pair provoked them first?" The black-haired old man said with a playful smile. The girl pouted and said, "How is that possible, master? Who in the Kamikaze dynasty would dare to provoke the genius disciples of the three major sects? This young man and woman can't be so unwise, right? Well, let me see if there are any elders around." The black-haired old man looked around with his hands behind his back. He spread out his divine sense, but he did not find any experts within 1,000 miles. It's really strange. This young man and woman should be extraordinary geniuses. Could it be that their elders are so relaxed that they let them fight here? The old man muttered to himself with a trace of suspicion on his face. He was a cultivator at the 10th level of the Fate realm, and his divine sense was extremely terrifying. He glanced around and did not find the protectors of the young man and woman. This was somewhat unusual. But how could there be such an outstanding young man and woman in this small Kamikaze dynasty? It was comparable to his two monstrous disciples. Look at their battle carefully. If the two of you were to fight against the two of them, do you think you have a chance of winning? The black-haired old man suddenly asked with a smile. The boy and girl remained silent as they began to carefully observe the intense battle in the distance. As the geniuses of the 10th floor of Shenzhen, they had experienced many battles. However, he had never seen such an intense and chaotic battle before. Dense lightning bolts fell from the sky, and the surrounding trees were also constantly shooting out lightning bolts. There were also streaks of sword light, which were as dense as the tide. However, the movement techniques of the young man and woman were extremely impressive. They transformed into illusory images of divine dragons, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. No attacks could touch them. What a powerful movement technique! The young girl exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock. They had seen many geniuses, but in terms of body movement, only the young man and woman in front of them could reach such a superb level on the 5th floor of Shenzhen. Master, this pair of young man and woman should be inferior to us. After observing for a while, the young man came to a conclusion. When he said this, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Haha. The black-haired old man smiled and nodded in agreement. After all, these were the two monstrous disciples that he had spent countless efforts to cultivate. In terms of cultivation realm and individual strength, they were far superior to the young man and woman on the battlefield. He looked at the battlefield in the distance and said with a smile, "The young man and woman also have the blood of divine beasts flowing in their bodies. It should be the blood of divine dragons, which is similar to our blackbird bloodline. However, this pair of young man and woman are quite talented, but they don't even have a protector. It would be a pity if they were to die. Master, it means that those two fellows are too conceited. They are two idiots." The young man snorted and said. His eyes were as sharp as two sharp swords. Naturally, his body exuded a powerful sword essence. The three of them were silently observing the battle. In the center of the battle, Luoli and Jun Maxiao fought more and more bravely. Zhu Lon's blood essence had transformed their bodies, which made them have great strength and amazing physical strength. It seemed that they would never be tired. On the other hand, the people of the three sects were somewhat unable to hold on. These people's dharma power and physical strength were seriously depleted. Although they could take elixirs to replenish their dharma power, the speed of replenishment was far slower than the speed of loss of dharma power. These geniuses of the three sects were extremely angry. No matter how they attacked, they could not touch the two people. 2 hours passed. The people of the three sects began to show signs of fatigue. The three people who were watching the battle in the distance finally showed a surprised expression. Master, is the blood of divine dragons so powerful? It can make them fight for so long and yet they don't show any signs of fatigue? The young man frowned and asked. If he and his junior sister were to fight the people of the three sects at the same time, although they had the blood of the black bird in their bodies, they would not be able to hold on for so long without showing any signs of fatigue. Logically speaking, it's impossible. Nowadays, the cultivators with the blood of divine dragons on the continent have extremely thin blood. They definitely can't hold on for so long, the black-haired old man pondered and said. Then why can they do it? The young girl asked. I'm not too sure about this. Maybe they have some treasures on them, the black-haired old man smiled. Treasures? The young man's eyes suddenly lit up. When he looked at the battle again, his gaze was completely different. Which cultivator in the world would not covet such treasures that could constantly replenish Dharma power and physical strength in battle? In particular, he and his junior sister were about to participate in a big battle and needed these two treasures to enhance their combat strength. Master, why don't I go and kill the two of them? The young man suddenly pulled out his sword, his body exuding a sharp aura. Don't be anxious. Let's see how the battle goes first, the black-haired old man smiled. The young girl giggled at the side. Senior brother, what master means is for you to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits. Don't you even understand this? I understand. I understand. The young man shook his head helplessly and carried his sword on his back. The three of them continued to observe the situation of the battle, preparing to act at any time according to the situation. Another half an hour passed. The situation of the battle had undergone a fundamental reversal. The prodigious disciples of the three major sects were all sweating profusely. They were so tired that they were utterly defeated. They were defeated one by Luoli and Jun Maxiao. In the blink of an eye, they were defeated like a landslide. Streaks of astonishing sword light pierced through countless prodigious disciples of the three major sects in a short period of time. Run! The prodigious disciples of the three major sects who had cultivated to the 9th and 10th stage of the Divine Bridge realm were all scared out of their wits. They no longer had any fighting spirit and turned to flee. Want to run? Jun Maxiao sneered and swept a streak of sword light over. Chi, a rainbow-like streak of sword light suddenly descended from the sky and forcibly shattered Jun Maxiao's attack. A young man stood proudly on the ground and looked at Jun Maxiao with a cold smile on his face. You're quite arrogant. Why don't I play with you? The sword intent on the young man's arrogant face was boiling. His gaze seemed as gentle as water, but in fact, it was overbearing. Boom, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded beside him. His expression did not change, as if he turned a blind eye to it. On the other side, Luoli was preparing to chase after the disciples of the three major sects. Whoosh, suddenly, a sword light descended from the sky and turned into a young girl. This young girl was about the same age as Luoli and was also very beautiful. With her hands clasped behind her back and her chest puffed out, a proud expression appeared on her delicate little face as she looked at Luoli with ridicule. Don't chase after me. Why don't you take out the treasure? Treasure? Luoli paused and looked at the arrogant young girl who suddenly appeared with a puzzled expression. The young girl narrowed her eyes and glanced at Luoli and Jun Maxiao. She said coldly, you two have been fighting with the disciples of the three major sects for so long. What kind of treasure are you using to support your endless magic power and physical strength? You two, haha. Luoli and Jun Maxiao looked at each other and could not help but laugh. How could they have any treasure? They already had 2% of Zhu Long's blood essence in their bodies. Naturally, their physical strength and magic power were far stronger than ordinary cultivators. The funny thing was that this young boy and girl who suddenly jumped out thought that they had some treasure. What are you laughing at? The young boy's white jade-like face suddenly flushed red. He suddenly pulled out his sword and pointed it at Luoli and Jun Maxiao. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Senior brother, these two guys are too arrogant. Today, we'll take down their prestige on behalf of the three major sects of the Kamikaze dynasty. The delicate young girl also pulled out her sword and said with a proud and cold face. Looking at the two people and the two swords, Lord Grimm furrowed his brows. Where did this pair of unfamiliar youths come from? They were definitely not from the three major sections. Could it be a genius disciple from another dynasty? Although these two people had descended from the sky, they seemed to have been observing their battle from nearby, which was why they had discovered the astonishing physical strength of him and his senior sister. The cultivation of this young man and woman was not ordinary. They were on the 10th floor of Xianxia. Since they dared to challenge him and his senior sister at this moment, their combat strength was definitely very high. Jun Maxiao narrowed his eyes, his expression gradually turning grave. They had just experienced a fierce battle for a few hours. Their physical strength and magic power had been greatly consumed. If they were to fight again, the outcome would be hard to predict. Unless they used the Dragon Rebel incantation and burned their blood essence again. Thinking of this, Jun Maxiao and Luo Li glanced at each other. At this moment, the two of them made up their minds. I have never killed nameless ghosts with my sword. May I ask, where are you two from? Jun Maxiao held his sword in front of his chest and asked indifferently. Before the battle. He wanted to find out their background. When he and his senior sister were powerful in the future, they would kill their way to their sects and ransack their treasure trove to avenge today's sword. The young man and woman were pampered. Both of them were arrogant. But they didn't expect Jun Maxiao to be so black-bellied. After all, they had been geniuses since young and grew up under the protection of their sections. They had not experienced the dangers of the world. In terms of emotional intelligence, they were completely crushed by Jun Maxiao. Anyway, you will be dead in a while. Remember, we are from the Gendry sect of the Celestial Empire. The young man said with a cold smile. Celestial Empire? Gendry sect? Jun Maxiao was a little confused. He still didn't understand the Kamikaze dynasty. Why was there a Celestial Empire? Jun Maxiao looked at Luo Li. Luo Li shrugged, indicating that she didn't know either. The three of them had followed their ancestor from the Guyu dynasty to the Kamikaze dynasty. They didn't have the chance to understand the history of the entire Xunnan continent. So in this aspect, they were two newbies. The delicate girl's eyes revealed a sneer. She could see that the young man and woman opposite her were like country bumpkins. They hadn't even heard of the Celestial Empire. The girl's eyebrows turned and she sneered. The small Kamikaze dynasty you are in is only a mid-level dynasty below the Li dynasty. Above it are the Sun, Moon, and Star dynasties. They are the Celestial Empire, and the Sun dynasty. Our Gendry sect is one of the four major sects of the Celestial Empire. Do you understand? Understood. Jun Maxiao nodded and smiled brightly. Thank you for your generalization. We won't be merciful next time. Maybe, this day next year will be the day you two die. Speaking of this, Jun Maxiao turned into a divine dragon shadow, holding his sword and rushing in front of the young man. The unceasing divine dragon sword light washed over like a great river. Luo Li also turned into a divine dragon shadow at this time and attacked the girl. Although the young man and woman were arrogant, they were still top geniuses. Seeing the sword light coming, the two moved and retreated dozens of feet in an instant. Instantly, Luo Li and Jun Maxiao's attacks all missed. The two were shocked. It was the first time they had met a cultivator with such an amazing movement technique. Our Gendry sect's 9th Heaven Mystic Bird movement technique is known as the #1 movement technique in the Celestial Empire. How can you understand it? The young man sneered, his voice clear and melodious, piercing through the clouds. After the laughter, he and the girl's body swayed slightly and disappeared in an instant. Chi-chi, the sky full of sword light swept over from afar like an ocean, surging violently and destroying everything in its path. In an instant, Luo Li and Jun Maxiao were surrounded. Such fast speed, such fast sword technique. Looking at the surging sword light, Luo Li and Jun Maxiao were also shocked. The strength of the young man and woman was actually stronger than them by a little. The two immediately turned into dozens of divine dragon shadows, moving around while using the divine dragon sword technique to attack. The four of them were engaged in a fierce battle in an instant. This battle was more intense and ferocious than the previous one. The young man and woman's sword technique was extremely fast, as if they could stab out thousands of sword light in an instant, completely suppressing Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. In the distant void, the black-haired old man who had been watching the battle revealed a gratified smile on his face. They were the two disciples he was most proud of, and also the top 3 on the Celestial Bridge realm of the Celestial Empire. Their fighting strength was naturally extraordinary. If it were not for the Nirvana realm, they would not have traveled thousands of miles to the Jilei mountain range of the Kamikaze dynasty. There was a thunder pool in the depths of the Jilei mountain range. The thunder and lightning energy in it was extremely rich. If the two disciples were to cultivate in the thunder pool for a period of time, they would definitely break through to the Nirvana realm. In this way, in the upcoming battle of the secret realm in the Celestial Empire, his two disciples could enter the secret realm as Nirvana realm experts. At this moment, Yi Yun was also observing the battle. When he saw the body movement and sword technique of the young man and woman, his eyes revealed a look of déjà vu. I didn't expect that the small Suenio sect, which was once a vassal of the Shenlong sect for 10,000 years, could be passed down to today after 100,000 years. Moreover, it has a resounding name, the Gendry sect. Yi Yun's face was calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace of indifferent sarcasm. 100,000 years ago, the Eternal Realm Shenlong sect stood on the Tsangnan continent like a behemoth. Under the Divine Dragon sect, there were an unknown number of sections. These affiliated sects included sky-level sects, super sects, big sects, and ordinary sects. The number of affiliated sects was so large that it was hard to count them all over the continent. These sects were arranged layer by layer. Yi Yun happened to have some impression of this so-called Gendry sect. It seemed to be a big sect at that time. The reason why he had an impression of it. It was because the founder of this sect once contributed 10 beautiful women to Yi Yun. However, Yi Yun took a look and didn't like them, so he returned them at that time. This matter was neither big nor small, but it made Yi Yun remember the name of the Gendry sect. Because in those years, there were very few sects that contributed beautiful women to Yi Yun. Only this Gendry sect was good at currying favor and knew that he, the number 1 bully in the Tsangnan continent, liked beautiful women. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's mouth showed a smile. He did like beautiful women back then. But often he just liked to look, and not many of them really fought. He liked to fight more. Therefore, this number 1 expert of the Eternal Realm had beheaded countless people back then. How many people had he slapped? How many people's nightmares? Thinking of those old things, Yi Yun still felt a little emotional. He didn't expect to meet the successor of the Gendry sect in a place like the Kamikaze dynasty. But today's Gendry sect had changed into the Gendry sect, and the level of the sect had improved a lot. It seemed to be doing well in the Celestial Empire. However, the Mystic Bird Holy sect had long forgotten about the matter of being a vassal of the Divine Dragon sect 100,000 years ago. So much so that it didn't recognize the Divine Dragon sword technique and the Divine Dragon movement technique. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's eyes revealed a faint killing intent. In the past, any disciple of the Shenlong sect, even a sky-level sect, had to be treated with respect. Not to mention the small Gendry sect. Now, even the disciples of the Gendry sect, who were trash, dared to bully his disciples. In Yi Yun's heart, these 3 people were no different from dead people. However, the current battle could be considered as an experience for Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. After all, the two of them had never fought with such a prodigy before. With this experience, he believed that the two of them would have a lot of benefits in widening their horizons. As for the two of them burning their essence blood to use the Dragon Rebel art, Yi Yun decided to let them be. As their ancestor, he had plenty of ways to make up for it. Everything in this world was nothing difficult for Yi Yun, who had signed in for 100,000 years and obtained unimaginable resources. Inside the Jilei Palace, the big black horse, who was drinking, had a flicker in his eyes. Naturally, he also saw the battle in the distance. Hee. He bared his white teeth and sneered twice. They dared to bully the disciples of his master and even wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. There was really no need for the Gendry sect to exist. As long as his master gave the order, he would immediately cross the void and go straight to the Celestial Empire and destroy the Gendry sect with one slap. Uncle Ma, what happened? The big black cat and the big black horse had been together for a long time. Seeing that Uncle Ma's emotions were fluctuating, it hurriedly sent a voice transmission to ask. It's nothing. The two little masters are just gaining experience. Everything is under master's control. The big black horse smiled indifferently and continued to drink. The big black cat looked solemn and patted its chest to guarantee, well, if master needs kitten to appear, kitten will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Tisk. The big black horse glanced at it and said with a smile, you're not good enough. She's already at the 10th level of the fate state. Oh. The big black cat's face instantly turned red. It had wanted to show off, but it didn't do a good job flattering the horse. It immediately became listless. Work hard on your cultivation. Don't drink with me here. The big black horse suddenly grabbed the big black cat and threw it away. The void in front of them was torn open. The big black cat flashed and disappeared. The next moment, the big black cat appeared above the pool of lightning. You can cultivate there, kitten, Yi Yun pointed with his finger and a circle suddenly appeared in one of the regions of the lightning pool. Thank you, master. The big black cat hurriedly knelt down and cried in gratitude. It couldn't see where the master was, but it could hear the master's voice. The big black cat knew that this was an extremely powerful spatial skill. It couldn't comprehend it at its current level. It turned into a streak of black light and dived into the pool of lightning. It began to temper its body with the water of the pool and began to cultivate. In the Jilei Mountain, the battle between the four young men and women had reached a critical moment. Open! Jun Maxiao suddenly shouted. His blood was boiling and his aura suddenly became terrifying. At that moment, Jun Maxiao finally activated the Dragon Rebel art, which increased his combat ability by 5 times. Luoli was also burning her blood. She raised her head and roared, activating the Dragon Rebel art. Seeing that the young man and woman had suddenly become stronger, the 2 young geniuses from the Gendry sect were also shocked. How is that possible? The young man's sword froze. He was shocked. He had been suppressing his opponents and was about to win. Why did the young man and woman's combat ability suddenly increase by several times? What kind of secret skill was this? The delicate young woman said with a serious face, Senior brother, we have to use the Inyang Blackbird art. Okay. The young man nodded. Their sword lights immediately began to intertwine, forming a huge blackbird made of sword lights in the air. Whoosh, the gigantic black profound bird blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it flew towards Luoli and Lord Grimm. The eyes of the black-haired old man, who was standing under the black umbrella, flashed as he stared at the battle. He didn't expect that the young man and woman could force his disciple to use the Inyang Blackbird art. The Inyang Blackbird art was one of the 3 great secret techniques of the Gendry sect. The 2 young geniuses under him had only learned 2 of the techniques. Looking at the huge black bird, which covered the sky and covered the earth. Kill! Jun Maxiao and Luo Li's blood surged like huge dragons. Their bodies were filled with vast divine power. With a whoosh, the 2 of them shot into the sky. In an instant, they unleashed thousands of divine dragon sword lights. Divine dragons roared and wreaked havoc between heaven and earth. The divine dragons in each divine dragon sword light were lifelike. Those dragon eyes emitted a cold and emotionless aura. Dragon Rebel art, 5 times the attack. Jun Maxiao and Luo Li didn't hold back at all. They used all their strength to unleash a shocking attack. Their attacks were extremely powerful. At this moment, the lightning in the clouds was disturbed by this powerful attack. Unexpectedly, no lightning fell. Boom, the 1,000 surging divine dragon sword lights collided with the black mystic bird, erupting with an earth-shattering noise. A huge shock wave, mixed with countless shattered sword lights, spread out in all directions. Rumble, the sturdy trees in the surroundings were sliced into countless pieces. The 4 figures landed in different directions. Jun Maxiao and Luo Li landed steadily on the ground. They held their swords in one hand and their expressions were cold and emotionless as usual. On the other hand, the young man and woman's robes were stained with blood. Their auras were weak. They were obviously seriously injured. How is this possible? The black-haired old man in the distance immediately let out a roar. These two personal disciples of his were an entire 5 realms higher than those two little fellows, and they were half a step away from the Nirvana realm. The two half-step to Nirvana realm peerless geniuses had even used one of the 3 secret techniques of the Gendry sect, the Yin-Yang Blackbird technique. They had actually lost to the young couple. At the most crucial moment, the young couple had used some kind of secret technique and their battle strength had actually soared by several times. How are you guys so strong? The arrogant young man coughed out a mouthful of blood as his face twitched and revealed a bitter smile. He looked at Jun Maxiao and Luo Li opposite him with a huge shock in his eyes. Previously, when both sides had such a powerful attack, he and his junior sister had used the Yin-Yang Blackbird technique together. However, the two fellows opposite them were completely fine. Their physiques had actually become so strong to such an extent, it was really unimaginable. Cough cough. The delicate young lady also coughed and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. However, dark red blood still flowed out from between her fingers. She was injured and her injuries were not light. Her internal organs had all been damaged. Senior brother, we have lost. The young lady said dejectedly and her eyes were filled with a deep sense of loss. Unexpectedly, they, the peerless geniuses of the Celestial Empire, had actually lost to 2 unknown fellows. This was really too much of a blow to their confidence. Jun Maxiao's chest rose and fell as his breathing became somewhat disorderly. He calmed down for a while, raised his sword and coldly looked at the opposite side. At this moment, the arrogant young couple no longer had any trace of arrogance, as if they had been beaten up by them. However, if they were only scared, how could they stop? These two fellows had said that they would kill them and then snatch the treasures on him and his senior sister. Killing and snatching treasures, he would not tolerate such actions of his opponents and would definitely kill them quickly. At this moment, Jun Maxiao had a murderous intent. He would definitely not let these two live. Junior brother, let's go. Luo Li took a deep breath and said coldly. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If anyone offends me, I will kill them. Therefore, Luo Li and Jun Maxiao had a tacit understanding. Almost at the same time, they rushed towards the young couple. You dare? An angry roar came from afar like thunder. The black-haired old man's body swayed, and he descended from the sky. Suddenly, a powerful pressure rolled over like a mountain, suppressing Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. In front of a powerful Heaven's Mandate cultivator, the two of them couldn't even move an inch forward. Looking at the Heaven's Mandate cultivator descending from the sky, Luo Li and Jun Maxiao remained calm. They didn't panic, but their brows were slightly wrinkled. It turned out that this pair of Heaven's favorites had protectors by their side. That was why they were so fearless. You two little babies are too evil. You won this competition, but you still want to kill people? The black-haired old man asked with a cold face, with his hands behind his back and the air of an expert. He was still a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should kill this pair of young people with his own hands. After all, he had a noble status in the Celestial Empire, and his cultivation was extremely high. If he killed 2 Celestial Bridge cultivators with his own hands, it would damage his reputation. Senior, are you kidding? Your disciples want to kill us. Are we supposed to sit here and wait for death? Now that we have won this battle, isn't it natural to kill them? Luo Li said coldly. In front of the aura of a Heaven's Mandate cultivator, she and Jun Maxiao stood as straight as javelins. The black-haired old man narrowed his eyes. The young man and woman in front of him were so calm. Who was it that gave them such courage? Could it be that, were there protectors around, in the small Kamikaze dynasty, who could be stronger than him in terms of cultivation? Master, you must kill them. Then the treasure on them will belong to us. The arrogant young man stood at the back and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. There was a cruel sneer in his eyes. The two sides had fallen out. Now, it was either you die or I die. He was no longer arrogant. Master, just do it. I believe you can crush them to death with just a finger. The delicate young girl also said with hatred. Her eyes were extremely sharp, like 2 sharp swords, suddenly stabbing at the opposite side. The black-haired old man muttered to himself. After all, at his age, his thinking was much more complicated than that pair of young disciples under his sect. 2 losers. If you have the guts, come and fight. What kind of heroes are you if you let your elders fight? What a pair of cowards. Jun Maxiao scolded with a cold face. The young couple's faces turned red at Jun Maxiao's words. He couldn't say another word. After all, both of them were extremely arrogant geniuses. Being squeezed by Jun Maxiao like this, they were indeed speechless. After all, they had just lost. They had lost fair and square without the slightest bit of exaggeration. You two little kids are so arrogant. You must have something to rely on. Quickly call your elders out. The black-haired old man sneered. Elders? Jun Maxiao and Luo Li looked at each other with a strange smile on their faces. This old man was just a cultivator in the Fate realm. How could he be qualified to meet their ancestor? Their ancestor was in the Divine Monarch realm. How could he meet these little cultivators in the Fate realm, to put it seriously? Their ancestor alone could destroy the entire Xianxia continent. After all, the Divine Monarch realm was many times stronger than the true Immortal realm, and in the Xianxia continent, the strongest was only in the Eternal realm. Old man, what you said is really funny. I don't know how to answer you, Jun Maxiao chuckled with a contemptuous look in his eyes. Of course, he wouldn't mention their ancestor. After all, their ancestor's status was too high. 100,000 years ago, he was the #1 Eternal Realm expert in the Xianxia continent. At that time, who knew if this old man's 200 generations of ancestors were even born? You. The black-haired old man was enraged by Jun Maxiao's words and the contemptuous look in his eyes. He took a deep breath, put his hands behind his back, released a powerful aura, and slowly walked forward. He didn't make a move directly. Instead, he walked step by step toward Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. From the side, it could be seen that this black-haired old man was also an extremely cautious person. When he took his first step, the black-haired old man's expression changed drastically. His cultivation level dropped from the 10th level of the Fate realm to the 10th level of the Nirvana realm. It was an entire realm drop. Amidst the huge shock, before he could completely react, the second step was taken by a strange coincidence. The next moment, the black-haired old man's eyes bulged and his mouth opened wide. His expression was horrified, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Ah! He suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. The black-haired old man was horrified to find that his cultivation had fallen from Nirvana realm level 10 to the 10th floor of Shenzhen. It was exactly the same realm as his two personal disciples. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing their master suddenly scream like a madman, the young man and woman behind him suddenly became nervous. Then, they saw their master suddenly turn around. His eyes were bulging and bloodshot, and his face was distorted. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as if he had gone mad. Ah! Where did my cultivation go? Who is it? Who took away my cultivation? The black-haired old man lowered his head and rubbed his hair violently with both hands. His face was distorted, and he suddenly roared at the sky. He had worked hard for many years to reach the 10th level of the Fate realm. For so many years, he had enjoyed a noble status in the Celestial Empire and had enjoyed so much glory, but now, his cultivation had fallen to the Celestial Bridge realm, the same realm as his two disciples. At this moment, the black-haired old man was unable to function properly and his spirit had fallen into a state of madness. Why is master's realm? The delicate girl opened her eyes wide. She found that her master's realm was exactly the same as hers. He was also on the 10th floor of Shenzhen. How could this be? Master was a great cultivator at the 10th level of the Fate realm. How could he suddenly fall to the 10th floor of Shenzhen? Master, what's wrong with your body? Why did your realm suddenly fall? The young man looked at his crazy master and asked in a trembling voice. He was extremely frightened. The black-haired old man's expression froze for a moment, as if he had suddenly woken up at this moment. He suddenly realized that he must have been plotted against. That was why his realm was suddenly suppressed to this extent, however. He quickly checked every part of his body, but found nothing abnormal. He was a living person, but now his realm had inexplicably fallen. Why was this happening? Could it be, was it the punishment of the heavenly Tao? Only the heavenly Tao could do this. In the black-haired old man's impression, even an eternal realm cultivator could not make him fall 2 realms without warning. The black-haired old man thought of this possibility and his expression became even crazier. It was really ridiculous. Was the heavenly Tao punishing him just because he wanted to kill this young man and woman? He was not convinced. How could this young man and woman be the children of destiny? Haha, the black-haired old man suddenly smiled bitterly. He looked at the dark gray clouds in the sky, fiercely raised his middle finger, and cursed, "Damn heavens, if you dare, lower my cultivation by another realm." Boom, a bolt of lightning flashed and smashed into the vicinity with a loud bang. Under the illumination of the lightning, the black-haired old man's expression froze once more. His cultivation, at this moment, unexpectedly fell from the 10th floor of Xianxia Jing to the 10th level of Soul Sculpting Realm. Ha ha ha, the black-haired old man suddenly laughed maniacally. He spun madly on the spot, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as he shouted, "God, you're so unfair. You're so biased, weakening my cultivation level because of them. I refuse to accept this." Not convinced, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly reverberated in the surroundings. "Even if you don't want to, you have to." Hearing that voice, the expression of the crazy black-haired old man became even more distorted. He knew that he had been completely defeated by the heavenly Tao. However, he was still unwilling to give up. "Damned heavens, if you have the guts, then cut off all my realms," he shouted fiercely. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly. In just an instant, his cultivation dropped from the soul sculpting realm to the 10th level of body refining realm. Then it continued to fall, 10th level of body refining realm, 9th level, 8th level. Finally, it abruptly fell to the ground. He became an ordinary mortal, a mortal without the strength to truss a chicken. "Ah!" the black-robed old man screamed. He could no longer accept this bloody reality and suddenly fainted. The young man and woman who had been standing motionless next to him, at this moment, had a look of horror on their faces as they stared blankly at their master who had fainted. The two of them felt as if their bodies had fallen into an ice cellar, chilling them to the bone, and they could no longer move. Their master, because he wanted to kill the young man and woman, angered the heavenly Tao, and reduced their master's cultivation from the 10th level of heaven's mandate realm to that of a mortal. It was too terrible. It was too terrible. If one did not see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that everything in front of them was real. The high and mighty heavenly Tao would actually do such a thing. It was simply too incredible. Jun Maxiao and Luo Li, who had been standing on the opposite side without moving, took a deep breath at this moment, with a happy smile on their faces. The ancestor had made a move. This time, it was too ruthless. A cultivator at the 10th level of heaven's mandate realm had been reduced to a mortal. They had also been suppressed by the ancestor before, but it was only by a large realm. The black-haired old man, on the other hand, was directly reduced from the heaven's mandate realm to that of a mortal, a reduction of 8 large realms. For such a great cultivator to be directly reduced to a mortal, it was simply more uncomfortable than death. It was a kind of terrifying mental torture. Boom, a lightning bolt flashed through the clouds and fell precisely on the black-haired old man's body. The thick lightning bolt directly blew the old man into pieces. Whoosh, Lord Grimm's figure flashed. He rushed into the nearby forest and picked up a storage ring. This storage ring was not damaged by the lightning bolt. A great cultivator at the heaven's mandate realm, there must be a lot of things in this ring. Jun Maxiao grinned and released a strand of his spiritual consciousness into the storage ring. He found that there was a seal on the storage ring that his spiritual consciousness could not break through. The storage ring of a great cultivator at the heaven's mandate realm also had its own seal, so Jun Maxiao could not open it with his current ability. Yi Yun, who was in the distance, saw this scene and smiled slightly. "When your cultivation reaches the heaven's mandate realm, you can open it yourself," he said softly. This voice echoed in Jun Maxiao's ears. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes, ancestor." Then he returned and handed the ring to his senior sister Luo Li. This was the first storage ring of a great cultivator at the heaven's mandate realm that they had obtained. It was better to give it to their senior sister, the sect master, for safekeeping. After all, the future development of the Shenlong sect and the various distribution of cultivation resources for the disciples of the sect had to be decided by their senior sister. Jun Maxiao did not want to participate in the trivial matters of the sect's management. All he needed to do was to cultivate in peace. Master. Seeing that their master had been blown to smithereens, the proud young man and woman finally could not control their inner emotions. They lay on the ground and burst into tears. Senior sister, do you want to kill them now? Jun Maxiao raised his eyebrows and asked. Let's kill them, and then we'll look for the disciples of the three major sects who escaped. Luo Li said with a cold expression. Jun Maxiao nodded. The two of them walked towards the young man and woman with swords in hand. We'll fight you to the death. The young man and woman suddenly stood up and combined their swords to display the Yin-Yang mystic bird technique again. However, this time, the power was not great. The black mystic bird formed by the sword light in the air was only 1/3 of its original size. Streaks of divine dragon sword light swept out, covering the sky and covering the earth with great momentum. Luo Li and Jun Maxiao displayed the divine dragon sword technique at the same time. Boom, the black mystic bird was blown up, the young man and woman were struck several times. The two of them screamed miserably and fell from the sky, falling to the ground. They had died here. The three young men from the Gendry sect of the Celestial Empire probably never dreamed that they would die in the depths of the Jilei mountain range. Two figures flashed by. Luo Li and Jun Maxiao took their weapons and storage rings, summoned Rize, and prepared to hunt down the disciples of the three major sects who escaped. So powerful. Before Rize flapped his wings and flew up, he saw the messy battlefield and exclaimed in shock. In the vast Jilei mountain range, a disciple of the Xinheng sect was running away quickly. He was sweating all over and his eyes were full of panic. His physical strength was almost exhausted, but he still gritted his teeth and kept running away. The young man and young woman were too terrifying. Just the two of them had almost wiped out all the talented disciples of the three major sects. He must inform the sect of this news and let the Nirvana realm experts of the sect rush to the Jilei mountain range as soon as possible to encircle and annihilate the two youths. They must not be allowed to escape from the Kamikaze dynasty. The young man had to be on guard against the lightning falling from the sky while running away, so it was extremely difficult for him to escape. All of a sudden, a bright sword light shot out from a distance and hit him in the middle of his back. The young man looked back and saw the young man and young woman standing on Rize's back. You still caught up with me? The young man's eyes dimmed and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had been running for half an hour, but he still couldn't escape the pursuit of the young man and young woman. Humph. None of the Xinheng sect's disciples can be left alive. Jun Maxiao stared at the young man and snorted coldly. Why? When did my Xinheng sect offend you? The young man covered his chest and blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. After asking this question, he couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground, dead. Jun Maxiao flew to him and picked up the long sword and the storage ring. His eyes were slightly red and he said indifferently, Your Xinheng sect has been killing my Xinlong sect for many years. Generations of our ancestors were killed by you. Now the hatred between our two sects is so deep that it can't be resolved. Either you die or I die. Luo Li stood on Rize's back and glanced into the distance. She said with a worried face, Junior brother, let's split up. Those guys are running too fast. Okay. Lord Grim nodded. He immediately picked a direction and flew towards it at top speed. Let's go too. Luo Li instructed Rize. Rize flapped his wings and immediately chased after them. Now that they had split up, the chances of catching up to the deserters were much higher. Along the way, Luo Li and Jun Maxiao killed several disciples of the three major sections. But this was far from enough. A rough estimate of the number of people who had escaped this time was at least 17 or 18. Only 7 or 8 of them had been killed, and the remaining 10 or so had escaped. Luo Li and Jun Maxiao chased them all the way to the periphery of Jilei mountain range, but they still didn't find the 10 disciples. You too, come back. Luo Li and Jun Maxiao were in different areas of the periphery of Jilei mountain. At this moment, the voice of the old ancestor suddenly rang in their ears. Ancestor, those people have all run away. Luo Li said unwillingly. She was so anxious that the rims of her eyes were a little red. She vaguely remembered that there were at least 3. or 4 disciples of the Xianxia sect who had run away. She felt extremely aggrieved that she hadn't killed all the disciples of the Xianxia sect this time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. In the void above the thunder pool, Yiyan smiled slightly. He stretched out his arm and went deep into the void. In an instant, Luoli and Jun Maxiao were caught and brought back. The two of them appeared above the thunder pool, and they were still a little confused. They didn't know why, but the stars suddenly changed and time and space changed. They came to a strange place. Below them was a lake. The lake water was dark blue and emitted a strong aura of thunder and lightning. Is this the thunder pool? Jun Maxiao stared at the thunder pool below and said involuntarily. In the void, a white figure suddenly appeared. Greetings, ancestor. Luoli and Jun Maxiao hurriedly bowed and saluted. They immediately understood that it must have been the ancestor's supreme divine ability that allowed them to cross such a long distance in the void. Yiyan nodded slightly and said softly, your senior sister is tempering her body here. You can also stay here for the rest of your days. As Yiyan spoke, he gently pointed with his hand. Suddenly, 2 circles appeared on the surface of the lake. Luoli and Jun Maxiao's figures suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the two of them appeared in the 2 circles. You can use the water of the thunder pool to temper your body. It can speed up the fusion of Zhu Long's blood. Yiyan smiled faintly. He took out a small bottle and flicked it gently. Immediately, 2 drops of Zhu Long's blood flew toward the two of them. Take it. Yiyan ordered. Jun Maxiao and Luoli were shocked. They immediately opened their mouths and swallowed the drop of Zhu Long's blood. Their bodies sank into the thunder pool and began to refine the drop of Zhu Long's blood according to the unique mental cultivation method of the Xianxia sect. Yiyan saw that the remaining 3 disciples of the Xianxia sect were quietly cultivating in the thunder pool. His figure flashed and he re-entered the void. After breaking through to the Divine Lord realm, he still needed some time to consolidate his realm. 3 days later. Above the thunder pool, there was suddenly a shocking aura. The figure of a huge 9-tailed spiritual cat suddenly rose from the pool and floated in the air. At this moment, the 9-tailed spiritual cat's 5th tail had grown out. Its aura was extremely strong. It had broken through to the Nirvana realm and reached the Fate realm. The big black cat closed its eyes, completely different from its usual playful expression. It had just broken through and was about to face the baptism of the thunder tribulation. From the Nirvana realm to the Fate realm, a cultivator began to have a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. The deeper this understanding was, the stronger the control of the power between heaven and earth. Therefore, this was why a cultivator of the Fate realm, even at the first level of the Fate realm, was far more powerful than a cultivator of the Nirvana realm. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker, as if a huge black city was floating in the air. Dazzling thunderbolts were being bred inside, as if they were hiding the great anger of the heavenly Tao. Yiyan was still sitting in the void, looking at everything in front of him indifferently. As a 9-tailed spiritual cat, the big black cat's magic power would increase greatly with each new tail. It would also have an extra life. The will of the heavenly Tao would naturally not be willing to let it obtain this extra life so easily. Rumble, one after another, huge thunderbolts fell from the sky and hit the big black cat heavily. The big black cat stretched out its paw and slapped at those thunderbolts. The two made a loud bang. It withstood the first wave of thunderbolts, but the big black cat also spat out a mouthful of blood. How can this thunder tribulation be so strong? The big black cat was extremely perplexed. Just as it thought of this, the second wave of thunderbolts fell down even more violently. It did not dare to hesitate and immediately raised its paw to slap at the second wave of thunderbolts. Rumble, the huge explosion shook the whole Jilei mountain. All the thunder-breathing demonic beasts in the Jilei mountain were frightened at this moment and fled in all directions. In the Jilei palace, the big black horse, who was drinking, saw the scene outside and smiled without saying anything. Senior, congratulations to that fellow who is about to break through to the Fate realm. Lei Long cupped his fists and said to the big black horse with a smile. Don't worry about it. Let's drink. The big black horse waved its hand indifferently. The second wave of thunderbolts made the big black cat spit out a mouthful of blood again. Then the third, fourth, and fifth waves of thunderbolts came one after another. The big black cat only managed to withstand the fifth wave of thunderbolts before it lost all its strength. Its body was badly mutilated, which was too horrible to look at. Rumble, the sixth wave of thunderbolts came again. The sixth wave of thunderbolts was more than the total of the previous 5 waves. If the big black cat was hit, there would be nothing left of it. Retreat, Yi said in a low voice. In an instant, all the aggressive thunderbolts rolled back and retreated into the dark clouds. Below the thunder pool, in the Jile Palace. Although the 3 saints of Jile Mountain had been drinking with the Eternal Realm Senior, they had also released their divine senses to observe the situation of the 9-tailed cat Great Demon. The 6th wave of thunder and lightning was 5 times more powerful than the previous ones. The 9-tailed cat Great Demon was about to die. Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly sounded from the void. A simple word, retreat, echoed between heaven and earth. The 6th wave of thunder and lightning turned back and retreated into the clouds. Too strong. What kind of cultivation was this? Seeing this, the 3 saints of Jile Mountain turned pale and were stunned. They could not describe the shock in their hearts at this moment. The 3 of them had their memories erased, so they did not know Yi's current cultivation. After all, the 3 saints were peerless great demons. They could vaguely guess that this master's cultivation was at least at the peak of level 10 of the Eternal Realm. He was only half a step away from the true God realm. The big black cat floated in the air and was dying at this moment. It was already waiting for its death, but it didn't expect that its master would suddenly speak. With a single word, the ferocious thunder and lightning rolled back. The big black cat was shocked and very surprised. The master had saved its life again. The dark clouds in the sky did not disperse. They piled up layer by layer, like a huge black city. In this black city, there were still thunder and lightning snakes circling inside, as if something was brewing. Yi looked up at the void and his face suddenly became gloomy. With him here, did the heavenly tribulation want to continue? Go away! Yi roared. This voice formed an unimaginably huge storm that soared into the sky. Boom, the black city formed by the dark clouds in the sky was shattered in a flash. The scattered clouds began to flee in all directions and disappeared in an instant. There was not even a trace of cloud in the sky above the Jile Mountain. It had been a long time since the sun shone down, shining brightly on the big black cat's body. It also shone above the lightning pool. At this moment, the thunder pool was emitting a blue luster under the sunshine, like a piece of sapphire. Master, thank you for saving my life. The big black cat was not in the mood to enjoy this beautiful scenery. It struggled to get up and bowed in the direction of the void. Yi looked at the severely injured big black cat and frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, as long as a Fate Realm cultivator withstood several waves of thunder tribulation, he would be able to absorb the thunder tribulation and refine his body. However, Yi forcibly dispelled the tribulation thunder clouds. This caused the big black cat to miss out on this step. Thinking of this, Yi fumbled around his wrist for a while and immediately pulled out a golden electric light. This golden lightning also emitted a terrifying aura of the thunder tribulation. Yi gently kneaded the golden lightning in his hand a few times, and the terrifying aura began to decrease rapidly. He gently pointed and the golden lightning flew into the void and fell between the big black cat's eyebrows. The big black cat was instantly energized and its body began to tremble. Strands of golden light came out of its black body. The big black cat was enveloped by the golden light and its body emitted a sacred light. Its wounds began to heal at an unimaginable rate. Its body was also tempered by the mysterious bolt of golden lightning, making it even more powerful. What was more amazing was that the cultivation of the big black cat at this moment began to increase rapidly. This is incredible. That white-robed master, what kind of thunder tribulation did he use on the 9-tailed spirit cat? The 3 saints of Jile Mountain were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. The 3 of them were all beasts of the thunder family and were naturally sensitive to thunder and lightning. They felt that the golden lightning contained unimaginable power. It seemed to be of a higher quality than the heavens test. Little did they know, after Yi had treated that lightning, its quality had decreased by a lot. Otherwise, the big black cat wouldn't have been able to withstand it and would have exploded on the spot. Half an hour passed. The golden light covering the big black cat gradually disappeared and its aura grew stronger. At this moment, the big black cat had reached the second level of the fate state. The big black cat opened its eyes. It was in high spirits and looked brand new. Every strand of its black hair was shining. In its eyes, there was also a faint shadow of golden lightning. Tears suddenly ran out of the big black cat's eyes. Not only had the old master saved its life, he had also given it a mysterious lightning to help it refine its body and improve its level. Master, thank you so much. The big black cat knelt in the void and burst into tears. All right. Don't cry. Hurry up and stabilize your cultivation. Yiyan touched his forehead and smiled helplessly. He flicked his finger and the big black cat fell back into the pool of lightning. The big black cat shrank and sank into the pool of lightning. It closed its eyes and began to stabilize its level. Seeing this, Yiyan nodded silently. That was a golden lightning bolt. He had taken a strand of it from the reincarnation pool. The reincarnation pool was of a very high level and had surpassed the divine level. Therefore, even that strand of reincarnation lightning contained powerful and mysterious energy that was more powerful than the heavens test. Inside the Thunder Palace, the big black horse bared its teeth and licked its lips with its blood-red tongue. There was a feverish look in its eyes. That golden lightning bolt was also an irresistible temptation for the big black horse. He put down the jar of wine, then gathered his courage and carefully sent a voice transmission to Yiyan. Master, can you give me one of those lightning bolts? The big black horse regretted it as soon as it said that. Wasn't it too shameless for it to be so thick-skinned as to directly ask for something from Master? Sure. Yiyan smiled. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a strand of reincarnation lightning from the warehouse. It penetrated the void and entered the big black horse's head. Thank you, Master. The big black horse shuddered with joy. It quickly closed its eyes and began to refine the golden lightning bolt. Even though it was an eternal realm great demon and stood at the peak of the eternal Sungnon continent, it still coveted that lightning bolt. When the big black horse refined it, it suddenly realized that this mysterious lightning bolt was thousands of times more powerful than the big black cat's. The big black horse was in awe. Only then did it realize that the golden lightning absorbed by the kitten's body had been processed by its master. It sat upright and focused on refining it. The three saints of Jile Mountain looked at each other and felt restless when they saw the Eternal Realm Great Demon Senior closing his eyes to cultivate. At this moment, the three couldn't wait to become the white-robed master's demon beasts. Big brother, why don't we discuss with this demon senior and follow master from now on? We don't need to cultivate in the Thunder Jile Mountain anymore. The Kuei cow said in a silly voice. That's not good. The three of us aren't qualified. Look at the nine-tailed spirit cat. Its cultivation is one level higher than mine, Lei Long said with a sad face. He was at the first level of the Fate Realm, while the nine-tailed spirit cat was at the second level. After listening to Big Brother Lei Long's words, Kuei Ox and Thunder Tiger felt a little disappointed. The two of them were just in the Nirvana realm, not even in the Heaven's Mandate realm. With such low cultivation, how could they be qualified to follow this Eternal Realm Senior? The three of them hung their heads dejectedly and remained silent. The entire hall was extremely quiet. Zap. The big black horse closed its eyes, and its body suddenly emitted tiny golden lightning bolts. These lightning bolts looked like countless golden snakes, giving off a very terrifying aura. The three saints of Jile Mountain were so scared that they trembled. This golden lightning is so terrifying. Fortunately, Senior is an Eternal Realm Great Demon. Otherwise, we would have been blown apart by this lightning, Lei Long said with lingering fear. Big brother, we can't hold on any longer. Kuei Ox and Thunder Tiger could not hold on any longer. They hurriedly flew out of the hall and sat cross-legged at the door, circulating their cultivation methods to resist the invasion of the golden lightning. Lei Long, however, did not go out. He was a Heaven's Mandate Realm Great Demon and could resist for a while. After an incense stick worth of time, Lei Long was pleasantly surprised to find that he had inadvertently absorbed a little bit of the golden lightning's aura, which made his lightning spirit technique a little stronger. Two brothers, come back quickly. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. Lei Long quickly sent out a sound transmission, forcibly summoning Kuei-Ox and Thunder Tiger back. The three great demons sat cross-legged, with lightning flowing over their bodies, and began to absorb the faint golden lightning aura emitted by the big black horse. Regarding everything outside, the big black horse was well aware of it, but it did not stop it. The little bit of aura it leaked out didn't affect it at all. The mysterious golden lightning that its master had bestowed upon it was simply too precious. The big black horse estimated that after refining this lightning, not only would its realm increase greatly, even its lightning spirit technique would be many times more powerful than before. Yi Yun, who was in the void, smiled faintly when he saw his disciples and pets entering a state of cultivation. It would be quiet for a few days. When the disciples of the three major sects who had escaped returned to their sects, they would definitely report what had happened. At that time, the three sects should have sent at least Nirvana Realm warriors to Jilei Mountain. Yi Yin did not intend to make a move. Let the three saints of Jilei Mountain deal with such trivial matters. After all, this place was also one of the demon race's holy lands. No matter how powerful the three great sects were, they wouldn't dare to make a move here. Now, Yi Yin ordered his three disciples to cultivate in the Thunder Pool for a period of time. When Zhu Long's bloodline improved to a certain level, they would leave Jilei Mountain Range and continue their training. Qitian Jianzong sect. Three disciples, who were covered with injuries, fled back to the sect in a sorry state. They met the master of the Qitian Jianzong sect and reported what had happened in Jilei Mountain Range in detail. The master of the Qitian Jianzong sect was furious and immediately sent several Nirvana Realm warriors to Jilei Mountain Range to look for the young couple. The only disciple of the Umatsu sect also returned to the sect. When the master of the Umatsu sect learned that all 19 of his disciples had died, he was furious. He immediately sent a dozen Nirvana Realm warriors to Jilei Mountain Range to hunt down the young couple. So did the Xinheng sect. It could be said that at this moment, the three major sects had all sent out Nirvana Realm warriors. There were a total of 20 to 30 of them. In the eyes of the three major sects, it was a piece of cake to deal with two Celestial Bridge Realm warriors with such a powerful lineup. As long as they were discovered, they would definitely kill them on the spot. More than 20 Nirvana Realm warriors from the three major sects met at the periphery of Jilei Mountain Range at the same time. This time, the three major sects were united against a common enemy. They aggressively charged into Jilei Mountain Range together. They used all kinds of magic tools to search for the young couple in the depths of Jilei Mountain Range. They followed the mountain range for thousands of miles. After several days, they still couldn't find the young couple. Could it be that the young couple went to the Thunder Pool? A Nirvana Realm elder from the Qitian Jianzong sect said with a frown. It shouldn't be. The Thunder Pool is the territory of the three saints of Jilei Mountain. Even the ordinary demon tribe wouldn't be able to touch it, let alone two human warriors. An elder from the Xinheng sect shook his head and said, "Continue to search. Even if we have to turn the entire Jilei Mountain Range upside down, we must find the murderers who killed our Umatsu sect's disciples." The elder of the Umatsu sect roared and led the people of the Devil sect into the Thunder Pool. The Nirvana Realm warriors of the three major sects searched for a few more days. They were still 100 miles away from the Thunder Pool, but they still couldn't find the young couple. At the same time, they had already contacted their sects and mobilized all their forces to search for the young couple in the entire Kamikaze dynasty. However, there was no news from the outside. It was as if the young couple had disappeared from the world. "If there's no other way, let's go to the Thunder Pool," an elder from the Qitian Jianzong sect said. "Fine." The Nirvana Realm warriors of the other two sects nodded. At this moment, they had no other choice. They had to search the entire Jilei Mountain Range so that they could be at ease. They believed that the three saints of Jilei Mountain had to pay attention to the three major sections. After all, this tragedy happened in Jilei Mountain Range. As the owner of Jilei Mountain Range, the three demon saints also had the obligation to assist them in the investigation. More than 20 Nirvana Realm warriors quickly came to the Jilei Palace. The three major sects of the Kamikaze dynasty request to see the three saints of Jilei Mountain. An elder of the Xinheng sect stood at the entrance of the palace and shouted with his fists clasped. The three saints of Jilei Mountain, who were in the middle of cultivation, were suddenly interrupted by this voice and were a little annoyed. I think you know what to do, right? The big black horse closed its eyes and made a majestic voice. At this moment, it was sitting upright and still, and its whole body was blooming with fine lightning, giving people a feeling that it was extremely sacred and inviolable. The three saints of Jilei Mountain were shocked and looked at each other. Suddenly, an idea flashed through their minds and they immediately knew what to do. The pair of young geniuses were the disciples of the old master. The two of them had killed the geniuses of the three major sects, and now the Nirvana realm warriors of the three major sects had come to their door. Wasn't this giving the three saints of Jilei Mountain a chance to show off? They didn't know how to show their allegiance, and now the opportunity had come. Wasn't it the best way to show their allegiance by directly killing the Nirvana realm warriors of the three major sects? Lei Long's face lit up with excitement. With a wave of his hand, he immediately led the Kuei Ox and the Dark Bolt Lightning Tiger out in an imposing manner. When the Nirvana realm warriors of the three major sects who were waiting outside saw the three saints of Jilei Mountain coming out, they hurriedly clasped their fists and saluted. Greetings, three saints. Lei Long walked in front and looked at the Nirvana realm warriors with a gloomy expression. Kuei Ox, who was beside him, asked loudly, so many people from the three major sects have come and caused chaos in Jilei Mountain. Do you not put the three saints of Jilei Mountain in your eyes? I think you have eaten the heart of a bear and the heart of a leopard. How dare you provoke the lion? Are you tired of living? Thunder Tiger also roared angrily. The Nirvana realm cultivators of the three sects suddenly turned pale. They had never dreamed that the three saints of Jilei Mountain would show up and put them in their place. Three monster sages, more than 40 talented disciples of our three sects have been killed. We have to take revenge. The murderer has been hiding in Jilei Mountain all this time. We have to find him. Otherwise, our three sects will never let this matter rest. An elder of the Xianxia sect said bluntly with flickering eyes. As the head of the three sects, the Xianxia sect was the most powerful. There were also Heaven's Mandate cultivators. In terms of strength, the entire Xianxia sect was definitely more powerful than Jilei Mountain. Never give up? Lei Long took a step forward with his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd coldly. His vertical pupils were exuding an amazing killing intent. You three sects are bold. How dare you threaten me? I think you don't want to live anymore. Speaking of this, Lei Long suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed the elder of the Xianxia sect. A huge pressure of the fate realm instantly descended. The elder of the Xianxia sect, who was at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as Lei Long grabbed his neck and forcefully twisted it. Crack, his whole head was twisted off. Blood gushed out from the wound on his neck and soared into the sky. Although the elder was dead, he was still an expert of the Nirvana realm. His body was strong, so he still stood firmly on the ground. Blood kept gushing out, which looked very terrifying. All the Nirvana realm experts of the three sects were stunned. They didn't expect that Lei Long, who was at the Fate realm, would dare to kill people. They were from the three sections. The three sects together could completely crush Jilei Mountain. Lei Long, how dare you kill people of the three sects? I think you don't want to live anymore. An old man from the Qitianjianzong sect suddenly pulled out his sword and cursed angrily. Hearing the old man's threatening words, Lei Long's face became even more gloomy. Jilei Mountain used to be impossible, but it was different now. I've long found your three sects an eyesore. Today, I'll settle the old and new scores together. The Netherworld Lightning Tiger had a violent temper. With an angry roar, it charged towards the old man. In midair, it transformed into the true form of the Netherworld Lightning Tiger. Its enormous body swept through a gust of violent wind and smashed the 3rd-level Nirvana realm old man into pieces with a single slap. Only at this moment did the other Nirvana realm experts come to a sudden realization. They finally understood that the three saints of Jilei Mountain didn't give any face to their three great sects and had already started a massacre. They immediately scattered in all directions. Kuei Ox also revealed his true body and chased after those people. Lei Long sneered with his hands behind his back. Streaks of lightning shot out from his eyes. These streaks of lightning were extremely powerful and unbelievably fast. Many Nirvana realm cultivators were struck by the lightning and exploded into pieces. The battle ended very quickly. There were more than 20 Nirvana realm cultivators from the 3 great sections. At this moment, not a single one of them managed to escape. All of them had fallen. Kueox and the Thunder Tiger flew back and transformed back into their human forms. Thank you for your hard work. Lei Long smiled and nodded. He turned around and walked back into the main hall. Senior, are you satisfied? Lei Long cupped his fists and asked respectfully. It's all right. The big black horse opened its eyes and looked at the 3 of them. It grinned. These 3 guys were quite smart. They understood its intentions and killed the people of the 3 great sects in one move. They did a good job. Lei Long's expression became awkward. He took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to ask. Senior, do you still need a little demon to serve tea and run errands? Serve tea and run errands? The big black horse bared its white teeth and suddenly laughed. It patted its chest and said, I'm just an old horse pulling a carriage. How can I be qualified to serve tea and run errands? Senior. Lei Long, Kueox, and the Thunder Tiger were shocked and hurriedly knelt down. They thought they had offended the senior with their inappropriate words. You don't have to be afraid. I'm telling the truth. I'm just pulling the carriage for the master. There's no doubt about that. I believe you saw the black carriage before. The big black horse smiled indifferently. Hearing the senior's words, Lei Long and the other 2's faces turned ashen. The idea of seeking refuge disappeared at this moment. Even this eternal realm great demon could only pull a carriage. They were just 3 little demons. How could they be of any use? The big black horse looked at the 3's depressed expressions and laughed. Don't forget, there are still the 3 little masters. They just got the master's bracelet and are about to absorb some demon beasts. I'll tell them and let them take you 3 in as well. Lei Long and the others were overjoyed. Thank you, senior. The 3 cowed out again and again, their faces full of surprise and affection. The 3 of them knew what happened to Reese. If they could be taken in by the little master, it would be their supreme glory. In the future, as long as they bravely killed the enemy and conscientiously protected the little master, they would be rewarded by the master sooner or later. Lei Long, Kueox, and the Thunder Tiger became happier the more they thought about it. After eating so much of you, don't blame Uncle Ma for not reminding you. The big black horse smiled. Senior, please enlighten us. Lei Long and the others hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. The big black horse rubbed his gums and sneered. Don't get carried away. Do you see that big black cat? It's only because it fought with its life on the line that it has today's achievements. We understand, senior. The 3 great demons took a deep breath and looked solemn. In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Although they had gained a huge backer for the time being, if they wanted to get better resources, they had to work hard to get them. Seeing that the 3 of them understood, the big black horse stared. There's no more wine. Hurry up and bring more wine. Senior, please wait a moment. Lei Long quickly wiped his sweat and disappeared in a flash. After 2 or 3 breaths, he came back with a pile of wine jars. These jars had been sealed deep underground for hundreds of years. They were all good wine. The big black horse opened a wine jar and took a sip. An intoxicated look appeared on his face. Everything that happened in the Jilei Palace had been seen by Yi Yun. Yi Yun was quite satisfied with the big black horse's operation. Back then, he gave Luoli and Jun Maxiao the beast-taming bracelets in the hope that they could collect more beasts in the future. After all, the Shenlong sect was a place where thousands of beasts came to worship. No words could describe that extremely magnificent scene. Although the Nirvana Realm warriors of the 3 sects had died in the Jilei mountain range, there were still some Nirvana Realm warriors who passed the message to their sects before they died. The sect masters of the 3 sects were all furious, for a moment. The entire Kamikaze dynasty was surging with wind and thunder. The 3 sects deployed troops and asked the great elders who were cultivating in seclusion to come out of the mountain one by one. This time, the Xinheng sect sent out 2 great elders who were at the first level of the Fate State. The Qitian Jianzong sect and the Umatsu sect each sent out a Fate State great elder. Those great elders had been cultivating for nearly 1,000 years. The three major sections' four Fate Realm Supreme Elders gathered in Thunder Mountain with monstrous anger. As Fate Realm cultivators, their aura was terrifying. The four of them were constantly emitting a terrifying aura. Even the lightning that fell from the sky seemed to be afraid of them and took a detour. These puny three saints of Jilei Mountain are really audacious. This time, our three sects will join forces to kill these three demon beasts. The Supreme Elder of the Xianxia sect snorted coldly. That's right. The Supreme Elder of the Umatsu sect nodded and sneered, I'll kill Kuei Ox and Thunder Tiger. You three will join forces to deal with Lei Long, that's good. After all, Lei Long has been cultivating in Jilei Mountain for so long. His Thunder attribute magic skills are extremely amazing. If the three of us join forces, we will definitely be able to kill them as soon as possible. A Supreme Elder of the Xianxia sect nodded. They had already cultivated to the Fate Realm. It was not easy for them to reach this step in their long cultivation career. However, their opponent this time was Lei Long, who was at the first level of the Fate Realm. This demon beast had been cultivating in Jilei Mountain for so long that his Thunder attribute magic skills were extremely amazing. Both sides were Fate Realm cultivators. Once a life and death battle began, the situation would be extremely tragic. Although the three of them had profound swordsmanship and supreme magic skills, they could not ignore the strength of the demon beast's body. If they really fought, they would have to pay a heavy price to kill Lei Long. If they were seriously injured, it might have an unimaginably serious impact on their future cultivation. Therefore, the three of them, who were at the first level of the Fate Realm, joined forces to deal with Lei Long, suppressing Lei Long as much as possible and buying time. As for the Grand Elder of the demon-controlling sect, it shouldn't take him too long to deal with the Netherbolt Thunder Tiger and Kuei on his own. After he killed the two demon beasts, he could come over to support them. In that case, it would be 4 against 1. For Fate Realm Great cultivators dealing with a Fate Realm Great monster, the price they would have to pay would be much lower. Whoosh whoosh, 4 streaks of light streaked across the sky. In half a cup of tea's time, the 4 of them arrived at the gate of Jilei Palace. 3 saints of Jilei Mountain, hurry up and come out to meet your doom. The elder of the Umatsu sect roared. When the 3 saints of Jilei Mountain heard this, they immediately stood up and walked out excitedly. This was their second battle. That senior also said that as long as they fought conscientiously, they would definitely be rewarded by the master. Therefore, this time, they were determined to perform well in front of the master. It could be said, they had been waiting for the Fate State Great Elders of the 3 major sects for a long time. The 3 great monsters walked outside. Lei Long sneered when he saw the 4 Heavens Mandate Realm cultivators with swords in their hands and murderous looks on their faces. Are you guys here to die? Lei Long, don't be arrogant. Today is the day you die. The Great Elder of the Xianxia sect roared with a grim face. Come, let me play with you guys. Lei Long rose from the ground and floated in the air, waving at the 4 Fate State Great Elders below. Although the palace was protected by a layer of formation, it couldn't withstand the aftermath of the battle nearby. Fighting in the air not only avoided the impact of the Jilei Palace, but also could draw thunder and lightning to attack the enemy. 3 figures rose from the ground. 2 great elders of the Xianxia sect and one of the Xianxia sect surrounded Lei Long. Although he spoke arrogantly, Lei Long didn't dare to be careless. After all, these were Fate State experts of the 3 major sects with earth-shattering cultivation. It shook its body and immediately showed its huge true body. When its huge body appeared in the air, the surging thunder and lightning in the clouds rushed toward it. Go to hell! Lei Long roared. Those thick lightning bolts instantly attacked the 3 of them. Then, it swept its tail toward the Great Elder of the Xianxia sect. The 3 Great Elders didn't dare to be careless. They immediately displayed their powerful swordsmanship and fought with Lei Long. Boom! Boom, a huge vibration came from the sky. The aftermath of the battle between the 4 Fate State experts was extremely powerful. The whole Jilei Palace suddenly emitted a light. The formation was activated at this moment, completely blocking the shock wave. Kuei Ox looked at the remaining Great Elder of the Umatsu sect and sneered, "It seems that you want to play with us 2 brothers? Yes. You 2 little demons of the Nirvana realm. I can kill you with one sword strike. The great elder of the Umatsu sect sneered. Shameless boasting. Kueox roared. He and Thunder Tiger both transformed into their true forms and rose to the other side of the sky. Boom, the two guys opened their mouths and endless thunder and lightning fell down like the Xianxia River. The great elder of the Umatsu sect sneered. A shocking sword light slashed out, and the long river of thunder and lightning was suddenly cut off. He stepped on the rolling thunder and lightning and stepped forward. You two Nirvana realm experts want to fight with me, a great cultivator of the fate state? The great elder of the Umatsu sect sneered loudly. Chi, as the sword descended, thousands of sword lights bloomed like a net of swords, completely enveloping the underworld lightning tiger and the Kue cow. Roar! Kueox roared fiercely. A powerful bolt of lightning was spat out from his mouth, forming a giant axe in the air, and fiercely chopped off the sword lights. Thunder Tiger roared. His whole body bloomed with dazzling thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning turned into small swords, converging into a torrent, and met the monster's sword light. Boom! Boom! Loud noises were heard. The giant axe formed by thunder and lightning and countless thunder swords were all shattered when they met the great elder of the Umatsu sect. Kueox lowered his head fiercely. His horns were shining with thunder and lightning, and fiercely slammed towards the great elder of the Umatsu sect. Thunder Tiger also flapped his wings and flew forward. He waved his huge paw and fiercely slapped over. These two demon beasts have some skills. The great elder of the Umatsu sect looked gloomy. He changed his swordsmanship, and suddenly, the surging sword light bloomed again like the Yangtze River. Boom, the tsunami-like sword light fell on Kueox's horns. Surprisingly, most of them were smashed by the tough horns. Thunder Tiger's huge paw also smashed many sword lights at that moment. The great elder of the Umatsu sect was slightly surprised. Those two demon beasts were very close to the fate state. Their physical bodies were too strong. Boom, boom, the human and the two demon beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. The battle was unprecedentedly fierce. But after all, there was a huge gap between the two demon beasts. The great elder of the Umatsu sect had a great advantage. His sword light was all-pervasive. Soon, both the Thunder Tiger and Kueox were injured. Awesome! Kueox felt a slight pain on its body, which made it even more excited. The more injured it was, the more dedicated it was to fight. On the other side, Thunder Tiger was weaker than Kueox, and its injuries were more serious. Even so, the Thunder Tiger was still fighting like crazy. The great elder of the Umatsu sect watched the two demon beasts fight without any regard for their lives. The great elder of the Umatsu sect was also quite shocked. He could use the devil art of creation to directly kill the two demon beasts, but he didn't do so. After all, it wasn't the time to be in a life-and-death crisis. But once he became a demon beast, he wouldn't recognize his own family. By then, he might inadvertently cause a negative impact on the battle between the three great elders of the Shinheng sect and the Qitian Jianzong sect. In the air, Lei Long was fighting 1 against 3. Although he was temporarily at a disadvantage and his body was covered in wounds, he was still extremely ferocious. He used all kinds of methods to bombard them. Even the three Heavens Mandate Realm cultivators on the opposite side suffered minor injuries. The more they fought, the more frightened they became. This greater demonic thunder dragon truly had a shocking innate divine ability. Its body was incomparably strong, and ordinary attacks had no effect on it. If they were not careful, they would be hit by Lei Long's powerful lightning. The three Fate Realm Great Elders were slightly injured, so they were even more cautious in the battle. They just kept suppressing Lei Long, in the void above the thunder pool. Yi Yin closed his eyes and was still cultivating, but he was very clear about the situation outside. Yi Yin could naturally see through the three demon beasts' plan. This was also the second time they had shown their loyalty. Yi Yin appreciated such demon beasts who were willing to risk their lives. Therefore, after this battle, Yi Yin would naturally reward them. In the Thunder Accumulation Palace. Yes, yes. The big black horse nodded repeatedly as he watched the fierce battle outside while drinking wine. These three little guys are quite smart. They're the same type as Kitten, the big black horse grinned. It threw the wine jar on the table, then slowly walked out of the door with its hands behind its back. As an elder, it naturally could not stand idly by when its juniors were being bullied. The big black horse walked outside and looked up at the great elder of the Umatsu sect. It grinned and said, "Old man, it's not right to bully people just because you're at a higher realm." The great elder of the Umatsu sect, who was fighting, suddenly heard a thunderous sound. He was so frightened that he almost lost his balance and fell down. Shocked, he looked down and saw a middle-aged man in a black robe standing on the ground, grinning at him. This middle-aged man was giving off a thick demonic aura as well. However, when he saw the middle-aged man's cultivation, he couldn't help but sneer. It was just a Nirvana realm demonic beast. This was not surprising. Where did this Nirvana realm demon beast come from? Is it the fourth demon saint who just joined the Jile mountain? He thought to himself. Whoosh, the big black horse's body moved slightly, and the next moment, it appeared in midair. Kuei Ox and Thunder Tiger were covered in wounds and vomiting blood. They looked extremely miserable. However, when they suddenly saw the great demon Senior appear, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. When they saw Senior reveal his rebirth realm cultivation, the two greater demons glanced at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This eternal realm great demon Senior was going to use the same method he had used to deal with Holy Master Gold Silver. The two of them were speechless. For some reason, this Senior liked to tease others. As an eternal realm expert, he could crush the highest elder of the Umatsu sect to death with just a finger. You came at the right time. The three of you can accompany each other in hell. The highest elder of the Umatsu sect stared at the middle-aged man in a black robe, and suddenly a sinister smile appeared on his face. He swung his sword and sword light fell like a river, attacking the big black horse. Oh, what kind of swordsmanship is this? It's so powerful. The big black horse pretended to be frightened and dodged in a flash. Its body vibrated in the void according to a certain rhythm. At this moment, the countless sword lights couldn't even touch the corner of its clothes. The highest elder of the Umatsu sect was shocked. What kind of mysterious body movement was this? A mere rebirth realm martial artist was able to easily avoid his sure-kill sword strike. This movement technique was truly too shocking. The big black horse's body fluttered and suddenly, it came close to him. So fast. The highest elder of the Umatsu sect's pupils shrank. The black-robed man bared his big white teeth and grabbed at him with one hand. He hurriedly swung his sword and chopped at the man's arm. Bang, the sword hit the man's arm, but it was bounced back. A huge force instantly caused the sword in his hand to fly out of his hand. At this moment, the supreme elder of the demon-controlling sect felt as if his liver and guts were about to burst. He was almost scared to death. He was a Heaven's Mandate realm expert, but he couldn't cut the Nirvana realm expert's arm. What kind of great demon was this? Before he could figure it out, his neck was grabbed by the big hand. Crack, with a clear and crisp sound, his neck was broken. The big black horse opened its mouth and a blue light wrapped around the highest elder of the Umatsu sect and sucked him into its mouth. Senior, thank you for your help. Kuei Ox and Thunder Tiger came forward and said gratefully. The two of you have performed well, but your strength is a bit weak. If I, Uncle Ma, don't make a move, the two of you will be dead. The big black horse laughed and took a step forward. The next moment. Then, they arrived at another void. He looked at the three human cultivators with a murderous look in his eyes. Among the three major sects of the Kamikaze dynasty, the Shinhing sect and the Shunlong sect had a blood feud for generations. Naturally, the two highest elders couldn't let them live. As for the Chitan Jianzong sect and the Umatsu sect, they also had a feud with the Shunlong sect. Therefore, the big black horse couldn't let these people live. It was a good opportunity for him to make a move and cut down the high-end combat power of the three major sections. This would reduce the resistance of the three young masters in the future. What? Elder Chi is dead? Who is this guy? Why is he so powerful? The three highest elders who were fighting suddenly saw a middle-aged man coming out of the Jile palace and killing the highest elder of the Chitan Jianzong sect. An unimaginable terror welled up in the hearts of the three of them. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the black robe suddenly came in front of him. 3 against 1. Are the three major sects all like this? the big black horse sneered. His gaze landed on the two grand elders of the Xianxia sect. At this moment, his eyes also turned blood red. Many generations of disciples of the Xianxia sect had died because of the Xianxia sect's behind-the-scenes plot. As the master's pet, he had long regarded himself as a member of the Xianxia sect. Therefore, the big black horse could empathize with this blood feud that had been passed down for generations. Who are you? Why do you dare to meddle in the affairs of the three major sects? The highest elder of the Xianxia sect frowned and said with a gloomy face. The other highest elder of the Xianxia sect saw that the situation had changed and took 2 steps back. The black-robed man in front of him was of unknown origin. Although his cultivation was only in the Nirvana realm, he could kill the elders of the Umatsu sect. Plus, Lei Long. If these 2 big monsters attacked at the same time, the chances of the 3 of them winning would be greatly reduced. If these 2 great demons were to go all out, at least one of the 3 Heavens Mandate Realm cultivators would die. He was the only Fate Realm cultivator in the Xianxia sect. It had been very easy for him to cultivate, so he didn't want to die here. Want to escape? The big black horse saw the clue. He grinned, revealing his big white teeth, and mocked, "Uncle Ma looks down on deserters." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and a bright blue light swept out, sucking the elder of the Xianxia sect into his mouth. Crack! Crack! The big black horse chewed a few times and swallowed. Then, he spat out a few storage rings. Oh, I almost forgot. The young masters are going to establish a sect in the future and are now lacking resources. How could I swallow these storage rings? The big black horse slapped his forehead and said with a vexed expression. He saw with his own eyes that the highest elder of the Xianxia sect had been eaten by this terrifying big monster without being able to fight back. The 2 great elders of the Xianxia sect were so frightened that their hearts jumped and their guts were about to burst. Their instinctive desire to live made them immediately turn around and flee in 2 different directions. Come back. The big black horse grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. 2 blue lights whizzed out, and the 2 Xianxia sect supreme elders who were trying to escape were immediately pulled back. The 2 were bound by the blue light and could not break free. They were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. The big black horse walked up to them with his hands behind his back and sneered, "You 2 old things still want to run? Who the hell are you? Your cultivation is definitely not in the Nirvana realm." One of the supreme elders looked at the black-robed middle-aged man in front of him with a look of horror in his eyes. As far as he knew, the black-robed man in front of him had amazing divine powers and should be an expert in the life and death realm. You 2 are just ants. Today, Uncle Ma will show you my realm. The big black horse smiled, and his body shook slightly. In an instant, he recovered his original cultivation. A powerful aura of the eternal realm suddenly swept out. However, the big black horse deliberately controlled his aura to only appear within a radius of 10 feet. Is this the eternal realm? After feeling this aura, the 2 supreme elders were so frightened that their eyes almost popped out. After trembling as they spoke, they were immediately suppressed by the powerful aura and passed out. The big black horse restrained his aura and looked at the 2 unconscious elders with a sneer on his face. Lei Long, who was next to him, kept quiet out of fear. Just now, the aura of this eternal realm great demon senior had made it difficult for him to breathe, even if he was not deliberately targeted at him. He had to admit that the eternal realm was too strong. This realm was already the peak of the cultivation world in the entire Xianxia continent. He could laugh at the entire continent. The big black horse grabbed the 2 supreme elders of the Xianxia sect, 1 in each hand, and suddenly disappeared in midair. The next moment, he appeared above the thunder pool. "Master, I brought these 2 fellows here. Please take a look and see if they are the culprits who harmed our Xianxia sect." The big black horse had a respectful expression as it threw the 2 people into the air and bowed. The void rippled. Yiyan walked out from inside. He gently lifted his finger, and 2 rays of light landed on the heads of the 2 grand elders. After 2 or 3 breaths of time, the 2 rays of light retracted. These 2 grand elders of the Xianxia sect only know about the persecution of the Xianxia sect. The real mastermind is the leader of the Xianxia sect of each generation, Yiyan said indifferently. His expression was still as calm as ever. The big black horse's expression froze for a moment. It could feel a powerful will from the master's calm voice. This kind of willpower made him fearful. "Master, why don't I make a trip to the Xianxia sect?" The big black horse asked respectfully. "There's no need to rush. This matter is not as simple as you think." Yin shook his head and said calmly, "Whoever dares to attack the Xianxia sect must be a very powerful force. They have painstakingly planned for tens of thousands of years, and through layers of agents, they must be very careful. There must be some unknown secrets." "Oh." The big black horse fell into deep thought after hearing the master's words. It didn't quite understand. Why would such a powerful force be so careful when dealing with the Xianxia sect? Could it be that this force had foreseen that the old master would be resurrected one day? Thinking of this possibility, the big black horse's eyelids twitched. A light seemed to flash in front of its eyes, and it seemed to understand. It had to be said that this force was very powerful. They could predict what would happen 100,000 years later. This was also an unimaginable divine ability. In the big black horse's understanding, if a large sect wanted to predict what would happen 100,000 years later, it would have to pay an unimaginable price. "It's not what you think." Yin looked at the big black horse, and his eyes flashed. It was as if he knew all the thoughts in this divine pet's mind at a glance. "Take these two guys away. You can do whatever you want with them." Yin waved his hand. The big black horse quickly grabbed the two supreme elders of the Xianxia sect and disappeared in a flash. Yin looked at a certain place in the void with a look of interest on his face. The reason why he was so patient was because he was already invincible in the world. After becoming invincible, if he did things quickly, he would lose a lot of the fun in the process. For example, he could now wipe out all the eternal rank forces on the continent with a single thought. But what was the use of that? What would happen after he killed them? Wouldn't his heart be filled with emptiness? In the dark space, he had signed in for 100,000 years. Yin had endured unimaginable boredom and loneliness. What he lacked now was fun. Now, with 3 juniors, he would take them all the way to experience and grow. At the same time, he would also find out the enemies behind the Xianxia sect one by one and kill them all. This would be very interesting. At the same time, he would also train the 3 juniors. He would let them become Eternal Realm experts. From then on, the Xianxia sect would return to being an Eternal Rank sect and once again stand tall in the Xianxia continent. The reason why the big black horse did not understand this was because it was only a demonic beast. In Yin's warehouse, its grade couldn't even be ranked. Its level was too low, so it didn't have enough vision and couldn't see far enough. Yin took out a small bottle and poured out 3 drops of mysterious green liquid. With a gentle flick of his finger, they suddenly broke through the void and fell in 3 different directions. The big black horse returned and landed at the entrance of Jilei Palace. At this time, the 3 saints of Jilei Mountain also gathered around. The 3 great demons didn't say anything. Suddenly, a drop of green liquid fell from the sky and directly entered their Baihui acupoint and fell into their bodies. The injuries on their bodies healed at an unimaginable speed. The 3 great demons revealed looks of astonishment, not knowing what was going on. Seeing this, the big black horse chuckled and said, "You 3 little guys are so lucky. This is my reward for you." "Thank you, Master." The 3 great demons immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times in the direction of the thunder pool. When they stood up, all the injuries on their bodies had healed. Especially the thunder tiger, whose cultivation was the lowest and suffered the most serious injuries, was as good as new. Suddenly, 3 golden thunderbolts fell from the sky and fell on the 3 of them. "It's that golden thunderbolt," Lei Long reacted quickly. Its eyes almost popped out and it was so excited that it almost roared. It had coveted this mysterious thunderbolt for a long time. After bravely killing the enemy, it had finally received its master's gift. Lei Long didn't hesitate. He immediately sat down and began to refine this thunderbolt. Kueox and Thunder Tiger did the same. Seeing this, the big black horse nodded. Its eyes were filled with envy. It also didn't know what this mysterious thunderbolt was called. However, it also longed to obtain another strand of this mysterious golden thunderbolt. Whoosh, a thick golden thunderbolt broke through the sky like a golden dragon and appeared in front of the big black horse. "Little horse, this reincarnation thunderbolt is for you." Yi Yun's voice rang in the big black horse's ears. Thank you, master. When the big black horse saw this thick golden thunderbolt, it was so excited that it almost cried out. But in the next moment, it really cried out. Master, you only gave me one strand last time and it took me a few days to refine it. Now that you have such a thick thunderbolt, I'm afraid I can't take it. The big black horse said miserably. In the void above the thunder pool, Yi Yun saw the big black horse's sad face and smiled. Lightning is your innate ability. Could it be that with your current cultivation, you still can't refine it? He asked. No, master. This is the first time I've heard of the reincarnation thunder and the energy it contains is too strong. I can only refine one strand at a time. I don't think I can refine such a large reincarnation thunder, and if I force it, I'm afraid my body won't be able to withstand it. The big black horse complained tearfully. He knew that this time, his impression in his master's heart had dropped. But he had no choice. He was limited, although he was a great demon in the eternal realm and looked majestic in front of the three sages of Jilei Mountain. He knew very well what he was capable of. The big black horse couldn't refine the mysterious reincarnation thunder and lightning. Only the more powerful demonic beasts in his master's warehouse could refine it. Okay. Yi Yun nodded. His eyes suddenly lit up and several faint golden runes flew out. These runes were filled with an unimaginable aura of the great Tao. They broke through the void and landed on the golden thunder and lightning. The golden thunder and lightning suddenly shrank and finally turned into a small golden sword. You can keep it and refine it slowly in the future, Yi Yun said with a smile. Thank you, master. The big black horse happily picked up the small golden sword and looked very excited. Yi Yun flashed and returned to the void and continued to cultivate. The big black horse held the small sword and played with it for a whole day. Finally, he carefully absorbed a strand of thunder and lightning from it and began to refine it. The entire Jilei Mountain fell into silence. At this moment, the three sects were in chaos. The Fate Realm Great Elders had left their life tokens in the sects. Now, their life tokens were broken. It meant that the four Fate State Supreme Elders had all died in Jilei Mountain. All of a sudden, the suzerains of the three major sects were in a state of panic. They were afraid that the three saints of Jilei Mountain would suddenly descend and declare war on the three major sects. However, after waiting for a few days, they found that the Jilei Mountain was quiet and there was no change. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Perhaps the three saints of Jilei Mountain had suffered severe injuries in this battle and would not be able to leave the mountain for a short period of time. Another month passed. Seeing that everything was still calm, the three sect leaders finally felt relieved. The leaders of the three sects gathered together and plotted for an entire day. After much consideration, they decided to report this matter to the forces behind them. These three sects of the Kamikaze dynasty had some connections with some sects of the Celestial Empire. When the sects heard the news, they were all shocked. However, they didn't send anyone over. Obviously, they were afraid of the three saints of Jilei Mountain. They wouldn't provoke the three beasts unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, the beasts were powerful in each dynasty. It was possible that the three beasts of the Jilei Mountain had connections in the Sun, Moon, and Star dynasties. If the three sects took action, they would break the rules and would probably trigger a war between humans and beasts. Such a war had happened many times in the past thousands of years. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. Neither the humans nor the beasts gained any advantages. After a while, the sects of the Celestial Empire were relieved to see that the three beasts of the Jilei Mountain hadn't shown up. The major forces of the Celestial Empire had a lot of internal disputes about the three sects' performance. This time, the three sects of the Kamikaze dynasty had been reckless. It was not wise to provoke the three beasts of the Jilei Mountain just to find the two young humans. As a result, not only did the three sects lose 20 to 30 Nirvana Realm experts, but they also lost 4 Heavens Mandate Realm Great Cultivators. The casualties were heavy. However, the three sects still had a strong foundation. The other sects of the Kamikaze dynasty couldn't replace them for the time being. 3 months had passed. The Kamikaze dynasty regained its peace. The three sects also returned to normal. In the depths of the Jilei Mountain, Suddenly, 3 beams of light shot up into the sky above the thunder pool. 3 figures appeared in the void. You've reached a limit in refining your bodies. We should go on our way again. Yi Yin stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked at the 3 juniors in front of him with a gratified smile. In addition to Su Wani's 8%, Luoli and Jun Maxiao's blood essence concentration of Zhu Cheng had reached 10%. The 3 of them had reached their limit. During these 3 months of refining their bodies, their cultivation did not fall behind. Su Wani was now at the 8th level of the soul sculpting realm. Luoli and Jun Maxiao had reached the 7th level of the divine bridge realm. Old ancestor, where are we going next? Looking at the white-robed old ancestor who looked like a banished immortal, Luoli's eyes showed admiration. She asked with a smile. Let's go to the Shenhing sect, Yi Yin said calmly. First, he would deal with the Shenhing sect. Then, he would not let go of the other 2 sections. After dealing with these 3 sects, he could leave the Kamikaze dynasty. Crash, the lightning pool surged, and another black figure emerged from it. It was the big black cat who had been cultivating in seclusion. Wow, little cat, your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Fate realm? When Luoli saw the big black cat's realm, her little face showed a shocked expression. Haha, yes, I finally reached the Fate realm, the big black cat smiled embarrassedly. With a flash of light, the big black horse pulled a black carriage and suddenly appeared in the void. Lei Long, Kuei Ox, and Thunder Tiger also flew over. Little master, don't you want to collect some monster beasts for the sect? These 3, do you think they can do it? The big black horse looked at Luoli and the others and smiled habitually. After discovering the other party's cultivation, Luoli shook her head with difficulty and said, they are all Fate realm monster beasts, little master, please accept us. Lei Long and the others immediately knelt on the ground with sincere faces. Luoli looked embarrassed. It would be easy for her to collect a celestial bridge realm monster beast, but the 3 in front of her were all at the Fate realm. She really felt that she was not qualified. Keep them, but don't use them unless you have no other choice. Just let them cultivate in the bracelet. Lin Yin said. Yi Yin said. Okay then. Ancestor. Luoli nodded, raised the bracelet, and took in Thunder Tiger. Senior sister, junior brother, let's take one each. Luoli turned around, took a few steps back, looked at Su Wani and Jun Maxiao, and said with a smile. Seeing this, Yi Yin nodded. Luoli did a good job. The bowl of water was very flat. He stretched out his hand and a light appeared on Su Wani's wrist. Su Wani was a little confused. Luoli ran over and whispered in Su Wani's ear for a while. Su Wani suddenly understood. It turned out that this was the bracelet that the ancestor gave to the disciples to collect monster beasts. Senior sister, let me show you. Jun Maxiao next to her also raised his bracelet. A green light flew out and took in Kuei Ox. Su Wani raised the bracelet and looked at the Heaven's Mandate Realm great monster Lei Long kneeling in front of her. She felt a little nervous. After all, she was just a soul sculpting cultivator. Now, under the watchful eyes of so many people, she had to take in a Heaven's Mandate Realm great monster. She felt a little nervous in her heart. Senior apprentice sister, you can do it. Luoli and Jun Maxiao encouraged her from the side. The big black horse grinned and said, little master, you can boldly take them. These 3 little guys can now be regarded as the monsters of our Shenlong sect. In front of so many people, Lei Long knelt in the void and did not dare to speak. He could only look at Su Wani's bracelet with expectant eyes. Su Wani gathered her courage and ran her magic power to drive the bracelet. Whoosh, a green light swept out and fell on Lei Long's body. The green light then retracted and drilled into the bracelet. At this time, even if Su Wani's eyes were open, she could clearly feel the changes inside the bracelet. The Heaven's Mandate Realm great monster had appeared inside. Huff, she heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go. Yi Yin smiled nonchalantly. He took a step forward and entered the carriage. Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Su Wani quickly flew into the carriage. The 3 people sat in front of the carriage. Luoli and Su Wani sat on one side, and Jun Maxiao sat on the other side. In the middle, the big black cat was lying there with its head buried in its stomach. Its dark eyes showed a trace of pride. This master cat is really powerful. Now, not only has my cultivation surpassed the 3 guys from the Thunder Swarm Mountain, but I have also not been taken into the bracelet. I am still free, hee hee, the big black cat laughed triumphantly in its heart. Let's go. The big black horse exhaled softly, turned its 4 hooves, pulled the carriage, and disappeared above the thunder pool in an instant. They rushed with all their strength. Within a few breaths, they arrived at the foot of the Xianxia sect. The big black horse moved slowly. We've arrived at the Xianxia sect. Luoli and Lord Grimm had smiles on their faces as excitement rose in their hearts. They were about to enter a brand new battle. I just don't know, how would the old ancestor arrange this battle, although, they could defeat the prodigy disciples of the Xianxia sect in the Celestial Bridge realm, and they could also fight those above their level. They could also deal with cultivators at the 1st or 2nd level of the Nirvana realm. However, if there were too many Nirvana realm cultivators, they would not be able to resist. Sigh. Suwani lowered her head. She had a lot on her mind. She quietly looked at the huge gate of the Xianxia sect, which was getting closer and closer, and thought about how to fight later. After all, among the 3 senior apprentice sisters and junior apprentice brothers, she was the only one with the cultivation of 8th level of soul sculpting realm. Little junior brother and junior sister were both at the 7th stage of the Divine Bridge stage. The difference was huge. Are you all worried that you won't be able to defeat him? The old ancestor's voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the 3 people who had different thoughts. The 3 of them quickly nodded. The Xianxia sect of the Kamikaze dynasty was not like the ancient Moon dynasty. There were many prodigies here, and there were many talents. Although they had lost 2 Fate Realm Grand Elders and about 10 Nirvana Realm cultivators. But it was undeniable. The Xianxia sect still had a large number of Nirvana Realm cultivators. Therefore, the 3 of them in this battle were equivalent to fighting against a large sect with tens of thousands of people. The pressure on the 3 of them could be imagined. Don't worry and fight. As long as someone whose realm is higher than yours wants to attack, then their realm will also fall to the Celestial Bridge realm or the Soul Sculpting realm. In the carriage, Yi Yin smiled faintly. He was a dignified monarch realm cultivator. It was easy for him to control this battle. Yes, old ancestor. The 3 of them nodded repeatedly. At this moment, there was no longer any fear in their hearts. They were excited and their blood was boiling. The carriage drove near the gate. The 2 disciples of the Xianxia sect who were guarding the mountain gate saw a black horse carriage slowly drive over. Their figures moved and immediately blocked the carriage. Where did you come from? Do you have an invitation? A Xianxia sect disciple, with a proud look on his face, asked loudly. There were 3 people sitting in the carriage, and the highest cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Celestial Bridge realm. Such a cultivation was nothing in the Xianxia sect. Therefore, even if these 2 disciples were in the soul sculpting realm, they still did not take the 3 people in front of them seriously. Jun Maxiao suddenly stood up and coldly looked at the 2 Xianxia sect disciples in the soul sculpting realm. His eyes flashed with a cold light. We are from the Shenlong sect. Today, we are here for revenge. He shouted loudly. A cold sword light, like a divine dragon coming out of the water, swept past and instantly cut off the necks of the 2 disciples. The 2 disciples stared at Jun Maxiao in disbelief. They only held on for a few seconds before their bodies fell to the ground. After killing these 2 people, it was as if the fuse of hatred had been ignited. Jun Maxiao, Luoli, and Suwani's eyes turned blood red in an instant. The Xianxia sect had persecuted the Shenlong sect for hundreds of generations and slaughtered countless Shenlong sect disciples. This blood feud was absolutely irreconcilable. Today, the old ancestor was here. The 3 of them were going to start a massacre and destroy the entire Xianxia sect. The big black horse seemed to know the intentions of the 3 people and suddenly rushed forward. Bang! The huge gate was suddenly knocked down by the big black horse. The gate fell to the ground, making a loud noise and raising smoke and dust. Someone broke into the gate. A disciple in one of the Xianxia sect's watchtowers immediately started shouting loudly. He hurriedly rang the alarm bell. Clang! Clang! Several loud sounds resounded throughout the Xianxia sect. In an instant, a large number of Xianxia sect disciples rushed out from different halls. A black light flashed. The big black horse pulled the carriage to the square in front of the great hall. Countless disciples of the Xianxia sect rushed out from the surroundings, and surrounded the black carriage so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. So many people. The big black cat raised its head and looked at the crowd around it. It stuck out its blood-red tongue and licked its paws. It really wanted to attack. But without the old master's order, it didn't dare to. After all, this was a battle for revenge and also a trial. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun's eyes flashed. He said calmly, based on the strength of your bodies, you can take at least 3 dragon tiger pills at the same time. Take them before the battle starts. The 3 people's breathing quickened. They had been taking 1 dragon tiger pill a month for a long time and it had become a habit. But this time, the old ancestor wanted them to take 3 dragon tiger pills before the battle. If this was in the past, their bodies would probably explode. Each of them had a lot of dragon tiger pills in their storage rings. They each took out 3 pills and swallowed them. The medicinal power of the dragon tiger pills dissolved in their bodies. Rumbling sounds could be heard, as if countless dragons and tigers were fighting inside their bodies. Such a powerful medicinal effect was forcibly suppressed by the powerful physiques of the 3 of them. The 3 of them were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect Zhu Long's body to be so strong after his bloodline was greatly improved. Today's battle will be extremely difficult. The 3 of you will have to face the attacks of tens of thousands of people. Yi Yun smiled calmly and continued, I hope that each of you can advance by a small realm. We will definitely live up to ancestors' expectations. Suwani, Luoli, and Jun Maxiao bowed respectfully in the direction of the carriage and then turned around. At this moment, the 3 boys and girls were in high spirits and their clothes were fluttering in the wind. They held supreme divine swords in their hands and their bodies exuded strands of shocking sword essence. Haha, I was wondering who dared to knock down the mountain gate of our Xianxia sect. It turns out that it's 3 little kids who are still wet behind the ears. A Nirvana realm elder of the Xianxia sect stood in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back. He looked at the black carriage with a cold and arrogant smile on his face. Come on, kill these 3 people. This Nirvana realm elder waved his hand, and figures flickered. Immediately, a dozen celestial bridge realm disciples pounced forward. Come back. Suddenly, a figure flew over and let out a furious roar. He forcefully called the dozen or so figures back. The young man looked at Luoli and Jun Maxiao from afar with resentment in his eyes. Elder Lu, that young man and woman are the 2 guys who killed the genius disciples of the 3 sects in Jilei Mountain. The young man gnashed his teeth as he spoke. So it's them? You have some guts to actually dare to barge into our Xianxia sect. A figure fell from the sky and turned into an old man in cyan robes. The old man was awe-inspiring and his aura was powerful and terrifying. His cultivation had reached the peak of Nirvana realm level 10. He was Ren Tianqing, the sect master of the Xianxia sect. He was a great cultivator who was half a step away from the Fate realm. Now that the 2 supreme elders of the Xianxia sect had died, he was the #1 expert of the Xianxia sect. Sect master, it's these 2 guys who killed so many of our brothers and sisters, which led to the war between our 3 sects and Jilei Mountain. They are the culprits. The young man pointed at Jun Maxiao and loudly accused the 2 of their crimes. Kill them. The disciples of the Xianxia sect all around were furious and roared loudly. These disciples numbered in the tens of thousands. There were several hundred divine bridge realm disciples, several thousand soul sculpting realm disciples, and 2,000 to 3,000 primary sea realm disciples. It was a huge commotion. Angry sound waves rose and fell, causing one's heart to palpitate. Jun Maxiao jumped from the carriage to the center of the square. At this moment, his sword intent was boiling. A huge divine dragon phantom appeared behind him. He was ready for battle. Luoli and Suwani also jumped down and stood on Jun Maxiao's left and right. Jun Maxiao's eyes were cold as he snorted, we're here to challenge the Xianxia sect. If you're not convinced, you can come at me together. Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of the Xianxia sect began to laugh mockingly. Looking at the 3 young men and women, although they were extremely handsome and could be called dragons and phoenixes among men, Ren Tianqing felt that it was rather funny. These 3 guys, Were their brains kicked by a donkey, even if they could defeat the Divine Bridge Realm prodigy disciples of the three major sects in the accumulating Thunder Mountains? Could it be that they could challenge the entire Xianxia sect? They were really overestimating themselves. Ren Tianqing had just used his spiritual awareness to check the black carriage and found that there was no one inside. The Xianxia sect had a mountain protection array. Once a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator broke in, the mountain protection array would be automatically activated. The array didn't have any changes now. Therefore, Ren Tianqing was very certain that there was no one else around these three youths. Ren Tianqing glanced at Jun Maxiao and sized up the Divine Dragon Phantom, but he didn't see anything special. There were many sword arts in this world that had anomalies. There were dragons, phoenixes, black tortoises, there were all kinds of divine beasts and everything. Ren Tianqing didn't even connect Jun Maxiao and the others to the Xianlong sect. After all, the Xianxia sect had passed down many generations of sect masters in the past tens of thousands of years, and he was just a marionette who only transmitted orders. Therefore, he wasn't very familiar with the unknown Xianlong sect. As the sect master, Ren Tianqing only knew that there was such an ancient mission secretly passed down in the sect that required him to follow it regularly. But the execution was carried out by the Sword King sect below. He had never seen a single cultivator of the Xianlong sect. Not to mention some of the cultivation methods that the Xianlong sect was good at. Ren Tianqing put his hands behind his back and looked at the three people opposite him. He said with a sarcastic smile, "It's really interesting. 2 Divine Bridge Realm cultivators and 1 Soul Sculpting Realm cultivator, who gave you the courage? You dare to make trouble in our Xianxia sect?" Humph. Jun Maxiao shook the limitless chaos sword in his hand and sneered, "Cut the crap, let's see who's the real deal." Ren Tianqing's mind moved, and he sent out a sound transmission. Suddenly, 2 Nirvana Realm 5th level elders jumped out of the crowd and landed in the square. Ren Tianqing knew that this pair of youths had extremely strong combat strength in the Divine Bridge Realm. They had once fought against 60 disciples of the three major sects alone. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. He didn't send out disciples in the Divine Bridge Realm to avoid unnecessary casualties. Now, Ren Tianqing directly sent out 2 Nirvana Realm 5th level elders to end the battle cleanly. Killing this pair of youths in front of everyone, avenging the dead disciples of the sect, could also strengthen the reputation of the Xianxia sect. Nirvana Realm 5th level? Jun Maxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and the hand holding the sword trembled slightly because of excitement. Kill. Jun Maxiao's face was stern. He launched the Divine Dragon Sword technique and attacked the two people. Luo Li and Jun Maxiao had always had a tacit understanding in battle. At this moment, she also launched an attack. Ren Tianqing's mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. "You're really a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Don't overestimate yourself." In his view, the sword technique used by the two people was really weak. If the 2 Nirvana Realm elders attacked, they would be able to kill this pair of youths in one round. As for the remaining girl in the Soul Sculpting Realm, he would hand her over to the Celestial Bridge Realm disciples to kill. The 2 Nirvana stage elders looked at the surging Divine Dragon Sword aura that filled the sky, and their faces revealed an expression of intense ridicule. The two of them drew their swords and casually slashed out. One force to break 10,000 techniques. No matter how exquisite the opponent's sword technique was, there was a huge gap between their realms. They had a huge advantage in terms of strength. Therefore, they only needed one slash to break the opponent's sword technique. The two people just raised their arms. Suddenly, their faces changed dramatically, and their eyes almost popped out. At this moment, the two people were surprised to find that their cultivation had dropped from the 5th level to the 1st level of the Nirvana realm. What's going on? Why did our realm suddenly drop? The 2 Nirvana realm elders looked at each other, and their hearts were set off by stormy waves. The sword light that filled the sky surged, and the two people quickly slashed out with their swords. Boom, boom. 2 loud sounds rang out in succession. These 2 Rebirth Realm elders felt an unimaginably vast force come from the sword, and it charged at their internal organs, causing them to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. What a strong power! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the 2 Nirvana Realm elders continuously retreated. In their hearts, they had lost the will to fight. What happened? Ren Tianqing was shocked. How could the elders of the fifth level of the Nirvana realm vomit blood when they couldn't even take one move from the opponent? The surrounding disciples of the Divine Hing sect were completely silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. How is this possible? A 7th stage celestial Bridge Realm Cultivator actually made 2 Nirvana Realm Elders vomit blood with just one sword strike? Am I seeing things? There's a gap of 1 major realm and 6 or 7 minor realms. How did these 2 guys do it? After waking up, the surrounding Xianxia sect disciples discussed animatedly, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. The 2 Nirvana Realm Elders quickly retreated more than 100 feet and wiped the blood from their mouths. Then, they looked at the young man and woman opposite them in shock. What was going on just now? Why did their realms fall to the first level of the Nirvana realm at that moment? Even if it did fall, they were still great cultivators of the Nirvana realm. They actually couldn't block that sword strike full of vast power. It was simply too unbelievable. It was terrifying to think about it. Elders, what happened just now? Ren Wuxing asked indifferently with his hands behind his back. These 2 elders were actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by 2 celestial bridge realm youths in front of everyone. It was really a disgrace to the Xianxia sect. It made him, the sect master, feel a little embarrassed. The 2 Nirvana realm elders had a lingering fear in their hearts as they glanced at each other. One of the elders took a deep breath and said with a frightened face, "Sect master, when we fought just now, our cultivation actually fell to the first level of the Nirvana realm." Really? Ren Tianqing was taken aback and quickly sized up the 2 people's cultivation. They were still at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. Isn't your cultivation at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm? When did it fall? Ren Tianqing said with a frown. He, a great cultivator of the half-step fate realm, had been paying attention to the battle and didn't notice any changes in the 2 elders' realms. The 5th level of the Nirvana realm, the faces of the 2 rebirth realm elders suddenly went pale. At that moment, they discovered that their cultivation levels had returned to their original state. Strange, why did our cultivation return? A Nirvana realm elder touched his chin and showed a doubtful look in his eyes. Ren Tianqing snorted coldly. He turned his head to look at the 3 youths and narrowed his eyes slightly. According to common sense, he knew the 2 elders of the 5th level of the Nirvana realm very well and wouldn't lie. However, the realms of the 3 youths before him were clearly displayed, and they absolutely did not have the strength to suppress the Nirvana stage. Could it be that there were others? Ren Tianqing released his divine sense again. The big black horse looked extremely handsome, but in reality, it was just an ordinary black horse. There was no one in the carriage. The Xianxia sect was also an ancient sect. As the sect master, Ren Tianqing was also very knowledgeable. He frowned and thought for a moment. Being able to freely suppress the realm of a Nirvana realm cultivator was something that even a life and death realm expert couldn't do. Perhaps only an eternal realm cultivator would be able to do so. However, the Zhongnan continent was vast and boundless, and eternal realm experts were as rare as the morning stars. How could they appear in a small place like the Kamikaze dynasty? Just as Ren Tianqing was pondering, at this moment, Luo Li and Lord Grimm were also standing in their original positions, reminiscing about the previous battle. The moment he drew his sword, the 2 Nirvana realm elders of the Xianxia sect had their realms directly dropped to the first level of the Nirvana realm. However, they only used one move to make the 2 elders vomit blood. This caused the 2 of them to be pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect Zhu Cheng's physical body to be so strong after the concentration of his blood essence reached 10%. This strength was simply unimaginable. If they hadn't fought with others, they really wouldn't have known that their physical bodies had become so terrifyingly strong. Senior sister. Jun Maxiao glanced at Luoli with murderous intent in his eyes. Kill. Luoli spat out a word. The 2 moved at the same time, turning into the shadows of divine dragons and killing the disciples of the Xianxia sect around them. Kill. Suwani's blood was boiling. Although her cultivation was the lowest, at this moment, she didn't hesitate to kill the disciples of the Xianxia sect on the other side. Her bloodline concentration was only 2% lower than her junior brother and sister. Suwani believed that her physical body strength shouldn't be inferior to her junior brother and sister by much. With the presence of the founder, she had nothing to fear. Right now, she only had one belief in her heart. That was to wipe out the Xinheng sect and take revenge for the generations of seniors of the Shenlong sect who had died over the past 10,000 years. Seeing that the three youths actually took the initiative to attack, Ren Tianqing's face instantly turned gloomy. They were too arrogant. What did they take the Xinheng sect for? He waved his hand and shouted coldly. Kill. In an instant, over 10,000 disciples of the Xinheng sect moved. There were primary Sea Realm disciples, Divine Bridge Realm disciples, and plenty of Nirvana Realm elders. The Nirvana Realm elders with the highest combat strength were at the front line of the battle. The Divine Bridge Realm prodigy disciples were at the second front line. As for the primary Sea Realm disciples, they were constantly roaming outside and releasing long-range sword light attacks. In the blink of an eye, an unprecedented chaotic battle broke out in the square. Boundless sword light filled the entire plaza. At this moment, there wasn't even a shadow of a person. There were only divine dragon shadows that were constantly swimming in the sword light tide. Many of the Nirvana Realm elders that were rushing towards Luoli and Jun Maxiao realized that their cultivation levels were dropping rapidly before they could even attack. Some fell to the first level of Nirvana Realm, some fell to the second level, and some fell to the third level. The drop in cultivation levels was uneven. What happened? These Rebirth Realm elders were greatly shocked, and for a moment, they actually forgot to attack. In the carriage, when Yiyan saw this, his deep eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of profound radiance. That profound radiance was like a bottomless black hole that was filled with unimaginable mystical runes. At this moment, all the Nirvana Realm elders that had their cultivation levels weakened had forgotten about the drop in cultivation levels. Their eyes were red as they charged at Luoli and Jun Maxiao in a frenzy. What exactly happened? Ren Tianqing clenched his fist tightly and looked at the earlier scene with shock. All the Nirvana Realm elders actually paused for a moment before falling into a frenzied state. Because their cultivation levels have dropped, a gentle voice suddenly appeared in Ren Tianqing's mind. Who is it? Ren Tianqing was shocked. Immediately after, Ren Tianqing's eyes widened as he shockingly realized that his cultivation level had dropped from the peak state of Nirvana Realm level 10 all the way to the first level of Nirvana Realm. In the next moment, he realized that he couldn't move his body and couldn't even open his mouth. In the carriage, Yiyan gently tapped with his hand and sent a radiance into Ren Tianqing's mind. He started to search through Ren Tianqing's memories. In a breath's time, that radiance refracted back and returned to Yiyan's fingertip. Interesting, Yiyan's expression was calm as he laughed and suddenly disappeared from the carriage. In the next moment, a layer of water ripples appeared in the void. Yiyan stepped out and stood in front of an ancient tower. This was a 9-story ancient tower located in the backyard of the Xinheng sect. Master Hall. The ancient tower looked extremely ancient, as if it had been passed down for thousands of years. This was the Xinheng sect's tower of inheritance. All the inheritances of the past sect masters were completely preserved in this tower of inheritance. Outside the tower of inheritance, a blind elder with a black cloth wrapped around his head sat cross-legged on the ground as if he was silently guarding this ancient tower. Kill. On the square of the Xinheng sect, the battle cries shook the sky. Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Suwani had been caught in the tide of sword light. However, the strength of the three was not what it used to be. In addition, the realms of the Nirvana Realm elders of the Xinheng sect were suppressed, so the three of them could still hold on. Suwani was the one who felt the most magical. If a Nirvana Realm expert wanted to kill her, his cultivation would drop from the Nirvana Realm to the first level of the Celestial Bridge Realm in an instant. If it was a high-level Celestial Bridge Realm expert, his realm would also drop greatly. These Celestial Bridge Realm and Nirvana Realm disciples and elders were all firmly controlled by Yiyan's secret spiritual technique. Therefore, even if their realms dropped so fiercely, no one realized it. They only knew that no matter what, they had to kill the three teenagers in front of them. However, when facing Luoli and Jun Maxiao, a Celestial Bridge Realm cultivator's realm would not drop. At this moment, the tens of thousands of disciples of the Xinheng sect were all controlled by Yiyan's secret spiritual technique. They looked crazy and launched wave after wave of crazy attacks without fear of death. The stormy waves of attacks brought great pressure to the three of them. Although the sword light in the square was like rain, once it fell within 10 meters of the carriage, all the sword light disappeared. After entering the Divine Lord realm, the master has become more and more terrifying. The big black horse widened its eyes and looked around at the battle situation. Its lips twitched and it let out a cry of surprise. Uncle Ma, what happened here? Why can't I understand? The big black cat blinked and asked. It really couldn't understand the current battle situation. The big black cat's cultivation was only at the Fate realm, so he couldn't feel the aura of the Nirvana realm elders in the square at all. The big black horse's realm had reached the Eternal realm, so he could catch some clues and faintly calculate the shocking means used by the master. Pa! A huge ponytail slammed into the big black cat's body, almost turning it into a meat patty. What do you know? You're just a Fate State warrior, yet you dare to guess my abilities? I think you've become arrogant ever since you leveled up, right? The big black horse turned around and glared at the big black cat. Io, Uncle Ma, I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. Even though I've reached the Fate State, I'm still too weak to withstand a single blow from you. The big black cat struggled to get up, covered its head with its hands, and wailed. Haha. The big black horse licked its lips and grinned. Kitten, don't just stand there. Hurry up and collect the storage rings so that we can pass them to our little masters. Okay. The big black cat immediately became excited and leapt down from the horse carriage in high spirits. It then turned into a black light and weaved through the sword light. Xianxia's disciples were constantly falling, especially those primary sea realm disciples. A single careless move and they would be killed by the sword lights. There's one here, there's another one over there. The big black cat was having a great time collecting the storage rings. After collecting all the storage rings, it threw them above its head and used its magic power to secure them. Behind the sect's main hall, outside the towering 9-storied ancient pagoda, Yi Yun had his hands behind his back and walked forward slowly. At this moment, he had withdrawn all his chi presence and was just like an ordinary person. The clear sound of footsteps could be heard. The blind old man who was seated on the ground suddenly stood up and drew his sword towards a certain direction. He then asked coldly, "Who is it?" Yi Yun let out an indifferent smile. Under the injection of divine light from his bewitching eyes, the blind old man actually turned into ashes and vanished. A mere half-step heaven's mandate realm. In Yi Yun's heart, he wasn't even an ant. Right now, even an eternal realm cultivator wasn't considered an ant in front of Yi Yun. With just a thought, Yi Yun could turn an eternal realm cultivator into ashes. With the breakthrough in cultivation realm, Yi Yun's cultivation was getting more and more terrifying. After cultivating in the Thunder Accumulation Mountains for 3 months, he didn't just stabilize his cultivation, he also advanced to the second level of Divine Lord realm. During these 3 months, Yi Yun also comprehended a few unimaginably powerful divine abilities. Take his bewitching eyes for example. It was a type of God-class eye technique divine ability, Sky Dome Illusory Eyes. There were thousands of illusions that could be created and destroyed with a single thought. With a single glance, countless experts would turn into ashes and never enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was a type of powerful eye technique and its power was unbelievably powerful. Yi Yun's talent was outstanding, but he had only cultivated this divine ability to the realm of great success. There was still a long way to go before he reached the pinnacle realm. Yi Yun estimated that when he entered the Divine King realm one day, this divine ability would reach the pinnacle. At that time, with a single glance, the whole world was changing in his eyes. Yi Yun stepped inside. The door of the ancient tower opened automatically and he entered the first floor of the ancient tower. Who is it? Another old man guarding the tower suddenly saw an unfamiliar white-robed young man walk in. Shocked, he quickly drew his sword and slashed at him. His cultivation was at Nirvana realm level 10. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely powerful. Yi Yun looked up at him, his bewitching eyes flashing with a strange light. The sword light suddenly disappeared, and then the old man was shocked to find that his arm had disappeared. Then, he couldn't make a sound and his body disappeared. He didn't know where he went. Yi Yun smiled faintly. The old man guarding the tower wasn't dead yet, but he had been banished into the space reversal. How long he could live depended on his ability. A mere Nirvana realm expert couldn't escape the space reversal no matter what. Yi Yan glanced around and didn't find what he was looking for on the first floor. He walked up the stairs to the second floor. There were no guardians on the second floor, but there was a formation. When it sensed an unfamiliar aura, the formation was activated and suddenly erupted with a blinding light. It wanted to keep Yi Yan outside. Yi Yan glanced at the formation, and countless tiny star-like runes changed in his eyes. In an instant, the formation was broken down into countless particles and finally disappeared into the air. Yi Yan still didn't find what he was looking for on the second floor. Next, he walked from the third floor to the ninth floor and broke through 7 formations in a row. Finally, he found what he was looking for on the ninth floor. The ninth floor was the most confidential place in the entire Xianxia sect. It was even more important than the treasure house of the Xianxia sect. The most confidential information of the Xianxia sect was kept here. The ninth floor was completely different from the other floors. There was only one offering table, and on it was a square box that exuded an aura of vicissitudes. It was extremely simple and unadorned, and there were seals on it. Seeing these seals, Yi Yan's face showed an indifferent expression. He was too careful. It seemed that he didn't want others to see every step he took. Yi Yan walked to the side of the box and looked down. In the blink of an eye, the seals melted like snow in the spring. Yi Yan opened the box. There was a letter and a jade token in the box. Yi Yan didn't open the letter. His eyes lit up slightly, and he had already seen the contents of the letter. The jade token was a keepsake. This letter was personally written by the first patriarch of the Xianxia sect 10,000 years ago. The reason why it was called the Xianxia sect was to check and balance the Xianlong sect. After 10,000 years, the Xianlong sect, which had lasted for 300 generations, came to an abrupt end. The mission was completed. After the mission was completed, the future leader of the Xianxia sect could enter the Heavenly Moon secret realm with this jade token, find the Heavenly Moon osmanthus tree, and hang the jade token on it. At that time, he would get an amazing reward. It's getting more and more interesting. Yi Yan clasped his hands behind his back. His eyes were calm as he looked at the letter and jade token in the wooden box. A faint smile flashed across his face. The other party was so careful. Even this time, all the clues pointed to a sky laurel tree in the depths of the secret realm. The power behind the scenes was definitely extremely huge. Even a sky-level sect couldn't do this. Only an eternal-level sect could do such a thing. The person who set this up was meticulous. Step by step, the arrangements were interlocked. Every step left the possibility of cutting off the clues so that future generations couldn't detect it. After signing in for 100,000 years, I'm now invincible in the world. I'll play with you guys, Yi Yan smiled softly. The wooden box in front of him suddenly disappeared. He put it away. Although he didn't obtain any direct clues, he still received a letter and a jade token. Yi Yan was still quite satisfied. He liked the feeling of breaking out of his cocoon. It could dispel the loneliness of being invincible in the world for 100,000 years. Now, he could follow this clue and lead the 3 juniors of the Xianlong sect to the Celestial Empire. At that time, he would see what mysteries were hidden in the secret realm. Space broke open. Yi Yan stepped in. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the square of the Xianxia sect. The battle was still going on. Shouts shook the sky. Sword lights collided with each other, and loud rumbling noises were constantly heard. Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Su Wani were under unimaginable pressure under the siege of tens of thousands of people. In particular, all the disciples of the Xianxia sect had been controlled by Yi Yan's secret spiritual technique. They were all attacking without fear of death. This kind of pressure could be imagined. There was only one person in the square who didn't join the battle. That was the sect master of the Xianxia sect, Ren Tianqing. Previously, he was controlled by Yi Yan, and until now, he still couldn't move. You go too. Yi Yan's expression changed slightly, and an unfathomable light flashed through his eyes. Ren Tianqing also joined the battle in a daze. Looking at the battle below, Yi Yan's eyes flickered as he began to ponder. Xianxia sect had kept Xianlong sect in check for at least 10,000 years. Before this, there must have been other sects secretly plotting against the Xianlong sect. The real decline of the Xianxia sect should have happened tens of thousands of years ago. As for the group of people who made such a shocking plan and executed it, after tens of thousands of years, it was believed that they were no longer in this world. That generation had knocked the Xianxia sect down from the top of the clouds, causing its strength to decline continuously. In the end, it was the turn of the ninth-class sects like the Xinheng sect to clean up the mess. On the Xiangnan continent. For a sect to eventually become an eternal-level sect, it naturally occupied the continent's rich destiny. An eternal-level sect had a deep foundation and was definitely not that easy to knock down. At that time, Yi Yun was bewitched by the system and entered the mysterious space to sign in. In the next 100,000 years, no one knew what happened to the Xianxia sect. The Xianxia sect had been wandering for tens of thousands of years, and there were no records from tens of thousands of years ago. It could be said that the main inheritance had been cut off. Fortunately, the Xianxia sect's lineage had a tenacious temperament, and with the protection of the remnant eternal-level sect's destiny, it was really not easy to last until the 298th generation of Luoli. 100,000 years. The sea had changed into mulberry fields, things remained the same, but people had changed. It turned out that when Yi Yun was alive, the Xianxia sect was full of eternal realm experts. But in Luoli's generation, her master was only at the primary sea realm. Thinking of these things, Yi Yun's heart was still very touched. Therefore, he must cultivate these three poor children into peerless experts in the eternal realm. He had to increase the concentration of Zhu Long's bloodline in their bodies to above 90%. When they reached the eternal realm, they would be able to beat dozens of eternal realm experts. In the future, these three eternal realm experts would oversee the Xianxia sect and suppress the entire Xiangnan continent for at least tens of thousands of years. That way, when he left, he would be relieved. Time was passing slowly. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours had passed. The battle on the square had reached an extremely tragic level. People were constantly falling. In the huge square, there were only 5,000 or 6,000 people left fighting. Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Su Wani were still lively and didn't show any signs of fatigue. The three of them were extremely shocked at this moment. They didn't expect Zhu Long's blood essence to transform their bodies to such a powerful state. It was ridiculously powerful. After fighting for 12 hours, they didn't feel any fatigue. Now, the battle on the square. Due to the sharp decrease in the Xinheng sect's members, the three of them didn't feel so much pressure. The strength of both sides was considered equal. "Senior, I didn't expect that we haven't broken through yet." After brandishing his sword, Jun Maxiao said with frustration. "That's right. Maybe our talents aren't strong enough. Under such pressure, we actually haven't broken through." Luoli was also a little upset. The founder hoped that they could break through a small realm in this battle. But after fighting for so long, they were already evenly matched with their opponents, but they still hadn't broken through in their cultivation. After consuming the 3 dragon tiger pills, the medicinal effects were still being converted into magic power. It was like a surging river that washed their limbs and meridians, constantly converting into cultivation. But even so, there was still a small distance before they could break through. The Xinheng sect's primary sea realm and celestial bridge realm disciples were already exhausted. Only some Nirvana realm elders were still bitterly holding on. Yi Yun sat in the carriage. He looked at the battle and silently calculated. Among the 3 juniors, Luoli and Jun Maxiao were still at the celestial bridge realm and were still some time away from breaking through. But Su Wani was at the soul sculpting realm, and after this bitter battle, she was already on the verge of breaking through. Yi Yun calculated until this point. Suddenly, in his demonic deep eyes, there were all sorts of star-like tiny runes that were changing and flashing with an indescribable glimmer. On the square, all the suppressed Xinheng sect disciples had their cultivation increased by 1 level at this moment. As such, Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Su Wani. The pressure on the 3 of them suddenly increased. "Senior, the founder is giving us preferential treatment again." Jun Maxiao was overjoyed and laughed loudly. He was extremely spirited and brandished the sword light in his hand like a torrential river. Luoli laughed too. Bang! Su Wani, who had turned into a divine dragon phantom in midair, suddenly shook and revealed her figure. At this moment, her aura soared rapidly and unexpectedly broke through to the 9th level of the soul sculpting realm. I finally broke through. Suwani was surprised and happy. Her pretty little face could not hide her joy. After reaching the 9th level of the soul sculpting realm, her magical power was much stronger than before. It was dozens of times stronger than before. Her battle prowess had once again improved by an amazing amount. A celestial bridge realm heaven's pride disciple was slightly stunned when he saw Suwani. Suddenly, he launched a sneak attack. A shocking sword light broke through the air and slashed towards Suwani. "Senior, it's dangerous," Xianxia warned loudly. Because he was too far away, it was too late for him to help. Suwani came back to her senses. She was about to launch the divine dragon movement technique to avoid the attack from behind. Suddenly, she saw a black shadow from the corner of her eye. Boom! The Xianxia sect heaven's pride disciple was hit by the black shadow and turned into a bloody mist. "Uncle Cat is here. No one can hurt little master." The big black cat floated in midair. It stretched out its blood-red tongue and licked its paw. Its black eyes shone brightly as it spoke proudly. Zap! A tiny bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and directly electrocuted the big black cat. Its black fur stood on end, and some parts of its skin were exposed. "Uncle Ma, spare me." The big black cat didn't need to think to know that it was Uncle Ma's doing. So it immediately lay on the ground, hugged its head, and put on a pleading expression. "Do you think Uncle Ma is here to eat? I'm guarding the 3 little masters, and your task is to pick up the storage rings, do you hear me?" The big black horse glared at him. "I know, Uncle Ma," the big black cat said with a sad face. It immediately cheered up and began to search for the dead Xianxia sect disciples. It took out the storage rings from their bodies and kept them on its head. Suwani didn't know what to say when she saw the big black cat being tortured so miserably by the big black horse. She could only smile bitterly and enter the battle again. The big black horse pursed its lips and said with a smile, "Protecting the 3 little masters is my responsibility. No one can take it away from me." Inside the carriage, a smile appeared on Yun's lips. They were really a pair of buffoons, fighting each other every day. Especially the big black horse, it always liked to bully the big black cat. The big black horse probably stayed in the warehouse for a long time and was often bullied by those terrifying pets, so it developed the habit of bullying other monsters. Yun didn't care. When they were at Jilei Mountain, the big black horse helped the big black cat take revenge and even gave away a precious scale on its body. It was obvious that the cat and horse had a deep relationship. But on the surface, they were still a quarrelsome couple. Yun shook his head and turned back to look at the battlefield. After he adjusted the level of the Celestial Bridge Realm and Nirvana Realm disciples of the Xianxia sect, their combat power greatly increased and formed a suppression again. Yun was quite satisfied. According to this progress, Luoli and Xianxia would soon break through. His method of training disciples was actually extremely cruel. If it were any other sect, even an eternal level 1 wouldn't be able to do this. After all, even an eternal level cultivator couldn't control each cultivator's cultivation realm as precisely as Yun. "Someone's coming?" Suddenly, Yun looked at a certain place with a faint smile on his face. 1,000 miles away from the Xianxia sect, 2 middle-aged cultivators stood on the back of a huge blue lawn. These 2 cultivators had the demeanor of sages and extraordinary temperaments. They wore the same navy blue Taoist robes and were both at the Heaven's Mandate realm. Of course, of their of life. At this time, a red-faced middle-aged cultivator looked into the distance and said with a smile, "Senior brother, we're almost at the Xianxia sect." The other white-faced middle-aged cultivator nodded. His eyes were deep as he looked at somewhere in the distant void. He said indifferently, "Recently, the demon tribe has not been peaceful. Some forces are ready to make trouble. I suspect that the 3 monsters in the Jilei Mountain want to stir up some trouble. Now, you and I have come to the Kamikaze dynasty to guard the Xianxia sect to prevent the demon clan from making trouble." "Understood, senior brother. This time, we will follow your lead," the red-faced cultivator said with a smile. He had a quiet temperament and didn't like to meddle. If his senior brother was here, he would listen to his senior brother's arrangement. His senior brother's cultivation was 1 realm higher than his. He was already a great cultivator at the 5th level of the Fate Realm. And he had just broken through to the 4th level of the Fate Realm. Whoosh, the huge blue luan flapped its wings and flew extremely fast. The distance of 1,000 miles was shortened to a few hundred miles in an instant. The red-faced cultivator casually glanced in the direction of the Xianxia sect and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly activated his eyesight and found that the Xianxia sect was filled with shouts of killing. The square was filled with sword lights and the ground was full of bloody corpses. "Senior brother, this is bad. The Xianxia sect is under attack," he hurriedly said loudly. "Did the demon clan take action so soon?" The white-faced cultivator immediately activated his eyesight. Divine light bloomed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Sure enough, an earth-shattering battle was taking place in the Xianxia sect. He suddenly tapped the blue luan's head with his foot. The blue luan immediately sped up and covered the distance of hundreds of miles in a few breaths. The blue luan hovered over the Xianxia sect. The two cultivators looked serious and didn't act rashly for a while. Instead, they observed the situation below. If it was a demon clan rebellion, they had to make a judgment based on the situation and decide whether to intervene. If the attacking demon clan was very strong, stronger than the two of them, then there was no need for them to intervene. Instead, they would immediately turn around and return to the Celestial Empire to report this matter to the sect master. However, when they saw the situation of the battle below, they were all shocked. There was no so-called demon clan. There were only 3 teenagers attacking the entire Xianxia sect. 2 young girls and 1 young boy. 2 of them were at the 7th level of the Celestial Bridge realm and the other was at the 9th level of the Soul Sculpting realm. In the eyes of the two, the attacking side's cultivation was very low. It was pitifully low. But what was strange was that with such a low cultivation, they were actually fighting with thousands of people from the Xianxia sect. Among them, there was also the sect master of the Xianxia sect, Ren Tianqing. "Senior brother, am I dreaming? The cultivation of those 3 teenagers is not high enough?" the red-faced cultivator said with difficulty. At this moment, he also had a confused expression, constantly rubbing his eyes, suspecting that he had fallen into an illusion at this moment. The Xianxia sect was the largest sect in the Kamikaze dynasty. There were thousands of Celestial Bridge realm cultivators and hundreds of Nirvana realm cultivators in the sect. Such a powerful force. Unexpectedly, they were fighting so fiercely with 3 weak teenagers. Moreover, there were so many corpses lying on the ground, obviously killed by the 3 teenagers. This was too inconceivable. If he did not see it with his own eyes, it was really hard to believe that everything that happened in front of him was real. The white-faced cultivator frowned, secretly using his fingernails to dig into his flesh. The intense pain told him that he was not dreaming. But he was puzzled. Why did such a strange scene appear in front of him? At this moment, his gaze landed on the lone carriage that was parked in the square. It was a black carriage. He released a powerful divine sense and scanned it, but found that the carriage was empty. It's really strange. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a strange thing. The pale-faced cultivator sighed. He couldn't tell what was going on with the strange battle below. "Senior brother, what should we do? Should we lend them a hand?" the red-faced cultivator next to him asked. "Don't worry. For now, it seems that the Xianxia sect has the advantage. Let's observe for a while first," the white-faced cultivator thought for a while and said. After all, he was a Fate Realm great cultivator. In the face of such a strange situation, he chose a conservative approach. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they cherished their lives. Because it was not easy to cultivate to the Fate Realm and comprehend the Fate Realm. 2 hours passed. The 2 Fate Realm great cultivators were shocked to find that the 3 teenagers were still fighting, and their bodies did not show any signs of fatigue. On the other hand, many cultivators on the Xianxia sect side were sweating and exhausted, but for some reason, they were still fighting crazily. "Junior brother, let's do it." The white-faced cultivator frowned and finally made up his mind at this moment. Whoosh, the 2 of them bloomed with amazing sword intent, and the clouds in the sky were scattered. Then, 2 shocking sword intents formed into 2 tiny sword lights that descended from the sky, stabbing fiercely towards the two celestial bridge stage youths in an extremely stealthy manner. Looking at the two tiny sword lights falling down silently, Xianxia felt a chill down his spine. The big black horse, who had been guarding the three young masters, suddenly raised its head and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Achoo! The big black horse sneezed. An invisible wave suddenly reversed back into the void with the carriage as the center. Even the two heavens mandate realm cultivators in the air couldn't perceive this sound wave with their spiritual consciousness. When the two tiny sword lights met the sound wave, they melted like snow in the spring. This is? In the void, the two fate realm cultivators couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Although it was a casual attack, the two tiny sword lights couldn't be blocked even by a cultivator at Nirvana realm level 10. But why? How could the sword lights melt? Could it be that there was an even stronger almighty guarding the surroundings? When the two thought of this possibility, they suddenly felt an unimaginable terror descend on their bodies. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. The two fate realm cultivators couldn't sense the other party's existence. This meant that the other party's cultivation was far superior to theirs. A life and death realm cultivator, suddenly thinking of this possibility, the pale-faced cultivator tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. The blue one immediately flapped its wings frantically, turned around, and fled. On the path of cultivation, breaking through the life and death realm from the fate realm was a huge chasm. Countless cultivators, perhaps lucky enough to step into the fate realm, were forever stuck in the life and death realm. However, once they broke through from the fate realm to the life and death realm, they would have a long life. Then, he would have a long lifespan and the possibility of breaking through to the eternal realm on the path of cultivation. To these two fate realm cultivators, a life and death realm cultivator was an existence akin to the might of the heavens. In front of a life and death realm cultivator, the two were as insignificant as ants. Still want to run? The big black horse laughed and suddenly disappeared from the square. The next moment, he turned into a middle-aged man in a black robe and blocked the path of the huge blue one. You, where did you two come from? Tell me the truth, or I'll teach you a lesson. The big black horse rubbed its teeth and looked at the two cultivators casually. Life and death realm? When the red-faced cultivator felt the terrifying aura of the black-robed middle-aged man, his face instantly changed. It turned from white to red, then from red to green. In the end, he was so scared that he plopped down on the head of the blue one. Compared to the Kamikaze dynasty, although the Celestial Empire was powerful, it did not have a single life and death realm cultivator. There was only one half-step life and death expert. However, the great demon in front of him had already reached the life and death realm. Even if all the human forces in the entire Celestial Empire combined, they would not be a match for this life and death realm beast. The pale-faced cultivator was nervous, but his expression was still relatively calm. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Senior of the Demon Clan, 100 years ago, the Human Clan and the Demon Clan signed a peace treaty and promised not to cause any more trouble. Why do you want to make things difficult for a small Xianxia sect? What bullshit alliance? Uncle Ma didn't care about this. The small Xianxia sect deserved to die. Also, you dared to be disrespectful to the three young masters, so you all deserve to die." The big black horse rolled his eyes, revealing a terrifying killing intent. The killing intent instantly descended, and the huge blue one could not bear this seemingly substantial killing intent. At that time, its heart was ruptured, and it fell from the sky with a sorrowful cry. The two Heavens Mandate Realm cultivators stood in the void with ashen faces, their bodies trembling non-stop. They knew that in the face of such a rude and unreasonable life and death realm great demon, the two of them would not be able to escape today. Young masters? The pale-faced cultivator still retained a trace of consciousness. He had never thought that the three young men and women who slaughtered in the Xianxia sect, this life and death realm great demon actually called them young masters. This was too terrifying. For a moment, his heart was set off by stormy waves. What kind of force did the Xianxia sect provoke? A force that could have a life and death realm great demon as its guardian was at least a super force. Hee hee. Yes, those three young men are Uncle Ma's young masters. You dared to sneak attack them. You should know what will happen to you, right? The big black horse showed a trace of pride on its face. All of a sudden, two lightning bolts shot out from its eyes, instantly descending on the heads of the two Fate Realm cultivators. Boom! The two cultivators screamed miserably and were instantly blasted to the point where not even dregs were left. Two storage rings floated in the air. The big black horse grabbed the two rings in his hand with excitement in his eyes. He laughed and said, "2 more rings." He threw the two rings far away and they landed on the square. The next moment, it reappeared in the square and turned into the big black horse. It hung the reins on its body and continued to pull the carriage. "Master, those two despicable fellows have been killed by me." The big black horse sent a voice transmission to the carriage. "Okay." Yi Yin nodded gently. He had already seen through the memories of the two Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators at a glance, so he didn't care if they died. In Yi Yin's heart, they were not even ants. The Celestial Empire's Tianheng sect and the Xinheng sect only differed by one word, but the two were not connected by inheritance. The Xinheng sect was the name given by the person who had set it up in the dark. The name of the sect was also indirectly weakening the luck of the Shenlong sect. This kind of luck could only be vaguely felt when one's cultivation reached the eternal realm. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to understand why a name would have a restraining effect on another sect that occupied the destiny of the continent. Yi Yin smiled faintly. He put this matter aside for the time being. Anyway, when he went to the Celestial Empire, he would go to the Celestial Empire. At the same time, he could train the 3 juniors. At this time, Yi Yin glanced at the battle situation in the square and silently calculated. He found that if Luoli and Jun Maxiao wanted to break through, it would still take some time. He simply closed his eyes and began to comprehend a new theurgy. There were countless divine abilities and cultivation methods in Yi Yin's warehouse. Some of them were very high level, beyond the divine level, and had reached the limit of this plane. They were not something he could touch at the moment. But there were also many cultivation methods that he could comprehend at the moment. Yi Yin was very interested in any divine ability or cultivation method. In his previous life, he was a cultivation maniac. But the cultivation time was short, and he only cultivated a few unique skills of the Shenlong sect to the extreme. Now, 100,000 years later, he appeared in this world again, and he was invincible. When he was bored, he could naturally use the method of comprehending divine abilities and cultivation methods to relieve his loneliness. Every time he comprehended a divine ability or cultivation method, Yi Yin would feel a sense of accomplishment. Time passed by slowly. 6 hours later. Even if the cultivators of the Xinheng sect were controlled by the secret mind technique, their physical strength and magic power had already reached a limit. Bang, bang. 2 soft sounds were heard. Luoli and Jun Maxiao, who were in midair, suddenly appeared. At this moment, the aura of the two of them skyrocketed, and they finally stepped into the 8th stage of the Divine Bridge Realm from the 7th stage of the Divine Bridge Realm. "Senior sister, we finally broke through." Jun Maxiao laughed loudly. In order to break through this small realm, they had been fighting for almost 20 hours. Even if their bodies were extremely strong, they still felt a trace of exhaustion. Luoli also laughed loudly. The two of them had an imposing aura, and like a whirlwind, they began to slaughter the disciples of the Xinheng sect. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, all the disciples of the Xinheng sect fell into a pool of blood. Meow. The big black cat stopped abruptly and landed beside Luoli, looking at the big black cat that had already enlarged, and the numerous storage rings on its head. Luoli could not help but be shocked. "Little cat, are you going to open a pawn shop?" Luoli covered her mouth and could not help laughing out loud. Heh heh. The big black cat smiled shyly. "Little master, I'm just saving you all the trouble. I've already kept these rings during the battle. Thank you so much." Luoli stepped forward and gently stroked the soft fur on the big black cat's forehead. The big black cat was flattered. The little girl in front of it was the future sect leader of the Shenlong sect, and it was just a legendary pet of the Shenlong sect. The big black cat quickly lay down on the ground. It was very docile, just like a pet cat. Yi Yin saw this scene in the carriage. He couldn't help but smile. Before he crossed over to this world, he also had a pet cat. It's been 100,000 years. I wonder what the earth is like now. Yi Yin sighed slightly in his heart. There were more than 10,000 storage rings on the big black cat's head. In the end, under Luo Li's suggestion, they divided the storage rings into 3 portions. The 3 of them placed the storage rings into the god-grade storage ring that the old ancestor had given them. Mission accomplished. The Xinheng sect has finally been destroyed by us. Luo Li raised her fist. Her delicate little face was flushed with excitement. That's right, senior sister. We've finally killed the main culprit. Jun Maxiao looked at the corpses on the ground and said with gritted teeth. Now, after a bitter battle, they had finally taken revenge for the past generations of Divine Dragon Sect seniors. The 3 of them stood in the same place, feeling sad and happy at the same time. After a moment of silence, they turned around. Senior sisters, let's go. Jun Maxiao said softly. Luo Li and Suwani nodded. Although they had taken revenge and achieved great success, they still felt a little empty in their hearts. Have you forgotten something? Yi Yan suddenly stood in the carriage and looked at the 3 little guys in the square with an interested expression. Ancestor. The 3 of them hurriedly bowed. Luo Li scratched her head and pondered over the meaning of her ancestor's words. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. She lowered her head and said with some annoyance, Senior sister, junior brother, we forgot about the Xinheng sect's treasure house. And their secret manuals. Jun Maxiao clapped his hands and said with a sudden realization. After getting their revenge, the 3 of them were so excited that they had neglected such an important matter. As the #1 sect in the Kamikaze dynasty, the Xinheng sect must have accumulated an unimaginable amount of cultivation resources over the years. They absolutely could not miss this opportunity. Looting the Xinheng sect's treasure house and all the cultivation methods could be considered as laying a solid foundation for the revival of the Xinlong sect in the future. Looking at the little girl's annoyed expression, Yi Yan said with a faint smile, you don't have to go through so much trouble. There are restrictions in those places, and you can't open them, after that. In Yi Yan's enchanting eyes, countless tiny Taoist characters sparkled like stars, and a mysterious change took place. At this time, a strange scene happened. The layers of seals and formations outside the Xinheng sect's treasure house were opened. All the treasures seemed to come alive and poured out of the treasure house, forming a long line and flying over from a distance. The restrictions of the cultivation methods hall were also broken. Books of cultivation methods also floated over like swallows. All kinds of natural treasures, as well as cultivation methods and secret manuals, fell from the sky. When they were about to land on the square, Yi Yan's eyes moved again. An unimaginable power spread out in an instant. All the corpses on the square turned into wisps of smoke and dissipated in an instant. And in the distance, the buildings of the Xinheng sect also turned into wisps of smoke and disappeared at this moment. This, Luo Li, Jun Maxiao, and Suwani stared blankly at all this in front of them. Their eyes were wide open, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. In the past, their ancestor would gently blow a breath. Now, he didn't even need to blow a breath. With just a glance, he had already eliminated all the people and buildings. He also broke all the restrictions in the treasure house and the cultivation methods hall, and moved all the natural treasures and cultivation methods and secret manuals out. What kind of magical power was this? Was this the embodiment of the powerful strength of the Divine Lord Realm? The 3 of them were dumbstruck, like stone sculptures, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. The big black cat next to them was also speechless. Masters, this magical power is too strong, isn't it? It can kill people with just a glance. Who will dare to fight with Master in the future? The more the big black cat thought about it, the more scared it became. But after the fear, it became excited again. In the future, it would serve Master and the 3 little masters well, and strive to learn a supreme magical power from Master in the future. In the distance, the big black horse also looked at this scene with great shock. With its cultivation of the eternal realm, it couldn't understand the mystery of Master's magical power. In its heart, it felt that Master's magical power was too terrifying. Just now, it had an illusion that the whole world was in Master's eyes. At a glance, the whole world was changing in Master's eyes. It was really terrifying. Everyone's expressions and mentality were in Yi Yan's eyes. He just smiled faintly. The heavenly illusory eye was one of the powerful magical powers that he had comprehended. It wasn't necessarily outstanding, but it was a relatively amazing magical power. Ancestor, what kind of magical power is this? Luo Li's face was red, and she stuttered and asked. This is the heavenly illusory eye, not the original magical power of the Shenlong sect. But if you want to learn it, I can teach you, Yi Yin said with a smile. Thank you so much, Ancestor. Luo Li jumped up excitedly. After landing on the ground, she grabbed Su Wani's hand and couldn't help shaking it. Looking at this lively little junior sister, Su Wani pursed her lips, and a happy smile appeared on her flawless face. The big black cat on the side asked bravely, Master, can I also learn a little bit? Yi Yin nodded. Seeing that Master agreed, the big black cat was ecstatic. But it was afraid of losing its composure, so it immediately hid its head in its body, but its body was trembling slightly. The big black horse on the side showed its white teeth and suddenly became happy. In fact, the big black cat had wanted to say this for a long time, but it didn't have the guts. After all, it wasn't as shameless as the big black cat. But fortunately, the big black cat relied on its thick skin this time and asked the question it was most concerned about. In the end, Master nodded and agreed, so the big black horse was also very happy. It also wanted to learn the heavenly illusory eye. The big black horse even thought about it. After learning this magical power, it didn't need to use low-level attacks like lightning to kill people in the future. Wouldn't it feel great to be able to kill someone with just a glare? The big black horse became more and more excited as it thought about it. It couldn't help but sneeze a few times. The heavenly illusory eye is divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. The upper part is suitable for people below the true God realm to cultivate. Yi Yin smiled faintly. A few runes flashing with 7-colored light floated out of his demonic pupils. They flashed in the air and landed in everyone's minds. The upper part is divided into 9 levels. You just have to spend more time comprehending it, Yi Yin smiled. Venerable Ancestor, since this cultivation technique is divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, then, have you already cultivated to the highest level? Jun Maxiao asked enviously. Yi Yin shook his head. I've only cultivated the middle part of the cultivation technique. Now, I'm at the great success stage. Venerable Ancestor, you're already at the Divine Lord realm, but you've only cultivated the middle part of the cultivation technique. When will you be able to cultivate the upper part of the cultivation technique? Luo Li asked straightforwardly. Once you reach the Divine King realm, you'll be able to reach the peak of the heavenly illusory eye, Yi Yin said with a smile. The Divine King realm, hearing the old ancestor's words, the 3 juniors from the Divine Dragon sect were all shocked. That realm sounded so powerful. How invincible would a peerless Divine King be? The heavenly laws of the Sunnan continent might not be able to accommodate them. The Divine King realm. The big black cat's jaw almost dropped to the ground. It didn't expect that the heavenly disillusionment eyes could only be reached after reaching the Divine King realm. It thought for a moment. It was still in the fate state. When would it reach the celestial king realm? The big black cat was a bit depressed. However, in the blink of an eye, it became excited again. Although it was unbelievably difficult to cultivate, the heavenly disillusionment eyes was terrifyingly powerful. As long as it continued to cultivate, there would be a glimmer of hope. The big black horse in the distance was also shocked. The Divine King realm, even as an eternal realm monster, it didn't dare to imagine that realm. That realm was too terrifying. Above the eternal realm was the true immortal realm, Divine Lord realm, Divine Venerable realm, and then the Divine King realm. It was also very far away from the Divine King realm. It didn't know if it could reach that realm with its talent. Ancestor, you're so powerful, Luo Li came back to her senses and stammered. She looked at the old ancestor's handsome face, and her eyes revealed a look of worship. Her eyes were filled with fanaticism. At this moment, Lord Grimm was also staring at the old ancestor. His blood was boiling. The only one who was calm was Su Wani. But she was also breathing rapidly and her heart was not calm. With such a powerful ancestor, the Shenlong sect would stand at the top of the world. Well, don't make a fuss. The path of cultivation is long. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll have a chance to go further on the path of cultivation. Of course, I'll support you for a while, Yi said with a smile. At the moment, the flat square was filled with all kinds of treasures and cultivation methods. Yi tapped his right hand and returned to the carriage in a flash. The three of them understood. They began to divide up the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and secret manuals. After all, the old ancestor had given them a mission. The three of them had to fill up all 3 god-tier storage rings. Therefore, the spoils of this battle were equally divided between the 3 of them. Thousands of miles away from the Xianxia sect. It was located in a majestic mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. On the tallest mountain, there was a quasi-first-rate sect. This sect was called the Scarlet Flamesword sect. It was a powerful sect that specialized in fire elemental sword techniques. He was quite famous in the Kamikaze dynasty. 100 miles south of the Scarlet Flamesword sect, waves of extremely powerful and strange fluctuations suddenly came from the void. All the members of the Crimson Flamesword sect, from the lowest disciples to the sect master and supreme elders, were all shocked by the fluctuations that came from the sky. What happened there? Why is there such a strange fluctuation? Dozens of cultivators with powerful auras rose into the sky and stared into the distance in the south. The fluctuations that came from the void became more and more intense. Under everyone's gazes, a huge hole slowly split open. This hole was as red as blood, as if the heavens were bleeding. Whoosh, a scarlet pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the ground. An indescribable bloody aura spread out from this scarlet pillar of light in an instant, and spread to the Scarlet Flame Sword sect in a breath's time. In an instant, the experts of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect in the air all let out a muffled groan. The blood in their bodies surged, and they seemed to be in extreme discomfort. However, in just a short moment, that uncomfortable feeling disappeared. Looking at this strange celestial phenomenon, a supreme elder wearing a green robe stared with his eyes wide open. After dozens of seconds, his face suddenly revealed an expression of ecstasy. "Martial uncle, what is this?" The sect master of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect hurriedly asked. "This is the immortal land of the secular world." The green-robed supreme elder looked excited, his face flushed red, and he danced with joy. "Haha, I didn't think that such a famous immortal land of the Xianxia continent would suddenly appear in the outer mountain range of my Scarlet Flame Sword sect. This is simply the will of the heavens for my Scarlet Flame Sword sect to rise." Immortal land of the secular world? The sect master of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect was stunned for a moment. He frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Suddenly, a vague message appeared in his mind. He was suddenly shocked. This immortal land of the secular world was a very famous immortal land in the entire Xianxia continent. It was specifically targeted at soul-sculpting realm cultivators. In this immortal land of the secular world, there were countless blood devils. After killing the blood devils and swallowing the blood devil's nidin, it could allow one's cultivation to rapidly increase. The origin of this immortal land of the secular world was mysterious. It was hidden in the void turbulence all year round. No one knew where it would appear next, and there was no fixed time. However, every time it appeared, it would create a large number of experts. There were many soul-sculpting realm heavens pride cultivators who entered the immortal land of the secular world. After a month, they would come out with divine bridge realm cultivation. The blood devil's nidin contained a strange energy that was extremely pure. For cultivators, it was an unimaginable thing to increase their cultivation. The immortal land of the secular world was listed as one of the top 10 immortal lands of the Xianxia continent by countless experts. It was a magical place full of incredible things. Quick! Quick! It is rare for the immortal land of the secular world to appear near my Scarlet Flame Sword sect. Now all soul-sculpting realm disciples, immediately enter the immortal land of the secular world. The green-robed supreme elder waved his hand impatiently. They must seize this opportunity. After all, the first wave to enter had the least competition. Because every time the immortal land of the secular world appeared, many powerful forces would send their disciples in. Although the blood devils inside were endless, the competition was also extremely fierce. An order was given. Thousands of soul-sculpting realm disciples of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect immediately followed the Supreme Elder and the sect master, flying towards the red light beam. When they flew close to the light beam, Looking at this incomparably huge light beam, falling from the huge bloody hole in the sky to the ground, each and every one of them felt incomparably shocked. The diameter of this light beam was no less than a few hundred feet. Looking at it from afar, it did not seem like anything. But once closer, one would find that this red light beam was like the work of the gods. Too shocking. This is the immortal land of the secular world. It only appears in the Xianxia continent once every few thousand years. The green-robed Supreme Elder looked excited. He could not help but gently touch the red light beam with his hand. Ah! A powerful force fiercely rebounded from his fingertip. This Nirvana Realm 9th level Supreme Elder's body quickly retreated, fiercely spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, so strong. Sure enough, those above the soul sculpting realm cannot enter. Although the Supreme Elder was injured, he was extremely excited. He waved his hand and shouted, "All soul sculpting realm disciples, quickly enter the immortal land of the secular world and kill the blood devils." Yes. All the soul-sculpting realm disciples of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect suddenly boiled up. One by one, they soared into the air, turning into sword lights, and entered the red light beam. After these soul-sculpting realm disciples entered the red light beam, they did not receive any rejection and disappeared without a trace. The red dust immortal land suddenly appeared from the void turbulence, and a red transmission light beam descended. This light beam emitted a strange bloody aura, like an unstoppable tide of destruction, and quickly spread throughout the Kamikaze dynasty. At this moment, countless powerful existences almost recognized the red dust immortal land. This strange bloody aura spread out from the Kamikaze dynasty to other places, and seemed to have the tendency to sweep across the entire continent. Countless sects heard the news and rushed over as fast as they could. The red dust immortal land was a short-lived thing. They must seize this opportunity to let the soul-sculpting realm disciples of their sects reach the sky in a single bound, directly crossing into the celestial bridge realm. As for some ancient sects, they even knew some secrets that no one else knew. Soul-sculpting realm cultivators would hunt blood devils in the red dust immortal land, and after killing enough, they would be automatically transmitted to a palace called the Blood Crystal Palace. Once they entered that place, they would have a good fortune that would make others jealous. Once, 20,000 years ago, a soul-sculpting realm cultivator obtained an extremely ancient inheritance in the Blood Crystal Palace. In the end, this person became a life-and-death powerhouse, and his name shook the world. Thousands of miles away in the Xianxia sect, when a strange fluctuation appeared in the void, Yiyan found some clues about that place. He did not know about the red dust immortal land. But he used his magical ability to find some useful information from the memory of the Red Flame Sword sect elder. Yiyan suddenly became interested in this red dust immortal land. Because 100,000 years ago, the Xianxia continent did not have the so-called 10 great immortal lands, and these were all later. The reason why this red dust immortal land was famous was because it could quickly produce celestial bridge realm cultivators. Yiyan looked at Suwani. Suwani was now at the 9th level of the soul-sculpting realm, and was about to break through to the celestial bridge realm. It would be better to take advantage of this opportunity to let her experience it. As for Jun Maxiao and Luoli, Yiyan also prepared to suppress their cultivation to the soul-sculpting realm, to see if they could obtain some benefits inside. As for the Chichen Jianzong sect and the Umatsu sect, he would have to go to those two places sooner or later, so he was not in a hurry. Now that the Xianxia sect, the most powerful of the three sects, had been destroyed by 3 juniors, the other 2 sects would be doomed sooner or later. After a few seconds, the crimson light column that descended from the secular immortal land carried the smell of blood, which swept over the Xianxia sect. What is this? Jun Maxiao's breathing was a little irregular. He looked in a certain direction with a confused expression on his face. There's a bloody smell that seems to make me feel uncomfortable, but it's relatively mild, Luoli said to herself. While they were talking, the 3 of them had already divided up all the heavenly treasures and secret manuals on the square. The secular immortal land has opened. Follow me. Yiyan's voice suddenly rang out beside the 3 people's ears. Immediately after, the 3 of them disappeared from where they were and appeared in the space of the carriage. Seeing this, the big black cat quickly flew to the carriage and lay down on it. The big black horse pulled the carriage and quickly flew towards the secular immortal land. a distance of 10,000 miles. For the big black horse, it only took 2 or 3 breaths of time to arrive. However, Yi did not let the big black horse run so fast. He also explained some things about the secular immortal land on the way. Despite this, after an incense stick's worth of time, the big black horse still pulled the carriage and came to the periphery of the crimson light column. Someone's coming. The elder of the Crimson Flame Sword sect suddenly saw a carriage flying over from the sky, and his pupils slightly constricted. He could not distinguish the cultivation of the big black horse. In other words, the cultivation of the person in the carriage was also extremely terrifying. The big black horse pulled the carriage and landed on the ground. It also stared with interest, sizing up the huge crimson light column. The curtain of the carriage lifted and Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Suwani walked out one by one and stopped. Not far away, the great elder of the Red Flame Sword sect saw that the 3 youths were all so handsome and peerless. He could not help but sigh, which force's disciples are they? Go, experience more, it will be good for you. The great ancestor's voice echoed in their ears. The 3 of them hurriedly bowed to the carriage and then walked to the crimson light column. Suwani was the first to step in and disappeared into the light column in an instant. Luoli was the second. When her body came into contact with the crimson light column, she was actually repelled by a powerful force. Lord Grimm, who was beside him, jumped in fright. Luoli used the divine dragon movement technique in midair. Her body swayed and landed on the ground again. Her powerful body did not cause any harm to her. Why can't I go in? Luoli frowned and looked at the crimson light column. Her beautiful little face revealed a puzzled expression. Interesting. Yi saw the scene and could not help but smile. This secular immortal land indeed had some skills, to be able to distinguish the true cultivation of the 2 people. You 2 youths should have suppressed your cultivation. If you want to enter the secular immortal land, you must not suppress your cultivation. Otherwise, you will be repelled, the great elder of the Red Flame Sword sect said with a smile. So that's how it is. Luoli stomped her feet in annoyance. Her face was a little dejected. Jun Maxiao came closer and said with a smile, Senior sister, it's fine if you can't go in. Anyway, senior sister has gone in. When she comes out, she will be a celestial bridge stage cultivator. Alright. Luoli smiled. If senior sister could use this opportunity to enter the secular immortal land to train and break through to the celestial bridge stage, they would be happy too. Yi looked at the secular immortal land. In an instant, tiny star-like runes appeared in his devilish eyes. He carefully looked at the crimson light column. After a few glances, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a faint smile appeared. If he sent Luoli and Jun Maxiao, these 2 juniors, into the secular immortal land's secret realm, it would not be difficult. But once he did so, the 2 of them would cause the secret realm to collapse. Yi would not let this happen. After all, the main person this time was Suwani. As long as she could quickly break through to the celestial bridge stage, it would be fine. In Suwani's mind, there was a strand of Yi's divine sense hidden. This strand of divine sense would allow Suwani to survive any danger that she could not resist. Then the 2 of you can come back. Cultivate in the carriage with peace of mind, Yi said softly. Yes, venerable ancestor. Luoli was excited again. The venerable ancestor had just taught them a magical eye technique. They could use this time to comprehend it. The 2 of them returned to the carriage and were arranged into 2 independent spaces by Yi. Seeing that the 2 of them could not wait to comprehend the heavenly illusory eye, Yi only smiled slightly. Everyone had their youth. Wasn't it the same in his previous era as well, in a mysterious space in the secular immortal land? Blood chi filled the air. In an ancient crimson coffin. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard. Is it an illusion? Why do I feel Yi's aura? After Suwani entered the red light pillar of the red dust immortal land, she only felt a blur in front of her eyes before she was immediately teleported to a desolate small world. In this desolate small world, the sky and earth were red, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. The ground was cracked open, and the mountains in the distance were also red. There were no plants or animals in this place, and it was extremely desolate, without any aura of life. Suwani glanced back. Behind her was an empty land, and she did not see a single human cultivator. It seems that this place is randomly teleported, and everyone is teleported to a different place. Suwani thought in her heart. At this moment, she was at the 9th level of the soul sculpting realm, and was 2 levels away from the 1st level of the spiritual bridge realm. With her current strength, she could be considered as one of the most powerful soul sculpting realm cultivators in the Red Dust Immortal Land. Suwani pulled out the 7-star dragon abyss sword and carefully walked forward. There were many blood devils in the Red Dust Immortal Land, but she still did not know what the blood devils looked like. She only took a dozen steps. Suddenly, from the crack in the ground, a mass of blood light quickly flew out and smashed towards Suwani. Suwani was shocked, and her cautious personality made her immediately turn into a divine dragon's shadow, dodging the mass of blood light. She stopped in midair and looked at the mass of blood light, but found that after the mass of blood light fell to the ground, it was just a mass of red soil. But this mass of red soil seemed to be condensed from dried blood. She could smell the thick smell of blood from afar. Could it be that the blood devils are in the earth trench? Suwani flew over in the air, and looked down at the crack in the ground. The crack was dark, and there were no moving objects. Whoosh, whoosh. From the crack behind her, 2 masses of blood light suddenly flew out. These 2 masses of blood light whizzed towards Suwani's back. Suwani once again turned into a divine dragon's shadow, and dodged to the side in a flash. Whoosh, one of the masses of blood light suddenly turned around in midair and shot towards Suwani. A red sword light flashed. That mass of blood light screamed, and was cut in half by Suwani's sword. They fell from the sky and became 2 piles of flesh and blood. They were like red rotten meat, constantly wriggling on the ground, emitting a thick smell of blood that made one's hair stand on end. This should be the blood demon, right? What a tenacious life force. Suwani descended from the sky and looked at the 2 lumps of red rotten flesh with vigilance. Each lump of rotten flesh was about 1 meter in diameter, and blood constantly flowed out. Suwani found it hard to imagine that such a disgusting blood devil's inner core could actually help a cultivator in the soul sculpting realm improve her cultivation so quickly. The 2 lumps of rotten flesh struggled for a few seconds before they stopped moving, as if they were already dead. The blood demon was cunning. Suwani waited for a while. When she found that the blood demon was indeed not moving, she slowly walked over. She walked very carefully. She was afraid that the blood demon would attack her if she got too close. When she reached blood demon's side, she found that blood demon was indeed dead. She let out a long breath. Then, she used her sword to cut open half of the blood demon's corpse, looking for the blood demon's core. This lump of corpse did not have it. Suwani then walked to the other side, and used her sword to continuously search. After a while, she finally found an inner core. This crimson inner core was only the size of an almond. It was crystal clear, pure, and flawless, and exuded a rich aura of life. It was completely inconsistent with the image of a blood demon. Suwani put the blood demon's inner core to her nose and gently sniffed it. She did not feel anything special about it. Instead, she felt a cool and refreshing feeling in her 5 viscera and 6 bowels. She put the inner core in her mouth and swallowed it down. As soon as the inner core entered her body, it immediately turned into a pure energy, which pushed her cultivation up a notch. Feeling the progress of her cultivation, Suwani's face showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Eating a blood demon's nidin was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation. This secular immortal lands, it was said that there were countless blood demons. If she could kill some blood demons and eat their inner cores, then her cultivation would definitely rise like a rocket. The mystical thing about the blood demon's inner core was that it did not have an upper limit, nor did it have any side effects. No spiritual pills in the world could compare to it. Therefore, every time the secular immortal lands appeared somewhere in the Tsangnan continent, it would cause a great disturbance. Countless academies and sects would rush over in the first instance, and send all their soul-sculpting realm disciples to the secular immortal lands. After killing a blood demon, Suwani's confidence doubled, and she walked towards the desolate mountain range in front of her. This place did not have any signs, and there were no sun, moon, or stars in the sky. She was now walking in a direction, wanting to see if there were any blood demons there. When she arrived in front of a small hill, she had just turned around when she saw a young man being besieged by two blood-red lights. This young man's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the soul-sculpting realm. Facing the attacks of the two blood-red lights, he was powerless to resist. Xianxia silently observed for a few seconds. She could feel the aura of cultivation from the two blood-red lights. When she killed the blood demon before, she did not feel it because she was in a hurry. Now that she was standing in the distance, she could feel that the cultivation of the two blood demons had reached the 4th level of the soul-sculpting realm. Two blood demons at the 4th level of the soul-sculpting realm were able to force a human cultivator into such a difficult situation. This also showed that the strength of these blood demons was extremely formidable. "Fairy, please save my life." The young man was in a difficult situation, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman wearing a golden robe, and quickly ran in her direction. While he was running, he was also trying to sense the cultivation of this golden-robed beauty. When he found that this beauty's cultivation was at the 9th level of the soul-sculpting realm, his face suddenly showed a pleasantly surprised expression. With such a high cultivation, killing the two blood demons would not be a problem at all. The two blood demons turned into two blood-red lights and chased after him. Xianxia did not hesitate, and rushed up like an arrow. She brandished her sword, and a long blood-red rainbow swept past, followed by a miserable scream. One of the blood demons was immediately cut in two. As for the other blood demon, its reaction was very agile. It actually turned 180 degrees in the air and drilled into a crack in the ground, disappearing in an instant. "Many thanks to Elder Sister Fairy for saving me." The young man was still in shock, and cupped his fists, with a grateful look on his face. Although he seemed to be a bit older than the girl in front of him, but his mouth was still very sweet. Xianxia nodded indifferently, and did not say anything. Her main purpose was to kill the blood demons. As for saving this young man, it was just a matter of convenience. The two halves of the blood demon's body that had been cut in two squirmed a few times, and then completely died. The young man stared at this scene with wide eyes, and looked at it in disbelief. He had only encountered one blood demon before, and at that time, his strength was stronger than the blood demon, and he had once cut the blood demon's body into two halves. But this blood demon miraculously came back together again. What he did not expect was, this beautiful woman in front of him, after cutting open the blood demon's body with a single sword. The blood demon struggled a few times before dying. His confused eyes then fell on the blood-red long sword. "What kind of sword is this?" The young man's eyes showed a huge shock. The sword was blood-red and had a few stars on it. It gave off an extremely strange feeling. "This sword is definitely out of the ordinary," the young man thought to himself. The blood demon didn't have a fixed body and had an extremely strong regenerative ability. If it couldn't be dismembered, it would merge back together. However, the sword in this woman's hand was actually the blood demon's nemesis. A hint of heat flashed through the young man's eyes, but he immediately lowered his head and concealed this expression. Xianxia dug out a core from the blood demon's corpse and swallowed it. The aura on her body became stronger once again. Xianxia looked around and found that the blood demon that escaped didn't attack her again. This blood demon was extremely cunning. If it didn't attack her, she wouldn't have gone into the crack to find it. After all, the crack was narrow and dark. She didn't know how deep it was. It wasn't a place that humans could set foot in. Xianxia was silent and ignored this young man. After all, the two of them met by chance and she didn't want to talk to him. Xianxia's figure flashed and she flew forward. The young man stood in place for a long time without moving. He looked around vigilantly. Because there was still a blood demon in the ground and it might suddenly attack him. He waited for a moment. The blood demon didn't appear. He took out a new storage ring and put away the two halves of the blood demon's corpse. Although the secular immortal lands were vast, many people from the Scarlet Flame Sword sect had entered. He would have a chance to meet his fellow sect members sooner or later. At that time, the two halves of the blood demon's corpse would prove that the red sword was extraordinary. The young man was tempted by greed. The scarlet pillar of light pierced through the heavens and the earth. It was shocking. The Grand Elder of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, waiting for the triumphant return of the sect's disciples. As for the black carriage not far away, he didn't dare to look in that direction at all. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend the owner of the carriage. The big black horse's eyes were closed as it digested the rune in its mind. This 7-colored rune contained the first half of the cultivation method of the heavenly illusionary eyes. As an eternal realm great demon, the big black horse coveted this divine sense very much. Now that it had nothing to do, it began to meditate and cultivate in secret. The big black cat lay on the carriage and buried its head into its stomach. It was also secretly meditating and cultivating. Yin saw that the cat and the horse were so attentive, and the 2 juniors in the carriage were all focused on comprehending the heavenly disillusionment eyes. He couldn't help but smile. Although this divine ability looked stunning, it was nothing more than that. Yin reckoned that he wouldn't be able to comprehend all of them even if he spent the rest of his life studying them. Now that he was invincible, he had all the time in the world. When he was bored, he would take pleasure in comprehending these techniques. At this moment, it had only been half an incense stick's worth of time since Suwani entered the red dust immortal land. All of a sudden, a huge golden spiritual boat came from afar in a threatening manner. When it approached the crimson light pillar, it stopped abruptly. The Chitin Jianzong sect has arrived. The Grand Elder of the Red Flame Sword sect raised his eyes and looked at the golden spiritual boat with a unique symbol. His pupils shrank slightly. The Chitin Jianzong sect was a great sect, one of the 3 great sects of the Kamikaze dynasty. Its strength far surpassed the Red Flame Sword sect. On the golden spiritual boat, there were thousands of disciples in the soul sculpting realm. On the golden spiritual boat, the Chitin Jianzong sect master, Du, looked at the crimson light beam with ecstasy in his eyes. The red dust immortal land appeared in the Kamikaze dynasty. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. It gave the Chitin Jianzong sect a great opportunity to quickly improve the cultivation of the disciples. He would definitely be one step ahead of others. All disciples, enter the red dust immortal land immediately. Du waved his hand and excitedly gave the order. Whoosh, whoosh. Sword lights soared into the sky and flew toward the crimson light beam before disappearing. At this moment, only Du and an elder of the sect were left on the spiritual boat. The elder controlled the golden spiritual boat to descend from midair. The Umatsu sect and the Xinheng sect haven't arrived yet. Only the Red Flame Sword sect has taken advantage of us. Du casually laughed with his hands behind his back. It was reasonable to say, the Xinheng sect was the closest and should be the first to arrive. However, Du didn't expect that the Chitin Jianzong sect would be the first to arrive. As for the Red Flame Sword sect, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Du knew that if he grasped this opportunity, the overall strength of his sect would rise to another level. After all, those great forces were still on their way to the Kamikaze dynasty. There was a gap in the disciples of his sect. Red Flame Sword sect, hurry up and change locations. This place belongs to us. The elder controlled the golden spiritual boat and roared at the Red Flame Sword sect's elder when they were a few dozen meters away from the ground. Everything has a first come, first served rule, right? No matter what, this is the territory of my Red Flame Sword sect. The Red Flame Sword sect's Grand Elder's face was flushed red as he looked at the sky and said loudly. The sect master of the Red Flame Sword sect standing beside him also had a sullen expression. The Chitin Jianzong sect was too domineering, they only had 2 people. Did they want to descend the golden spiritual boat here and occupy this large area? What qualifications does the tiny Red Flame Sword sect have to be mentioned in the same breath as my Chitin Jianzong sect? If you don't scram, don't force me to make a move. Du stood at the bow of the boat and coldly looked down with a cold expression. The Red Flame Sword sect's Grand Elder and sect master's faces were flushed red like pig's blood. Their shoulders rapidly heaved as they were extremely agitated. However, the 2 of them still flew to the side. The Chitin Jianzong sect, they really couldn't afford to offend them. Now that the secular immortal grounds had opened with great difficulty, all of their disciples had already gone into train. Under such a good opportunity, they couldn't afford to offend such a powerful enemy like the Chitin Jianzong sect. Otherwise, this training would be wasted. Looking at the 2 people from the Red Flame Sword sect flying away with their tails between their legs, Du's face revealed a trace of pride. As a large sect, apart from the Xinheng sect and the Umatsu sect, No one dared to offend the Xianxia sect. If they dared to offend them, then they would directly kill them. Whose carriage is this? Hurry up and drive it away. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. The elder of the Xianxia sect roared in extreme anger when he saw a black carriage abruptly stopping on the ground. The big black horse suddenly opened its eyes and blinked several times, as if it was still thinking about the words of that little human. The big black cat stood up, and the lazy look on its face disappeared. Uncle Ma, leave it to me, okay? The big black cat took the initiative to volunteer, looking valiant and high-spirited. It was now a great demon at the 3rd level of the Fate Realm. Dealing with 2 Nirvana Realm cultivators was a piece of cake. The big black horse scanned the surroundings and found that several forces were flying towards them at high speed. Then it grinned and said, "Let's get this over with quickly." Okay. After receiving Uncle Ma's approval, the big black cat turned into a streak of black light and flew into the air. A huge black shadow the size of a small mountain suddenly shrouded the golden spiritual boat. That's a 9-tailed spirit cat. A great demon at the 3rd level of the Fate Realm. On the golden spiritual boat, Du and the elder of the Xianxia sect were so scared that their faces turned ashen and they trembled like sieves. Whoosh, the big black cat stretched out its paw and fell from the air. At this moment, the void trembled. The big black cat's paw actually made Du and the elder unable to move. Puff, with a muffled sound, the two turned into 2 clouds of blood mist. Whoosh, the big black cat opened its bloody mouth and gently sucked the 2 clouds of blood mist into its mouth. It smacked its lips a few times and said with a smile, "So disgusting." Looking at the mountain-like Fate Realm great demon in the void, they didn't expect it to be so ferocious. The sect master and the great elder of the Red Flame Sword sect were so scared that they fainted on the ground. Haha. It looked at the 2 human cultivators who had fainted because of it. The big black cat was very proud of itself. Its large black eyes were shining brightly, and even its 5 furry tails were sticking up. A Fate Realm monster was awesome, even a Nirvana Realm level 10 cultivator had fainted because of it. This was absolutely impossible in the past. You mother****cur. Get down here. The big black horse scolded angrily. Ever since the cat had reached the 3rd level of the Fate Realm, it had been full of confidence. It always wanted to show off and felt that it was superior to others. Uncle Ma couldn't stand this. It was an Eternal Realm monster, but it was still so low-key. The cat was only at the Fate Realm, but it wanted to rise to the heavens. It had to be taught a lesson, therefore, after the big black horse scolded, a bolt of lightning came down. Whoosh, the big black cat was charred on the outside and tender on the inside by this bolt of lightning, and a large patch of fur on its body disappeared. Ouch! The big black cat was scared out of its wits. It hurriedly turned into a black light and returned to the carriage. It knelt on it and begged for mercy. Uncle Ma, please spare my life. Do you know what mistake you made? The big black horse turned its head and bared its teeth. You told me to finish it quickly, so I was a little slow. The big black cat rolled its eyes and said in a low voice. Bullshit. The black ponytail fell like a mountain and smashed the big black cat lying on the carriage into a meat patty. The big black cat struggled hard. It was about to cry after being taught a lesson by Uncle Ma again. The big black horse bared its teeth and said coldly, "Don't be so high profile in the future. You're only at the 3rd level of the Fate Realm. Did you forget that in Master's warehouse?" At this point, the big black horse sneered on purpose. When the big black cat thought of the tragic experience in the warehouse, it was so scared that its anus tightened and it almost peed. It hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Uncle Ma, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. This time, please be magnanimous. Kitten, I hope you'll learn from your mistakes. If something like this happens again, Uncle Ma won't let you off easily. The big black horse spat out some harsh words and turned around. Then, it looked at the golden spiritual boat in midair. This spiritual boat is not bad. I must keep it for little master. The big black horse opened its mouth and a ray of light swept out, enveloping the golden spiritual boat. The spiritual boat immediately shrank and was swallowed into its mouth. Then, it closed its eyes and began to cultivate the heavenly illusionary eyes. Seeing that Uncle Ma was no longer angry, the big black cat mustered up its courage and got up. It released its divine sense and looked around. In the distance, there were more spiritual boats breaking through the air. Therefore, the big black cat didn't say anything. It closed its eyes and began to cultivate. At that moment, the sect master and elder of the Crimson Flame Sword sect who had fainted also woke up. The great elder looked at the big black cat lying on the carriage and swallowed with difficulty. He didn't notice the little black cat before. He didn't expect it to be a big monster at the third level of the fate state. It was terrifying. Next, he then turned his gaze to the ordinary-looking black horse, sizing it up a few times. The shock in his heart grew stronger and stronger. If a cat was so powerful, the big black horse would be even more terrifying. He hurriedly gave the sect master a look. The two of them jumped up and left the black carriage. At that moment, a black spiritual boat flew over. All the people standing on it were from the Umatsu sect. Go! In front of it, the Umatsu sect master waved his hand. All the soul-sculpting realm disciples of the sect flew towards the red beam of light like locusts. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. Following that, several different colored spiritual boats immediately flew over, while a lot of soul-sculpting realm cultivators also entered. Those spiritual boats were basically led by the sect master of the sect. When these sect masters saw the Umatsu sect master, they quickly cupped their fists and greeted him. The Umatsu sect master had his hands behind his back and nodded indifferently. He looked around, looking for the traces of the other two sections. But he was disappointed. Whether it was the Shenheng sect or the Qitian Jianzong sect, these two sects were closer to them, but none of them had arrived. This made him feel very strange in his heart. Could it be that these sects just let their disciples in and then went back? After thinking for a moment, he steered the spiritual boat and landed on a distant mountain. He wanted to wait here for a while to see when the other two sects would arrive. As for the valley, he didn't think about it at all, because the terrain there was too low. He preferred the top of the mountain, the feeling of looking down at the other mountains. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, another golden dragon-shaped magic boat flew over at a high speed. When the Umatsu sect master saw the spiritual boat, his face suddenly showed a slight surprise. The Celestial Empire's Tianheng sect had arrived. The Tianheng sect was also led by a vice sect master, with nearly 10,000 disciples in the soul-sculpting realm. Seeing that the Tianheng sect had such a deep heritage and had brought so many people over, the Umatsu sect master also sighed. Although they were both at the same level as the other sections. However, the Kamikaze dynasty's major sects were only at the lower rank. The major sects were also divided into different levels, divided into supreme, high, middle, and low. The Celestial Empire's Tianheng sect had reached the middle rank, which was one level higher than them. After seeing that all the disciples had entered the Red Dust Immortal Land, the Tianheng sect master drove the spiritual boat and found a distant mountain to land. Sect master, why don't we stay near the Red Dust Immortal Land? An elder next to him asked in a low voice. The Tianheng sect master smiled indifferently and said, "This time, not only our Celestial Empire's disciples will enter the Red Dust Immortal Land, but there will also be more powerful forces. Therefore, our small sect is not worth mentioning." Do you mean that the super sects and heaven-level sects will also send disciples over? The elder asked with a shocked face. Yes, the super sects will definitely send people over, and the heaven-level sects should be the same. Maybe, there will be an eternal-level sect? The sect master said with a smile. The elder was so shocked that sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. The super sects and heaven-level sects were already extremely terrifying. If there was an eternal-level sect, their small Tianheng sect was indeed not enough. The two put away the spiritual boat, then found two rocks on the mountain to sit on, closed their eyes, and began to cultivate while waiting quietly. Sure enough, one force after another rushed over from all directions, sending all their disciples into the Red Dust Immortal Land. It's too terrifying. Let's go back to the sect first. This place is not somewhere we can stay. The Supreme Elder of the Red Flame Sword sect became more and more terrified when he saw the terrifying sects appear one after another. Therefore, he pulled the sect master and flew back at top speed. Anyway, the mountain gate of the Red Flame Sword sect was not far from the entrance of the Red Dust Immortal Land. In the future, if those disciples came out, they could just fly back to the sect by themselves. It was too depressing for the two of them to stay in this place. If they accidentally offended some big shot, they would have to bear the consequences. On the ground of the valley, there was only a lonely black carriage left. Many people had already landed on the surrounding mountain tops. At this moment, a bright beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky and fell down like a sharp sword. Violent fluctuations came from the void. At this moment, the surrounding people began to be shocked. Could it be that the super sects are coming? A sect master of a large sect looked at the heaven and earth anomaly brought about by the terrifying beam of light with a look of horror in his eyes. On the Xianxia continent, sects were divided into ordinary sects, great sects, super sects, heaven sects, and eternal sections. At present, there were so many forces in the Red Dust Immortal Land, but most of them were concentrated in the great sections. There were no super sects yet. However, the emergence of a super sect was only a matter of time. After all, no one wanted to miss such a good opportunity. As for the super sects, even some of the weaker great sects didn't know much about them. Only the high-grade great sects might have some understanding of the super sections. The super sects had life and death powerhouses overseeing them and were extremely powerful. Even the supreme great sects couldn't compare to them. Sect Master, is this the void delivery? A cultivator from a large sect said in trepidation as he stared at the dazzling light and sensed the terrifying fluctuations in the void. Yes, this is the void delivery. Only a super sect can have such a powerful method. The sect master's eyes widened, looking at the light pillar in the distance with a fanatical expression. Even if he was the sect master of a great sect, it was the first time he saw the void delivery. After all, as a super sect, using this kind of void delivery would consume an unimaginable amount of resources. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the bright light finally dissipated, and tens of thousands of figures appeared out of thin air. So many people. The surrounding sect masters sucked in a breath of cold air. Worthy of being a super sect, the number of soul-sculpting realm disciples under the void delivery had reached tens of thousands. It was really terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh. A sword light flew up, and the tens of thousands of soul-sculpting realm disciples were all projected into the scarlet light pillar. In the void, only a white-robed old man was left. This sharp-eyed old man stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked around and was slightly shocked. At this moment, he released his cultivation aura. In an instant, an enormous pressure descended like the might of the heavens, pressing down on everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. Life and death powerhouse. Seeing that the old man had revealed his cultivation, everyone bowed and expressed their admiration for him. The white-robed old man nodded indifferently and withdrew his aura. In a flash, he landed on a mountain top and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Isn't it just life and death realm? Compared to my Uncle Ma, he's too far behind. The big black cat looked in a certain direction and licked its lips as it muttered in a low voice. The big black horse grinned. This line of flattery was just right, making it feel extremely sour and refreshed. Life and death realm cultivators were nothing in its eyes. Moreover, that guy was only at the first layer of life and death realm. In its eyes, he was nothing more than an ant. In Master's eyes, such a small character was not even comparable to an ant. Kitten, you're really getting better at talking. Uncle Ma really likes you. The big black horse turned around and chuckled. The big black cat smiled sheepishly. It was deliberately flattering Uncle Ma. Although it was very pretentious, what he said was the truth. Uncle Ma was an eternal level great demon. Naturally, he was not someone a puny life and death cultivator could compare to. The big black horse turned its head and closed its eyes again. It did not care whether the super sects came or not, as long as they did not provoke it. Now, it had to seize the time to comprehend the heavenly illusory eyes and strive to achieve some small success as soon as possible. The big black cat also restrained its aura and lay on the carriage to comprehend. The whole carriage was extremely quiet. That carriage is very strange. It has been motionless under the teleportation light pillar of the secular immortal land. I wonder what force it belongs to, a cultivator from a big sect in the distance muttered to himself. They all came here on a spiritual boat after the big black cat killed the sect master of the Qitian sect, so they did not see the previous scene. Therefore, these latecomers did not understand the big black cat at all. Another sect leader smiled casually and said, "That carriage is nothing special. It's just an ordinary black horse with a big black cat lying on top of it. I wonder where the owner of the carriage came from." Yes. It is indeed a little strange. The cultivator nodded. He stared at the black carriage and sent out his divine sense to probe it. Then, he said with a shocked face, "There is no one in the carriage." "No way?" The sect master also immediately probed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. An empty carriage. The owner of the carriage, where did he go? Could it be that he had also entered the secular immortal land to gain experience? When they thought about it, they felt that it was very normal. A cultivator in the soul sculpting realm riding an ordinary carriage just happened to arrive at the secular immortal land. This was not something to be surprised about. Almost at this moment, many people thought of this point, so they no longer paid attention to the black carriage. The surrounding mountains. It fell into silence again. Boom, there was a violent fluctuation in the void again. This time, 7 or 8 light pillars shot down from the sky in succession. The originally quiet surroundings once again became noisy. So many super sects have come. The attraction of the secular immortal land is too strong. One by one, the cultivators looked at the bright light pillars with shock in their eyes. This kind of supreme method of void teleportation, the heaven and earth vision produced by it was really too shocking. From hundreds of thousands to millions of distant places, tens of thousands of people were sent to the Kamikaze dynasty. This method was just too heaven-defying. This kind of unilateral teleportation, sending tens of thousands of people at once, only super sects could do all this. The resplendent pillars of light were extinguished one after another, and hundreds of thousands of figures appeared in midair. The leader of each force was a powerhouse in the life and death realm. They looked at each other, nodded slightly, and then waved their hands. The soul-sculpting realm disciples of their sects all rushed towards the red light pillar. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The 7 or 8 powerhouses in the life and death realm looked around, and then flew towards different mountains. But a middle-aged life and death realm cultivator, with his hands behind his back, looked at the black carriage with a dull gaze. That place was very quiet, and there was even a carriage for him to rest in. In any case, there was no one in the carriage, so he was ready to go in and rest. With a leisurely look, he slowly descended from the air. The sect masters of the big sects in the surroundings could not help but smile when they saw the life and death realm powerhouse descending from the void in the direction of the black carriage. Life and death realm powerhouses were really capricious, ignoring any rules. The big black horse turned its head and looked at the big black cat with a grin. "Little cat, get up and greet the guest. Someone wants to steal your master's carriage. He's here." The big black cat stood up and stared at the life and death realm middle-aged great cultivator slowly descending from the sky. Its whole body began to tremble. Uncle Ma was too ruthless. He actually let a third-level heavens mandate realm little monster deal with a first-level life and death realm great cultivator. Could it win? The big black cat shuddered. Although it was a little scared, it knew that it couldn't act like a coward in front of Uncle Ma. Especially Master. He was still watching from inside the carriage. Even if it couldn't beat him, it had to show its momentum. The cat's courage swelled up. It shook its body and leaped from the carriage, blocking the life and death middle-aged cultivator's path. "You're only at the 3rd level of the fate state. How dare you block my way?" The middle-aged cultivator looked at the big black cat indifferently with his hands behind his back. There was a contemptuous and mocking smile in his eyes. It seemed that the owner of this black carriage had a big background. At most, he was a genius disciple of a big sect. That was why he could have a fate realm monster pet. "Stop right there, or Master Cat will not let you go easily." The big black cat shouted angrily. It shook its body, and a real body the size of a small mountain immediately appeared in the void. In front of it, there was a black shield. This black shield shone with a black luster, giving off an extremely simple and mysterious feeling. In order to boost its courage, the big black cat also took out the black shield that Uncle Ma gave it. Oh, this is a good treasure. The middle-aged life and death cultivator raised his eyebrows. When he saw the black shield, his eyes revealed a stunned look. He kept looking up and down, and finally, a burning look appeared in his eyes. Whoosh whoosh, in the void behind, a few figures suddenly appeared. They turned out to be life and death cultivators from other super sections. They suddenly appeared and looked at the black shield with a fanatical look. Everyone's eyes revealed greed. The middle-aged cultivator turned his head and said coldly, "What, do you want to compete with me for this shield? The treasures in this world belong to the fated." A life and death old man said with an indifferent expression. Another life and death cultivator clenched his fist and laughed, "Let's see who's the real deal. Whoever has the ability will get this black shield." All right. The middle-aged cultivator nodded indifferently. The quality of this black shield was extremely high. At the very least, it was of emperor grade. How could a life and death expert not be tempted? "You guys hurry up and fight, then fight Lord Cat." The big black cat chuckled and gloated. He couldn't wait for these guys to start a fight so that he could sit back and reap the benefits. Of course, even though it had a good idea, it might not be able to reap the benefits of the conflict. However, the big black cat was also happy to see those people fight. After all, it had Uncle Ma behind it. With an eternal level great demon sitting behind it, it had enough confidence to deal with these life and death cultivators. Inside the carriage, Yi Yan's eyes swept across these life and death cultivators like flowing water. There was a thoughtful look in her eyes. These life and death realm warriors from super sects would become targets for the 3 junior disciples of Shenlong sect to gain experience in the future. He couldn't let them die in this place. He immediately sent a divine thought to the big black horse. "Master, don't worry. I'll take care of it." The big black horse replied with a solemn face. It turned into a black light, flew into the air, and entered the void where the life and death cultivators were about to fight. When the life and death experts saw this seemingly ordinary black horse suddenly soar into the sky, they were somewhat astonished. But the next moment, they were shocked to find that this black horse was releasing a powerful pressure that they couldn't resist. An eternal level great demon? The life and death old man's lips trembled as he said in a trembling voice. Eternal level. The other life and death cultivators also turned pale. At this moment, they felt as if death was about to befall them. In front of an eternal level great demon, they were just a few life and death cultivators. They were no match at all. It could be said that they were as insignificant as ants. Hee hee. Don't be afraid. You little fellows, I, Uncle Ma, am not a man-eater. Besides, we, humans and demons, have always lived in peace. Well, water does not interfere with river water. I will not eat you. The big black horse licked his thick lips, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said with a smile. He gave off an extremely kind feeling. The big black horse remembered the master's instructions and left these guys alive. Later, he would wait for the young master to find them to gain experience. In order not to scare these life and death cultivators, he had to put on a sincere and kind face. Thank you, Senior. The life and death cultivators let out a long breath and cupped their fists with a respectful look on their faces. Let's go back. The big black horse said with a twitch of his lips. At the same time, he withdrew the isolation array that he had set up around them. He revealed the aura of an eternal level expert and even isolated the conversation between the two sides. No one around knew what had happened. The few life and death experts were clearly well aware of this point. So they turned around and returned to their respective mountains to sit down. The false alarm ended just like that. Countless cultivators from the big sects who were watching this battle in the distance showed a confused look on their faces. Why? After this black horse flew into the air, these life and death cultivators all returned. Could it be that the owner of this carriage was also an extremely powerful force? To be able to make life and death cultivators retreat, it must be a super sect. Everyone was puzzled, but no one had the courage to ask those life and death cultivators. However, they could see that the big black cat was at the 3rd level of the Heaven's Fate realm. To have such a demon pet, it meant that the owner of the carriage was definitely very strong. The big black cat saw that the crisis had been resolved and could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. It took back the black shield and turned into a small black cat and returned to the carriage. The big black horse finished the task given by the master and glanced around a few times, then smiled and landed triumphantly. After half an incense stick's worth of time. Boom, another series of violent tremors came from the void. One after another, bright rays of light fell from the sky again, giving an extremely shocking visual impact. This time, more than a dozen brilliant light pillars appeared. This also meant that, at least a dozen super sects had descended on the Kamikaze dynasty. The sect masters of those big sects all held their breath and did not dare to breathe. As more and more powerhouses appeared, their presence became less and less. As the light disappeared, a black mass of cultivators appeared in the air. These were the disciples of some super sections. Each sect brought tens of thousands of soul-sculpting realm disciples to participate in the secular immortal land's experiential learning. After the disciples disappeared into the scarlet light pillar, the life and death expert leading the group glanced around and found that everyone was occupying the surrounding mountains. With an indifferent expression, he faintly nodded and also found an empty spot on a mountain top to land. As for the area under the crimson light pillar, no one went there. After all, there were many life and death cultivators entrenched in the surroundings, which seemed to have formed a tacit unspoken rule. Therefore, the life and death cultivators of the super sects also followed it by default. Over the next 2 days, many super sects and forces came to visit. One after another, bright light pillars fell from the sky, illuminating the entire Kamikaze dynasty. The scene was spectacular and vast. The Supreme Elder and Sect Master of the Red Flame Sword sect looked at the light pillars in panic. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Martial Uncle, I didn't expect so many super sects and life and death realm experts to come. It's too scary. The Sect Master of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect looked into the distance with a pale face and said with lingering fear. At this moment, the two of them were standing on the highest peak of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect, looking at the resplendent light pillars from the sky. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. In front of those powerful super sects, they felt as insignificant as 2 ants. This time, I'm lucky enough to see so many super sects experts. I can die without regrets in this life. The Supreme Elder's face was bleak as he sighed with emotion. Although the Scarlet Flame Sword sect was somewhat famous in the Kamikaze dynasty, they were nothing in the entire Tsungnan continent. According to the normal rules, it was impossible for him to see a life and death realm expert. But this time, the appearance of the secular immortal land allowed him to see so many super sects life and death realm experts. This was also a kind of honor. Master, it seems that they haven't come to the Sky sect yet. The sect master of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect blinked and said. Logically speaking, the Sky sect might come. Let's wait quietly. After all, they are too far away from our place. Even if it's a void transmission, the amount of resources consumed is extremely frightening. They need time to prepare. The Supreme Elder said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking. Rumble, a series of violent sounds came from the void, as if a huge monster was about to come out. Immediately after, the void cracked open and an incomparably resplendent light pillar fell from the sky. At this moment, even the sun, moon, and stars in the sky lost their brilliance. The two's eyes were burning, and their breathing suddenly became hurried. The volume of the light pillar in front of them was actually far greater than the light pillar of a super sect. Could it be that a sky sect had come? Not only the two of them, but all the cultivators on the surrounding mountains, including the super sect's life and death realm cultivators, opened their eyes at this moment and stared at the resplendent light pillar with a dignified expression. The Sky sect is here. At this moment, a life and death realm cultivator suddenly stood up and muttered to himself. Although the super sects dominated a region, they were still insignificant compared to the Sky sect. They were far from comparable. The light disappeared. Nearly 100,000 figures appeared in the sky. Everyone turned to look at the void in that direction, their faces filled with shock. As expected of a sky-level sect. This time, he had brought nearly 10,000 disciples in the soul-sculpting realm. It was truly terrifying. To be able to send so many people through the void at once, It was hard to imagine how powerful a heaven sect's foundation was. So powerful. He's a great cultivator at the peak of life and death realm, a half-step eternal realm expert. A life and death realm cultivator's face greatly changed after sensing the terrifying aura of the figure in the void. The strength of a sky-level sect is indeed strong. It is said that there are eternal realm experts in charge, a life and death cultivator muttered with a fanatical look in his eyes. In the Tsangnan continent, large sects and super sects were divided into 4 levels: peak, upper, middle, and lower. Above the heaven rank, including the eternal rank, there was no such division. Heaven rank was indeed heaven rank. The eternal rank was indeed the eternal rank. There was only one level. Because of this, sky level and eternal level sects were extremely rare. Every force was incomparably powerful. A sky level sect could nominally command thousands of super sections. Therefore, there was no need to even think about an eternal realm sect. That would be even more terrifying, in the void. The middle-aged half-step eternal realm cultivator, with his hands behind his back, watched the disciples of his sect enter the crimson light beam one by one with a smile on his face. He turned around and looked around, only to find that many super sects had arrived. As for sky-level sects, there was not a single one. He nodded and smiled, his eyes brimming with a hint of arrogance. Sky-level sects were high above the clouds. They were far from being comparable to any sect below. This half-step eternal realm expert was ready to find a place to rest. Glancing around, he found that the surrounding mountains were full of people. Although he went directly, no one dared to not make room for him. But he always felt that it was too much of a bully to those small sections. As a sky-level sect, he naturally had his own dignity. He simply disdained to bully the weak. Finally, his eyes fell on the center of the valley. Under the crimson light beam that descended from the red dust fairy land, the valley was very spacious, except for a black carriage. At the moment, there was no one in the black carriage. The owner of the carriage should have gone to the red dust fairy land to gain experience. He glanced at the big black cat lying on the carriage. Only the 3rd level of the fate realm, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. In the eyes of a half-step eternal realm great cultivator like him, the fate realm cultivators were like ants, unable to withstand a single blow. They were so insignificant and insignificant. He glanced at the ordinary-looking big black horse again, with a sharp light in his eyes. After a few glances, the big black horse's expression changed. He gently shook his head. The big black horse's cultivation was not high, similar to the big black cat's. But its cultivation was concealed, so on the surface, it looked like an ordinary big black horse. The owner of the carriage is a bit interesting, the half-step eternal realm expert's eyes flashed with a faint smile of disapproval. Ahem. The big black cat coughed and stood up. Facing the half-step eternal realm expert, it did not flinch at all. But under the oppression of the opponent's strong aura, its body could not help but tremble. The oppression seemed to have penetrated deep into its bones and soul. This Lord Cat will not yield to anyone, the big black cat said in a low voice, and then glared at the half-step eternal realm expert. At this moment, it used the heavenly illusory eyes, which it had only learned a little. The half-step eternal realm expert frowned. He felt that the big black cat's eyes released a kind of power that could interfere with his mind. Although it did not make him lose his mind, he felt a little uncomfortable at that moment. Little demon cat, how dare you secretly attack me? The half-step eternal realm expert was furious. He raised his hand and slapped it down from the sky. This slap turned into a huge Dharma power palm in the air, covering the sky and the sun, with a strong and terrifying aura. So strong. The half-step eternal realm expert of the sky-level sect actually attacked. The countless cultivators who were watching were all shocked. However, several life and death realm cultivators in the crowd sneered. They were the life and death realm cultivators who had dealt with the big black horse. At this moment, they felt sorry for the half-step eternal realm expert. The big black horse was an eternal realm great demon, it was not something that a half-step eternal realm cultivator could deal with. Although the half-step eternal realm and the eternal realm sounded the same, in fact, there was a big gap between them. This major realm was a huge natural dividing line. The gap in strength was huge. Whoosh, the big black horse opened its eyes. Looking at the huge palm falling from the sky, it bared its white teeth and sneered. It really wanted to kill this guy. But it remembered that its master didn't ask it to kill those life and death realm cultivators. So the big black horse didn't think it could kill this guy who was half a step to the eternal realm now. Although this guy was a bit arrogant. But the three little masters still needed some whetstones on their way to growth. The big black horse knew what to do in an instant. Although it was going to spare him. But the big black horse didn't like him very much. So, cough. The big black horse spat out a mouthful of phlegm. This mouthful of phlegm contained tiny thunderbolts. It shot out from its mouth and met the huge palm in the air. Boom, this mouthful of phlegm with thunderbolts broke the huge palm, and a huge shock. Waves spread out in all directions. The sect masters of the big sects were swayed back and forth by the shock wave. Only a few life and death experts were barely able to resist this wave of attacks. Impossible? How could this black horse's phlegm block my attack? The expert who was half a step to the eternal realm looked at the black horse with horror in his eyes. The next moment, he was even more shocked to find that the black horse suddenly released its aura. This aura, it was the aura of the eternal realm. The expert who was half a step to the eternal realm was breathing rapidly. How could there be an eternal realm great demon in this small kamikaze dynasty? Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? This secular fairy land had always been a supreme place for human cultivators. The demon clan had never set foot here. Why would such a powerful eternal realm great demon come here? A few thoughts raced in his mind. The expert who was half a step to the eternal realm became more and more gloomy. In front of so many sections. This eternal realm great demon spat out phlegm and broke his Dharma power hand, making a fool of himself. This was a humiliation to the sky-level sect behind him. He was thinking about how to deal with this black horse. Suddenly, he saw the big black horse raise its head and reveal a mouthful of snow-white teeth. It smiled and said, "I say, human cultivator, you are too reckless. The human race and the demon race have always been living peacefully. Why do we have to fight each other? Don't you think so?" The big black horse grinned and deliberately put on a friendly face. Just like last time, it wanted to say a few warm words to cover up the matter. The face of the half-step eternal realm expert darkened when he heard the great demon's words. What peace between the demon clan and the human clan? Over the past tens of thousands of years, there had been no lack of wars between the two races. The current peace was nothing more than a facade of vanity. The demon race had always been cruel, and the enmity between the human race and the demon race was irreconcilable. "Your Excellency, I'm a human, and you're a demon. Let's mind our own business." One of the top 10 immortal lands of the human race, the secular immortal land, has come to the Kamikaze dynasty. "May I ask why you demons are here?" The half-step eternal realm expert put his hands behind his back and asked coldly. He was now representing the sky-level sect. The sky-level sect had a strong foundation. Even if the other party was an eternal realm great demon, the sky-level sect had nothing to fear. The big black horse narrowed its eyes when it heard the unpleasant words of the cultivator. It took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in its heart, and said indifferently, "I'm a demon, but my young master is a human. He's now practicing inside. In that case, you'd better retreat quickly and wait in the distance." The half-step eternal realm expert waved his sleeve and said casually. Seeing the other party dismiss it like a beggar, the big black horse flew into a rage. It almost lost its temper and wanted to eat the guy in front of it. "You're just a human cultivator at the half-step eternal realm. What right do you have to talk to Uncle Ma, who's in the eternal realm?" The big black horse could not take it anymore. It stood up with half of its body and pointed its claws at the human cultivator. "Why?" "Because we're a sky-level sect. We have several eternal realm cultivators in our sect. You're just an eternal realm great demon. You can't compare with us. If you know what's good for you, you'd better retreat quickly," the half-step eternal realm expert said proudly. Hearing this, Limu said. The big black horse was fuming with anger. "Huh? Is a small sky-level sect so arrogant now? With several eternal realm cultivators in your sect, you don't take anyone seriously?" In the carriage, Yi Yun saw the scene. His face was calm, but there was a hint of a smile in the depths of his eyes. This human cultivator from a sky-level sect was indeed arrogant. He was even more arrogant than him, the former #1 Eternal Realm expert in the Tsangnan continent. Yi Yun was ready to meet this sky-level sect. "Little horse, calm down," Yi Yun sent a voice transmission. The big black horse quivered and instantly quieted down. It lowered its head and stopped talking. The carriage curtain lifted. Yi Yun stepped out. He stood on the carriage and glanced indifferently at the half-step Eternal Realm cultivator above. The cultivator immediately felt that his body was out of control. He was dragged to the ground by a powerful force. He tried desperately to stimulate his magic power, but found that he couldn't move his body. He was firmly nailed to the ground. This surprised him greatly. Who was this immortal-like white-robed young man? He didn't see him use any divine skills. He just glanced at him and he lost control of his body. What kind of cultivation was this? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. All the sect masters and elders were dumbfounded at this moment. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. There was someone in the carriage. In an instant, many life and death realm experts had an extremely absurd idea in their hearts. Many people had scanned the carriage before, but no one had found anyone inside. But unexpectedly, a white-robed young man walked out of the carriage like an immortal. The white-robed young man didn't use any divine skills. The expert at the half-step Eternal Realm fell to the ground from the sky. He struggled desperately but to no avail. What on earth happened? The surrounding people looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with confusion. "Your Excellency, you are also a human. Why do you kill your own kind?" The half-step Eternal Realm expert looked at Yi Yun, his face flushed red and shouted loudly. "It's true that we are both humans, but your attitude is really intolerable." Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and smiled casually. He looked at the sky and said leisurely, "Do you think a sky-level sect is great because it has a few Eternal Realm cultivators?" After saying that, Yi Yun stretched out an arm. At this moment, an indescribable layer of sacred white light rose from the arm. Then, the arm reached into the void and suddenly disappeared. Squatting under Yi Yun's feet, the big black cat couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when it saw the master use this divine skill again. Was the master going to capture all the Eternal Realm cultivators of the sky-level sect? Just as this thought flashed through its mind, Yi Yun withdrew his arm. Then, a white light flashed from the sky and landed on the ground. The white light dissipated and 6 Eternal Realm cultivators appeared. "Sect Master, why are you here?" The half-step Eternal Realm expert looked at the familiar 6 giants in the sect. His body trembled and sweat broke out on his forehead. He was so shocked that he thought he was in a dream. "Where are we?" A white-haired old man looked around blankly. His face was full of confusion. He was cultivating in seclusion in the sect when the stars suddenly changed and he appeared in a strange place. The conversion speed was simply too fast. It took only a breath's time. He didn't even have time to react. "Why, are you all here?" The old man looked at the 5 fellow disciples beside him, and a look of incomparable shock appeared on his face. They were the 6 Eternal Realm giants of a sky-level sect. How could they meet in this strange place? Who on earth was so terrifying that he could carry the Eternal Realm cultivators around like puppets? The old man quickly looked around and found a big black horse in the Eternal Realm in front of him. But it was just a big demon in the Eternal Realm. In his eyes, it was not a powerful opponent. However, he looked around and saw a white-robed young man in the carriage with his hands behind his back. He had an outstanding temperament and looked like a banished immortal. He couldn't feel any aura of cultivation from this white-robed young man. But for some reason, in his eyes, the white-robed young man was like a god emitting endless divine light. At this moment, he felt like worshipping him. Seeing the sect master and the other supreme elders in a daze, the half-step Eternal Realm expert hurriedly said, "Sect Master, this is the Kamikaze dynasty. Next to us is the secular immortal land." "What? This is the secular immortal land? Doesn't it mean that we have crossed nearly 10 million miles in an instant?" The old man was shocked and his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The other Eternal Realm experts next to him were all dumbfounded. They couldn't describe the shock in their hearts. Crossing 10 million miles in an instant, was it comparable to void transmission? But don't forget, they were 6 Eternal Realm giants. Who was it that could teleport them here in such a state without them even knowing? The others also looked at the white-robed young man in the carriage with shock in their eyes. The white-robed young man didn't emit any aura of cultivation, but in their eyes, he was shining like a god. The 6 Eternal Realm cultivators were speechless at this moment. As the saying goes, once an expert shows his hand, one will know whether or not he is an expert. To be able to capture 6 Eternal Realm cultivators without them knowing, how terrifying was that godlike white-robed youth? It was unimaginably terrifying. Could it be that the white-clothed youth was already a demigod expert close to the true god realm, while the 6 Eternal Realm experts were still in a state of shock? The sect leaders in the surrounding mountains were in an uproar. Good heavens! 6 Eternal Realm cultivators appeared all of a sudden. Isn't that too terrifying? How did they get here? Could it be that they also used a method similar to void teleportation to project themselves here from thousands of miles away? Absolutely not. Can't you see how confused they are? It's as if they were forcefully torn apart by a mysterious force and dragged here. Could it be that white-cloaked youth? The surrounding people discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with shock. Now, everyone realized more and more how mysterious and terrifying this black horse carriage was. Pa pa pa, Yi Yan raised his hand and slapped down fiercely. He gave each of the 6 Eternal Realm cultivators 2 slaps, making their faces red and swollen. However, the 6 Eternal Realm cultivators did not know how to dodge at this moment. It seemed that at this moment, they had decided that there was no way to dodge and could only obediently accept the punishment. You're a heaven-level sect, but your disciples lack discipline and are very arrogant. What do you think you should do? Yi Yan put his hands behind his back and stared at the people in front of him calmly. Senior, since he has made a mistake, he should be punished. The old man cupped his fists and looked at Yi Yan with fear in his eyes. He didn't expect that it was because of the vice sect leader's arrogance that he had offended this unfathomable senior. The expert who was half a step to the Eternal Realm finally understood the situation at this moment. The white-clothed youth in front of him was a demigod infinitely close to the true god realm. His strength had reached the heavens and the earth, and no one could stop him. The 6 Eternal Realm giants of his sect were far from being able to compete with him. He suddenly sweated profusely, and a great fear rose in his heart. He had offended a demigod. He was just a cultivator who was half a step to the Eternal Realm. If he offended a demigod, his sect would not let him off easily. The old man thought for a while and decided to cut off his arm to protect himself. Senior. He cupped his fists and bowed. Since he has offended you, we will put him in prison and imprison him for life. Is that so? There's no need for him to go to prison. I'll send him to hell now. Yi Tian smiled indifferently. He pointed at the ground next to him, and a huge crack appeared with a rumble. In the depths of the crack, there were all kinds of horrible cries and howls. The 6 Eternal Realm cultivators glanced inside and immediately saw the horrible scene of the 18 layers of hell. Their faces changed dramatically, and they were so frightened that they could not speak. What kind of divine sense was this? This demigod senior was too scary. Yi Yan turned his head to look in a certain direction and said with an indifferent expression, "You can go in." Senior, please spare me. The expert who was half a step to the Eternal Realm suddenly knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. At this moment, he was really scared. The scene inside the 18 layers of hell was too horrible to look at. He only took a glance at it, but he felt like he was about to die. Little ant, relying on your sky-level sect, you don't even care about the experts of the Eternal Realm. Who else but you should go to hell? Yi Yan waved his hand and smiled indifferently. The expert who was half a step to the Eternal Realm immediately flew up and fell into the 18 layers of hell. He let out a miserable shriek in midair. After gliding in a parabola, he completely disappeared. Rumble, that unfathomably deep ravine closed up once again. It was as complete as before, as if nothing had happened. All the mountains were completely silent. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes, not daring to make the slightest sound. They were also completely frightened by the scene of the 18 layers of hell. It was really too horrible. The 6 Eternal Realm cultivators glanced at each other and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. This unimaginable and heaven-defying method was really sensational. They had never seen it before. The big black cat next to them was so scared that it closed its eyes at this moment. The 18 layers of hell also brought a huge shock to its soul. It was also the first time it had seen such a thing. The big black cat had not joined the team at the Sword King Palace of the ancient Moon Dynasty. The big black horse pursed its lips but did not make any sound. It did not expect that its master would suppress this expert who was half a step to the eternal realm. It seemed that this guy's arrogance had angered its master. Descending on this horrible 18 layers of hell directly suppressed him for eternity, and he could not be reincarnated. Yi Yan's expression was calm as he looked at the cultivators around him. Countless tiny runes that looked like stars appeared in his demonic eyes. At this moment, the 3,000 worlds seemed to be changing in his eyes. At this moment, the big black horse was surprised to find that all the people who saw this scene were in a trance at this moment, as if they had all fallen into a dream. Is this also the heavenly disillusionment? The big black horse swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and thought to himself. When Old Master glanced over, everyone entered a strange dreamland state. The heavenly disillusionment was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the star-like tiny runes in Yi Yan's eyes disappeared. His eyes returned to their usual calm. Whoosh, Yi Yan waved his hand. He grabbed the 6 eternal realm cultivators in front of him, stuffed them into the void, and threw them back. Go back to where you came from. Yi Yan would not kill these insignificant eternal realm cultivators. He would leave them to the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect. These 6 people would be the whetstones for the 3 of them in the future. There was a strange fluctuation. The space around Yi Yan twisted in an instant, and the black carriage was hidden in the void. After doing all this, Yi Yan's figure flashed and returned to the carriage. All the cultivators around shuddered at this moment, as if waking up from a dream. What happened just now? It's as if my brain suddenly short-circuited, a sect master of a large sect said with a frown. He patted his head hard, but still could not remember what had happened. The same thing happened to everyone at the same time. No one remembered what had happened in the trance just now. Some people inadvertently looked at the crimson light beam of the red dust immortal land and found that there was no one in the valley under the light beam. But no one's expression changed. In their eyes, it was as if there was nothing there to begin with. Just now, Yi Yan used the supreme heavenly disillusionment to make everyone enter the disillusionment domain and erase part of their memories. The reason why he erased everyone's memories was that Yi Yan did not want anyone to know about his existence. Along the way from the ancient Moon Dynasty, anyone who had seen him was either killed by Yi Yan or had their memories tampered with. This time, the big black horse revealed its eternal realm cultivation. However, Yi Yan had managed to capture 6 eternal realm cultivators from a sky-class sect across thousands of miles. All of this was too shocking. Therefore, Yi Yan not only erased the memories of the surrounding cultivators, but also the memories of the 6 eternal level cultivators. Rumble, another violent sound came from the void. The space fluctuated and a huge vortex appeared in the void. Then, a resplendent beam of light suddenly descended from the vortex. This pillar of light stirred up a gust of wind and emitted an immeasurable amount of light. At a glance, it seemed as if the entire vast land of the Kamikaze dynasty was illuminated in a resplendent light. Another sky-class sect. A grandmaster of a large sect stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Suddenly, everyone's breathing quickened. Previously, there was a sky-class sect. Who would have thought that another sky-class sect would appear now? One had to admit that the influence of the secular immortal lands was too great. As the light disappeared, more than 100,000 cultivators appeared in the void. These cultivators turned into streaks of sword light and plunged into the crimson beam of light. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. A half-step to the eternal realm cultivator turned around and glanced around indifferently. Finally, he landed beside the crimson beam of light. He was standing 100 feet away from the original black horse carriage. However, at this moment, the black horse carriage was hidden in the void and he could not sense it at all. In the void, the big black horse could see everything that was happening outside. However, its master had ordered it to stay put. The big black horse had to close its eyes and cultivate quietly. This is a rare opportunity. Finally, no one will disturb me, the big black cat smiled proudly in its heart. Then, it took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. It also focused on comprehending the heavenly disillusionment I. This divine ability was too powerful. It had seen its master use it several times and was extremely envious. The arrival of the second sky-class sect was not the end. On this day, several resplendent pillars of light descended from the sky. Several more sky-level sects had arrived. These sky-class sects half-stepped to the eternal realm. Cultivators sat cross-legged in the valley beside the crimson beam of light. They did not disturb each other and closed their eyes to cultivate. In the next few days, however, there were still large and small super academies continuously sending in waves after waves of soul-sculpting realm cultivators through the void. Millions of soul-sculpting realm cultivators had entered the secular immortal lands. These millions of soul-sculpting realm cultivators entered the vast and boundless secular immortal lands. However, they were still randomly sent to various places. In the beginning, everyone was in an empty and desolate area. Then, they began to kill blood devils along the way. As one of the top 10 immortal lands, the secular immortal lands had a completely different flow of time compared to the outside world. One day in the secular immortal lands was 10 days in the outside world. Therefore, for all the soul-sculpting realm cultivators who entered the secular immortal lands, they did not enter more than one day. Everyone's starting point was almost the same. Yi Yan's original body was quietly comprehending a powerful spirit technique in the carriage. However, a wisp of his essence spirit was hidden in Suwani's mind. The flow of time is different. This place is quite interesting. Yi Yan's essence spirit faintly glanced around and returned to silence. The 7-star dragon abyss sword could kill blood devils with unpredictable power. The blood devils in the secular immortal lands had tenacious vitality and had strong regeneration and fusion abilities. Ordinary cultivators would have to cut the blood devils into several pieces to kill them. However, Suwani did not need to do so. She only needed to cut the blood devils with her sword and they would be killed. It's worthy of being called a divine-level treasure sword. In this secular immortal lands, with this sword, no blood devil would be my opponent. At this time, Suwani stood on an empty and desolate hill, looking at 2 or 3 blood devils under her feet. A happy smile appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. Along the way, she had killed more than 30 blood devils in total. From the beginning, she killed them one by one, but now she killed 2 or 3 at the same time. She had now gradually figured out the blood devil's movement pattern. The blood devils were extremely cunning, but they also had weaknesses. Their biggest weakness was their desire for cultivators. Taking advantage of this weakness, Suwani could easily kill the blood devils with a thunderous strike. Human cultivators could kill the blood devils and devour their inner cores. The blood devils could also devour human cultivators. It was a fair process. Suwani saw 2 or 3 disciples of unknown sects along the way. They were unable to resist the blood devils and were finally wrapped up in a blood net by the blood devils. In just a breath's time, not even their bones were left. Only a few pieces of clothing were left floating down. The blood devils were interested in the corporeal bodies of human cultivators. They had no interest in the cultivators' robes, treasured swords, or storage rings. Suwani had already picked up several storage rings, which were the relics of the soul-sculpting realm cultivators who died in the hands of the blood devils. It's her. Suwani was just about to throw away the blood devils' corpses and take out their inner cores, when suddenly several sword lights broke through the air in the distance. These sword lights fell to the ground and turned into 5 or 6 youths. Each of them wore a uniform red robe and held a long sword in their hands. They surrounded Suwani. Suwani frowned. She was very familiar with one of the youths. When she had just entered the secular immortal lands, she had saved the youth at the 5th level of the soul-sculpting realm. Suwani's face was ice-cold, as she silently used her sword to cut open the blood devil's corpse, and took out an inner core. The whole process was like moving clouds and flowing water, as if she did not put the several soul-sculpting realm youths in her eyes. Senior apprentice brother, do you see that sword? As long as it hits the blood devil will immediately die. The soul-sculpting 5th level red flame sword sect youth that Suwani had saved, stood in the middle of the crowd. And said while pointing his finger forward. It's really a good sword. A 9th level soul-sculpting realm youth with thick eyebrows said, as he looked at the 7-star dragon abyss sword in Suwani's hand, with a blazing light in his eyes. If he had this sword, wouldn't he be able to walk unhindered in the secular immortal land? None of the blood demons were his match. I saved your life, yet you repay kindness with enmity. Which sect are you from? Suwani raised her eyebrows, as her cold eyes swept over. You still want to know which sect we are from? Is it for revenge? The youth laughed and said. Haha. The others also burst into laughter. They had a total of 3 8th-level soul sculpting realm cultivators, and 2 9th-level soul sculpting realm cultivators. With such formidable strength, it was more than enough to crush this lone woman. What? Don't tell me you don't dare to speak? Suwani's lips showed a trace of a sarcastic smile. This father is from the Red Flamesword sect. The 9th-level soul sculpting realm youth shouted, as his face turned ferocious, as he waved his hand and gave the order to attack. Shwa shwa shwa, several sword lights, burning with raging flames, shot out from all directions. A bunch of rats. Suwani sneered, as she chopped out with her sword. Clang clang clang, bursts of metallic sounds resounded, as the treasured swords of the youths were immediately broken into 2 pieces. A surging power surged along the sword hilt. The youths screamed, as they were sent flying upside down, as they spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair. Bang bang, these people fell heavily to the ground, as they struggled a few times, but unexpectedly did not have the strength to get up again. Every one of them was seriously injured. Their internal organs were nearly shattered by that powerful force. Suwani's figure swayed, then she appeared like a ghost beside the young man that gave the order from the Crimson Flamesword sect. She pointed the tip of her sword at the young man's chest and said indifferently, "Is this all you have?" The young man's face was ashen. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the woman in front of him would be so freakishly powerful. With just one strike, their swords were all broken, and their bodies were sent flying by the unimaginably vast power. Now that his internal organs were shattered, he didn't even have the strength to get up. Chi, a sword light flashed. Suwani sent the young man off. She turned around and walked in front of the young man she had once saved. The young man was covered in blood. As he looked at Suwani, his eyes were filled with terror. He had never imagined that the young woman in front of him would be so powerful. Chi, the sword light flashed again. Suwani did not give him a chance to speak and killed him with a single strike. The remaining few youths naturally couldn't escape death either. After killing these people, Suwani let out a faint sigh. Suwani put away all the storage rings, then turned around and returned to her original place. She cut open the remaining blood demon's body, took out its core, and then left. In this way, Suwani went all the way to the depths of the Red Dust Immortal Land, constantly killing blood demons and harvesting a large number of blood demons' cores. After she took these blood demons' cores, Suwani's realm finally broke through to the 10th level of the soul sculpting realm. So fast. Suwani's beautiful little face showed a look of surprise. After entering the Red Dust Immortal Land, she had broken through to the 10th level of the soul sculpting realm in less than 3 days. If she continued like this, she would soon be able to catch up with her junior brother and junior sister. In a mysterious space somewhere in the Red Dust Immortal Land, there was a blood-red palace floating in the air. Inside the palace, there was a vermilion coffin lying quietly in the middle of the hall. A pale-faced man in red clothes walked in from the entrance of the main hall. "My lord, the number of people in the Red Dust Immortal Land's opening this time is the highest in all of history. Do you think that we can carry out the second plan?" The man in red clothes knelt beside the coffin and said respectfully. "If that's the case, then let's carry out the second plan." A man's low and hoarse voice came from the vermilion coffin. "Yes, my lord." The man in red clothes stood up and strode out. In the square of the blood-red palace, there was a huge blood-red ball of light. Its surface emitted a faint blood-red light, and countless tiny light spots could be seen moving around inside. The man in red clothes took a deep breath and immediately formed a few seals, which turned into a few rays of light and injected into the blood-red ball of light. After the blood-red ball of light absorbed these rays of light, a magical change happened inside the ball of light, almost at the same time. A line of blood-red text appeared in the void above the heads of all the cultivators in the Red Dust Immortal Land. Anyone who has advanced to the Celestial Bridge realm will be immediately teleported to the Bloody Massacre Plains. The person who kills the most blood demons will receive the complete inheritance of the Blood Crystal Immortal Palace and become the master of the Red Dust Immortal Land. In the vast Red Dust Immortal Land, all the cultivators saw this line of text and felt their blood boil. Their breaths quickened. For tens of thousands of years, there had never been such a phenomenon in the Red Dust Immortal Land. Although there had been people who had received the inheritance, it was only a single inheritance. However, it was different this time. Not only could they receive the complete inheritance of the Blood Crystal, but they could also become the master of the Red Dust Immortal Land. The temptation was too great. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Red Dust Immortal Land started to search for the blood demons frantically. At the same time, a cultivator who had just advanced to the Celestial Bridge realm was suddenly enveloped by a ray of blood-red light from the sky and was immediately teleported to the Bloody Massacre Plains. Haha, I'm in the first batch to enter the Bloody Massacre Plains, so I have the advantage. I must obtain the complete inheritance of the Blood Crystal. The cultivator's face was filled with fanaticism as he charged toward the depths of the Bloody Massacre Plains. He was not the only cultivator like this. The first batch of Celestial Bridge realm cultivators who had been teleported and numbered in the thousands. As a cultivator, Suwani naturally saw the line of text that had suddenly appeared in the sky. At this moment, a sense of urgency rose in her heart. In a flash, Suwani increased her flying speed and rushed toward the towering mountain range in front of her. Over there, she seemed to have sensed the existence of the blood demon. In Suwani's mind, when Yin saw this scene, he just smiled faintly. In the eyes of a god like him, this was all just a small trick. A single line of words was enough to make everyone run around in circles. The person behind the scenes of the Red Dust Immortal Land should not be a simple person. Yin did not take any action. He just quietly waited for the moment when Suwani received the inheritance. At that time, the truth would be revealed. Yin believed that with Suwani's strength, she would definitely be able to come out on top. In the Blood-Red Palace, a man's hoarse voice sounded from the vermilion coffin without any warning. Despicable woman. This time, you will definitely not be able to stop me. The vermilion coffin suddenly trembled, and a cold woman's voice came from the coffin and echoed in the main hall. Humph. Even if the second step of your plan succeeds, before you find that person, my obsession will not disappear from your body. Chi, a sword light flashed, and a blood demon was cut into two. The two halves of the Bloodseeker struggled for a few seconds before dying. Suwani stepped forward, picked up the corpse with her sword, and found the blood demon's core. She picked it up with her hand and swallowed it. The aura on her body grew stronger by another notch. During this time, she had killed a large number of blood demons, and her cultivation had improved rapidly. Now, she had reached the peak of the 10th level of the Soul Sculpting Realm, and was about to break through to the Divine Bridge Realm. Suwani estimated that after killing a few more blood demons, she would be able to break through to the Divine Bridge Realm. 3 days had passed. Suwani was a little anxious. She did not know if she could catch up with the progress of those who had entered before her after entering the Bloody Plains. Someone is coming? Suwani was about to leave this place to hunt blood demons elsewhere. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. She stopped where she was and looked up. A young man in white with an extraordinary temperament floated down from the sky. This person's cultivation was the same as hers, at the peak of the 10th level of the Soul Sculpting Realm. The young man in white looked confident and unrestrained. With his hands behind his back, he looked Suwani up and down. Finally, his eyes fell on the blood-red 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. Miss, your sword is good. Why don't you sell it to me? The young man in white looked relaxed. Although there was a warm smile on his face, there was a trace of arrogance in the depths of his eyes. Not selling. Suwani refused unceremoniously. This sword was a divine-grade treasure sword that the old ancestor had given to her. In the entire Tsungnan continent, there were only a few divine swords. Suwani would protect such a divine sword with her life. How could she sell it, during this time? Even if millions of cultivators entered the Red Dust Immortal Land, the space here was vast and boundless. Along the way, Suwani could only meet a few cultivators. Therefore, except for a few blind young men from the Red Flame Sword sect who wanted to steal her sword, Suwani had not met anyone else who was interested in her 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to enter the bloody plains, a young man with a similar cultivation to her suddenly appeared and was interested in her 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. Moreover, this young man had opened his mouth and wanted to buy it. This made Suwani feel a strong sense of disgust. Her eyes were as cold as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. She stared coldly at the youth in front of her. Seeing the lady in front of him suddenly turn cold, the white-clothed young man did not mind at all. He smiled indifferently. "Miss, I am from the Flying Dragon Academy. Have you heard of me?" Flying Dragon Academy? Suwani was slightly startled. She had never heard of this name before. Although he had followed his master to many places, they were all in and around the Guyu dynasty, and had never gone to the outside world. The outside world was even more dangerous. Their cultivation levels were too low, so it wasn't suitable for them to move around outside. Suwani said with a cold face, "I've never heard of it, but no matter what sect you're from, I won't sell my sword." Seeing how cold Suwani was, the white-clothed youth laughed and said, "Miss, no matter what sect you come from, what I want to tell you is that my Flying Dragon Academy is a heaven sect. In this world, there aren't many forces that can surpass my Flying Dragon Academy. So, you have to think carefully." After saying that, the white-clothed youth shook his head gently, and the smile on his face became even brighter. There was no doubt about the strength of a heaven sect. In this world, there were not many who dared to not give face to a heaven sect. It's actually a sky-class sect? Suwani narrowed her eyes and carefully looked at the young man in front of her. She had always been cautious, so she would not underestimate any opponent. If this white-clothed youth in front of her was a disciple of a heaven sect, then his battle strength would definitely be very high. Along the way, Suwani came from the Guyu dynasty to the Kamikaze dynasty. After fighting with the proud sons of heaven of the Xianxia sect, she realized that the higher the level of the sect, the more outstanding the strength of the disciples. With the same soul-sculpting realm cultivation, the disciples of the big sects would surpass the disciples of the ordinary sects, and the disciples of the super sects would naturally surpass the big sections. Since this white-clothed youth was a disciple of a heaven sect, it meant that his strength was incomparably powerful, far beyond the disciples of the Xianxia sect. Thinking of this, Suwani's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. At this moment, she was extremely excited. She did not know, with her current strength, would she be able to compete with this youth? Suwani wanted to challenge this heaven sect disciple. As a heaven sect, we do not casually bully the weak. So, I want to buy this sword of yours. Can you name a price? The white-clothed youth said with his hands behind his back. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, looking like a jade tree in the wind, and wearing a white robe, he had an extraordinary temperament. His whole body exuded a kind of high and mighty aura, as if he did not put Suwani in his eyes at all. After all, this girl had never even heard of the Flying Dragon Academy. At most, she was a disciple of a low-rank sect. The gap between their identities was too big. Although he only had the cultivation of soul-sculpting realm, but his identity was there. He could even be on equal footing with the sect master of a big sect. That was how terrifying a sky-level sect was. After all, between a heaven sect and a big sect, there was still a super sect. Big sects and super sects were divided into 4 levels. If this girl in front of him came from a low-rank sect, then the gap between them was 8 levels. Therefore, the sense of superiority in his heart was extremely strong. This sense of superiority did not let him snatch it in the first place. Instead, he tried to use the name of a heaven sect to suppress Suwani. Waiting for Suwani to be shocked and directly give the sword to him. He had observed this blood-red sword in the void just now and found that after the blood demon was cut open, it died directly. This shocked him very much. He had killed the blood demon, but he had to cut the blood demon into countless pieces before he could kill it completely. If he had this sword, then he would be able to surpass more people in the massacre bloody plains. Maybe, he would have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace. If you can beat me, it won't be too late to name a price. Suwani was in high spirits, and the fighting spirit in her heart was boiling. She took a step forward, holding the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword in her hand. Suddenly, a divine dragon phantom appeared behind her. This divine dragon was vivid and lifelike, and its huge dragon eyes were emitting a strong majesty. "Hey, what kind of sword technique is this?" When the white-robed young man saw the divine dragon phantom, a trace of shock appeared on his face. "If you can beat me, then I'll tell you the name of this sword technique." Xianxia sneered, and her body suddenly sped forward. With a swoosh, her sword pierced towards the white-robed young man. A sword light appeared out of nowhere, and a divine dragon phantom roared as it appeared in the void. The white-robed young man soared into the air and dodged this sure-kill attack. Buzz, his body swayed slightly. Behind him, a huge divine dragon silhouette also appeared. This divine dragon's body was almost the same as Xianxia's divine dragon phantom. The only difference was that this divine dragon of the white-robed young man was a black dragon. Xianxia was slightly stunned. This was the first time she had met an opponent who had a divine dragon phantom. At this moment, in her mind, Yiyan also saw this black divine dragon phantom. His brows moved slightly, and he seemed to have recalled something from the past. 100,000 years ago. The Xianxia sect, an eternal sect, had countless talents and talents. Yiyan had once set up a black dragon guard. This black dragon guard was the most mysterious force in the entire Xianxia sect. They were directly under the command of sect master Yiyan. The existence of the black dragon guards was naturally created by Yiyan with the idea of being vigilant in times of peace, mainly to guard against unknown dangers. As a transmigrator, Yiyan knew that some risks were sudden. Even though the divine dragon sect was an eternal grade sect, there should still be a powerful force in the dark guarding it silently at all times. Therefore, he secretly set up a black dragon guard. This black dragon guard was composed of a total of 10 eternal realm cultivators from the Xianxia sect. There were also 100 life and death realm cultivators under them. Yiyan made an exception and taught them the first 7 levels of the Dragon Rebel technique. After the Black Dragon Guard was established, they had been quietly cultivating and did not appear in front of the world. Except for Yiyan, almost no one knew about the existence of the Black Dragon Guard. The reason why the Black Dragon Guard was called Black Dragon Guard was because the swordsmanship they cultivated was different from that of the Xianxia sect. Once a Black Dragon Guard performed the Black Dragon swordsmanship, a Black Dragon shadow would appear behind them. The Black Dragon swordsmanship had an amazing killing power and was much stronger than the Divine Dragon swordsmanship of ordinary disciples. This set of swordsmanship was also a brand new set of swordsmanship that Yiyan had deduced from the Divine Dragon swordsmanship. As a transmigrator, although he did not activate the system at that time, his talent was unparalleled. It was not difficult for him, the #1 Eternal Realm expert in the Xianxia continent, to deduce a set of swordsmanship. Just as Yiyan was recalling the past. Bang, bang. Xianxia was already fighting with the white-clothed youth from the Flying Dragon Academy. Yiyan's eyes moved as he observed the battle. He also wanted to see if the swordsmanship that the white-clothed youth performed was the Black Dragon swordsmanship. It's not the Black Dragon swordsmanship. After a few glances, Yiyan shook his head and sighed softly. The swordsmanship displayed by this white-clothed youth was completely different from the Black Dragon swordsmanship. It was as if they were polar opposites. The only similarity was the Black Dragon phenomenon. However, what made Yiyan feel gratified was that the current Xianxia was actually not at a disadvantage when fighting against a disciple of a skyrank sect. The two of them were evenly matched. Xianxia hadn't used the Dragon Rebel incantation yet. If he used this technique, he would definitely be able to defeat the white-robed young man. Alas! Yiyan suddenly sighed. Yiyan was still a little disappointed that he didn't find the Black Dragon Guards that he had once established on the white-clothed young man. He closed his eyes and fell into silence. Bang bang, in mid-air, the two clumps of sword shadows engaged in an intense battle. This woman, how can she be so strong? The young man in white stared at Xianxia in shock. His heart was in turmoil. He was a soul-sculpting realm disciple of a skyrank sect, but he was actually tied with an unknown disciple of a large sect. This really made him feel humiliated. He was a disciple of a skyrank sect. In terms of status, he was on an equal footing with the sect master of a large sect. But now, he couldn't even defeat a disciple of a large sect. He couldn't accept this. Roar. The white-clothed youth suddenly roared and attacked Xianxia with all his strength. Suwani remained calm. Facing the opponent's killing move, she didn't meet it head-on. Instead, she dodged it one by one. A figure flew over from a distance. It was a black-clothed youth. His cultivation was also at the peak of the 10th level of the soul-sculpting realm. He was only half a step away from the celestial bridge realm. He hid 100 feet away, watching the thrilling battle in the distance with a shocked look on his face. Both the man and woman in this battle were very strong. It could be said that any one of them was much stronger than him. Are you a disciple of a large sect or a super sect? A sound transmission suddenly sounded in the black-clothed youth's ear. After hearing this voice, he was slightly stunned and looked at the white-clothed youth who was fighting in the distance. He didn't know the other party. However, the other party was stronger than him in the same realm. The black-clothed youth didn't dare to offend him. He quickly said, "I'm from the Star Sword sect. It's a supreme sect." When the white-clothed youth heard this, he was immediately delighted. He quickly said, "I'm a disciple of the Skyrank Flying Dragon Academy. Quickly help me kill this woman. I'll definitely thank you in the future." What? Flying Dragon Academy? The black-clothed youth was shocked. As a disciple of a supreme sect, he had indeed heard of the Flying Dragon Academy. The Flying Dragon Academy was a Skyrank sect. However, this Flying Dragon Academy appeared in the Xianxia continent in the form of an academy. The Flying Dragon Academy advocated Confucianism, etiquette, virtue, and benevolence. In the Xianxia continent, there were many officials of cultivation dynasties who graduated from the Flying Dragon Academy. It could be said that the Flying Dragon Academy was a very powerful force. Its reputation spread far and wide. Any large sect with a certain status basically knew the name of the Flying Dragon Academy. Although their Star Sword sect had reached the top among large sections. However, compared to a Skyrank sect like the Flying Dragon Academy, there was a huge gap. There were even 4 levels of super sects in between. Therefore, after this Flying Dragon Academy disciple asked him to help in the battle, the black-clothed youth didn't dare to refuse. He was afraid that the sect would be implicated in the future. Whoosh, the black-clothed youth drew his sword and directly joined the battle. The Star Sword sect was most famous for its Star Sword technique. His swordsmanship contained a sky full of nebulas. His moves were grand and majestic, instantly changing the situation of the battle. Originally, Suwani and the white-clothed youth were evenly matched. However, because of the black-clothed youth's participation, she immediately fell into a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, if I don't use the Dragon Rebel art, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to win, Suwani thought to herself as she fought. Although these two people were still unable to directly cause fatal damage to her, Suwani really couldn't afford to waste any more time. She was already 3 days behind the first group. If she continued to tangle with these two fellows, although she would definitely win in the end, she would also lose precious time. Thinking of this, Suwani made up her mind, and her blood boiled. At this moment, she activated the Dragon Rebel art. 5 times battle prowess, bang, Suwani sent the black-clothed youth flying with one strike. How is this possible? How did your strength suddenly increase by so much? The white-clothed youth from the Flying Dragon Academy who was fighting couldn't help but be so frightened that his eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. This unknown woman had actually been hiding her strength all this time. Die! A woman's loud shout resounded in the air. Whoosh, a dazzling sword light contained the shadow of a divine dragon as it slashed toward the white-clothed youth. Seeing that this sword was coming at him menacingly and contained unbelievable power, the white-clothed youth's expression changed drastically. The white-clothed young man's expression changed drastically. He lost all his fighting spirit and turned around to flee in fear. Chi, the lightning-like sword light arrived in an instant and pierced through the white-clothed youth's chest. How? The white-clothed youth lowered his head and looked at half of the sword light that emerged from his chest. Fresh blood flowed from the wound on his chest. He laughed miserably and fell from the sky. This Skyrank sect disciple had fallen in the secular immortal grounds just like that. This is too terrifying. The heavily injured black-clothed youth suddenly formed hand seals with both hands. The blood essence in his body burned as he executed an extremely special escape technique. He transformed into a bloodline and disappeared. Still want to run? Suwani sneered and turned into a divine dragon's shadow to chase after him. At this moment, she displayed the dragon rebel secret art, which increased her battle strength by 5 times. Even her flying speed had increased by 5 times. Coupled with the divine dragon's movement technique, her speed had reached an incredible level. Soon, she caught up with the black-robed youth. Swish, a sword light fell from the distance. The black-robed youth could not dodge and was split into 2 halves. Blood spattered everywhere. Suwani stepped forward and collected the black-robed youth's treasured sword and storage ring, and put them into her own storage ring. Then, she returned to her original place and collected the Flying Dragon Academy's white-robed youth's storage ring and treasured sword. These guys' backgrounds were not small. One was a disciple of a supreme sect, while the other was a disciple of a heaven-ranked sect. There should be a lot of good things in their storage rings. After Suwani finished all this, she continued to fly towards the mountain range in front of her. After an incense stick worth of time, she finally found another blood devil. When this blood devil saw Suwani, it quickly drilled into the crevice and disappeared. Suwani felt helpless. She was now at the peak of the 10th level of the soul sculpting realm. Ordinary blood devils would not dare to attack her. Only when she encountered a group of blood devils with extremely high cultivation would they be able to attack her. As for those blood devils that escaped, she could not chase after them. After all, this crevice was extremely deep and narrow. It was not suitable for humans to pass through it. If only the old ancestor was here. If he lowered my cultivation, I could lure those blood devils over and kill them. Suwani said to herself. On her beautiful little face, there was a trace of a nostalgic smile. When Yin heard this sentence in her mind, he suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. These kids, they were addicted to suppressing their cultivation. After laughing, Yin did not make a move. He did not want Suwani to know that he was hiding in her mind. After all, this was an experiential learning. For safety reasons, Yin, the old ancestor, had separated a part of his life essence and lived in Suwani's mind. There were only 3 juniors left in the Shenlong sect. Each one of them was a treasure and could not be lost. After Suwani laughed at herself, she turned around and left to continue her search for Blood Demon. In the initial space of the Red Dust Immortal Land, there were no blood devils in the Celestial Bridge realm. Most of them were in the Soul Sculpting realm. Moreover, there were not many blood devils in the 10th level of the Soul Sculpting realm. After Suwani walked for a while, she was lucky enough to find a small group of blood devils. The cultivation of this group of blood devils was not low. The lowest among them was at the 7th level of Soul Sculpting realm, while the highest among them was at the 10th level of Soul Sculpting realm. When these blood devils saw a lone human, they immediately became ferocious and pounced over. A look of surprise appeared in Suwani's eyes, and she rushed over. Streaks of shocking sword light flashed through the void. Those blood devils couldn't dodge in time and were struck by the sword light, falling from the sky. The broken bodies of the blood demons struggled on the ground for a while before they died in an instant. Suwani descended from the sky and opened the corpses of the blood demons one by one, taking out their inner cores. She swallowed the blood demons' nadens without hesitation. Suddenly, Suwani's aura kept increasing. Boom, a shocking sound came from her body, as if some shackles had been broken. A vast amount of magic power surged through her body like a great river, washing through her internal organs and meridians. At this moment, Suwani finally broke through to the Celestial Bridge realm. Feeling the aura of the Celestial Bridge realm, the dark red clouds in the sky moved, and a blood-red light suddenly descended. The blood-red light instantly enveloped Suwani, rose from the ground, rushed into the clouds, and disappeared. When Suwani's feet landed on the ground, she found that she had arrived in a new world. This world was an endless grassland, and there were unknown red weeds everywhere, as tall as a person. The sky was blood-red, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. In the distant horizon, there were 9 incomparably huge blood pillars, falling from the sky, towering between heaven and earth, exuding endless blood light. No matter how far away, any cultivator could see these 9 blood pillars, which were indomitable, majestic, and awe-inspiring. Is this the Massacre Bloody Plains? Suwani looked at the 9 blood pillars in the distance, her small face frozen, and shock appeared in her eyes. Whoosh, a blood-red light gushed out from the ground, and a celestial bridge realm first-level cultivator appeared beside Suwani. That cultivator looked at the magnificent scene in front of him and was stunned. He did not expect the massacre bloody plains to be so shocking and spectacular. Streaks of blood-red light rose from the ground one after another, turning into celestial bridge realm cultivators of various sections. These cultivators, who had just entered the massacre bloody plains, immediately rushed toward the 9 blood pillars after experiencing the shock. However, they did not fly far. Dozens of blood demons suddenly flew out from the dense grass. Each blood demon's cultivation had reached the celestial bridge realm. Some of the blood demons were even at the 2nd or 3rd level of the celestial bridge realm. These cultivators, who had just advanced to the celestial bridge realm, were besieged by the blood demons and were caught off guard. Although the cultivators had slightly more numbers than the blood demons, they were still at a disadvantage. Suwani flew over with her sword. She naturally would not miss out on so many blood demons. In the massacre bloody plains, if one wanted to obtain the inheritance of the blood crystal and become the master of the red dust immortal land, it depended on who killed the most blood demons. Suwani was very interested in this so-called inheritance of the blood crystal immortal palace mainly because she wanted to increase the foundation of the Xianxia sect. It was just like how she collected storage rings. In Suwani's heart, the Xianxia sect was an eternal level sect. No inheritance in the Xianxia continent could compare to it. Even if she obtained the inheritance of the blood crystal immortal palace in the future, it would just be one more cultivation method inheritance in the scripture pavilion of the Xianxia sect. Yiyan felt Suwani's thoughts and smiled with relief. 100,000 years ago. In the entire Xianxia continent, no sect could compare to the Xianxia sect. Even the other eternal level sects were slightly inferior to the Xianxia sect. This so-called massacre bloody plains was also insignificant in Yiyan's eyes. As for the 9 blood pillars in the distance, they were no different from 6 matchsticks in his eyes. The world that Suwani had been in previously should belong to the 1st level of the red dust immortal land. The massacre bloody plains belonged to the 2nd level. As for the sky that was propped up by the 9 blood pillars, it should be the 3rd level. Yiyan did not show up, nor did he show his strength, because once he appeared in the 1st or 2nd level, these small worlds would collapse. In order to let Suwani improve her realm as soon as possible, Yiyan would not interfere with her actions unless it was a critical moment. A sword light appeared out of nowhere and slashed at a blood demon with incomparable sharpness. The blood devil let out a blood-curdling scream as its head was separated from its body. It fell from the sky and fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, it died immediately. "Thank you, miss." A young man, who had been attacked by the blood demon, hurriedly cupped his fists and said gratefully. Suwani nodded with a cold expression. She had come to kill the blood demon, so saving people was just a matter of convenience. Then, she turned and killed in another direction. Swoosh, swoosh. As the sword lights rose, the blood demons fell to the ground one by one. Once these blood demons were slashed by the 7-star dragon abyss sword, they would soon die. There were only a dozen blood demons left at the scene. When they saw that the situation was not right, they were frightened and immediately fled with a whistle. The cultivators next to Suwani looked at her with disbelief. This stunning woman's cultivation was the same as theirs. Unexpectedly, her combat strength was so terrifying. This lady is so scary. So many blood demons died under her sword. That blood sword of hers is extremely extraordinary. After the blood demon was struck by it, he immediately died. It's really a divine sword. The surrounding cultivators all looked at Suwani with shock and envy on their faces. She ignored the discussions around her. Suwani walked through the crowd with an indifferent expression. She opened the corpses of the blood demons and took out the inner cores inside. Everyone looked at Suwani's actions. No one dared to act rashly. The blood sword in this lady's hand was extremely strange. If they were hit by it, they might follow in the footsteps of the blood demons. Bang, bang. The corpses of the blood demons suddenly exploded one after another without any warning. After the explosion, they turned into red blood chi and merged with the blood chi of this small world, making it impossible to distinguish them clearly. Everyone breathed in the bloody air and looked in a certain direction. Suddenly, a trace of blood flashed in their eyes and their breathing became hurried. Suwani felt the abnormality of the crowd. She frowned and looked around. She realized that everyone's eyes were emitting a ferocious look. She sensed that the atmosphere was not right and immediately turned into a divine dragon phantom to leave. The behavior of these cultivators was not normal. Once they attacked her, she would be in a difficult battle. Although she was very strong when she killed the blood demons, it would take her a long time to win against so many cultivators. After entering the Bloody Plains, if she wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Bloodling Immortal Palace, it would mainly depend on who killed the most blood demons. Suwani did not want to waste any time. Relying on the miraculous divine dragon movement technique, she quickly left. After Suwani disappeared, the expressions of those cultivators were not as fierce as before. It was as if Suwani's appearance had given them a strong stimulus. Yiyan looked on coldly from the sidelines and saw everything clearly. After Suwani killed those blood demons, a blood-colored halo appeared above her head. A few numbers were displayed in the halo. 23. This was the number of blood demons that Suwani had killed after entering the Bloody Plains. After the corpses of the blood devils exploded, they turned into blood chi that fused into the air. Cultivators only needed to inhale a single breath to have their minds affected. At this moment, Yiyan realized that they wanted to kill Suwani. If Suwani hadn't left in time, these people would have made a move if she had been a few seconds late. Could it be that the number of blood devils killed will change? Yiyan muttered to himself. Now, he was more and more interested in the secular immortal land. In a mysterious space. Inside the blood-red palace, the lid of the vermilion coffin suddenly floated up, and a beautiful woman in red sat up. She looked around, her pitch-black eyes projecting infinite regret and reluctance. The beautiful woman sighed. She suddenly floated in the air and flew towards the square outside. How's the second step of the plan going? The beautiful woman flew to the vicinity of the blood-red ball of light. She looked at the red-clothed man beside her and asked with an indifferent expression. Greetings, my lord. When the man saw the beautiful woman, a shocked expression appeared on his face. He didn't expect that after such a long time, this my lord would take the leading position again. But no matter which my lord it was, she was in existence that he couldn't disobey. He bowed and said respectfully, my lord, the second step of the plan is going smoothly. At present, many soul-sculpting realm cultivators on the first floor have quickly upgraded to the Celestial Bridge realm and entered the Bloody Plains of Massacre. The beautiful woman nodded gently. She brushed a few strands of black hair in front of her forehead with her hand and looked at the blood-red ball of light with anticipation. Her eyes exuded a strange power. Countless tiny blood-red light rays appeared in the blood-red ball of light and entered her eyes. At this time, the beautiful woman was motionless, like an ice sculpture. The red-clothed man next to her saw this scene and turned a blind eye, as if he had seen it countless times. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all the tiny blood-red light rays disappeared. The beautiful woman lowered her head, a disappointed look on her face. Still nothing, the peerless beauty mumbled to herself, her tone filled with desolation. My lord, you have been looking for tens of thousands of years. Presumably, that person is long gone. The red-clothed man hesitated and said. Slap, the beautiful woman suddenly stretched out her hand and slapped the red-clothed man's face fiercely. Presumptuous. The beautiful woman raised her eyebrows and opened her almond-shaped eyes with a murderous look. The red-clothed man was so scared that he knelt on the ground. My lord, please spare my life for the sake of my conscientious work for so many years. The red-clothed man cowed out and begged for mercy. Get up. After dozens of seconds, the beautiful woman waved her hand and said indifferently. There were some things that needed the red-clothed man to do, so he couldn't be killed for the time being. Thank you, my lord. The red-clothed man stood up from the ground, sweating profusely. The beautiful woman pointed at the ball of light with her finger, and a young girl in a golden robe appeared on the surface. She said indifferently, this girl, don't let her die in the Bloody Plains of Massacre. The red-clothed man was slightly startled and quickly nodded in agreement. After saying that, the beautiful woman turned and left. The next moment, she appeared at the entrance of the square. It was a long and narrow mountain road, and the end of the road was the entrance of the square. And at the entrance of the mountain road, a simple and unadorned stone tablet stood quietly on the ground. The beautiful woman stroked the stone tablet with her hand, and her eyes were filled with indescribable affection. He was the #1 expert of the Eternal Realm in the Tsunnan continent 100,000 years ago. Countless people predicted that he would break through to the true God realm within 100 years. How could such a peerless genius die? The beautiful woman muttered to herself, and a line of clear tears fell from the corner of her eyes and dripped onto the ancient stone tablet. A fragrant wind blew, and the beautiful woman turned into a red shadow and reappeared in the hall. Her face was distorted and she made a low sound. Then, her face became ugly. A man's face replaced her original beautiful face. Be a good girl and take a rest. Bitch. The muscles on the man's face kept twisting, and a cold and hoarse laugh came out of his mouth. After letting out a burst of laughter, his entire body shook, and he actually turned into a burly man. He was wearing a red robe, and his whole body was exuding a vast blood aura, which made people feel that he was extremely powerful. This bitch has been fighting with me for tens of thousands of years, and her obsession can't hold on much longer. So this time, she can't stop the second step of the plan. The red-robed man sneered and looked at the blood-red light ball outside. After staring at it for a few seconds, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. His body shook, and he returned to the red coffin. He lay quietly in it, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The woman was still in his body, and this coffin could help to suppress her. Although he had a slight upper hand now, he could not be careless at the critical moment of the second step of the plan. He had to be on guard against her at all times. In the clouds above the blood-red palace, a blood-red shadow silently appeared. In the blood shadow, there was a vague figure. The figure of a mysterious man, whose body was covered with blood light, appeared faintly. 2 ants, he sneered, turned around, and disappeared. No one discovered his existence. The shadow of a divine dragon quickly streaked across the sky. It paused in midair and immediately turned into an awe-inspiring sword light, descending from the sky. A blood demon that was flying leisurely in the bushes was instantly split into 2 by the sword light. This was a blood demon at the first level of the Divine Bridge realm, so Suwani easily killed it. After taking out the blood demon's core, Suwani immediately consumed it. The core melted, and the aura on her body faintly grew stronger. This blood demon was the first blood demon she had killed after shaking off that group of people. Until now, Suwani did not know that there was a blood-colored ring in the air above her head. There was a number mark in the ring, indicating the number of blood demons she killed. Previously, it was 23. Now, it was 24. After consuming 24 blood demons' core, Suwani did not find any signs of a breakthrough in her cultivation. She frowned slightly. If this trend continued, she would need to kill a large number of blood demons to break through a few small realms in the Divine Bridge realm. Suwani continued forward. She encountered a few more blood demons on the way, and they all died under her sword. The lowest cultivation level of these blood demons was at the first level of the Divine Bridge realm. When they saw that Suwani's cultivation level was not high, they all pounced on her without hesitation, instantly becoming ghosts under her sword. The terrain of the massacre bloody plains was not flat. It was high and low, undulating up and down like waves. Some blood demons would hide in the dense grass and wander around. If one flew high in the sky, they would be easily discovered. However, only when one flew above the grass and gave the blood demons a chance to attack would the cunning blood demons come out to ambush humans. Suwani had also gone through several battles before she slowly figured out this pattern. Therefore, she could only hover above the grass and slowly fly forward. From time to time, a blood demon would attack her. However, without exception, they were all killed by Suwani on the spot. Still too slow. 2 hours later. After Suwani swallowed another blood demon core, she found that although her cultivation had increased, it was still far from enough. Disappointment appeared on her face. Along the way, she did not encounter a large number of blood demons, so her harvest was very little. It would probably be very difficult for her to catch up with those people in front of her in terms of number of kills in a short time. Suwani sighed. She looked into the distance and realized that the 9 blood pillars were still far away. It seemed that she would never be able to reach the end of the blood pillars. This place stretches as far as the eye can see. The red plants in the distance are even more luxuriant and growing taller. Suwani muttered to herself. Suddenly, her figure flashed and she left the place in an instant. At the beginning of the bloody massacre plains, the red grass was already as tall as a person. Now, the closer they flew to the sky-piercing blood pillar, the taller the red grass became. Through the gaps between the red grass, one could see that the soil was red. In the red soil, there were many bloody holes of different sizes. It seemed that these were the entrances of the blood demons. Deep underground, could it be the blood devil's lair? Suwani stopped in midair and released her divine sense. He discovered that the cave was extremely deep and the diameter of the cave was very narrow. It was not something that a human could enter. Just like the previous crevices, the geographical environment where the blood devils lived was not easily accessible to humans. Haha, there's someone over there. Two figures sped over from the distance. They were two young men in green, and their cultivation had already reached the third floor of Xianxia. Suwani looked at the two of them flying over quickly, and a shocked expression appeared on her face. She was surprised to discover that there was a blood-colored halo above their heads, and there was a number inside it. What exactly is this? Suwani was also somewhat confused for a moment. The two young men in green flew closer. One of them looked at the top of Suwani's head and suddenly sighed. Only 29 blood devils have been killed. It's really too little. Hearing this person's words, Suwani was shocked. So far, she had indeed killed 29 blood devils, and they were all in the celestial bridge realm. But how did he know? Suwani followed his gaze and turned her head to look at the top of her head. In an instant, she was stunned. There was also a blood-colored halo above her head, and the number inside it was exactly 29. 29. At this moment, Suwani immediately understood. After entering the bloody massacre plains, every time she killed a blood devil, the number behind her head would be updated in real time. Of the two young men in front of her, the number above one's head was 85. The number above the other person's head was 109. The number of blood devils killed by the two of them far exceeded her. Little girl, your luck is really bad to have met us. If you had obediently surrendered, we could have given you a quick death. One of the young men looked at Suwani and smiled proudly. Both of them were from the third floor of Shenzhen, and their cultivation levels were far above each other. Could it be that I can obtain the number by killing them? Suwani's heart skipped a beat. She pointed her sword at the two young men and asked with a faint smile. Not bad, it seems like you're not stupid. However, many newcomers have already reported to hell when they heard this news. The two young men laughed loudly. After speaking, the two of them attacked Suwani from the left and right, and two sword lights shot toward her like two swimming dragons. I see, Suwani's expression was indifferent, but her heart was suddenly filled with joy. She had come late. If she could obtain the number of blood devils killed by killing cultivators, wouldn't that give her a shortcut? Whoosh, in an instant, Suwani transformed into the shadow of a divine dragon and soared into the air, dodging the two sword lights. Then, she used the divine dragon sword technique. Chi-chi, streaks of sword light transformed into divine dragons and descended from the sky. Although her cultivation level was lower than the two young men's by two small realms, her individual combat strength was very strong. As soon as she came, she suppressed the two young men. The two young men were shocked. They did not expect this beautiful woman to be so strong. The battle went on for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The two of them had suffered light injuries and were showing signs of defeat. When Suwani saw this, her spirits were lifted and she intensified her attacks. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, one of the young men's entire arm was cut off by Suwani's sword. He screamed and fell from the sky. The other young man saw that the situation was not good and turned to flee. Suwani transformed into the shadow of a divine dragon and chased after him. She cut off the young man's escape. A shocking sword light shot out in an instant. The young man raised his sword to meet it. Bang! A majestic force suddenly knocked the sword out of his hand, and the merciless sword light landed on his body. The young man screamed and his head was immediately separated from his body. The headless corpse spurted a column of blood in the air and fell from the sky. The young man who had lost an arm was so scared that he directly burrowed into the dense grass at the side. He saw a pitch-black hole and did not care whether the blood devil was there or not. He directly burrowed into it. Compared to the blood devil, the woman in front of him was even more terrifying. Suwani picked up the storage ring and sword of the young man she had killed and put them away. She frowned slightly and glanced at the hole under the blood-colored grass. That young man had run into the blood devil's lair in a panic. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he would die there. That place was too narrow. Once he encountered a blood devil, he would not be able to escape. Suwani thought for a moment and gave up on the idea of chasing after that young man. She turned her head and looked behind her. The number in the blood-colored circle of light had changed. Now, her number had become 138. It's increasing so fast. Suwani's beautiful little face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Killing people and plundering numbers was indeed a shortcut. Whoosh, she soared into the air and flew forward. Suwani knew that if there was a number behind each person's head, then the cultivator's enemies would not only be the blood devils, but also the cultivators. If she wanted to obtain the inheritance, he had to kill more cultivators in order to increase his numbers. Therefore, in the bloody plains of massacre, everyone became dangerous. Suwani looked up and found that the grass was getting taller and taller, but there were very few people. She did not see a single person as far as her eyes could see. Could it be that they're all hiding? Suwani guessed. She lowered her body and flew forward along the top of the grass. While attracting the blood devils, she was also guarding against the cultivators hiding in the grass and suddenly attacking. Just like that, she moved forward. Suwani still attracted a lot of blood devils. There were about 100 of them, but they were all killed by her. After devouring the blood devil's inner core, her cultivation continued to increase. When Yin saw this, a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. In the bloody plains of massacre, killing the blood devils was secondary. It seemed that the mastermind behind this mainly wanted the human cultivators to kill each other. Along the way, he basically did not see any dead bodies of human cultivators. It was the young man that Suwani had killed. After she had left, many roots drilled out of the red soil and wrapped around the young man's body. They quickly decomposed and turned into nutrients. It seems that the master behind the scenes doesn't have a high cultivation base. He could only use the secular immortal lands as a cover to make the human cultivators kill each other in order to replenish the energy of this world. Yin smiled faintly. He didn't have any extreme views on this kind of despicable behavior. In the eyes of him, this true God realm, whether good or evil was fine, they were all insignificant. After entering the God realm, one's level of life would be completely different. Therefore, one would view things differently. It was just like how cultivators would find the battles between mortals boring. For example, in the eyes of cultivators, how could the throne of a small secular country compare to the cultivation of immortality? Yin did not interfere with Suwani's training. He believed that if Suwani was given a certain amount of time, she would definitely be able to take the lead. Even if he couldn't. Wasn't the inheritance of the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace something Yin could obtain with a single thought? Therefore, Yin was not worried at all. In fact, there were all kinds of divine weapons and cultivation methods in his warehouse. Many of them were at the God realm and transcendent realm. There were even some that surpassed the level of the heavenly Tao of this world. Yin had never taken out these things before. Even he himself didn't know how many there were. In Yin's heart, he couldn't provide all kinds of resources endlessly and raise the 3 juniors of the Xianxia sect into useless second-generation geniuses. That way, after he left, the Xianxia sect would quickly decline. It would be best if all the resources were fought for by the 3 juniors themselves. This way, they could cherish it more. And before Yin left, he would also set up some backup plans to protect the Xianxia sect for at least 100,000 years. In the mysterious space. In the square of the blood-colored palace. The man in red stood in front of the light ball, watching a bright spot move inside with a very focused expression. That lady had once told him that he must not let anything happen to that girl. Therefore, he had been constantly adjusting the blood-colored light ball to keep some danger away from that girl as far as possible. This blood-colored light ball was the control center of the entire red dust immortal land. He had a certain amount of authority, but not all of it. My lord asked me to spare her life. Could it be that she wants to become one of the official chosen ones? The red-clothed man's heart skipped a beat as he muttered to himself. The one who killed the most would receive the complete inheritance of the red dust immortal land. But in fact, in the end, he would choose 10 chosen ones and let them walk on the immortal path leading to the immortal palace. Whoever could walk on the path in the end would be qualified to enter the immortal palace to receive the final inheritance. As far as he knew, even the 2 lords had only received a part of the inheritance of the blood Linglong immortal palace. The final inheritance. And there must be an extremely outstanding human cultivator to inherit it. A wisp of Yi Yun's primordial spirit lived in Suwani's mind. He didn't explore this world, so he didn't know what was happening in the square of the main hall. For him, no matter what variables there were, they were insignificant. This wisp of his primordial spirit was enough to deal with any crisis. Even a true immortal realm expert was no match for this wisp of his primordial spirit. Now that the red dust immortal land was acting so sneakily, how could there be a true immortal realm expert? Suwani kept killing blood demons along the way. She encountered some cultivators whose realm was not too far away from hers, but they were all killed by her after a fight. The number in the blood-colored ring increased. 3 days later, the number had reached more than 3,000. Another 5 days passed. Suwani successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the Celestial Bridge realm, and the number in the blood-colored ring reached 10,000. This made Suwani excited. Along the way, she hadn't met anyone whose number was more than 1,000. But the number in her blood-colored ring had reached 10,000. This meant that she had far surpassed many cultivators. Unfortunately, there is no ranking list. I wonder what my number is now. Suwani thought nervously. Time passed quickly. Another 7 days passed. Suwani killed a large number of blood demons and many cultivators. The number in her blood-colored ring had reached 30,000, and her cultivation had reached the 3rd floor of Xianxia. Many cultivators' eyes turned red when they saw Suwani. They swarmed towards her, wanting nothing more than to kill Suwani on the spot. That was a number of 30,000, whoever killed her would be able to enjoy the number of 30,000 and soar to the sky. Half a month later, Suwani's realm had reached the 4th level of the Celestial Bridge realm, and the number in her blood-colored ring had reached 100,000. She was already a little numb to this number. I wonder if I have a chance to get the inheritance with 100,000. Just as she thought of this, the clouds suddenly rolled, and a bright blood-colored light suddenly fell. The blood-colored light landed on Suwani, and she soared into the sky. In an instant, she disappeared. At the same time, 9 people in other places disappeared. 9 blood pillars that reached the sky were vast and magnificent, piercing through the clouds. In the depths of the clouds, there was a huge piece of land. On this piece of land, a majestic mountain range stood at the end of the sky. Under the mountain range, there was a winding mountain path that was extremely rugged. Swoosh! Swoosh! 10 rays of crimson light descended from the sky. The crimson light immediately disappeared and turned into 10 figures that stood at the foot of the mountain. There were men and women among the 10 figures, some were tall and some were charming. These cultivators were all in the Celestial Bridge realm. The lowest was in the 4th stage of the Celestial Bridge realm, while the others were in the 10th floor of Xianxia. There were 3 women and 7 men in total. What is this place? When the 10 people saw the surroundings clearly, they were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other and realized that there was a huge crimson halo above each of their heads. Within the halo, each of them had killed more than 100,000 blood demons. The more blood demons they killed, the bigger the crimson halo above their heads and the thicker the crimson light it emitted. The visual effect was even more shocking. Why are they all above 100,000? A young man with an arrogant temperament narrowed his eyes and looked at the crimson halo above the other people's heads. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in his hawk-like eyes. Among the 10 people around him, all of their numbers were above 100,000. The one with the highest number was 130,000. The lowest number was 100,000. A young man in a white robe with a jade-like face and hands behind his back stared at the crowd indifferently and said, "You don't have to fight with me. My number is the highest. The right to inherit the blood Linglong Immortal Palace is mine." "I don't think so." The young man sneered and narrowed his eyes. Since the 10 of us have been teleported here, it means that we are standing on the same starting line again. That's right. All of us are qualified. The other young men and women snorted and agreed. Suwani was silent. She quietly observed the surroundings and appeared to be very steady. If you are not convinced, why don't we have a fight now? Among the 10 of us, only one survives. That person will be the final winner. What do you think? The young man in the white robe drew his sword and exuded a powerful aura. The others took 2 steps back and drew their swords without any fear. All of a sudden, the 9 of them were at daggers drawn. They were like a barrel of gunpowder that was about to explode. In the face of a bloody battle that was about to occur, Suwani also drew her sword and stood in place with a vigilant expression. These people were all demon-level experts with over 100,000 points. It was unknown how many people they had killed to obtain so many blood devil points. Not only were their cultivation levels higher than hers, but their battle prowess was also ridiculously strong. She was probably no match for these people. After all, she was only at the 4th level of the Celestial Bridge realm, while these people were all on the 10th floor of Xianxia. This little girl's cultivation is the lowest. Just leave her there for now. The white-robed young man glanced arrogantly at Suwani as he spoke with an indifferent gaze. In the eyes of a prodigy disciple of a sky-level sect, an unknown female cultivator at the 4th level of the Celestial Bridge realm was too weak to withstand a single blow. As for the other 8 people, it was obvious that they had thought of the same thing. Because, no matter who killed the golden-robed girl at the 4th level of the Celestial Bridge stage, they would most likely face the collective attack of the other 8 people. After all, in everyone's eyes, with Suwani's level of cultivation, she could basically kill people in one move. Humph. A bunch of idiots. The red-robed man in the square saw this scene through the blood-colored light ball. His face darkened as he let out a cold laugh. Anyone could die, but this girl was personally appointed by the Lord. She could not die in the secular immortal land. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the wrath of the Lord. Another point was that these 10 heaven's chosen ones were not allowed to kill each other before they started on the road of heavenly ascension. As for the cultivators who died in the 1st and 2nd levels of the secular immortal land, they were all absorbed by the blood crystal's magical power. Although he had absorbed tens of thousands of people and tracked the memories of their primordial spirits, the red-robed man still could not find any trace of the person the Lord wanted. The red-robed man was already familiar with using the blood-colored light ball to search for the memories of the dead cultivators. He had done this many times over the past tens of thousands of years. But the results were always the same. He still could not find the man the lady mentioned. After so many times, the red-robed man had long lost hope. Every time, he could only carry out the Lord's orders mechanically. But this time, the second step of the plan had begun. The number of cultivators who died would increase by more than 10 times. In order to have a perfect explanation, he threw away the complete inheritance of the Blood Crystal Immortal Palace. This inheritance did exist. But it was also the first time it had appeared in this world in tens of thousands of years. The Blood Crystal Immortal Palace would choose the strongest among the 10 heavens chosen ones as its successor. This was the second last stage. They had to pass the test of the road of heavenly ascension. This stage tested the strength of their physique. If they did not have a strong physique, they would not be qualified to inherit the Blood Crystal Immortal Palace. Whoosh, the red-robed man waved his hand and a ray of light was injected into the blood-colored light ball. At this moment, in the void at the foot of the mountain, there was a sudden thunderous sound, which immediately stunned the young men who were facing each other. Buzz, a dazzling light bloomed in the void, and a line of golden words appeared. Those who set foot on the road of heavenly ascension are qualified to receive the inheritance of the Blood Crystal Immortal Palace. Looking at the line of golden words that suddenly appeared, the young men and women were all excited at this moment. If that's true, we're all qualified as long as we set foot on the road of heavenly ascension. A young man laughed and leaped into the distance. He immediately landed on the ancient road. He was about to rush up in a spurt of energy when he suddenly felt an unimaginable pressure on his body, which made it impossible for him to use any magic power or divine powers. There's something strange about this road. The young man frowned. He struggled to move his feet and walked up the mountain path at a moderate speed. The others also leaped up and landed on the mountain path. Then they all felt the inexplicable pressure and were extremely shocked. However, since they had already set foot on the road of heavenly ascension, they could only brace themselves and walk up. Everyone walked slowly along the mountain path, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. This mountain path was long and rugged, and it went deep into the clouds. No one knew how long it was. And with every step they took, they felt the pressure on their bodies become heavier. Seeing that everyone had started to walk on the mountain path, Xianxia walked over slowly. She was not in a hurry. There was definitely something strange about this road of heavenly ascension. After everyone stepped on it, they could not fly. It seemed that they were imprisoned by some kind of power. Xianxia guessed. Now there were 10 of them. They were not competing in speed, but in endurance. In terms of endurance, Xianxia, who had the bloodline of Zhu Long, thought that she would not lose to anyone present. What a powerful imprisoning power! Xianxia had just stepped on the stone steps when she felt the powerful imprisoning power. She could no longer use her magic power or divine powers. The only thing she could rely on now was the strength of her physical body. Huff, Xianxia exhaled softly. Everything was similar to what she had guessed. If she relied on her physical body, she was confident that she could compete with the geniuses of these super forces. The last young man on the road of heavenly ascension sensed something and turned his head back. Seeing the beautiful girl in the golden robe walk up to him, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Girl, don't overestimate yourself. You're only at the 4th level of the celestial bridge realm, and you want to walk on the road of heavenly ascension? Stop dreaming. Hurry up and go back. Hearing the young man's words, the other people walking in front turned around and looked at Xianxia, the female cultivator at the 4th level of the celestial bridge realm. They saw that she wanted to walk on the road of heavenly ascension. Mocking expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Go back. This opportunity isn't something you can fight for. That's right. If you're not a super sect or a heaven-level sect, don't even think about fighting for it. Little sister, go back quickly. Otherwise, the power on the road will be too strong and crush your delicate body. Everyone chimed in one after another to dissuade him. The last one to speak was a female cultivator in her early 20s. She was wearing a yellow robe and looked beautiful. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. Xianxia's expression was calm as she spoke with an indifferent expression. Her blood was boiling Zhu Long and her heart was filled with confidence. Her delicate body moved slightly and she suddenly quickened her pace. She walked quickly along the steps of the road of heavenly ascension. The others were shocked. Under the suppression of that powerful force, they found it difficult to move. Every step he took was extremely difficult. However, the beautiful girl in the golden robe was so fast that it was shocking. Xianxia quickly overtook the last young man. She walked up the stairs as if she was flying. How is this possible? The young man's eyes widened and his jaw almost fell to the ground. He could only watch as Xianxia walked past him. He was a cultivator from the 10th floor of Xianxia, but it was already so difficult for him to walk on the road of heavenly ascension. How could this beautiful girl at the 4th level of the celestial bridge realm walk so fast? Hiss. The others on the road of heavenly ascension gasped. Then, they watched Xianxia walk forward step by step. Soon, she passed a few people. A young man was enraged. His expression was vicious. When Xianxia passed by, he suddenly stretched out his hand, wanting to grab her. Humph. Xianxia sneered. She quickly grabbed the young man's wrist and pulled him back. The young man lost his balance and fell down the stone steps. He rolled 7 or 8 meters before he stopped. How can this girl be so strong? Everyone else was shocked, and a question arose in their hearts. Could it be that this woman was not suppressed by that power? Xianxia continued. She also felt the powerful suppression. However, she had the ancestral dragon bloodline and her body was much stronger than the other 9 cultivators. Even if she could still withstand the pressure. Not bad. Yi Yin had been observing Xianxia the entire time. Seeing her walk so easily, a faint smile appeared on his face. The physical body that had been modified by the ancestral dragon bloodline was naturally unimaginably powerful. No other bloodline in the entire Tsangnan continent could compare to it. Although Suwani only had 8% Zulong Celestial Bridge Realm, her physique was far superior to her peers. For example, Yi Yun had reached 99%. He could directly use Zulong's Celestial Bridge Realm to tear open the solid void inside the barrier. This showed how terrifying Zulong's Celestial Bridge Realm was. However, Yi Yun usually didn't need to use it. He had all kinds of divine powers, cultivation methods, and divine weapons and Dharma treasures. He was invincible in the world. Zulong's Celestial Bridge Realm basically had no chance to use it. He signed in for 100,000 years. The benefits Yi Yun received far exceeded the standards of this world. Only the chosen ones can obtain the inheritance of the Bloodling Immortal Palace. Then, what's the next step? Yi Yun whispered to himself. He was now very interested in the person behind the scenes. At this moment, in the vermilion coffin, the face of the red-robed man distorted and turned into a stunning woman again. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars. She looked indifferently in a certain direction with a knowing smile on her face. That girl had the bloodline of the divine dragon in her body, which made her feel very close to her. It would be best if that girl could obtain the inheritance of the Bloodling Immortal Palace in the end. Although she didn't find him, she still felt an inexplicable sense of closeness when she saw a human cultivator with the same bloodline of the divine dragon. Bitch, get back to where you came from. That beautiful face distorted again, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the ferocious appearance of a man. He bared his teeth and shouted angrily. You can't get rid of this obsession of mine. Just give up. The voice of the stunning woman sounded in his mind. Bitch, aren't you just relying on the immortal slaying nail? If you didn't have it, I would have driven you out long ago. The red-robed man said angrily. Under his robe, a long blood-colored nail was nailed to the center of his chest. This blood-colored nail emitted a terrifying aura and was firmly nailed to his heart. For tens of thousands of years. The red-robed man tried everything, but he couldn't get rid of this immortal slaying nail. Humph. The stunning woman sneered. Don't waste your time. Once this immortal slaying nail is nailed to the heart, even a true god can't escape. Moreover, my obsession has become one with this immortal slaying nail. Don't even think about escaping in this lifetime. Humph. The red-robed man snorted and didn't say anything else. This time, he placed all his hopes on the second step of his plan. As long as a human cultivator obtained the complete inheritance of the Bloodling Immortal Palace, he was prepared to abandon this body and possess that cultivator. Suwani walked step by step along the road of immortal ascension. Finally, she overtook the arrogant-looking young man in white and walked in front. The other 9 people looked at Suwani's back, annoyed and angry. But there was nothing they could do. Fortunately, it wasn't only the first person to set foot on the road of immortal ascension. Everyone who set foot on the road of immortal ascension was qualified. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal to walk fast. Walking into the misty road of immortal ascension, Suwani gradually felt more pressure. She couldn't walk as lightly as before. 2 hours later. Suwani's blood was boiling and she was sweating all over. But she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Through the fog, Suwani could see the end of the mountain path. There were a few hundred more steps before she could finish this section of the road of immortal ascension. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the pressure on each step of these few hundred steps was unimaginable. At this moment, Suwani's joints started to creak. She gritted her teeth and walked for another 2 hours. Finally, she finished this section of the road of immortal ascension. At the exit of the road of immortal ascension, an ancient stone tablet stood on the ground. Suwani looked at the stone tablet. A thought in the mortal world, never to disappear. 2 lines of extremely ancient words were carved on the stone tablet. Suwani took a deep breath and looked at these words. She felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. This is, when Yi Yun saw these words in his mind, the expression on his face changed subtly. Yi Yun actually sensed a hint of an old friend's handwriting on these 8 words. But only half of the words on the stone tablet were similar. The other half was different. For a moment, Yi Yun couldn't tell. Was this an old friend of his from 100,000 years ago? A beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Yi Yun's mind. 100,000 years ago. As the #1 Eternal Realm expert in the Tsungnan continent, Yi Yun was a complete bully. Although he did a lot of evil things, he had a lot of intimate friends around him. The reason why he was so lucky, first, it was because Yi Yun was too handsome. Second, Yi Yun was too strong. If the soft approach didn't work, he would use the hard approach. Third, Yi Yun was generous and righteous. Many girls liked to get along with him. The words on the stone tablet in front of him were like the style of one of his confidants. But it was only half of it. At most, it's similar. After all, it's been 100,000 years, and they are long gone, Yi Yun sighed softly. After signing in for 100,000 years, he had a mental breakdown several times in that mysterious and boring space, but the system had forcibly cured him. After 100,000 years of loneliness, not only did he gain a huge amount of divine skills, military strategies, and various resources, but most importantly, it made his Tao heart last forever. All the bad habits of a bully from before had unexpectedly disappeared with the firmness of his Tao heart. It could be said that the current Yi Yun was completely different from the Yi Yun of the past. Suwani quietly walked in front of the stone tablet. For some reason, she had a strange feeling in her mind. She gently touched the words on the stone tablet with her hand, and the corners of her eyes were a little wet. "What's wrong with me?" Suwani smiled strangely and wiped away the 2 drops of tears from the corners of her eyes. Suwani was a little surprised that a stone tablet could make her so emotional. She had been wandering around with her master since she was young and was used to all kinds of dangers in the martial world. Her personality was the calmest, and her mentality was also extremely stable. Under normal circumstances, there were very few things that could make her lose her composure. However, she did not expect that the 8 words on the stone tablet would inexplicably cause Suwani to have a strange feeling. Huff, she let out a long sigh and slowly calmed down. Then, Suwani looked into the distance. There was a square in front of her. In the center of the square, there was a blood-colored ball of light. A man in red was standing there. Behind the square was a huge blood-red palace. Could this be the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace? Suwani's emotions surged. She took a step forward and walked towards the blood-red ball of light. When the man in red saw that Suwani was the first to walk up, he was a little shocked. He didn't expect that this girl, who had the lowest cultivation level, would be the first to finish the road of immortal ascension. It seemed that the inheritance of the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace would most likely fall into the hands of this young lady. However, he still had to wait for a while. The red-clothed man formed a seal with both hands, and a ray of light poured into the blood-red ball of light. A blood-red wall of light immediately appeared in front of the square, blocking Suwani's path. "Wait here," the red-clothed man said softly. "Oh." Suwani was slightly taken aback. Then, she obeyed the rules and stood there obediently. At this moment, the young men on the road of heavenly ascension were sweating profusely. Their expressions were pained as they walked on the road of heavenly ascension. Although they both had the cultivation of the 10th floor of Shenzhen Jing, the strength of their physical bodies was different. Some of them focused on magic power or theurgy. In this place, they seemed somewhat useless. However, there were also people with strong physical bodies who forced their way to the top. "How can a mere road of immortal ascension stump me?" The white-clothed young man, who had been in the lead, walked to the side of the stone tablet, his whole body covered in sweat. He wiped the sweat off his face, and his eyes revealed his arrogance again. He glanced at the square in the distance and saw a beautiful girl in a golden robe standing quietly in front of a red wall of light. "Humph." The white-clothed young man snorted coldly and strode toward the wall of light. As he walked, he stuffed a few pills into his mouth to recover his strength. "I didn't expect that you would be the first to finish the road of heavenly ascension. Little girl, you're not simple." The white-clothed young man walked directly to Suwani's side. He stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the blood-red wall of light. Suwani didn't say anything. She just turned her head and glanced at the white-clothed young man. This white-clothed young man was the strongest of the 9 people. He was the second to finish the road of heavenly ascension. The white-clothed young man's overall strength was much stronger than hers. Suwani speculated that even if she used the Dragon Rebel incantation and increased her combat power by 5 times, the difference in cultivation level made it impossible for her to defeat this person. What kind of body do you have? Why is it so easy for you to walk the road of heavenly ascension? The white-clothed young man looked at Suwani with interest, as if he wanted to find some clues. No comment. Suwani sneered. Being rejected, the white-clothed young man smiled and didn't say anything else. Although he was the second to finish the road of heavenly ascension, in reality, he was still full of confidence. The white-clothed young man looked at the blood-red palace on the other side of the blood-red wall of light and muttered to himself, "This should be the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace. The inheritance is probably inside." After a while, he calmed down. The white-clothed young man looked at the red-clothed man in front of the blood-red ball of light. He sized him up but couldn't determine his cultivation level. He could only sigh. He turned again and walked to the entrance of the square. He looked down at the road of heavenly ascension. At this time, a few other young men walked over slowly. These guys are really persistent. But they don't have the ability to come up here. The white-clothed young man's lips curled up into a cold smile. After looking at the entrance for a while, he felt bored again. So he turned and walked to the blood-red wall of light. He stood quietly and waited. Another 4 to 6 hours passed. Finally, a black-clothed young man walked up. As soon as this young man reached the entrance, his body swayed and he couldn't stand steadily. He sat down on the ground. It's too difficult. This road of heavenly ascension is too difficult. The black-clothed young man panted heavily. He kept stuffing pills into his mouth to recover his strength. Just now, on the road of heavenly ascension, a strong restrictive force prevented him from using his spiritual power. So he couldn't open his storage ring. Along the way, he relied on a strong belief and a strong body to walk up. Now, he didn't have any strength left in his body. After taking a few pills, he recovered some strength. He stood up and walked toward the wall of light. The Blood Linglong Immortal Palace. He walked in front of the blood-colored wall of light and glanced inside. His eyes were filled with a fiery light. The red-clothed man near the blood-red ball of light saw that the other people on the road of heavenly ascension had fallen unconscious. He waved his sleeve. Those people were wrapped in a blood-red light from the sky and disappeared from the road of heavenly ascension. The blood-red wall of light suddenly disappeared. The red-clothed man put his hands behind his back and said slowly, "The 3 of you are qualified to enter the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace. But who gets the inheritance in the end depends on your luck." At this point, the red-clothed man pointed at the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace and nodded slightly. "Let's go." Although the black-clothed young man was weak, he was the first to stride toward the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace. "Idiot." The white-clothed young man looked at the back of the black-clothed young man and smiled mockingly. At the last moment, it wasn't about who got in first. He put his hands behind his back and walked toward the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace unhurriedly. Suwani was the last to move. She was used to this method. In her heart, the inheritance of the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace would most likely fall on her. After all, her body was the strongest and she had the Zulong bloodline. The Zulong bloodline was the most powerful bloodline in the entire Tsangnan continent. The black-robed youth was the first to enter the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace. The white-robed youth was the second, and Suwani was the third. The 3 of them entered one after another. The interior of this immortal palace was very different from before. The crimson coffin had disappeared to some unknown place. The entire palace was floating with a blood-red light. A few hundred feet away, there was a small blood-red pagoda floating in the air. This small blood-red pagoda did not seem to be made of any material. It was completely condensed from the red light. The entire hall was illuminated by this small pagoda, making it seem as if it was daytime. "Is this the final inheritance?" Suwani stood in the middle of the palace and looked at the small blood-red pagoda. Her eyes revealed a trace of excitement. After going through so many hardships in the secular immortal land, she had finally found the moment to receive the complete inheritance of the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace. At this moment, an illusory figure suddenly rose from the small blood-red pagoda. This figure was shrouded in a layer of blood qi. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but one could feel an unimaginably powerful aura. Was he going to receive the inheritance? The eyes of the three youths lit up. They were all excited. The blurry figure said faintly, "I am the weapon spirit of the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace. I am about to give you the final test. This test tests the strength of your primordial spirits. The stronger your primordial spirits are, the more likely you are to receive the inheritance. Senior." The black-robed youth stepped forward and said with a stern expression, "Come, I am willing to be the first to accept the test." "Good, then you will be the first." The blurry blood-red figure suddenly turned into a ray of light and burrowed into the mind of the black-robed youth. The black-robed youth's eyes suddenly widened. Blood began to flow from his pupils. He clenched his fists, and his veins popped out. He seemed to be enduring unimaginable pain. This inheritance was actually so terrifying. The white-robed youth and Suwani could not help but be stunned when they saw this scene. The white-robed youth seemed to have thought of something. He casually glanced at Suwani and said with a smile, "If you are afraid, you can walk out of the palace now and withdraw from this test." Suwani glanced at the white-robed youth with disdain. This guy was too arrogant. If not for the fact that she could not beat him, Suwani really wanted to teach him a lesson. "Ah!" The black-clothed youth suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, unconscious. A red ray of light flew out and reappeared in midair. The blurry figure sighed and said, "This heaven's chosen one has lost the right to inherit the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace." After saying that, a blood-red light descended from the sky and enveloped the black-clothed youth. In an instant, the black-clothed youth disappeared without a trace. "Senior, let me do it. No one is more suitable than me." The white-robed young man took a step forward and clasped his hands together in a proud manner. "I hope you won't disappoint me." He turned into a beam of blood-red light and entered the mind of the white-clothed young man. The young man in white clenched his fists. His muscles tightened, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, he actually felt an unimaginable pain. "Senior, what are you doing?" After all, the white-clothed youth was a disciple of a sky-class sect. He was much more knowledgeable than the black-clothed youth. At this moment, he actually felt that something was wrong. "Nothing, this is a test for your primordial spirit," the blurry figure said with a sneer. "No, you definitely have ulterior motives. You want to?" the white-clothed youth shouted. He tried his best to chase the artifact spirit out, but it was too late. The next moment, blood flowed out of his eyes. His entire body trembled and he immediately fainted. The blood-red light condensed into a blurry figure in midair. "A bunch of trash," the figure sighed and looked at Suwani, who had the lowest cultivation level. This little girl, although her cultivation level was low, her physique was the most amazing. She was the one he thought the most highly of the three heavens chosen ones. Therefore, he left Suwani for last. According to his judgment and calculations, even if this little girl couldn't succeed, at least she wouldn't fail too badly. His possession had a certain chance of success. Suwani saw that the white-clothed youth and the black-clothed youth had both fainted and then disappeared without a trace. Her heart turned cold. Especially the words that the white-clothed youth said before he fainted, it made Suwani feel like she was facing a great enemy. She suddenly realized that the artifact spirit in front of her didn't have good intentions. Once that red light entered her body, it would definitely cause unimaginable damage to her body. Suwani regretted it. At this moment, she didn't want to accept the inheritance. This inheritance was simply asking for her life. She turned and wanted to leave. But her cultivation level was not enough in front of the artifact spirit. Moreover, Suwani was in the Bloodling Immortal Palace. It could be said that everything was under the other party's control. At this moment, the blurry blood-red figure turned into a ray of light and immediately shot into Suwani's mind. Sigh. Suwani sighed and closed her eyes. She knew that she couldn't escape this time. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out in his mind. Following that, a blood-red light soared into the sky and turned back into that blurry figure in midair. The figure's face showed great shock. He stared at the girl in front of him and questioned loudly. Who are you? Suwani was a little puzzled. She didn't know what the artifact spirit meant. Whoosh, a ray of white light suddenly shot out from between her eyebrows and condensed into a white-robed figure in midair. Oh my god, it's actually the ancestor. Looking at the familiar figure, Suwani was pleasantly surprised at this moment. She was so happy that she almost fainted. It turned out that the ancestor had been protecting her in her mind all this time. Suwani's excited eyes immediately welled up with sparkling tears. She was really touched. This time, if it wasn't for the ancestor's protection, she would have been secretly harmed by the artifact spirit. Yi Yun had his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the blurry figure. His expression was calm and natural, with a faint smile. His body was almost illusory now, but it was emitting a sacred white light. But it was impossible to see any cultivation level. I'm his ancestor. You bullied my disciple. Did you ask if I, the ancestor, agreed? Yi Yun said with a smile. So it's a primordial spirit left behind by the ancestor in the sect? The blurry figure sneered in his heart. Whoosh, he grabbed with his hand, and the blood-red tower immediately flew over and merged with his body. In the next moment, he turned into an illusory middle-aged man. He was wearing a big red robe, and his face was pale and ferocious. His body emitted endless blood-red light, giving people the feeling that he was a demon king who had killed his way out of a sea of blood. Your cultivation level. Yi Yun stared at the body condensed by the remnant primordial spirit in front of him and revealed a slightly surprised expression. The red-robed man opposite him actually emitted the aura of a true god. True god realm? This really shocked Yi Yun. In Songnan continent, Eternal Realm cultivators were already top experts. As for true god realm cultivators, there were only 2 or 3 in the past 100,000 years. Some true god realm cultivators had been born in ancient times, Archean times, and antiquity times, but they were still rare existences. In the era that Yi Yun lived in, there was not a single true god stage cultivator. True god realm, at that time, it was already considered a legendary realm. But what Yi Yun did not expect was that in the secular immortal land secret realm, there would be a primordial spirit emitting the aura of a true god realm expert. Although this primordial spirit was a little broken, the true god realm aura it released was not fake. However, the true god realm aura it released was very weak. If it was an ordinary person, it would be absolutely difficult to feel it. Maybe someone could feel it, but not necessarily recognize it. After all, Eternal Realm experts had never seen a true god realm expert. Yi Yun's interest was piqued. He really wanted to know what kind of deity this broken primordial spirit was. The red-robed man looked at Yi Yun arrogantly and sneered, "It seems that you have a little foundation. You can feel my aura. You're a true god realm expert?" Yi Yun deliberately showed a trace of shock. "Yes, I'm a true god realm expert." The red-robed man laughed arrogantly, his voice causing the entire hall to hum. "It's your junior's honor to be chosen by me. As an ancestor, you'll have a meteoric rise in the future." The red-robed man said with a cold smile. "Your logic is a little strange. A man running into a woman's body, don't you feel uncomfortable?" Yi Yun smiled faintly. The primordial spirit of the true god realm expert in front of him was broken, so he wanted to see Suwani's body. Suwani had the strongest physique among all the cultivators, so she had a high chance of bearing the pressure of a true god primordial spirit. Although that primordial spirit seemed very weak to Yi Yun, in fact, even a life and death realm cultivator would find it difficult to accept a true god realm primordial spirit. As for the Eternal Realm experts, naturally, it was impossible for him to accept this kind of possession. Moreover, this wisp of remnant soul's life essence could only exert the power of an eternal cultivator at best. In Yi Yun's eyes, all of this was worse than an ant. After all, he was already at the Divine Lord realm. A true Divine Lord realm expert far surpassed the other party by 1,000 times. I've been waiting for tens of thousands of years. Now that I've finally found a good vessel, I can only make do with it. The red-robed man chuckled. Suwani, who was beside him, felt a little uncomfortable breathing, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on her body. She really couldn't imagine how disgusted she would feel after being possessed by this fellow. "You're merely a broken true god realm primordial spirit. Do you think you can be my match?" Yi Yun had his hands behind his back, looking relaxed and at ease. A faint smile appeared on his face. The red-robed man was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the white-robed young man in front of him dared to provoke him like this. A ball of anger rose in his heart. The red-robed man sneered, "You're just an old ancestor of a sect. Even if your cultivation has reached the eternal realm, the wisp of primordial spirit in this girl's mind is far from being my match." Speaking of this, he actually stretched out his hand and grabbed at Yi Yun. Now in the blood-exquisite immortal palace, he was almost invincible. Not only could he exert his powerful cultivation, but he could also mobilize all the power of the blood-exquisite pagoda. Even an eternal realm cultivator could not make any waves in front of him. Yi Yun just smiled. At this moment, he also released a trace of aura. "What? You're also at the true god realm?" The red-robed man's face turned pale with fright. His outstretched hand suddenly stopped in midair. He never thought that the white-robed young man in front of him was also a true god realm expert. This was really incredible. Looking at the strength of his opponent's primordial spirit, it was even stronger than his own. If he fought directly, he was afraid that he would not be his opponent. "If you know what's good for you, kneel down obediently and tell me where you came from. I can still spare your life," Yi Yun said calmly. "Don't even think about it. I have an emperor weapon in hand. Why would I be afraid of a mere primordial spirit of a true god realm expert?" The red-robed man sneered and opened his arms. Buzz. The blood chi around began to fluctuate violently. At this moment, within the blood-red light, there seemed to be some kind of formation that was activated. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and a powerful force was sent towards Yi Yun. As for Suwani, she did not have any power to attack. After all, the red-robed man wanted to possess Suwani. He had waited for tens of thousands of years. He would never let anything happen to Suwani. Listening to the loud rumbling sound around, Suwani's face changed slightly. At this moment, she looked at the old ancestor with some worry. After all, this was only a wisp of the old ancestor's primordial spirit. And this red-robed man controlled the entire blood-exquisite celestial palace, operating the large formation in an attempt to kill the old ancestor. The power of the large formation was like a huge millstone, emitting an unimaginable strangling power. Even an eternal realm expert would be strangled to death at this moment. However, the power of the large formation strangely disappeared when it landed in front of Yi Yun. Yi Yun smiled indifferently. "Your trashy blood-exquisite pagoda can increase the power of your attack?" "What?" The red-robed man was shocked. At this moment, his body trembled slightly. How could this wisp of a true god realm primordial spirit be so powerful? He had used the power of the blood-exquisite pagoda's large formation to strangle the young man with all his strength, but he had not injured him at all. Such a terrifying power had disappeared like a gust of wind. What cultivation level did he have, or did he have an unimaginable defensive treasure on him? At the thought that he had a treasure that could resist the blood-exquisite pagoda, the red-robed man became excited. His eyes revealed a fanatical look. His blood-exquisite pagoda was already an emperor weapon. Could it be that his opponent had a god-level defensive treasure? At the thought of a god-level weapon, the red-robed man found it difficult to breathe. In his world, even a god-king would fight to the death for a god-level treasure. "Alright, then have a taste of the true power of the blood-exquisite pagoda." The red-robed man roared angrily. His body bloomed with blood-red divine light, and he shot into the void and disappeared. An even more terrifying rumbling sound came from the large formation. Blood-red gales swept up in all directions. Within the gales, there were countless heavenly lightning and earthly fire. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. The red-robed man's eyes revealed a frenzied look. This time, his attack even covered Suwani. In order to snatch this defense-level divine weapon, he did not even want the vessel in his hands. In order to take care of Suwani, the white-robed young man would definitely divert his attention. When the time came, it would be difficult to take care of both sides. He would definitely be completely destroyed by his blood-exquisite pagoda's large formation. Boring, Yi Yun only smiled softly. Looking at the earth, water, fire, and wind surging madly in all directions, his eyes suddenly became demonic. Countless tiny runes floated and changed in his eyes, releasing an unimaginably terrifying power. The surrounding space was like a dream. The terrifying earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, and earthly fire all suddenly melted like snow in spring. There was no sign. The red-robed man saw this scene and his eyes almost fell to the ground. What was going on? The blood exquisite pagoda was an emperor weapon. The guy opposite him didn't use any magic treasures. With a strange eye technique, he easily destroyed the array power in his emperor weapon. This was really terrifying. You. What is your cultivation level? The red-robed man looked at Yi Yun in shock. His heart was in turmoil. The other party was just a wisp of primordial spirit, but he could so easily destroy the blood exquisite pagoda's array attack. He was definitely not just a true immortal. Suwani watched as the terrifying scene of rolling heavenly lightning and earthly fire around her suddenly disappeared like smoke. She couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The ancestor was too strong. Unbelievably strong, a wisp of primordial spirit could so easily dissolve the blood exquisite immortal palace's array attack. This method was too heaven-defying. Yi Yun clasped his hands behind his back with a carefree expression. Not so stupid. He smiled gently and released a wisp of Divine Lord aura. What? You're actually a Divine Lord? How is this possible? In the Xianxia continent, even true immortals are pitifully rare. How can there be a Divine Lord? It's impossible for a Divine Lord to be born in this world. Could it be, you're also from the Divine Land? The red-robed man shouted in shock. He was trembling all over at this moment and no longer had any fighting spirit. He was just a wisp of a true immortal's broken primordial spirit. He was completely relying on the blood exquisite pagoda's power. He originally thought that he could easily suppress the wisp of true immortal's primordial spirit that was comparable to an eternal cultivator. But he didn't expect that the other party's primordial spirit had reached the Divine Lord realm. Even in the Divine Land, the Divine Lord realm was an awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant existence. It was far from what a puny true immortal like him could contend with. Sir, I'm willing to surrender. The red-robed man immediately knelt on the ground and prostrated himself respectfully. A puny true god realm incomplete primordial spirit, what use do I have for you? Yi Yun chuckled. His expression was a little dark. The red-robed man panicked. He quickly patted his chest and vowed, My lord, I am willing to give this blood exquisite pagoda to you with both hands. At the same time, I also know many secrets of the Divine Land. I can tell you all of them, divine soil. Yi Yun smiled faintly. These two words seemed to have evoked some memories in him. It seemed that outside of the Xianxia continent's islands was the so-called Divine Land. My lord, the Divine Land is the world outside the Xianxia continent. To tell you the truth, I came from there. I came to the Xianxia continent to escape from my enemies, the red-robed man hurriedly explained. Yi Yun nodded slightly. He had a hunch that the wisp of true God realm primordial spirit was not a native cultivator of the Xianxia continent. Now, these conjectures had been confirmed. However, Yi Yun did not have a good impression of the red-robed man. As for the secrets of the Divine Land that the red-robed man had mentioned, they were not worth mentioning to him. A few seconds later, Yi Yun's pupils constricted. Tiny star runes flickered in and out of existence. The red-robed man looked at his own body in shock. Bit by bit, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. You're so cruel. The red-robed man roared angrily before he disappeared. You're just an ant. What use do I have for you? Yi Yun smiled faintly. He'd already plundered the red-robed man's memories with the celestial disillusionment eye. For Yi Yun, he didn't want a subordinate who seemed to be loyal. If he wanted to know more, he'd rather plunder the man's memories. So this guy is called Patriarch Xue Pao. He stole someone else's emperor weapon and risked his life to cross the ancient path to heaven. Unfortunately, his physical body perished there. He hid in the blood exquisite pagoda with a wisp of primordial spirit and barely managed to survive until now, Yi Yun muttered to himself. He now had a new understanding of Patriarch Xue Pao's origin. Yi Yun looked in a certain direction. According to Patriarch Xue Pao's memories, a 10,000-year-old ancient corpse had inherited a part of his blood exquisite pagoda. This 10,000-year-old ancient corpse had gained sentience and created the red dust immortal ground. And this 10,000-year-old ancient corpse actually had a woman's obsession. This made Yi Yun very interested. However, Yi Yun was not in a hurry. He had to deal with the matter of the Blood Exquisite Pagoda's artifact spirit first. Little girl, this is the treasure spirit of the Exquisite Blood Pagoda. The entire red dust immortal grounds was formed by the Exquisite Blood Pagoda. The space inside is extremely mysterious. Once someone is sucked into it, they can be killed by the formation. Yi Yun pointed at the blood-red pagoda and said calmly. The blood-red pagoda spun and flew in front of Suwani. Suwani was very excited. After entering the red dust immortal ground for so long and suffering so much, it was all for the inheritance of the Blood Exquisite Immortal Palace. And this Blood Exquisite Immortal Palace was also formed by a part of the Blood Exquisite Pagoda. Ancestor, can I take this treasure? Suwani hesitated. The white-clothed youth and the black-clothed youth in front of her had already been knocked unconscious by the artifact spirit. She was also a little uneasy now. I'll help you refine a part of it. When your cultivation has improved in the future, you can slowly refine it. Yi Yun smiled gently and pointed with his hand. The blood-red pagoda suddenly let out a wail and flew into Suwani's mind. In her sea of consciousness, a blood-red pagoda bloomed with red light and floated quietly, looking unusually obedient. This artifact spirit only had a simple consciousness. Under the strong suppression of Yi Yun, a divine lord expert, it did not dare to resist and obediently entered Suwani's body. Next, Yi Yun imparted to Suwani a set of cultivation methods for refining artifacts. After Suwani pondered for a while, she finally managed to refine this artifact spirit. Now she could put away this red dust immortal ground and end this experience. Yi Yun looked at Suwani as if he saw through her thoughts and smiled carelessly. Since you've gained initial control of the Blood Exquisite Pagoda, you can drive all those cultivators out. Suwani's beautiful little face blushed. She did have such an idea. She wanted to drive all those cultivators out. In that case, then, the number of blood devils would not decrease. She could also devour blood devils to increase her cultivation. Suwani had a calm temperament after all. After a short moment of embarrassment, her state of mind quickly calmed down. She summoned the blood-red pagoda and struck it with a spell. The blood-red pagoda immediately bloomed with brilliant light. The red dust immortal ground was surging with wind and clouds. At this moment, the cultivators who were training on the first and second levels were all enveloped by red light and forcibly transported out. What happened? Why were we teleported out? Could it be that someone obtained the inheritance of the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace? The millions of cultivators who appeared in the air were all dumbfounded. Especially some of the Heaven's Pride disciples of the Heaven's Sex, they were pounding their chests and stamping their feet, feeling heartache for the lost inheritance. Rumble, a muffled thunder-like sound came from the void, and it began to fluctuate violently. The crimson beam of light suddenly retracted from the valley and retreated into the hole in space, completely disappearing. The next moment, the huge hole in the void also slowly closed up. The trial of the red dust immortal land is over. A life-and-death old man gently shook his head and immediately gathered his disciples, gathering them alone in the void. The old man took out a yellow array disc and poured his spiritual power into it. A bright light soared into the sky. The next moment, the void shook, and a huge light beam instantly descended. Everyone was enveloped in it. The huge light beam rose from the ground and disappeared into the depths of the sky in the blink of an eye. This Heaven's Sect used reverse void teleportation to return to the sect. The other Heaven's Sects also did the same. Dazzling pillars of light descended from the sky, teleporting everyone away. After all the Heaven's Sects left, the remaining super sects also activated void teleportation and left. In the end, the remaining sect masters of the large sects summoned all kinds of flying Dharma artifacts and left with their disciples. And those sects of the Divine Wind dynasty also took their disciples and left one after another. This time, all the sects that participated in the trial had a huge improvement. Although there was a certain loss, some disciples had died. But all the disciples in the soul sculpting realm had advanced to the celestial bridge realm, which was enough to make up for the loss. Inside the red dust immortal land, On the square of the mysterious space, the red-robed man felt the huge change in the entire red dust immortal land, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. That girl really inherited the complete inheritance of the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace. It seemed that the Lord's vision was very unique. At this time, inside the Blood Linglong Immortal Palace, Suwani controlled the Blood-Red Pagoda to kill a lot of blood demons, and then sent the blood demons' Nadens over. In front of her was a pile of blood demon inner cores the size of a small mountain. Yi Yin smiled. Suwani immediately blushed at the old ancestor's smile. "Ancestor, does this count as cheating?" Suwani whispered. "I guess so." Yi Yin smiled, then continued, "Although this kind of cultivation advancement doesn't have any side effects, it will lessen your life and death experiences. How about this? You can advance to the 8th stage of the Divine Bridge stage, the same as Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao." "Yes, ancestor." Suwani blushed and quickly nodded in agreement. Yi Yin turned into a white light and returned to Suwani's mind. Suwani began to swallow the blood demon's inner core. Her devouring speed was very fast, and her aura was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5th floor of Xianxia, Divine Bridge stage 6th stage, 7th stage of the Divine Bridge stage, Divine Bridge stage 8th stage. After reaching the 8th stage of the Divine Bridge stage, Suwani stopped devouring the blood demon's Nadens. She saw that there were still some blood demon's Nadens left, so she put them into her storage ring. "Now, I finally have the same cultivation as junior brother and junior sister." Suwani's beautiful face showed a trace of joy. For a long time, she, as the eldest senior sister, was at the bottom, and it was quite awkward. Unexpectedly, this time, the opening of the red dust immortal land helped her. Now, the three of them were at the same cultivation level, and they were neck and neck. In future battles, she would be able to cooperate with her junior brother and junior sister. "Go to the 1st floor of the main hall, there will be someone waiting for you there," the old ancestor's voice sounded in her mind. Suwani hurriedly controlled the little blood-red tower. As the stars moved, the surrounding space immediately changed. She reappeared in a main hall. In the depths of the main hall, there was a crimson coffin floating. The coffin was densely covered with all kinds of complicated runes, and it gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. Could this be the person that the old ancestor said was waiting for me? Suwani held the blood-red pagoda in her hand and stood on the spot, quietly looking at the crimson coffin. Suddenly, the coffin lid floated up. A fierce-looking red-robed man floated out from inside. "Haha. Everything is as I planned, you have successfully obtained the complete inheritance of the blood crystal." The red-robed man laughed loudly, and his voice was loud and clear, shaking the surrounding space. "Who are you?" Suwani looked at the man in front of her with vigilance. The man was ugly, and his face was twisted. He did not look like a normal human. His entire body exuded a strong aura of death, like an ancient corpse that had died thousands of years ago. "I can't remember my name in my previous life, but in this life, I have a name. You can call me Lord Corpse Venerable." The red-robed man laughed loudly, and his expression was filled with great pride. "What do you want?" Suwani asked with a frown. The corpse venerable in front of her looked extremely abnormal, and he gave her a strong sense of danger. However, it was a good thing that the ancestor was in her mind, so Suwani had nothing to fear. "I am ready to accept your body. I want to possess you." The red-robed man laughed loudly. After speaking, his body began to sway, and a thick aura of death seeped out of his body. "Stop dreaming, why would I let you possess her?" A woman's voice suddenly resounded in the hall without warning. Yi Yin was stunned. That voice was so familiar. He hadn't heard this voice for a full 100,000 years. Then he thought, Yi Yin understood the words on the stone stele in the blink of an eye. The female cultivator's obsession in the corpse demon's body was his confidant. "Qin Yao." As soon as the woman's voice fell, Suwani saw half of the red-robed man's face distort, and a beautiful face appeared. The two faces on the left and right were completely different, making one's hair stand on end. Suwani jumped in fright. She hadn't expected that there would be a woman hidden in the corpse demon's body. And this woman was obviously going to stop this corpse venerable. "Bitch, if you want to stop me, I will die with you this time." The red-robed man flew into a rage out of humiliation and said fiercely. Die with you? You bullied my woman like this, did you ask me? A gentle voice reverberated in the void without any warning. A white light shot out from between Suwani's eyebrows. In midair, a holy white figure condensed. Who? Who's talking? Who are you? When the red-robed man suddenly saw the illusory figure emitting a sacred light, he was really shocked. His ugly face also revealed a great shock. He never expected that there would be a divine consciousness hidden in this weak female cultivator's mind. To have such a powerful divine consciousness, one had to be at least a life and death realm expert. You. That half of her beautiful face looked at the handsome white figure that was emitting a holy light. Her eyes reddened, tears appeared, and her voice trembled. Wasn't this the Yi Yun that she, Xianxia, had been searching for tens of thousands of years, 100,000 years ago? They fell in love with each other, flying side by side like a pair of celestial lovers. Xianxia, it's been 100,000 years. I didn't expect that we would have the chance to meet again, Yi Yun said calmly. However, sparkling and translucent tears unknowingly appeared in the corners of his eyes. Although his Tao heart had never changed, Yi Yun was still a human. Especially with his identity as a transmigrator, his experience was complicated. Therefore, Yi Yun could not hide his excitement at this moment. Big brother Yun, I've been searching for you for 100,000 years. I knew you wouldn't die. Xianxia said emotionally as she choked with sobs. At this point, the hardships and grievances of 100,000 years exploded in her mind. Half of her beautiful face was already covered by tears. Suwani looked at all of this in a daze like a stone statue. She never dreamed that the woman in the corpse demon's body was actually the old ancestor's girlfriend from 100,000 years ago. Another person who had lived for 100,000 years. Suwani felt her brain buzzing. At this moment, she was both touched and excited. Coupled with shock, her heart was extremely complicated. Seeing the old ancestor and that beautiful woman, tears welled up at the corners of their eyes. Suwani was also very excited. Tears streamed down her face. 100,000 years. The two lovers could meet again after 100,000 years. This was too touching. When the red-robed man saw this, he could no longer hold it in. He roared loudly, "You adulterous couple, so you've known each other for a long time?" Yi Yun's face turned cold. He raised his head and glanced at the red-robed man. In an instant, the heavenly illusionary eye was activated. The red-robed man screamed as a wisp of his primordial spirit turned into green smoke and dissipated. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Who would have thought that the current Yi Yun would actually be this powerful? Just a glance was enough to turn a life and death realm expert into ashes. However, this was the man she used to like, 100,000 years ago. Yi Yun was the #1 eternal realm expert in the Tsungnan continent. He could easily defeat all his opponents. 100,000 years later, Yi Yun's cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. But for himself, Xianxia's heart was filled with sadness, but she quickly got rid of this thought. Her body changed, and she instantly turned into a beautiful woman. So beautiful. When Suwani saw the beautiful woman in red, a shocked expression appeared on her face. The old ancestor's confidant was simply too beautiful. Even the words devastatingly beautiful and peerlessly beautiful could not describe her beauty. She was simply a fairy descending from the 9th heaven. Her beauty was indescribable. Yi Yun moved and appeared in front of Xianxia. He stretched out a hand and gently stroked Xianxia's face. His eyes were filled with tenderness. "Brother Yun, I've been looking for you for 100,000 years, Xianxia murmured with tears flowing down her face. You're just a wisp of obsession. Why do you have to find me? What happened? Yi Yun asked in a low voice with a heavy heart. The real Xianxia had died long ago. The woman in front of him was just a wisp of her obsession. Yi Yun could also see that there was an immortal slaughtering nail deeply embedded in Xianxia's heart. This immortal slaughtering nail was obtained by chance when he and Xianxia went to the ancient demonic abyss to train together. Yi Yun gave it to Xianxia. This wisp of Xianxia's obsession had merged with the immortal slaughtering nail. On top of that, he had pinned down this corpse devil. After tens of thousands of years of fighting with this corpse devil, he had consumed a lot of his energy. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears, but she said gently, Brother Yun, I always felt that there was something fishy about your death back then, so I secretly investigated and found out that someone could actually control the primordial giant demons to attack the Shenlong sect. Brother Yun, I think you must have thought of something, right? Controlling the primordial giant demons? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. Back then, there were a total of 3 people who went to train with the primordial ape demons. Yi Yun and 2 of his close female friends, one was Xianxia, and the other was Nangongyu. At that time, Yi Yun obtained a heavenly fiend zither that could control some primordial giant demons. He gave this zither to Nangongyu. This was because Nangongyu's strength was slightly weaker than Xianxia's. As for the immortal slaughtering nail, he gave it to Xianxia. Nangongyu would use the heavenly fiend zither to control the primordial giant demons to attack the Shenlong sect. At this thought, Yi Yun shook his head, doubting Qin Yao's words. Nangongyu was also one of his close female friends. Why would she attack the Shenlong sect after his death? This was simply unbelievable. Brother Yun, when I was investigating, I was discovered by a secret faction. Then, a few primordial giant demons appeared and killed my true body. Qin Yao's eyes were filled with tears. Qin Yao's expression dimmed as tears streamed down her face. Later on, a strand of my primordial spirit attached itself to the immortal slaying nail and flew into the spatial turbulence. That was how I managed to escape the pursuit of the primordial giant devil. However, because that strand of primordial spirit fought with the spatial turbulence, it was about to be completely melted away. However, in order to find you, I forcibly burned my essence spirit and turned it into an obsession, hiding it in the immortal slaughtering nail. Later, I happened to meet this corpse demon drifting in the void and attached myself to him. After more than 10,000 years, we accidentally obtained the inheritance of the blood exquisite pagoda. The corpse demon's consciousness wanted to get rid of me, and I wanted to contact human cultivators to find your path. Thus, we joined forces to open the secular immortal ground and let human cultivators in for training. By doing this, on one hand, I could replenish the blood exquisite pagoda's energy. On the other hand, I could extract the memories of the dead human cultivators to find Brother Yun's whereabouts. Hard work pays off. I finally found you, Brother Yun. At this point, Qin Yao could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She hugged Yi Yun fiercely and started sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears flowed like a small river, falling on Yi Yun's body and sliding down silently. Yi Yun sighed. What a silly girl. She had suffered so much in the past 100,000 years. Yi Yun had never thought that Qin Yao would be the one who was the most devoted to him among all his close female friends. This made him feel ashamed. 100,000 years later, Yi Yun had thought that things had remained the same, but people had changed. All his close female friends had turned to dust, just like Louis at the Sword King Stone. However, Yi Yun had never thought that, 100,000 years later, he would still see Qin Yao alive. From now on, you won't be wronged anymore. No one in this world will dare to bully you. I'll make sure that anyone who dares to bully you will never be able to reincarnate. Yi Yun said softly as he gently caressed Qin Yao's shoulder. Qin Yao's beautiful face revealed a blissful smile when she heard such overbearing words. Suddenly, she struggled out of Yi Yun's embrace. Qin Yao used her hand to gently caress Yi Yun's face. With a satisfied smile, she said gently, Big Brother Yun, back then, I made a vow to the heavenly Tao that a thought in the mortal world would never disappear. As long as I can see you, this thought has been resolved. Now that I have no more worries, I can leave in peace. What are you talking about? Silly girl, why would I let you leave me? Yi Yun's tears gushed out. Although he had already predicted that the obsession would undergo such a change, he still couldn't control the grief in his heart when he faced Qin Yao. Big Brother Yun, my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls have already dissipated 100,000 years ago. This obsession will eventually become a piece of duckweed. Now that I've seen you, my will has dissipated. Although I'm also very reluctant, I have no choice but to leave you. Qin Yao sobbed as she spoke. At this point, the beautiful woman in red started to transform into the ugly man's appearance. Then, an illusory figure flew up from the sky and smiled at Yi Yun. Her body started to turn into particles and was about to dissipate into the world. Wah! When Suwani saw this, she couldn't hold it in any longer and actually burst into tears. She couldn't accept such an ending. This woman called Xianxia had been searching for her ancestor for 100,000 years. At the very last moment, she actually left this world. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Xianxia, don't worry. I'll revive you and give you a perfect body. Yiyan raised his head and looked at the illusory figure. He grabbed with his hand, and an unimaginable force instantly caught Xianxia in his hand. In the next moment, stellar transposition. Whether it was Suwani or Yiyan, they both reappeared in the black carriage. Yiyan opened his eyes. His hand bloomed with divine light. Endless divine power wrapped around Xianxia's illusory body, forcibly interrupting the dissipation of this stubborn will. What kind of joke was this? After signing in for 100,000 years, how could Yiyan, who was already invincible in the world, accept such an ending? Rumble. Suddenly, a large number of black clouds appeared high up in the sky. Lightning constantly danced in the clouds like huge dragons, making a series of rumbling sounds. In the distance, the Grand Elder of the Crimson Flame Sword sect was shocked speechless when he saw the terrifying and abnormal changes in the sky. In the next second, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, leave the Scarlet Flame Sword sect immediately." After he finished speaking, he did his best to sweep up a portion of the disciples and quickly escaped from this place. The terrifying phenomenon in the sky was as if some great figure was undergoing a tribulation. The Scarlet Flame Sword sect would not be able to withstand the impact of the aftermath of the lightning tribulation. The entire Kamikaze dynasty. At this moment, all the sects felt the terrifying changes between heaven and earth. Many cultivators were so scared that their bodies trembled. The sect master of the Umatsu sect looked at the sky in shock. He could not imagine what kind of terrifying figure was undergoing a tribulation. "Quick, open the mountain protection formation." Suddenly, he shouted at the sect. Clang, a sword formation immediately soared into the sky, protecting the entire Umatsu sect. Almost all the sects in the Divine Dragon dynasty opened the mountain protection formation. Everyone was on tenterhooks all day long. They didn't know when this terrifying phenomenon would pass. Yiyan's body moved, and he instantly appeared in the air. He looked at the dark clouds above his head, where bolts of lightning constantly gathered. Yiyan sneered with a cold expression. "Heavenly Tao, you dare to stop me?" Rumble, thunderous roars rolled in the dark clouds, as if the Heavenly Tao was expressing its anger. Yiyan sneered. Xianxia's primordial spirit burned, and she swore to the Heavenly Tao, turning into a wisp of obsession. Now that the knot of obsession was untied, it naturally returned to heaven and earth. All of this was witnessed by the Heavenly Tao. But now, Yiyan wanted to forcibly break the shackles of the Heavenly Tao, so he angered it. "Master, are you going against the Heavenly Tao?" The big black horse looked at the sky with a face of fear. At this moment, in front of such a phenomenon, it instinctively felt an indescribable fear. Even if it reached the eternal realm, it did not have the courage to challenge the Heavenly Tao. "Uncle Ma, I can't breathe." In the face of the brilliant heavenly might, the big black cat curled up into a ball, its body constantly trembling. It was just a small monster in the fate realm. In the face of such a horrifying phenomenon, it was as insignificant as an ant, insignificant. A terrible aftershock of lightning swept down from the sky and fell on the big black cat, turning it into ashes and dissipating. At this moment, the big black horse immediately released a breath, enveloping the big black cat. "Don't be afraid. As Master's divine pets, we can't surrender to the Heavenly Tao," the big black horse said in a hoarse voice. At this point, a ruthless look appeared in the big black horse's eyes. It stared fiercely at the sky, expressing its unwillingness to surrender. It was influenced by Uncle Ma. The big black cat also struggled to stand up, spitting a mouthful of saliva at the sky. Yiyan saw the big black horse and the big black cat's performance and felt relieved. To be able to show such an unyielding performance in the face of the Heavenly Tao, these two little monsters were worth nurturing. Rumble, a huge lightning mountain suddenly condensed from the dark clouds and smashed down on Yiyan. Yiyan sneered, his body emitting boundless divine light. At this moment, he released the powerful cultivation of a divine lord. He raised a fist and smashed it down heavily. Rumble, that huge lightning mountain that stretched for thousands of miles was smashed into pieces by Yiyan. Roar, an angry roar came from the sky. It seemed that the Heavenly Tao was angered by Yi Yan's arrogance. Heavenly Tao, don't think of stopping me today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences. Yi Yan's face was indifferent, but the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to be tangible. Qin Yao, who had been in Yi Yan's hands all this time, had mixed feelings. She had never imagined that Big Brother Yun would dare to go against the Heavenly Tao for her. Big Brother Yun, can he defeat the Heavenly Tao? Qin Yao started to worry again. Although in her heart, Yi Yun had always been an invincible existence, the enemy he was facing this time was the Heavenly Tao. In the hearts of any cultivator, the Heavenly Tao was an invincible existence. Qin Yao was no exception. This idea was deeply rooted in her heart. End of chapter 158. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.